Tianhuang World. Heaven and Earth Academy led by Yang Ruoxu and Mo Qing, the Battle Kingdom led by Lin Lei and Lin Luo, and many sects of various sizes were far inferior to the billions of troops led by the Light World. The billions of troops blotted out the sky, and many cultivators waved their weapons with excitement in their eyes. Their killing cries shook the skies like locusts passing through. In fact, many Tianhuang World cultivators did not even know if they could last a single breath. Be it the painting Immortal or the chess Immortal, in a war of this scale no one would care who you were. Under the engulfment of the torrent of war, lives were like grass and all living beings were ants. Lin Lei and Lin Luo stood at the front of the Battle Kingdom army. The siblings looked at each other and could tell that the two of them meant to bid farewell to the other. Junyu removed the chessboard behind her and placed it horizontally in front of her chest. She raised her head and looked at the overwhelming army charging down from the sky with a calm heart. She specialized in chess and had experienced countless extremely dangerous chess games. The scene before her was like the many chess games she had faced in the past. At this point, the situation was no longer something that she could change personally. Her entire life was a game of chess. As for this chess game, it seemed to have come to an end. Yang Ruoxu and Fairy Scarlet Rainbow stood side by side with resolute expressions. Mo Qing held the painting book in her hand and turned to look in the direction of Tianhuang Hall. She lowered her gaze and murmured softly, "What a pity that we'll never see each other again." Many cultivators of Tianhuang World did not give up and were prepared for their final-ditch effort. However, in reality, everyone knew in their hearts that their resistance was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot or a moth flying into a flame. The outcome was already decided. Looking at the billions of troops surging over with a murderous aura, the hearts of all living beings in Tianhuang World were enveloped by a thick haze that suffocated them. It was asphyxiating. They were unwilling. They were enraged. In the end, they were left with nothing but endless despair. Boom! Right then, an earth-shaking bang sounded from the skies. Be it the living beings of Tianhuang World or the billions of troops of the Light World, they looked over instinctively. The firmaments shattered and were filled with cracks. The barrier set up by Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven and the other emperors of the Heavenly Court to seal Tianhuang World had already shattered. Right in front of countless gazes, a towering tree with lush leaves descended from the skies and smashed towards Tianhuang Hall with an unstoppable aura. Initially, there were many cultivators and living beings from various worlds beneath the towering tree. However, wherever the towering tree passed, any cultivator, be it perfected spirits or kings of the god race, were all smashed into blood mists. The branches of the towering tree whipped many cultivators and flesh splattered everywhere. Instantly, countless living beings died under the towering tree. The sky above Tianhuang World was originally covered by the billions of troops and the sky could barely be seen. However, when the towering tree descended, a gigantic hole was created. The starlight that filled the sky shone through the huge hole and landed on Tianhuang World once more, dispelling the haze in the hearts of all living beings of Tianhuang. What is this? Someone's eyes widened in shock and he murmured instinctively, "This towering tree looks familiar. It seems to be Builder Tree, the Builder Tree of the Heavenly World." Heavens! The Builder Tree of the Heavenly World was uprooted. Exclamations sounded from the crowd. Thousands of thick and strong roots grew at the bottom of the towering tree. They were even carrying a large amount of soil. It was obvious that someone had pulled the Builder Tree out and brought it to Tianhuang World. Even the billions of troops on the Light World side were shocked, let alone the living beings of Tianhuang World. The crowd was in chaos and panic, not knowing what had happened. The next moment, a blood-colored figure appeared in the firmaments and looked down at the world. Accompanied by billions of starlight, it descended slowly. The Builder Tree opened a path and endless starlight enveloped it. That scene was way too shocking. The billions of troops of the Light World felt a tremendous pressure and their hearts trembled. They almost knelt on the ground and worshipped. This was an extremely beautiful woman. She had black hair, a blood-colored robe, and an indifferent expression. The woman's gaze shifted and she looked down on everything. as though she was the ruler of the world and subdued all living beings. Although there were billions of troops in the light world and more than 100 other worlds, they were suppressed by the aura of the blood-robed woman and did not dare to move. The world and all living beings were silent. All living beings of Tianhuang world looked up at the blood-colored figure as well. This is... Lin Lei and Lin Luo were shocked. Their mother was already a rare expert among women. She had a peerless bearing and was powerful. However, she seemed to pale in comparison to this blood-robed woman. Yang Ruoxu, Mo Qing, Jun Yu, Xia Qingying, many cultivators of Tianhuang world looked at the blood-robed woman and only had one thought in their minds. How could there be such a woman in the world? Demon Empress Blood Butterfly. Right then, the ice butterfly that was on Mo Qing's shoulder suddenly danced with an excited expression. It was extremely excited, and there was even a hint of tears in its voice as it shouted, "It's Demon Empress Blood Butterfly of our butterfly race." It was her. The legendary Demon Empress Blood Butterfly. The Tao companion of Emperor Desolate Marshal. Many cultivators were shocked. That's why... When Mo Qing looked at that figure, she could not even bring herself to compare. She only thought to herself, this is probably the only woman who's worthy of being with Emperor Desolate Marshal. They're truly a match made in heaven. No matter who it was, regardless of gender, they would involuntarily feel inferior in front of Demon Empress Blood Butterfly. Under the shocked, worshipful and excited gazes of everyone in Tianhuang world, gigantic immortal boats flew out from behind Demon Empress Blood Butterfly. On the bow of the boats stood Demon Emperor's Demon Empress Nine Tails, Demon Emperor Divine Elephant, Demon Emperor Bai Zhe. The demonic chi on the immortal boats was torrential. The demon army of the great wilderness world had arrived. Dai Yu raised her fair hand and waved her blood-colored robe sleeve, spitting out a single word gently, "Kill! Roar!" Many demon kings and perfected spirits roared and led the army of the great wilderness into the billions of troops of the light world. All the demons roared and all the beasts charged. The army on the light world side was scattered and flustered. Cultivators of Tianhuang world. There's hope for Tianhuang world. Let's kill our way back together. Lin Lei stood in midair with an excited expression and raised his arms, shouting. In Heaven and Earth Academy, Yang Ruoxu also wielded his sword and charged at the front, shouting, "Fellow Taoists, don't give up. The World Lord's Tao companion has come to save us. Tianhuang world shall not FAU." When everyone in Tianhuang world heard that, their morale was boosted and their blood boiled. The World Lord's Tao companion, Demon Empress Blood Butterfly, was here. There was still hope for Tianhuang world. The outcome of this battle had yet to be decided. Fight, fight, fight. In despair, hope reignited for all living beings in Tianhuang world. They roared loudly and were no longer afraid or escaping as they released a shocking will. At the same time, hundreds of millions of figures flew out from a corner of Tianhuang world. Like phantoms, they wielded dual sabers and had flesh wings on their backs. They charged into the crowd of the light world army and killed wantonly. The Rakshasa race had descended. Tianhuang world shall not fall. In Tianhuang Hall, everyone was shocked and their expressions changed when they looked at the towering tree that descended from the skies. Was this the builder tree of the heavenly world? Who uprooted the builder tree of the heavenly world? Furthermore, it was tossed into Tianhuang Hall, smashing more than 10 emperor experts to death. How powerful was that toss? Even the worlds of the 10-odd emperor experts could not defend against it and collapsed instantly. Their bodies shattered and they were suppressed under the builder tree. A blank area appeared around Su Zimo once more. Thousands of thick roots of the builder tree whipped down but did not injure Su Zimo at all. Outside the hall, the sounds of killing shook the heavens and the situation had already changed. Immediately after, Dai Yu, who was dressed in a blood-colored robe, descended from the skies through the large blood mist and arrived beside Su Zimo. When everyone from Tianhuang saw who it was, they were energized. Demon Empress Blood Butterfly of the great wilderness world. Everyone gradually realized that Demon Empress Blood Butterfly was probably the only one who could possess such methods. Emperor North Kuan, Emperor South Pong, Dragon Empress Frost, and the others heaved a sigh of relief as well. Although they did not dare to become enemies with the Heavenly Court, deep down, they did not want Tianhuang world to be destroyed just like that. When they saw Dai Yu appear, they realized that there would probably be another variable in today's battle. However, Dai Yu was severely injured in the battle in the Great Wilderness back then. It was unknown if she had recovered yet. Even if she had recovered, it was unknown if she could defend against more than 100 Emperor experts. After all, the situation today was even worse than the battle in the Great Wilderness back then. There were 50 Emperor experts from the Heavenly Court alone. Furthermore, there was the Ombudsman Angel who was known as the #1 combatant in Blue Heaven presiding over the situation. When he saw Dai Yu arrive, Su Zimo's heart lightened and he asked with a smile, "What's with the commotion?" He had not expected Dai Yu to uproot the Builder Tree and bring it to Tianhuang world. Furthermore, they had already gained the upper hand before she even appeared. Dai Yu said, "Initially, I could have arrived earlier. However, when I passed by the Heavenly World, I saw the life force of the Builder Tree depleting. If it remained in the Heavenly World, it probably wouldn't be able to live for long." The Martial Dao Prime Body and Dai Yu left at the same time. In comparison, Dai Yu had indeed arrived a little late. It turned out that she had been delayed in the Heavenly World for a moment. Furthermore, Su Zimo noticed that some of the branches and leaves on the Builder Tree had withered and were surrounded by the aura of death. Was it related to heaven burial? Su Zimo frowned slightly. Initially, I didn't pay any attention to it. However, the Builder Tree had long gained sentience and asked me for help. Therefore, I uprooted it and brought it to Tianhuang world. Dai Yu said, "Tianhuang world has just been established. Take this Builder Tree as a gift for Tianhuang world." Dai Yu said those words nonchalantly, but everyone present was secretly speechless. Emperor North Kuan, Emperor South Pong, and the World Lords winced when they heard that. Demon Empress Blood Butterfly caused such a huge ruckus the moment she appeared. She casually uprooted the Builder Tree of the Heavenly World as a gift. Upon hearing Dai Yu's words, the Builder Tree quivered slightly and the remaining emerald leaves swayed as well, releasing emotions of gratitude and joy. The Builder Tree had already treated Tianhuang world as its home. In that short period of time, the tens of thousands of thick roots had already burrowed deeper into the ground and taken root here. The Builder Tree was the most sensitive to heaven and earth essence chi. The environment here was clearly much better than the Heavenly World. Lin Zhan, Feng Cantion, and the others exchanged glances and were secretly delighted. Although Tianhuang world had the 4 spirit roots of the Ashoka Tree, Immortal Willow, 7 Treasures Wondrous Tree, and Immortal Peach Tree, they mainly relied on Su Zimo's grade 12 creation, Green Lotus. Once Su Zimo left, the cultivation environment of Tianhuang world would deteriorate. Now that they had the Builder Tree to preside over Tianhuang world, even if Su Zimo left, it would not affect Tianhuang world much. Of course, that was secondary. To Tianhuang world, the most important thing was to survive the current calamity. Demon Empress Nine Tails, Demon Emperor Divine Elephant, and Demon Emperor Bai Zhe followed Demon Empress Blood Butterfly into the hall. More than 10 emperors of the Rakshasa race flew in from outside. However, these Rakshasas had only just entered the Emperor realm and could not play a key role in the Emperor battle. When Emperor Azure Flame saw Dai Yu, his eyes flashed coldly. Unlike Emperor Desolate Martial, he did not have much fear towards Dai Yu. When he saw Dai Yu descend and converse casually with Su Zimo in front of everyone, jealousy rose in his eyes and his expression darkened. Blood Butterfly, without Desolate Martial's help, you won't be able to save Tianhuang world. Emperor Azure Flame's gaze was cold as he said slowly, "The Ombudsman Angel alone can deal with you." The moment he said that, the battle of the Sword World suddenly paused for a moment. As though something major had happened, everyone looked up instinctively. Through the water screen, Emperor Desolate Martial stood in a pool of blood and flames. Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven, who was originally fighting him, had already been destroyed in body and spirit without a corpse left. Hiss! Even though they were not in the battlefield of the sword world, this scene still sent a chill down the spines of many emperors of the heavenly court. Those two had just exchanged blows a moment ago. Just before Dai Yu arrived, they saw the martial Dao prime body punch out and Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven met it. In the blink of an eye, Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven was already dead. There were only 9 Ombudsman Angels in the entire heavenly court. The moment the battle broke out, one of them was already dead. Dai Yu retracted her gaze and said indifferently, "This Ombudsman Angel is nothing much." Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven had an ugly expression. He tore a few messenger talismans secretly and they transformed into streaks of light that entered the void, disappearing. The situation was not right. He had to get the remaining Ombudsman Angels and Emperor experts of the 5 heavens to reinforce him in advance. "So, your Demon Empress Blood Butterfly. Let me test your capabilities." Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven shouted, "Kill! Gore!" An earth-shaking dragon roar burst forth from the mouth of Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven. His blood chi surged and he transformed, wanting to revert to his true form. Emperor Azure Flame's body was massive, and he was also prepared to summon his true form to fight Dai Yu without holding back. Swoosh! Suddenly, their vision blurred and blood shadows flashed. Dai Yu had already closed in and her blood chi surged as the bloodline phenomenon appeared behind her. The pupils on the wings of the blood-colored butterfly locked onto the two of them. At the same time, Dai Yu attacked and her fair palm enveloped the skies, slapping towards the heads of the two of them. The pupils on the pair of blood wings seemed to contain an extremely powerful dermic Dao that could vaguely suppress the bloodlines of Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven and Emperor Azure Flame. As for Dai Yu's palm, although it looked weak and fair, it contained an extremely terrifying power. Even Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven could smell a hint of death. She was actually so strong? Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven was shocked. Before he could revert to his true form, he extended his palm to defend. Bang! Bang! The two sides clashed head-on. Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven and Emperor Azure Flame shuddered and their bones creaked. Their teeth ached and they almost fell off from the shock. Emperor Azure Flame's face was pale with fear. Dai Yu's combat strength was clearly much higher than during the battle in the Great Wilderness. Before the two of them could catch their breaths, Dai Yu pounced on them once more. Bang! 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 The three of them fought consecutively and Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven and Emperor Azure Flame retreated step by step. Under Dai Yu's suppression, they could not even revert to their true forms. Boom! 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 The other emperors of the heavenly court, the Light World Lord and other emperor experts supported their worlds and surrounded Dai Yu. Among the emperors, Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven and Emperor Azure Flame were the strongest. If either of them were killed by Dai Yu like what happened to Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven in the Sword World, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the heavenly court. Roar! Emperor Azure Flame roared. Although his body had not completely transformed, there was a malicious dragon head that opened its massive mouth and spat out a terrifying dragon breath that surged in Dai Yu's direction. The dragon breath was mixed with an extremely terrifying green flame that touched the threshold of the Dao. A taboo technique was released. If they were to continue being suppressed by Dai Yu, the two of them would be beaten to death before they could even transform into their true forms. Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven's gaze intensified as he channeled his essence spirit and released a taboo technique as well. The firmament split open and an incomparably old dragon claw appeared, slapping towards Dai Yu as though it came from the end of the long river of time. The bloodline aura emitted by the dragon claw could suppress living beings of the 10,000 races. Even the blood butterfly phenomenon behind Dai Yu flickered, as though it could be destroyed at any moment. Judgment! Golden blood chi surged in the Light World Lord's body, and a bloodline phenomenon appeared behind him. An ancient pyramid appeared with countless living beings kneeling below. The Light World Lord stood at the top of the pyramid. White power flew out continuously from the heads of many living beings and gathered on the Light World Lord. The Light World Lord clenched his fists in front of him. The white power converged continuously and a dazzling sword rapidly condensed in his palms. Swoosh! The Light World Lord waved his hand. The gigantic sword was incomparably divine, as though it could sever all dermic deaths. It was a taboo technique of the god race, judgment. The moment the battle between the two sides broke out, it was pushed to its limits rapidly, and many taboo techniques were released without reservation. There was no way Dai Yu could ignore such attacks. As such, she could no longer maintain her powerful attacks and suppress Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven and Emperor Azure Flame. Dai Yu's figure suddenly vanished. Suddenly, two strange crimson moons appeared in the sky. Under the illumination of the two crimson moons, a gigantic butterfly appeared faintly and looked down at the world, its wings trembling slightly. Phew! With just a slight flap, an endless storm rose on the battlefield and swept in all directions, destroying all life force in an unstoppable manner. Dai used taboo technique, Blood Moonstorm. The green flames spewed out by Emperor Azure Flame were almost extinguished by the storm, and the dragon breath was about to dissipate. Shocking wounds appeared on the old dragon claw that descended from midair. Although the dragon claw was still slapping down, its strength was depleting rapidly. Before the judgment sword released by the Light World Lord could slash Dai Yu, it was torn apart by the blood-colored storm. Not only that, the pyramid beneath the Light World Lord collapsed as the storm swept. Ah! The Light World Lord cried out tragically as countless wounds appeared on his divine body. Golden blood splattered all over the battlefield, and he was covered in injuries. Emperor Azure Flame and Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven seized the opportunity to revert to their true forms hurriedly. Their auras increased exponentially, and the power in their bodies rose continuously. Boom! Boom! The two of them propped up their worlds and combined the power of two taboo techniques to defend against Dai Yu's terrifying taboo technique. As for the Light World Lord, he was already deep in the storm. Be it a world or his physique and bloodline, he could not compare to Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven and Emperor Azure Flame. Between peak emperors, there was no distinct division of cultivation realms. As such, the difference in combat strength between peak emperors could be extremely huge. If the Light World Lord withdrew from the center of the battlefield immediately after releasing his taboo technique, he might have been able to survive. But now, by the time he realized the situation was bad, it was already too late. His understanding of Dai Yu was still stuck in the past when he witnessed the Battle of the Great Wilderness. However, in the past 100 years, Dai Yu had already risen to another level. Although she did not become a great emperor, if the situation of the Battle of the Great Wilderness repeated itself, she stood a fighting chance even without the martial Dao Prime body. Back then, when Dai Yu released the Blood Moonstorm, she could not withstand the power of the taboo technique and her body would suffer ripping. But now, in the center of the blood-colored storm, Dai Yu was extremely calm and completely unharmed. Phew! The storm howled, right in front of everyone. The flesh of the Light World Lord was being torn apart by the blood-colored storm and stripped from his body continuously. In the blink of an eye, only a golden skeleton was left of the Light World Lord. He stood on the spot, his eyes flickering with fear. Bang! The next moment, the Light World Lord skeleton was also blown away by the blood-colored storm. The faint light in his eyes was completely extinguished. The Light World Lord was dead. The aftershock of the collision of the taboo techniques did not stop there. The 10-odd Emperor experts who could not escape in time earlier on were swept into the storm of the collision of the taboo techniques and died here as well. Although Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven and Emperor Azure Flame escaped Dai Yu's suppression and transformed into their true forms, they paid a considerable price. The Light World Lord along with 10-odd Emperor experts were dead. Of course, almost all the Emperor experts who died came from the Light World and other worlds. In their eyes, Emperors of the medium Kiliacosm were merely ants. No matter how many casualties there were, they would not care. After Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven and Emperor Azure Flame transformed into their true forms, their combat strength was unleashed to the limits. Leading the remaining Emperor experts, they finally stabilized the situation temporarily and defended against Dai Yu's attacks. The Old Ape, Demon Empress Ninetails, Demon Emperor Divine Elephant, Demon Emperor Baizé, and a group of Rakshasa Emperors joined the battle one after another and tried their best to help Dai Yu stall some Emperor experts. The Old Ape alone took on 3 peak Emperor experts. Even so, the number of emperors surrounding Dai Yu remained at about 100. Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven unleashed his full strength and revealed his peak combat strength. Indeed, he was worthy of being the number one person below the Great Emperor realm in Blue Heaven. Huastin Leo Nu Ha could fight Dai Yu head-on. With Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven resisting more than half of Dai Yu's attacks and strength, coupled with Emperor Azure Flame and more than 100 Emperor experts, Dai Yu could not gain any advantage for the time being. The other Emperor experts had seen Dai Yu's methods and were even more careful and tense. When they saw that the situation was bad, they would retreat immediately. With Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven and Emperor Azure Flame diverting most of Dai Yu's attention, it would be extremely difficult for her to succeed in killing the surrounding Emperor experts. North Kuan, South Pong, what are you waiting for? As the old ape battled, he roared at Emperor North Kuan, Emperor South Pong, and the others who were watching from the sidelines. Why are you guys still hesitating at this moment? If Emperor North Kuan, Emperor South Pong, Dragon Empress Frost, and the Flower World Lord were willing to take action and stand on the side of Tianhuang World, they could help Dai Yu take away some Emperor experts. Perhaps that slight change would affect the final direction of the battle and break the balance if the pressure on Dai Yu lessened. Before Emperor North Kuan and the others could speak, Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven sneered. As he fought against Dai Yu, he said coldly, "You guys had better think carefully about the consequences of going against the Heavenly Court." Emperor North Kuan and the other three world lords frowned with troubled expressions. It was not that they could not differentiate between right and wrong and did not want to help Tianhuang World. It was because they really did not dare to take the risk. Once they chose to help Tianhuang World, it meant that they would stand against the Heavenly Court. For the past few eras, who among the factions that went against the Heavenly Court had a good ending? Some of them had clansmen who were imprisoned in the Sin Grounds forever and could not see the light of day, suffering a fate worse than death. Some worlds were even completely erased from the medium kiliocosm. Occasionally, when they were mentioned, they would be despised by everyone. Throughout history, there had been an endless number of people who dared to challenge the Heavenly Court, including a few ancient great emperors. Yet what happened in the end? Which of them met with good endings? Although Emperor Desolate Marshal was strong, he had yet to become a great emperor. For several eras, even great emperor experts died one after another and even bore the infamy of being called sin spirits. How much of a wave could a mere Emperor Desolate Marshal cause? Right now, Emperor Desolate Marshal looked domineering and invincible. However, the true masters of the Heavenly Court had yet to attack. Once the great emperors of the Heavenly Court attacked, no one in the medium kiliocosm could defend. Time and again, the heaven conquest battles ended in failure. Every failure would bring immense pain to the living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium kiliocosm, and they would need countless time to recover from it. Emperor North Kuan and Emperor South Pong lowered their heads silently, not daring to meet the old ape's gaze. They could not bear this responsibility. Once they chose to resist the Heavenly Court, the newly born Kuan Pong world might be destroyed. Dragon Empress Frost remained silent. She was the Dragon World Lord and bore the hope of reviving the dragon race. Once they stood opposite the Heavenly Court, the dragon race would probably not even be able to survive this generation, let alone revive. However, if not for Emperor Desolate Marshal back then, the dragon race would have been destroyed and even she would not have survived until now. This was an extremely difficult choice for her. On the one hand, it meant the destruction of the dragon race. On the other hand, it meant morality and kindness. Finally, Dragon Empress Frost paused heavily on the dragon head cane in her hand and said in a deep voice, "I'll give up my life to fight the Heavenly Court. I only hope that no matter what happens in the future of the dragon world, my clansmen won't hate me." At that moment, Dragon Empress Frost stood out with the intention of dying. Sword World. At the beginning of the Emperor battle, the Martial Dao Prime Body withstood the attacks of nearly 300 emperors and killed an Ombudsman Angel domineeringly, instantly changing the situation. The remaining 2 Ombudsman Angels and 2 young masters of the Heavenly Court could not defend against the Martial Dao Prime Body even with their full strength. Right from the beginning, the Martial Dao Prime Body did not even release his world. He merely circulated his blood chi and pushed forward with his physique and bloodline. Apart from the two ombudsman angels, the other emperor experts, including peak emperors with perfected worlds, could not withstand a single punch from the martial Dao prime body. No divine weapon, secret skill, or immortal art could defend against a single punch from the martial Dao prime body. He was absolutely unstoppable. Wherever the martial Dao prime body went, everyone fell. The taboo techniques released by the two young masters of the heavenly court, Emperor Baiyu and Emperor Xianxia, were destroyed by two casual punches from the martial Dao prime body without causing any ripples. The expressions of the two young masters of the heavenly court changed in shock, and they were almost scared out of their wits. Emperor Desolate Martial was clearly much stronger and more terrifying than during the battle in the Great Wilderness. They had never seen such methods before. Those were taboo techniques. However, they were destroyed by Emperor Desolate Martial with two casual punches. The two taboo techniques could not stop the martial Dao prime body for a moment. Seeing that the latter had already closed in, the two young masters of the heavenly court could not escape in time. If not for the two ombudsman angels arriving in time to save them, Emperor Baiyu and Emperor Xianxia would have been beaten to death by the martial Dao prime body in a single exchange. Although the two ombudsman angels managed to save the two young masters of the heavenly court, they did not have it good either. Their worlds were on the verge of collapse from the two punches of the martial Dao prime body and were filled with cracks. A tremendous force passed through the cracks of their worlds and surged into their bodies. The two ombudsman angels vomited blood from the beating. All they could do was drag Emperor Baiyu and Emperor Xianxia into the crowd to avoid further attacks. They could not fight. They could not fight at all. The two ombudsman angels' faces were pale. They prided themselves as the strongest experts below the great emperor realm. However, in front of the martial Dao prime body, they would probably not even be able to withstand 3 punches before being hammered to death on the spot. Thankfully, they had long sent a message to inform the other ombudsman angels of the heavenly court to come down and provide support immediately. If the few of them joined forces, they might be able to stall Emperor Desolate Martial. Go and kill those people from the sword world. Don't bother attacking him. It's useless. Ombudsman Angel Advent Heaven roared and reminded the other Emperor experts to spread out and start a massacre of the sword world. No matter how strong Emperor Desolate Martial was, there was no way he could take care of everyone. That was the best way to stall for time and divert Emperor Desolate Martial's attention. It had to be said that Ombudsman Angel Advent Heaven's change of move was quite timely. If they, the Emperor experts, continued to gather and wanted to fight the martial Dao prime body, they would probably be crushed and become corpses beneath the feet of the martial Dao prime body. In just a short period of time, the number of Emperor experts decreased rapidly. There were less than 200 of them. Half of the 6 blessed heaven world lords were killed by 2 punches from the martial Dao prime body. Right now, the Emperor experts scattered everywhere and charged into the mainland of the sword world to start a massacre. Not only would it cause considerable damage to the cultivators of the sword world, it would also take a lot of time for the martial Dao prime body to pursue them one by one. The Emperor experts were not the only ones. The cultivators of the super-large worlds such as the Stone World, Heavenly Eye World and Golden Crow World were also in a frenzy. When the martial Dao prime body sensed that, his expression was cold as he said slowly, "You guys must be tired of living." The moment he said that, 10 ancient and thick hell gates appeared behind the martial Dao prime body. The gigantic gates stood in the starry skies and emitted a shuddering aura. Wails of ghosts and spirits sounded from every gate. Before many cultivators could react, figures charged out of the 9 hell gates densely like carps crossing a river and charged into the crowd to start a massacre. These living beings came from the 9 hells and were bloodthirsty and ferocious. They were filled with the aura of the netherworld and were true living beings of hell. Apart from sword cultivators, kill everyone else. The voice of the martial Dao prime body was extremely cold. Initially, he did not intend to use the hell army at this moment. He had prepared this hell army for the heavenly court. Apart from the heavenly court and blessed heaven world, there were also worlds from the medium kiliacosm such as the Heavenly Eye World, the Stone World and the Golden Crow World. The martial Tao Prime Body held back at the start and did not intend to start a massacre against these worlds. However, the living beings of these worlds did not show any mercy to the Sword World cultivators and were bent on killing them. When he saw that, the martial Tao Prime Body no longer held back. He opened the Hell Gates and released the bloodthirsty army. This group of living beings from Hell had a natural hatred and disgust for cultivators of the medium kiliacosm. Fortunately, in this generation the martial Tao Prime Body held down Hell. With the help of Consort Yu, he subdued and tamed this ferocious and bloodthirsty Hell army. Otherwise, if such a Hell army suddenly descended and was completely uncontrollable, it would be a huge disaster for the medium kiliacosm. The martial Tao Prime Body had secretly brought living beings of Hell, who had a chance of entering the Emperor realm like Hell Lord Bitter Springs to the great wilderness world through the Hell Gates. After all, the Hell world was comparable to the medium kiliacosm with many experts. It was only because the Hell world was incomplete that these living beings of Hell were suppressed and could not advance to the Emperor realm for a long time. With the complete heaven and earth and dermic Tao of the medium kiliacosm, more than 100 living beings of Hell advanced to the Emperor realm. Such a Hell army had been holding back in the dark and sinister Hell world for countless years. Now that they had descended into the medium kiliacosm, they released shocking combat strength. The living beings of Hell were fearless and excited to the extreme. They charged into the crowd and started a massacre. The battlefield was in chaos. The cultivator armies of the Heavenly Eye world, Stone world, Golden Crow world and other super-large worlds were scattered into chaos by the Hell army. As a result, many Sword World cultivators could catch a breather. Without anything to worry about, the martial Tao Prime Body hunted down the Emperor experts of the Heavenly Court and blessed Heaven World once more. With a single step, he could cross the endless starry skies and shuttle through the battlefield casually. No Emperor expert could defend against the attacks of the martial Tao Prime Body. The martial Tao Prime Body arrived in front of the other party and casually punched out, killing an Emperor expert. The number of Emperors on the battlefield decreased rapidly. The world lords of the Heavenly Eye world, Stone world and Golden Crow world had pale expressions. They already had the intention to retreat and were trembling. If this continued, the Emperor experts they brought would probably die here before the Sword World was destroyed. The two Ombudsman angels' faces were livid as well with bewildered expressions. The situation was not good. According to Emperor Bai Yu and Emperor Azure Flame's previous description, the few of them Ombudsman angels should be enough to deal with Emperor Desolate Marshal. However, in just 100-odd years, the combat strength of Emperor Desolate Marshal was much stronger than what the three young masters of the Heavenly Court had described. Boom! Right then, a loud bang sounded from the firmaments. Thereafter, a gigantic crack opened in the firmaments and a shuddering might emitted from it. Immortal voices sounded faintly and the essence chi was NCH. 5 figures appeared and stood in midair, looking down at the battlefield of the Sword World with cold expressions. On the waists of the 5 figures hung badges unique to the Heavenly Court with the words Power, Autumn, Nether, Vermilion, and Illumination written on them. The 5 Ombudsman Angels of Power Heaven, Autumn Heaven, Nether Heaven, Vermilion Heaven, and Illumination Heaven rushed over immediately without even gathering forces after receiving the cry for help from the medium kiliacosm. On the battlefield, the 2 Ombudsman angels hiding in the crowd with the 2 young masters of the Heavenly Court made use of great Emperor weapons and the chaotic battlefield to hide their tracks and avoid the pursuit of the martial Tao Prime Body. When they saw this, the 2 Ombudsman angels finally heaved a sigh of relief. If the 7 Ombudsman angels joined forces, even if they could not kill Emperor Desolate Marshal, they could try their best to hold him back and wait for the reinforcements of the Heavenly Court army. However, Ombudsman Angel Advent Heaven suddenly realized that the figure of the martial Tao Prime Body had vanished. Ombudsman Angel Advent Heaven was alarmed. He looked around but could not find any traces of the martial Tao Prime Body. Watch out! As though he had thought of something, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the 5 Ombudsman angels descending from the firmaments, reminding loudly. The martial Tao Prime Body would definitely target the 5 Ombudsman angels who had arrived later. The 5 Ombudsman angels who had just descended knew almost nothing about Emperor Desolate Marshal. They had only heard that the 4 young masters of the heavenly court had suffered a huge loss in the medium kiliacosm and did not know how powerful their opponent was. Furthermore, almost no one below the great emperor realm could threaten them all these years. Even the powerful emperors under the Fiend Lord and Ghost Mother could not gain any advantage against them. Under that psychological influence, they would definitely be severely injured if they were targeted by the martial Tao prime body. Indeed, the moment Ombudsman Angel Advent Heaven's warning sounded, the martial Tao prime body had already descended in front of Ombudsman Angel Nether Heaven. His blood chi rumbled, and it was as though countless flames burned in his body. He raised his hand and punched, like a volcano erupting, incinerating everything. Each time these Ombudsman angels descended into the medium kiliacosm, all the Emperor experts had to bow their heads obediently. Ombudsman Angel Nether Heaven had never seen such a situation before he even stabilized his standing. A purple-robed man had already closed in and threw such a terrifying punch at him. Against that punch, all his methods seemed to be worthless. Before his bloodline phenomenon could condense, it was burned into nothingness by the high temperature released by the punch. Before his world could take form, it was torn to pieces by the dermic Tao vortex surrounding the fist. This person's combat strength is probably comparable to a great emperor. That thought flashed through the mind of Ombudsman Angel Nether Heaven. The next moment, his vision darkened and he lost consciousness. Right in front of everyone, the moment the 5 Ombudsman angels descended, one was killed by a single punch from the martial Tao prime body. The remaining 4 Ombudsman angels' expressions changed in shock. Without any time to think, they transformed into their true forms and condensed their worlds. They summoned their great emperor weapons to circle around themselves. However, the figure of the martial Tao prime body vanished once more. There was no chance for the 4 Ombudsman angels to join forces to attack. On the battlefield of the Sword World, when Ombudsman Angel Advent Heaven saw Ombudsman Angel Nether Heaven die, and the martial Tao prime body disappear once more, a layer of haze suddenly shrouded his heart. A strong sense of danger descended suddenly. This is bad. Ombudsman Angel Advent Heaven's scalp tingled and his heart sank. He brought Emperor Baiyu and hid in the crowd under the cover of his great emperor weapon, making it difficult for the martial Tao prime body to notice. However, his shout earlier on was equivalent to exposing himself. Boom! A tremendous scorching power surged over. In the pupils of Ombudsman Angel Advent Heaven, a fist was rapidly approaching, growing larger and larger until it filled his vision. A powerful suction force pulled him and Emperor Baiyu closer and closer to the fist. It was unavoidable. Roar! Ombudsman Angel Advent Heaven and Emperor Baiyu roared at the same time and circulated their blood chi to the limit. Ombudsman Angel Advent Heaven released another taboo technique and punched towards the fist of the martial Tao prime body. Boom! Ombudsman Angel Advent Heaven and Emperor Baiyu shuddered when they met the fist of the martial Tao prime body and coughed out another mouthful of blood. That punch was majestic and firm. Heavier than 1,000 tons, it was unstoppable. The armor on Ombudsman Angel Advent Heaven's body was torn apart by that punch and fell off. He was already covered in injuries. His flesh and skin were torn and blood dyed his snow-white hair red. Emperor Baiyu coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as well with a dim gaze. Before the 2 of them could catch their breaths, the second punch arrived. It was even more ferocious and suffocating than the previous punch. It carried the aura of death and endless might as it enveloped down with a majestic power. In a comber of the vast starry skies of the medium kiliacosm, a white-browed old man sat hunched on a blank tombstone and looked in the direction of the Sword World battlefield, muttering, "The commotion this time round is way too huge. Those few of the heavenly court will probably be alarmed." On the other end of the starry skies, a thin little girl stood in the air and looked at the Sword World as well. Suddenly, she asked, "If those few people attack, should we help?" The 2 of them were billions of kilometers apart in the starry skies, but it was as though there was no obstruction. They spoke casually as though they were right beside one another. In the darkness of another patch of starry skies, a figure slowly appeared like an old woman holding a walking stick. She said slowly, If we attack and fight against the heavenly court, that will mark the beginning of the heaven conquest battle. There isn't a great emperor in the medium kiliacosm yet. It's not the right time for the heaven conquest battle. Furthermore, Feng Du has yet to take the final step as well. The white-browed old man did not say anything, as though he agreed with the old woman. The little girl's gaze shifted in the direction of the heavenly world, and she narrowed her eyes. Her voice was cold. He has gone overboard. He's only doing it for the sake of the heaven conquest battle. It's also to help us return to the major kiliacosm. The old woman said indifferently. The little girl fell silent, but her expression was still cold. On the Sword World battlefield, the second punch of the martial Dao prime body descended and enveloped Ombudsman Angel Advent Heaven and Emperor Baiyu. Boom! There was a loud bang. Finally, Ombudsman Angel Advent Heaven could not hold on any longer. His body reached its limits and he was blasted apart with a single punch, his essence spirit destroyed. At the last critical moment, Emperor Baiyu tore a talisman. The talisman released a shocking killing intent and countless dermic Dao nines enveloped Emperor Baiyu, bringing him in the direction of the heavenly. You're thinking of escaping again? The martial Dao prime body sneered and transformed his fist into a palm. Grabbing towards Emperor Baiyu's head, the dermic Dao runes on Emperor Baiyu's body condensed rapidly, transforming into a long sword with torrential killing intent that slashed towards the palm of the martial Dao prime body. The martial Dao prime body could sense that the dermic Dao runes were methods left behind by a great emperor. If it was more than 100 years ago, it might have caused him some trouble. But now, with a thought, the martial Dao prime body moved the hell suppression tripod back and suppressed the killing intent sword. There was a loud bang. The killing intent sword was shattered by the hell suppression tripod. The palm of the martial Dao prime body landed on the top of Emperor Baiyu's head. You can't kill me, Emperor Baiyu screamed. Piak. The martial Dao prime body did not even give him a chance to say a second sentence. He exerted strength in his palm and his head was instantly blasted into a blood mist. His soul dissipated and he died. When the Emperor experts saw that, deep fear surged in their hearts. Up till this point of the battle, Emperor Desolate Marshal had already killed more than 100 Emperor experts. Apart from the Emperors of the Blessed Heaven World, there were also 3 Ombudsman Angels and a young Master of the Heavenly Court. After the Battle of the Great Wilderness and today's battle, the Blessed Heaven World was almost crippled by Emperor Desolate Marshal single-handedly. Even if a few more Ombudsman Angels descended from the Heavenly Court, judging from the situation, they would probably not be able to defend against the killing of Emperor Desolate Marshal. This battle was the center of attention. Countless experts of the medium kiliacosm were paying attention to this battle and waiting for an outcome. At that moment, it was not only the Heavenly Eye World, Stone World, Golden Crow World, and other worlds. Even the remaining emperors of the Blessed Heaven World wanted to retreat. The Heavenly Court's defeat was imminent. If they did not have extraordinary methods, it would be difficult to salvage the situation. Right then, a shuddering aura suddenly descended from the crack in the sky. The aura was so terrifying that both parties fighting on the battlefield stopped one after another and looked up with terrified expressions. An invisible and immense pressure enveloped the medium kiliacosm. At that moment, all living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium kiliacosm, regardless of their cultivation level or location, were jolted awake and looked up at the starry skies. Living beings of the 10,000 races held their breaths and focused, feeling uneasy, as though a calamity was about to befall the world. It was not only on the battlefield of the Sword World. The battle on Tianhuang World's side gradually stopped as well. This pressure, a rare grim expression appeared on Dai Yu's face. The only one who could make all living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium kiliacosm feel such immense pressure was probably a great emperor. Ant! Right then, a shout suddenly sounded from the crack in the firmaments. When it landed in the medium Sijuyacosm, it exploded like thunder, emitting an endless might that lingered incessantly. Even the emperors present almost knelt on the ground under that shout, let alone cultivators with low cultivation realms. Their ears buzzed and their minds went blank. It was as though the term ant was addressed to them personally. The Iron Crown old man's face was pale. If this battle alarmed a great emperor, not only would the Sword World and Tianhuang World be removed, even Emperor Desolate Marshal would be. Unlike the Emperor experts of the Sword World and Tianhuang World, the Emperor experts of the Heavenly Court heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that voice. The Ombudsman angels were relieved as well. If they were to face Emperor Desolate Marshal, they were not confident at all. Apart from being excited, the emperors from Advent Heaven were also a little indignant. An Advent Heaven emperor could not help but shout sadly, "Master, the Ombudsman Angel and young Master have just been killed by Desolate Marshal. Desolate Marshal, Desolate Marshal." Deep mutters echoed through the crack in the firmaments. No one dared to speak, afraid of disturbing the person from the Heavenly Court. The atmosphere in the world was extremely oppressive. At that moment, the Marshal Dao Prime Body stood in midair and merely raised his head slightly. As he was wearing the Mara mask, no one could see his expression. If anyone could see through it, they would be surprised to discover that the expression of the Marshal Dao Prime Body was much calmer than everyone had imagined. "Desolate Marshal, Desolate Marshal." The deep voice reverberated continuously. Then it stopped abruptly. "How dare you?" A loud shout sounded from the skies, accompanied by a vast and majestic might. A gigantic hand slapped down at Emperor Desolate Marshal through the crack in the firmaments. The gigantic hand blotted out the skies and contained a destructive aura. The moment it arrived at the medium kiliocosm, countless stars in the surroundings were destroyed instantly and turned to dust. The starry skies trembled and the world darkened. The attack of a great emperor. Some of the sword cultivators of the sword world could not withstand the pressure and knelt on the ground one after another. Not only did the gigantic hand that blotted out the skies want to crush the Marshal Dao Prime Body to death, it also enveloped the entire sword world and wanted to destroy it. Even the emperors outside the battlefield shuddered when they sensed this aura. The difference was way too great. This was the power of a great emperor. They could not defend against it at all. Tianhuang World. When Emperor North Kuan and Emperor South Peng saw that, they sighed as well. The reason why they did not help Tianhuang World the entire time was because they were worried that this battle would alarm the great emperors. The attack of a great emperor was enough to pacify everything. In this generation, no one in the medium kiliocosm had seen a great emperor attack and could not imagine what it was like. Although the Marshal Dao Prime Body had seen great emperor experts before, he had never fought them and did not know how strong they were. It was only at that moment when the starry skies trembled and the heavens shook that he experienced the power of a great emperor that could subdue the 10,000 races. It was very strong. This was unprecedentedly powerful. It even made him feel immense pressure. If it was more than 100 years ago, he would definitely not have been able to defend against that palm strike without using the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven. However, today was different from the past. In more than 100 years, Dai Yu had improved greatly. The Marshal Dao Prime Body transformed as well. After the battle in the Great Wilderness, the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven of the Marshal Dao Prime Body had advanced to the Emperor Realm and transformed into the Essence Martial World. The Essence Martial World was his Martial Dao Body. Even without using his Essence Martial World, he could suppress many peak emperors and shatter perfected worlds with the power of his physique and bloodline alone. After the two true bodies met, the Martial Dao Prime Body fused the three Dao fires of the Green Lotus True Body into his body, increasing the power of the Martial Dao Furnace and the Martial Universe greatly. In the battle earlier on, the Martial Dao Prime Body killed in all directions. Even the three Ombudsman angels were killed by him with a few punches. However, in reality, he was still holding back and did not release his full strength. At the beginning of the battle, the Martial Dao Prime Body guessed that there was a high chance that this battle would alarm the great emperors of the Heavenly Court. He had to hold back. And the reason for that was all for this moment. Against the gigantic palm that suppressed down, the Martial Dao Prime Body reared his head and roared. He channeled his blood chi to its limits and a rumbling sound sounded from his body. The next moment, a gigantic inferno furnace appeared in the world and stood tall in the starry skies. Bloodline phenomenon, Martial Dao furnace. In fact, the gigantic inferno furnace even enveloped the gigantic hand that blotted out the skies from the firmaments. 9 flames burned fiercely, wanting to refine the gigantic hand. Humph! A cold snort sounded from heavenly court with a disdainful tone. Suddenly, the gigantic hand that blotted out the skies turned blood red and a tremendous blood cheese spread, filling the entire furnace. It collided with the 9 flames with a sizzling sound. Under the suppression of the blood-red hand, the 9 flames weakened continuously and showed signs of extinguishing. The Martial Dao furnace could not defend against the gigantic palm that blotted out the skies at all. Instead, it swayed continuously, about to be shattered by the gigantic palm. Phew! The Martial Dao prime body channeled his spirit consciousness and released a world, the Martial Universe. The Nether Ghost Fire, Red Lotus Karmic Fire, Tribulation Fire, Vermilion Bird Dao Fire, Hellfire, Immortal Dao Fire, Buddhist Dao Fire, Fiend Dao Fire and Martial Spirit Fire condensed in the universe and transformed into 9 fire dragons that roared into the skies. The 9 fire dragons circled around the Martial Dao furnace, causing the aura of the 9 flames in the furnace to increase greatly, and the flames burned again. The furnace was burned red and translucent thanks to the divine flames internally and externally. Even green smoke rose from the gigantic hand that blotted out the skies. Combined with the Martial Dao furnace, the Martial Universe unleashed the power of the Martial Dao to its limits. The living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium kiliacosm were dumbfounded and shocked when they saw that. Even the Iron Crown Old Man of the Sword World and the Emperor experts of Tianhuang World revealed looks of disbelief. Emperor Desolate Martial's combat strength was actually at the level where he was in a stalemate with a great emperor. Under the starry skies, the gigantic hand that blotted out the skies seemed to be in pain and could not suppress it any longer. Instead, the palm wanted to retract. However, the Martial Dao prime body did not give him a chance. After the Martial Universe and the Martial Dao furnace, another loud bang sounded in the starry skies. 10 gigantic ancient gates descended with a surging might. With the will of the Martial Dao prime body, they exerted strength at the same time and suppressed the gigantic hand that blotted out the skies. Boom! With a deafening bang, the world trembled. The 10 gates of hell smashed heavily against the gigantic hand that blotted out the skies. The next moment, a blood mist filled the sky and a large rain of blood rained down. The blood of a great emperor. The living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium kiliacosm were in an uproar. The medium kiliacosm was shaken. In Tianhuang Hall, Emperor North Kuan and Emperor South Peng's eyes widened as they looked at the rain of blood in disbelief. The two of them had not expected such an outcome after the great emperor of the heavenly court attacked. The palm of the great emperor was shattered by Emperor Desolate Martial. Desolate Martial is probably already... Emperor North Kuan's lips quivered as he gulped and murmured. He's already a great emperor. Others could not see through the cultivation realm of the Martial Dao prime body and did not know that he had just advanced to the emperor realm. However, the scene before them was almost proof that he had to be a great emperor. If not for the combat strength of a great emperor, who could injure a great emperor of the heavenly court? This is a great emperor. The Iron Crown Old Man had an excited expression and his voice trembled. Initially, he thought that the Sword World and Tianhuang World would definitely perish and Emperor Desolate Martial would die as well. However, to think that Emperor Desolate Martial would injure the great emperor of the heavenly court after attacking. Could there be a turning point in this battle? Great emperor, he's a great emperor. Great Emperor Desolate Martial. Emperor Xianxia of the heavenly court was truly shocked. His face was pale as he suddenly exclaimed. Only great emperor experts could fight against great emperors of the heavenly court. The moment the words Great Emperor Desolate Martial sounded, it caused a commotion on the Sword World battlefield. Great Emperor Desolate Martial. In the Sword World, someone shouted. After that voice, more and more sword cultivators shouted with ardor and zeal coursing through their blood. Great Emperor Desolate Martial. Great Emperor Desolate Martial. The sound waves surged and spread in all directions. On the Sword World battlefield, The morale of the cultivator army of the Heavenly Eye world, Stone world, and Golden Crow world decreased greatly. They had terrified expressions and were already at a loss. Tianhuang world. The emperor cultivators of the light world and more than 100 worlds were shocked and could not recover for a moment. The cultivators of the 100-odd worlds were filled with regret. They followed this group of people from the heavenly court to Tianhuang world and thought that it would be a crushing situation and a massacre feast. Who would have thought that they would provoke a great emperor instead? When many living beings of Tianhuang world saw that, they became extremely excited and roared as well. Great Emperor Desolate Marshal! Great Emperor Desolate Marshal! The living beings of Tianhuang world originally thought that Tianhuang world was only established by an immortal king. However, to think that the person presiding over Tianhuang world was actually a great emperor of the human race. It was not only in the sword world. The emperor experts of Tianhuang world, Dragon world, Kunpeng world, and many other worlds had the same thought when they saw that. Great Emperor Desolate Marshal. The great emperor of the medium kiliacosm in this generation had been born. After the death of great Emperor Longevity, this era finally belonged to someone. The Desolate Marshal era. When the emperors thought of that, they were filled with emotions. It was just like fate. The great emperor of the medium kiliacosm in this generation still chose to resist the heavenly court. However, the emperors had many questions. According to the ancient books, anyone who became a great emperor in the medium kiliacosm would definitely cause the world to tremble and the great Tao to resonate. At that moment, all living beings of the 10,000 races in the medium kiliacosm would be able to sense it. However, from the beginning to the end, nothing like this had happened in the medium kiliacosm. Great Emperor? The ombudsman angels looked at the emperors of the blessed heaven world with ugly expressions. The blessed heaven world was under the orders of the heavenly court to monitor the medium kiliacosm. The fact that the medium kiliacosm gave birth to a great emperor was an extremely huge matter. Yet, the heavenly court received no news at all. What are you guys from the blessed heaven world doing? Are you blind? Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven stared at the remaining 3 blessed heaven world lords with a cold gaze and a sinister tone. He was truly enraged. The heavenly court had no clue that such a huge matter happened. Without any preparation, the few of them followed the few young masters of the heavenly court to the sword world to fight against this great emperor of the human race. That was practically committing suicide. 3 ombudsman angels had already died, and it was only by luck that he could survive until now. If they knew that there was a great emperor in the medium kiliacosm, they would definitely not have descended rashly. We didn't know either. Stone Emperor Blessed Heaven had a terrified expression and gave a guileless look as his voice trembled. They really did not sense any phenomenon of the great Tao resonance. If someone in the medium kiliacosm became a great emperor, all living beings of the 10,000 races could sense it, let alone them. Over the years, Emperor Desolate Marshal had indeed been extremely high profile. In fact, he even appeared to resolve the battle of the dragons and phoenixes and the battle of the Kuns and Pungs. However, there had never been any signs that this person had become a great emperor. 3 pieces of trash. Suddenly, Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven attacked and slapped Stone Emperor Blessed Heaven's head, shattering it. His essence spirit was destroyed and he died on the spot. Stone Emperor Blessed Heaven did not expect Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven to attack violently and was caught off guard. In his shock, he was slapped to death. The remaining 2 blessed heaven world lords were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy loudly. Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven suppressed the anger in his heart and harumphed coldly without continuing to kill. A great battle was about to begin. These 2 blessed heaven world lords were peak emperors after all and still had some use. In the darkness of the vast starry skies, suddenly, the old woman's voice sounded. Desolate Marshal has become a great emperor? How did I not know? Others could not hear that voice, but in the other 2 corners of the starry skies, the white-browed old man and the little girl could hear it clearly. He probably hasn't, the white-browed old man said. The last time I met him, he had just advanced to the Emperor realm. It's impossible for him to become a great emperor in 100-odd years. Furthermore, there will definitely be phenomena when one becomes a great emperor in the medium kiliacosm. The little girl said, although he hasn't become a great emperor, his combat strength is already comparable to a great emperor. Heh, it's hard to say. The old woman smiled. That person from Advent Heaven didn't use his full strength when he attacked earlier on. He didn't expect to encounter a nail in the medium kiliacosm. That small injury is nothing to him. Instead, it will infuriate him. When his true body descends, it's still unknown if Desolate Marshal can defend against it. The moment that was said, the old woman's aura suddenly vanished and she hid herself. At the same time, a figure descended slowly from the crack in the firmaments. The heavens trembled and the stars dimmed. Looking at the high and mighty figure, all living beings of the 10,000 races had the urge to prostrate themselves and could not resist at all. An endless might enveloped the medium kiliacosm and suppressed the hearts of all living beings of the 10,000 races. Under such pressure, the only person who could maintain his calm was the martial Tao prime body in the starry skies. So, you've become the new Lord of Hell. Dressed in a white robe, the figure stared at the 10 hell gates around the martial Tao prime body and said slowly. His voice was resounding like metal clashing. And you are? The martial Tao prime body said indifferently. Lamb, the Lord of Advent Heaven. There was a hint of arrogance in the white-robed man's tone. The Lord of Advent Heaven was only a great emperor. However, in the tone of the white-robed man, he did not care about the martial Tao prime body and did not even take him seriously. You're a farce. The Lord of Advent Heaven's tone was indifferent. Although the Lord of Hell is suppressed in Avicii, he's not dead. His Tao imprint is still in the Hell world. It's impossible for you to verify your Tao in the Hell world. As for the medium kiliacosm, I didn't sense any traces of anyone verifying their Tao either. Great Emperor Desolate Marshal? The Lord of Advent Heaven sneered and spat out a word in a disdainful tone. Ant. The moment he said that, the Lord of Advent Heaven attacked once more. His palm looked intact. The injuries from before did not affect him at all. The Lord of Advent Heaven slapped down and the martial Tao prime body did not dodge. Instead of retreating, he advanced and punched. At the same time, combined with the martial Tao furnace, martial universe and 10 gates of hell, he pushed the power of the martial Tao to its limits and released a peak-killing intent. Boom! The fist and palm collided with an earth-shaking bang. A gigantic halo burst forth from the center of the battlefield where the two figures fought. The starry skies collapsed and the void shattered. The power of the collision formed waves of power that spread in all directions. Wherever they passed, they destroyed everything and countless stars turned into dust. Apart from Emperor experts, no other cultivator could withstand the brilliance of the light. They either avoided eye contact or closed their eyes. When everyone opened their eyes again, they saw that the two figures in the center of the battlefield were still in a stalemate. The true body of the Lord of Advent Heaven descended and the martial Tao prime body fought the other party head-on without retreating a single step. That single punch solidified the title of Great Emperor Desolate Marshal completely. After that punch, no one in the medium kiliacosm doubted the title of Great Emperor Desolate Marshal anymore. You're quite capable. A hint of surprise flashed through the depths of the Lord of Advent Heaven's eyes. Indeed, he did not expect the martial Tao prime body to be able to withstand his punch. Again, the Lord of Advent Heaven attacked again and a sword appeared in his palm. When the sword stabbed over, it was completely unfathomable and untraceable. That sword seemed to have already entered the Great Tao. However, the Great Tao was formless and could not be seen or touched. The martial Tao prime body felt a huge sense of danger and his hair stood on end. In fact, he could even smell the aura of death from that strike. Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body closed his eyes. There was no way he could capture the traces of the sword through his eyesight and spirit consciousness alone. The only way he could resolve that sword strike was through his mysterious spirit perception and a keen sense that was born after experiencing countless life and death situations. The martial Tao prime body remained calm and clear. After closing his eyes and shutting his five senses, a chaotic world seemed to appear in his mind. In the gray chaos, a white mark sped towards him and stabbed towards his glabella. Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body opened his eyes and two purple flames rose, burning violently. Boom! The hell suppression tripod descended from the skies and smashed violently into the void in front of him. There was originally nothing there. However, after the hell suppression tripod smashed down, there was the sound of metal clashing and sparks flew. A sharp sword with cold killing intent appeared. The Lord of Advent Heaven raised his brow slightly, as though he had not expected the martial Tao prime body to be able to defend against his attack. Kill! Just as the martial Tao prime body fought the Lord of Advent Heaven, the Ombudsman angels waved their hands and gave the order. The battle between the Sword World and Tianhuang World erupted once more. This time round, the Sword World did not have the martial Tao prime body to help. The Iron Crown Old Man and the Emperors of the Hell World could not defend against the combined forces of the Heavenly Court, Blessed Heaven World, and a few super-large worlds. The moment the battle broke out, countless sword cultivators died. The Iron Crown Old Man was already covered in blood, and his hair was disheveled. He wielded his sword and fought the emperors with all his might. When the martial Tao prime body sensed that, with a thought, the 10 gates of hell arrived at the Sword World battlefield under his control. The 10 gates of hell descended and smashed everyone they saw. Apart from the few Ombudsman angels, the other Emperor experts could not defend against the suppression of the 10 hell gates at all. That was only because most of the martial Tao prime body's attention was focused on resisting the Lord of Advent Heaven, and he could not unleash the full power of the 10 gates of hell. With the 10 gates of hell, the pressure on the Sword World was greatly reduced. However, on the side of the martial Tao prime body, without the augmentation of the 10 gates of hell coupled with his distracted mind, he was instantly at a disadvantage and was completely suppressed by the Lord of Advent Heaven, retreating step by step. Boom! The Lord of Advent Heaven propped up his world. In this world, the Dermic Tao imprint could clearly be seen and vaguely condensed into a white tiger sacred beast with a murderous aura. The Lord of Advent Heaven released his bloodline phenomenon and the blood chi behind him surged. The white tiger sacred beast appeared and roared at Suzimo. Roar! Accompanied by that tiger roar, the Tao imprint of the Lord of Advent Heaven's world fell and fused with his bloodline phenomenon, charging towards the martial Tao prime body. How dare you be distracted when you're fighting me? The Lord of Advent Heaven's gaze was icy as he said coldly, "Let's see how many lives you have." He released killer moves consecutively, wanting to seize the opportunity to kill the martial Tao prime body here. The world behind the martial Tao prime body was clearly only a minor world. However, it could unleash such shocking combat strength to fight him head-on. If Desolate Marshal did not die, he would definitely become a huge problem. With the enhancement of the Tao imprint, the power of the bloodline phenomenon of the Lord of Advent Heaven had clearly increased to another level. Boom! 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 The Lord of Advent Heaven led his world and charged over with the bloodline phenomenon enhanced by the Tao imprint, erupting with a storm of attacks. A series of deafening bangs sounded from the starry skies. Purple flames burned in the eyes of the martial Tao prime body as he propped up the heaven and earth furnace and refined the martial universe. He supported the hell suppression tripod with one hand and clenched his fist with the other, condensing his will of the martial Tao to defend against the attacks of the Lord of Advent Heaven. Thud! 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 The martial Tao prime body retreated continuously. Every single step that landed in the starry skies caused the world to tremble. The martial universe swayed and the 9 fire dragons were no longer as overbearing as before. The Dermic Tao runes on the heaven and earth furnace dimmed. Under the continuous attacks of the Lord of Advent Heaven, they had already begun to distort and reached their limits. The martial Tao prime body spat out a mouthful of blood. Ever since he attained greater mastery of the martial Tao, almost no one could injure him. However, today, against the full strength of this great emperor from the heavenly court, the Lord of Advent Heaven, without the augmentation of the 10 gates of hell, under this wax and wane, the martial Tao prime body was already injured and looked defeated. Sigh! Sighs sounded from the medium kiliacosm. He still lost. It was like fate and reincarnation. The heavenly court merely sent down a single great emperor, and great emperor Desolate Marshal could no longer defend. The light that had just ignited in the eyes of Emperor North Kuan and Emperor South Peng dimmed once more, and the adrenaline in their bodies gradually died down. The two of them regained their composure and remained silent. Zimmo! Like a madman, the Iron Crown old man waved his sword and pushed away the surrounding emperor experts, shouting into the starry skies, "Recall the 10 gates of hell and ignore us." The Martial Dao Prime body acted as though he did not hear anything. Even though he was injured and looked defeated, he was still controlling the 10 gates of hell to help the Sword World defend against the powerful attacks of the Heavenly Court. Once he retracted the 10 gates of hell, the Sword World would be destroyed in less than 3 minutes. Desolate Marshal. When the Lord of Advent Heaven saw that the outcome was decided, he had a proud expression and sneered, "You're about to die yourself, yet you still want to save the Sword World? Alone? You're not enough to kill me." The Martial Dao Prime body wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth casually, and the purple flames in his eyes intensified. Although he was injured, his fighting spirit did not decrease and his aura increased greatly. At that moment, the Lord of Advent Heaven felt a powerful will that was fearless, unyielding, and resistant. It was as though he could see the blazing Dao heart cultivated by the Martial Dao Prime body. It was beyond the confines of heaven and earth itself. It was as though no power in the world could shake it. "Come and fight!" The Martial Dao Prime body hollered and raised the hell suppression tripod. The 4 sacred souls on the tripod wall appeared and roared into the skies, the phantoms of Buddhas surrounding them. At that moment, the aura of the Martial Dao Prime body reached its peak and even suppressed the Lord of Advent Heaven. Boom! 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 The two of them exchanged blows once more, and a series of collisions erupted. Their taboo techniques collided. Their bloodlines clashed. They fought in melee combat. Their essence spirits engaged one another, and their worlds struck one another. After being injured, the Martial Dao Prime body erupted with a powerful will. The more he fought, the braver he became, and his combat strength increased once more. He actually turned the tables and fought back against the Lord of Advent Heaven. Evenly matched. Even with the augmentation of the Dao imprint, the Lord of Advent Heaven could not suppress the Martial Dao Prime body. In a corner of the vast starry skies, looking at the two figures fighting in the starry skies, the little girl suddenly said, "Although no one in the medium kiliacosm has verified their Dao to become a great emperor, Desolate Marshal is comparable to a great emperor in this generation. It's not impossible for us to join forces with him and activate the Heaven Conquest battle." "No!" In another dark shadow, the old woman rejected it directly. "He's not a great emperor of the medium kiliacosm after all. Furthermore, Feng Du is still a little lacking and hasn't fused the 3 corpses." When the little girl heard that, her expression turned cold as she said coldly, "How many people will have to be refined before he fuses his 3 corpses? It's worthwhile no matter how many people are refined." The old woman said casually, "Otherwise, those ants will also be used by the Heavenly Court and become an obstacle for us in the Heaven Conquest battle. Do you think it's worth it?" The little girl's tone had already changed, revealing a hint of killing intent. "That's enough." The white-browed old man interrupted and said indifferently, "It's not appropriate for us to appear now. If we don't show ourselves, those few from the Heavenly Court won't dare to act rashly either. At the very least, Desolate Marshal has a chance of survival. Once we appear, the few great emperors of the Heavenly Court will appear as well. Without a great emperor in the medium kiliacosm, coupled with the fact that Feng Du hasn't become a great emperor yet as well, we will be at a disadvantage for the Heaven Conquest battle." The little girl stopped talking and fell silent. She also knew that the Fiend Lord was right. In the Fiend Lord's heart, he did not care about Desolate Marshal's life or the lives of the masses. In fact, he did not even care about anyone. The Fiend Lord only had a single goal, the Heaven Conquest battle. But she was different. The little girl's gaze landed in the direction of the heavenly world, and she gradually clenched her fists, the coldness in her eyes intensifying. The heavenly world was already enveloped by a death chi. Countless plants withered and living beings wailed. A large area of green mountains and rivers was reduced to ruins. The beasts were dead. The birds fell and the trees withered. Be it race, gender, or cultivation, they could not control the loss of life force in their bodies. Their expressions were filled with despair, and they wailed before they died. In that place, the living beings did not know what was happening at all. Some died in their sleep, some died in panic, some died in fear. Some living beings widened their eyes even before they died. Their faces were filled with confusion, indignation, doubt, fear, and they died with grievances. Father, mother, what's wrong? A 5-year-old child looked at his family, who was shrouded in the death chi, and shouted. The woman had a reluctant expression and wanted to extend her palm to wipe the tears from the corners of the child's eyes gently. However, the moment she raised her hand, she lost her strength and fell in front of the child, her life dissipating. The child pounced on his parents and cried loudly, but he could not take back his loved ones' lives. Before long, the cries of the child gradually died down as well. His face was also enveloped by the death chi. The child no longer cried. Instead, he squeezed into the middle of his parents' corpses and curled up in his parents' arms, gradually losing his breath. A cultivator sprinted with all his might, wanting to escape from this place. However, no matter where he went, he could not help but be tainted by the death chi. In the end, he turned into a withered corpse and fell into the soil. What's going on? Is there anyone who can save us? In an ancient city, a city lord looked at the corpses all over the city and cried out tragically. No one responded. In the end, an additional corpse appeared on the city wall. Heavens, please take pity on us. Why did such a disaster happen? Countless living beings knelt on the ground and prayed to the skies. The heavenly world was already in ruins and living beings were plunged into misery. Gods of the heavens, do you see this? Have you seen the curse that's plaguing this land and the sufferings of the living beings here? Please save us. Buddha, Bodhisattvas, please appear and bless us. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament, where are you? Please save these cultivators of the immortal domain. Be it immortal, fiend, or Buddhist cultivators, no one was spared. They marched on towards their tombs as death chi surged from their bodies. Shouts, cries, wails, and sobs intertwined. However, in the vast medium kiliacosm, who would care about the lives of the living beings of the heavenly world? Apart from true great emperors, who else could hear their voices and see the suffering they were enduring? The sorrow of the masses coupled with their endless resentment finally alarmed that person who was embroiled in a bitter battle in the starry skies. If it was any other time, the martial Tao Prime body would definitely have sensed it earlier. However, he was currently fighting against the strongest expert he had encountered on his path of cultivation, the Lord of Advent Heaven. A part of his attention was also used to control the 10 gates of hell to stabilize the situation of the sword world. He could not afford any further distractions. However, through the ends of the world, he could still vaguely sense the wails of the living beings of the distant heavenly world. The martial Tao Prime body forced the Lord of Advent Heaven back with a single punch and suddenly turned around. His gaze seemed to penetrate the endless void and landed in the heavenly world that was filled with death chi. Feng Du, you must be tired of living. The purple flames in the eyes of the martial Tao Prime body were about to spew out, and his voice was like thunder that spread to every corner of the medium kiliacosm with torrential killing intent. At the same time, the Lord of Advent Heaven also sensed the situation in the heavenly world. He only raised his eyebrows slightly. All living beings in the heavenly world were like ants. He did not care about their lives. He was just curious about Desolate Martial's stance. Desolate Martial was evidently against the heavenly court. However, he seemed to be at odds with that person from the netherworld as well. The Lord of Advent Heaven was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he waited and watched. Ha 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 ha! Feng Du's laughter suddenly sounded from the heavenly world. Since he could no longer hide it, there was no need for him to continue hiding. Desolate Martial, Why are you getting worked up? Feng Du laughed loudly. I'm doing this to help you. Boom. The moment he said that, 3 figures soared into the air in the direction of the fiend domain, 9 firmament immortal domain and pure land of bliss of the heavenly world. They were Heavenly Lord 6 Brahma, Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament and Fiend Emperor Apocalypse. The 3 corpses were surrounded by a dense death chi and bore the same sinister smile on their faces. They arrived above the heavenly world and fused together rapidly. The aura of the 3 corpses was even stronger than the last time the martial Tao Prime body saw it. In order to fuse the 3 corpses and use another method to verify his Tao to become a great emperor, Feng Du had truly refined the billions of living beings of the heavenly world. A gigantic tomb appeared in the sky above the entire heavenly world. The 3 corpses were severed from Feng Du to begin with, and their synthesis speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the 3 corpses fused into one. After their fusion, a tall man with a sinister expression was formed. Suddenly, a phantom-like ball of light descended on the head of the man and entered his consciousness through the top of his head. The man's aura increased once more. With the fusion of the 3 corpses, Feng Du had already become one with the 3 corpses. Feng Du's aura was already infinitely close to that of a great emperor. However, it was still a little short. The 3 corpses were not perfected. Not enough. There aren't enough deaths. Feng Du sneered and spread his arms, shouting, "Come on! The heavens shall witness the rebirth of heaven burial." Boom! 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 Under countless gazes, gigantic tombs rose from a large number of worlds in the medium kiliocosm and enveloped them. The heaven burial dermic Tao descended and endless death chi surrounded it. The emperor experts standing in the starry skies looked down and could see that the medium kiliocosm was filled with tombs and had almost become a gigantic graveyard. What a massive undertaking! In the dark shadows, the old woman praised. After many years of planning, Feng Du had long set up countless dermic runes in various parts of the medium kiliocosm. All of that was for this moment, for him to bury the heavens and refine the masses so that he could verify his Tao to become a great emperor. If Feng Du was allowed to continue, more than half of the living beings of the medium kiliocosm would be buried in unnatural deaths. Everyone in the medium kiliocosm did not know what was happening at all. All living beings ran and cried loudly. Boom! Right then, a figure burst down like a meteor and collided heavily against Feng Du. The martial Tao Prime body descended above the heavenly world and interrupted Feng Du's dermic art with a punch. Feng Du! The eyes of the martial Tao Prime body burned with purple flames. However, his voice was extremely cold as he said slowly, "I told you to behave yourself and not become the second Lord of Hell." Feng Du was just a step away from becoming a great emperor. Now that he was interrupted by the martial Tao Prime body, his expression darkened as well. Desolate martial. Feng Du's tone was unfriendly and his gaze was faint as he said coldly, "You'd better think carefully. As long as I become a great emperor, I can help you suppress the Lord of Advent Heaven. Don't tell me you want to become the second great emperor infinite." The martial Tao Prime body was enraged and attacked again. Without listening to Feng Du, the hell suppression tripod smashed towards Feng Du. Boom! 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 A battle broke out between the martial Tao Prime body and Feng Du. Although Feng Du had yet to become a true great emperor, after the synthesis of the 3 corpses, he was already infinitely close to the physique of a great emperor. Coupled with his great emperor essence spirit, although the martial Tao Prime body had the upper hand, it was difficult for him to suppress Feng Du for the time being. Right then, the martial Tao Prime body's heart skipped a beat. A sharp weapon tore through the air. Before it descended, he felt a dull pain behind his head. The hell suppression tripod had just smashed towards Feng Du and he could not dodge in time. He could only punch behind him. Blood splattered everywhere. A sword pierced through the fist of the martial Tao Prime body. His entire arm was pierced by that sword and shattered, causing flesh and blood to splatter. It was the sharp sword enhanced by the Tao imprint of the Lord of Advent Heaven. To the Lord of Advent Heaven, even if Feng Du became a great emperor, he was not a threat to him or the heavenly court. Furthermore, Feng Du's method of verifying the Tao to become a great emperor was not through verifying the Tao in the medium kiliacosm. Instead, he severed 3 corpses before fusing them to transform into the body of a great emperor. Thereafter, he would inject his great emperor-level essence spirit, allowing his combat strength to reach the level of a great emperor. To the Lord of Advent Heaven, the true threat was the martial Tao Prime body. He had just advanced to the Emperor realm and already had combat strength comparable to a great emperor. If he was allowed to grow, there was a high chance that he would severely injure the heavenly court. The Lord of Advent Heaven did not care about the lives of the living beings in the medium kiliacosm. He did not care about the hostility between the heavenly court and the netherworld. He only cared about getting rid of the potential threat of the martial Tao Prime body. Therefore, when the martial Tao Prime body fought Feng Du, the Lord of Advent Heaven did not attack Feng Du instead. He chose to attack the martial Tao Prime body. This strike was the accumulated attack of the Lord of Advent Heaven. He calculated the timing and was certain that the martial Tao Prime body could not avoid it. It was already beyond the Lord of Advent Heaven's expectations that the martial Tao Prime body could avoid that fatal strike at the cost of an arm. Humph! In the dark shadows of the vast starry skies, the old woman harumphed softly. Desolate Marshal overestimated himself. He could barely deal with the Lord of Advent Heaven alone, and yet he wanted to gain another strong foe for himself by suppressing Feng Du. And now? Great. He's going to have to fight 2 of them single-handedly. I'll see just how long more he can last after being severely injured by the Lord of Advent Heaven. The white-browed old man lowered his gaze, seemingly unconcerned about the scene before him. The little girl only looked at the battlefield silently and clenched her fists. As though she sensed something, the old woman turned to the little girl and suddenly said, "Xianxia, don't tell me you want to help Desolate Marshal?" The little girl was expressionless and remained silent. The old woman smiled. "I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. It won't be beneficial for us if you provoke those few people from the heavenly court and cause the heaven conquest battle to be brought forward." Shameless! When the old ape of Tianhuang world sensed the scene earlier on, he could not help but curse. The feud between the heavenly court and the netherworld was extremely deep. However, just now, when the Lord of the netherworld wanted to bury the heavens and refine all living beings, not only did the great emperor of the heavenly court have no intention of stopping him, he even severely injured Emperor Desolate Marshal, who was stopping Feng Du. The living beings of the medium kiliacosm were stunned as well. Initially, many of them were willing to follow the heavenly court and kill evil fiends. However, at that moment, the choice of the great emperor of the heavenly court disappointed them completely. An evil fiend was clearly killing all living beings in the medium kiliacosm wantonly, but the great emperor of the heavenly court did not care. All he cared about was killing great Emperor Desolate Marshal. Earlier on, in order to protect the living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium kiliacosm, great Emperor Desolate Marshal did not hesitate to make a strong foe for himself, causing him to be attacked from both sides and lose an arm. At that moment, many cultivators and living beings had already woken up. Everyone could tell that the Lord of the Netherworld, Feng Du, was heartless and inhumane. He did not care about the survival of the medium kiliacosm at all. The people of Heavenly Court did not care about their lives either. Only Great Emperor Desolate Marshal was doing his best to save them. Great Emperor Desolate Marshal. This is the Great Emperor of our medium kiliacosm. The Great Emperor of our human race. Someone murmured with tears in his eyes. Above the heavenly world, the martial Tao Prime body stood in midair. The wound on his severed arm had already stopped bleeding. The strike of the Lord of Advent Heaven was way too powerful. The sword edge was augmented with the Tao imprint of the Lord of Advent Heaven and contained the extremely terrifying killing intent of the White Tiger Sacred Beast race. The dermic Tao imprint with biting killing intent condensed at the wound of the martial Tao Prime body's severed arm. The martial Tao Prime body relied on his powerful blood qi to temporarily stop the bleeding and prevent a large loss of blood qi. However, he could not regrow his arm in a short period of time. Hee. When Feng Du saw that, he gloated and laughed strangely. Desolate Marshal, I'm the only one who truly wants to help you. Unfortunately, you couldn't appreciate my good intentions. Look what happened to you. This is your retribution for being a busybody. Pausing for a moment, Feng Du smiled again. I was wrong previously. You can't become the second great Emperor Infinite at all. You've only just entered the Emperor realm and are far inferior to Infinite. It's enough to kill you. The martial Tao prime body looked at the heavenly world that was filled with devastation and corpses as he said with a cold tone. Zing! The Lord of Advent Heaven did not give the martial Tao prime body any chance to catch his breath and attacked once more, wanting to seize the opportunity to kill him here. Fufu! When he saw that, Feng Du chuckled. Great Emperor Desolate Martial? There was no need for him to care about that person at all. He could get rid of him with the help of the great Emperor of the Heavenly Court. Feng Du channeled his essence spirit and circulated the Heaven Burial Sutra once more, continuing to refine the medium kiliacosm and refine all living beings of the 10,000 races, prepared to take the final step. Boom! The moment the Heaven Burial Sutra circulated, the hell suppression tripod shone with divine light and the sacred beasts roared. Sanskrit reverberated and smashed down on his head once more. The martial Tao prime body wanted to charge towards him and interrupt his dermic art even if he had to risk another sword wound on his body. You! Feng Du was furious. Desolate Martial was already an arm short and could barely protect himself under the attack of the Lord of Advent Heaven. Yet, Desolate Martial was still bent on stopping him. Although he thought that, Feng Du did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly took out a black paper from his pocket that emitted a dark light and blocked above his head, colliding with the hell suppression tripod. Even though the page of black paper blocked more than half of the power, Feng Du's body still trembled. Humph! Feng Du's expression was dark as he harumphed coldly and grit his teeth. Desolate Martial, are you still unable to see the situation clearly at this point? I once said that all living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium kiliacosm are ants and their lives are worthless. No one cares about them at all. I don't care, neither does the heavenly court. Feng Du did not hide his voice and all living beings of the medium kiliacosm heard him clearly. Everyone could see everything clearly. The living beings of the 10,000 races knew in their hearts that Feng Du was right. In the eyes of the heavenly court and the netherworld, they were ants and livestock. No one had ever cared about their lives. Since ancient times, they had been the victims of the chaos of this great tribulation. I care. Right then, another voice sounded in the world. His tone was calm but abnormally firm and unquestionable. The hearts of the living beings of the 10,000 races skipped a beat and they looked up one after another. With me around, none of you shall mess around with the medium kiliacosm. Above the stars, the purple-robed man, who was covered in blood, raised his single arm and pointed at the heavens and earth. His voice was like a bell as he shouted, I don't care if you're from the heavenly court or the netherworld. If you dare to kill the innocent in the medium kiliacosm, I'll destroy you first. Those words were filled with killing intent and resonated throughout the medium kiliacosm. Everyone who heard them was moved. Desolate Martial is indeed worthy of being a great emperor. The Iron Crown old man was agitated. Tianhuang World. Emperor North Kuan and Emperor South Peng's eyes gradually turned red with tears in them as they bowed deeply in the direction of the martial Tao prime body at the same time. Thereafter, the two world lords of the Kuan-Peng world joined the battle and charged towards the emperors of the light world and the heavenly court. Great Emperor Desolate Martial. The flower world lord had a dazed expression as she murmured softly, perhaps he's truly the embodiment of the meaning of a great emperor. The flower world lord's eyes gradually regained clarity before joining the great Emperor Desolate Martial. Great Emperor Desolate Martial. Shouts sounded from the medium kiliacosm. The shouts from the hearts of the living beings of the 10,000 races gathered into an earth-shaking sound wave to support the martial Tao prime body. Although the martial Tao prime body was alone, it was as though countless living beings of the world stood behind him. At that moment, under the pressure of the great emperor of the heavenly court and the lord of the netherworld, the aura of the martial Tao prime body rose against the tide and the flames of war burned in his eyes once more. The reason why Feng Du chose this opportunity to bury the heavens and refine all living beings was because he had calculated that the martial Tao prime body would be held back by the great emperor of the heavenly court and would not be free. However, he underestimated the determination of the martial Tao prime body. He had not expected that even faced with the choice of fighting 1 against 2 and going against the heavenly court and netherworld, the martial Tao prime body would still want to stop him. Feng Du did not understand Desolate Martial's Tao. Desolate Martial established his Tao and imparted martial arts to all living beings. The original intention of the martial Tao was for all living beings in the world to cultivate and become immortals. The great Tao was long and the path ahead was uncertain. The further Desolate Martial walked, the more he would never forget the original intention of the martial Tao. The little girl in the corner of the starry skies had a cold expression as she looked at the figure on the battlefield with a gentle gaze. She knew that she had not misjudged him. She knew that entrusting him with the dream badge was the right move. The Lord of Advent Heaven's expression changed. He realized that if things continued to delay and Desolate Martial's aura was allowed to accumulate to its peak, there was no telling what would happen. He had to suppress Desolate Martial while he was injured. Buzz. Sword hums sounded endlessly as killing intent descended. The Lord of Advent Heaven attacked once more. All right. At the same time, Feng Du had a ferocious gaze and said coldly, "Since you want to die so much, I'll send you to the netherworld first." With the martial Tao prime body around, there was no way he could bury the heavens and refine all living beings. Feng Du could only give up on his plan for the time being and work with the Lord of Advent Heaven to kill the martial Tao prime body first. Therefore, an extremely strange sight appeared in the world. The two sworn enemies, the great emperor of the heavenly court and the lord of the netherworld, joined forces to attack the martial Tao prime body. Boom! 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 The battle between the three experts caused the world to collapse and the starry skies to tremble. The one-armed martial Tao prime body had the hell suppression tripod hanging above his head. His gaze was like a torch. Although he was injured, the fighting spirit on his body did not weaken at all. He fought against the two top experts, the Lord of Advent Heaven and the Lord of the Netherworld. The three figures collided continuously in the world. Light and shadow intertwined and sword chi vibrated. It was not as though the martial Tao prime body did not have any backup plans. The essence martial world was his ultimate trump card. However, the martial Tao prime body did not dare to release it easily. He had a feeling that as long as he summoned the essence martial world again, that intense sense of danger will definitely materialize and descend upon him. The martial Tao prime body did not know how much time he would have left after summoning the essence martial world. However, he knew that now was not the time. The martial Tao prime body was waiting for an opportunity. If a few more great emperors of the heavenly court descended, he could fight to the death and summon his essence martial world to synthesize with the martial universe. The two worlds would fuse and push his combat strength to the limit, establishing the greatest advantage for the heaven conquest battle. However, now that he had lost an arm and did not release the essence martial world, the martial Tao prime body could not defend against the encirclement of the Lord of Advent Heaven and the Lord of the Netherworld and retreated step by step. He was still waiting. At the same time, the martial Tao furnace was also refining the dermic Tao imprint on the wound of the severed arm with all its might, fusing it into its body and into the martial universe. After every round, a sword wound would appear on the martial Tao prime body. Each time he was struck by Feng Du's black paper, he would vomit blood as well. At that moment, the martial Tao prime body was only relying on his powerful will and unyielding heart of the martial Tao to fight the Lord of Advent Heaven and Feng Du as much as possible. Although he was filled with the hopes of all living beings of the 10,000 races, the battle between great emperors was not child's play after all. The hopes and shouts of all living beings of the 10,000 races could only help the martial Tao prime body increase morale but not his combat strength. In the starry skies, the martial Tao prime body was retreating in defeat. Bloodied footprints were left behind beneath his feet in a shocking manner. The shouts of the living beings of the 10,000 races gradually faded. When they saw that, the hearts of many cultivators sank gradually as well. Great Emperor Desolate Marshal could not hold on any longer. Looking at Great Emperor Desolate Marshal, who was covered in blood and was beaten up by the Lord of Advent Heaven and the Lord of the Netherworld until he spat out blood and staggered, someone could no longer bear to watch. Is there no one in the medium kiliocosm who can stand out and help Great Emperor Desolate Marshal? An Immortal King expert asked loudly. No one responded. When the Iron Crown Old Man, Emperor Northkuin, Dragon Empress Frost, and the others on the battlefield saw that, their hearts sank as well. This was a battle between great emperors. Even peak emperors like them were useless, let alone immortal kings. If they charged forward, they would be killed by the aftershock of the three of them fighting before they could get close. Dai Yu had obtained an absolute advantage on the battlefield of Tianhuang World thanks to the help of Emperor Northkuin and Emperor Southpeng. However, she could not escape the entanglement of Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven, Emperor Azure Flame, and the other Emperor experts in a short period of time. Although she was in the Emperor battle, she was constantly paying attention to the peak battle in the starry skies. Dai Yu's expression was indifferent. However, every time the martial Dao Prime body was injured or vomited blood, a ripple would appear in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Is the great emperor of the human race in this generation going to die just like that? No one wanted to believe it. Can anyone help Great Emperor Desolate Marshal? Someone cried bitterly. We're already in a critical situation. Who else can help the medium kiliocosm? The living beings of the 10,000 races and Great Emperor Desolate Marshal survived this calamity. Everyone shouted loudly, but no one replied. A sense of sorrow and despair reverberated through the world and lingered on the living beings of the 10,000 races. With the death of Great Emperor Desolate Marshal, most of them would be buried along the path of the Lord of the Netherworld's Dao verification. Starry Skies Battlefield. The condition of the Martial Dao Prime body looked worse and worse, and his injuries worsened. Fufu? In the darkness, when the old woman saw that, she chuckled and said indifferently, ending up in such a state for a group of ants. How foolish. The white-browed old man was expressionless. He did not mock nor was he moved. He only closed his eyes slowly. That was because he knew that Desolate Marshal was about to die. Desolate Marshal was someone he had once thought highly of. However, he would not step in until it was time for the Heaven Conquest battle. On the other side of the starry skies, the little girl's clenched fists suddenly relaxed. She raised her head and took a step forward as though she had made a decision. However, at that moment, she suddenly stopped and turned around, looking in the direction of the edge of the medium kiliocosm. As though he sensed something, the white-browed old monk suddenly opened his eyes and a divine light shone from them, landing on Tianhuang World. In the darkness, the old woman appeared with a grim expression. At the same time, the living beings of the 10,000 races of the world seemed to have sensed something at the same time. People stopped their cries and shouts. At the same time, they focused and looked up at the firmaments instinctively with bated breaths. Even on the battlefields of the Sword World and Tianhuang World, countless emperors, immortal kings and perfected spirit experts stopped instinctively and looked up. A blood-colored butterfly appeared vaguely in the firmaments of the medium kiliocosm and became clearer under everyone's gazes. The blood color of the butterfly became even more vibrant. Countless experts watched this scene in disbelief with shocked expressions. The next moment, the great Tao resonated and the world shook. This is a Tao imprint. The dermic Tao imprint of the medium kiliocosm. Someone has verified the Tao in the medium kiliocosm and became a great emperor. The emperor experts were agitated and shouted. The Iron Crown old man had an excited expression as he looked at the blood-colored butterfly in the firmaments with tears streaming down his face. Good. With these two emperors coexisting in this generation, there's hope for the medium kiliocosm and all living beings of the 10,000 races. All living beings of the 10,000 races had excited expressions and their blood boiled. Looking at the imprint of the blood-colored butterfly in the firmaments, they were endlessly shocked. Who is the one who verified the Tao in the medium kiliocosm and advanced to the great emperor realm? Most living beings did not recognize the blood butterfly imprint. Who else could it be? It must be Demon Empress Blood Butterfly of the Great Wilderness World. Wrong. Her name is now Great Empress Blood Butterfly. Great Emperor Desolate Marshal, Great Empress Blood Butterfly. Doesn't that mean that two great emperors have appeared in the medium kiliocosm in this generation? This era can't be simply called the Desolate Marshal era. It's the unprecedented Double Emperor's era. The medium kiliocosm shall prosper and the 10,000 races shall prosper. Will Great Empress Blood Butterfly appear to help Great Emperor Desolate Marshal fight against the Heavenly Court? Great Empress Blood Butterfly is Great Emperor Desolate Marshal's Tao companion. Now that Great Emperor Desolate Marshal is beaten so badly, what else do you think she'll do? At that moment, the Blood Butterfly Tao imprint in the firmaments became the focus of everyone. The birth of two great emperors in the same era had already broken all knowledge and records in the past. Furthermore, the two great emperors were Tao companions. This era was destined to be recorded in history. Even many emperor experts were puzzled for some unknown reason. Only a few people could roughly guess the reason. In reality, Desolate Marshal had yet to become a great emperor. Instead, he merely reached the great emperor realm in terms of combat strength alone and was fighting above his level. The person who truly verified the Tao in the medium kiliocosm and advanced to the great emperor realm was the Blood Butterfly of the Great Wilderness World. At that moment, cheers sounded from the Sword World, Tianhuang World and Great Wilderness World. The Ombudsman Angels and Emperor experts of the Heavenly Court were alarmed and their expressions changed starkly. The addition of a great emperor in the medium kiliocosm would have an immeasurable impact on the current situation. The Lord of Advent Heaven merely frowned. However, his expression was still relatively calm. On the contrary, the emperors of the Heavenly Court were evidently scared. In particular, on the battlefield of Tianhuang World, the expressions of Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven, Emperor Azure Flame, and the other emperors of the Heavenly Court changed in shock. Who would have thought that a great emperor would appear while they were fighting? Escape! When Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven and Emperor Azure Flame realized what happened, they turned to run. In front of a great emperor, the emperors of the Heavenly Court, were nothing. Dai Yu had an indifferent expression as she looked in the direction of the two of them without moving. However, the Blood Butterfly Tao imprint in the firmaments suddenly flapped its wings. Poof! Poof! Under countless gazes, the figures of Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven and Emperor Azure Flame exploded instantly, turning into two balls of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were destroyed and they died. Hiss! This was the first time Demon Empress Blood Butterfly attacked after becoming a great emperor. To think that it would be so terrifying. That single move completely destroyed the psychological defense of the emperors of the Heavenly Court. It was not only Tianhuang World. The emperors of the Heavenly Court in the Sword World were also retreating in panic, not daring to stay in the medium kiliocosm and flying in the direction of the Heavenly Court. Right now, they could only hide for the time being and wait for the orders of the other great emperors of the Heavenly Court. Great emperor experts could descend to various parts of the medium kiliocosm at will. No one knew where Dai Yu's next attack would come from. However, the emperor experts knew that without the obstruction of a great emperor, Great Empress Blood Butterfly could kill them as easily as crushing an ant. With the retreat of the emperors of the Heavenly Court, the alliance armies of the Blessed Heaven World, Light World, Stone World, Heavenly Eye World, and many other worlds were in no mood to fight and fled one after another. The cultivators of the Sword World and Tianhuang World finally had a chance to catch their breath and escape danger for the time being. The imprint of the blood-colored butterfly hung in the firmaments. The blood-colored full moon on its wings was like a pair of blood-colored pupils as it glared down at the emperors on the battlefield. Under the pair of blood-colored pupils, the emperor experts from the Heavenly Court, Blessed Heaven World, Light World, and other worlds felt their scalps tingle as though they were stabbed in the back. This was the intimidation of a great emperor. Although Great Emperor Desolate Marshal, the Lord of Advent Heaven, and the Lord of the Netherworld were strong, they did not have the aura and might of Great Empress Blood Butterfly in the medium kiliocosm. The Martial Tao Prime Body had just advanced to the Emperor realm. He was merely fighting above his cultivation realm with combat strength comparable to a great emperor. The essence spirit of the Lord of the Netherworld had reached the great emperor realm. However, he was still a step short for his severed three corpses to verify the Tao. Although the Lord of Advent Heaven was a true great emperor expert in the medium chiliocosm, his Tao imprint was faintly suppressed by Great Empress Blood Butterfly's Tao imprint. Dai Yu ignored the fleeing emperors of the heavenly court. Her blood robe fluttered and she moved gently. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at the starry skies battlefield. The moment someone became a great emperor, the battle between the Lord of Advent Heaven, the Lord of the Netherworld and the martial Tao Prime Body had already stopped. At that moment, with Dai Yu's arrival, the Lord of Advent Heaven and the Lord of the Netherworld did not dare to act rashly. Great Empress Blood Butterfly? The Lord of Advent Heaven's eyes flickered as he said in a deep voice, "If you're willing to submit to the heavenly court, I can make the decision to let bygones be bygones. In the future, you might even have a chance of ascending to the major chiliocosm and obtain eternal life." Dai Yu looked at the martial Tao Prime Body who was covered in blood and injuries not far away. Her heart ached and her killing intent had already accumulated to its peak. She turned to look at the Lord of Advent Heaven and the Lord of the Netherworld with a cold gaze. Boom! Dai Yu did not waste her breath on the Lord of Advent Heaven and the Lord of the Netherworld at all. She attacked directly and took a step forward. Under the sleeves of her wide blood-colored robe, she extended her fair palm and slapped the two of them. The dermic Tao imprint of a blood butterfly appeared vaguely in Dai Yu's palm. The wings of the blood butterfly trembled slightly. Before Dai Yu's palm arrived, the Lord of Advent Heaven and the Lord of the Netherworld felt a gigantic storm descend, as though it wanted to tear their bodies into pieces. Under the gazes of all living beings of the 10,000 races, Dai Yu had just become a great emperor. Instantly, she fought one against two, wanting to suppress the Lord of Advent Heaven and the Lord of the Netherworld domineeringly. On the other side, the martial Tao Prime Body obtained a chance to catch his breath and circulated the martial universe and heaven and earth furnace once more, refining the remaining dermic Tao imprint of the Lord of Advent Heaven at his severed arm crazily. Dai Yu had just become a great emperor and her dermic Tao imprint had yet to fuse completely with the medium chiliocosm. Her combat strength had yet to reach its peak and she was definitely unable to suppress the Lord of Advent Heaven and the Lord of the Netherworld. However, Dai Yu's attack bought the martial Tao Prime Body an extremely precious period of time to recover. Humph! The Lord of Advent Heaven sneered. A mere butterfly from a weak race who's lucky enough to become a great emperor. However, not only do you not know what's good for you, you're even trying to suppress me. Not only do I want to suppress you, I want to crush the heavenly court as well. Dai Yu hollered and her aura surged. She wanted to ascend to the major chiliocosm. However, she did not need the charity and pity of the heavenly court. She wanted to rely on her own strength to break through all the obstacles in front of the great Tao. That was Dai Yu's Tao. Dream on! The Lord of Advent Heaven sneered again. If the 8 great emperors of the heavenly court descended, Great Emperor Desolate Martial and Great Empress Blood Butterfly would die. On the other side, the dermic Tao imprint on the severed arm of the martial Tao Prime Body had already dissipated silently and the blood chi in his body burned once more. A roar sounded. The arm of the martial Tao Prime Body regrew at a visible speed. This martial Tao body was the essence martial world that smelted countless dermic Taos. The blood chi was so terrifying that, in a few breaths, the wounds on the martial Tao Prime Body healed as usual. Roar! The martial Tao Prime Body reared his head and roared. With a single step, he shattered the starry skies and descended on the battlefield with the hell suppression tripod in his hands. Feng Du die! At that moment, Great Emperor Desolate Martial and Great Empress Blood Butterfly joined forces to fight against the world. With Dai Yu restraining the Lord of Advent Heaven, it was much easier for the martial Tao Prime Body to fight the Lord of the Netherworld. However, the situation was the opposite for the Lord of the Netherworld. The pressure on him increased. Although the martial Tao Prime Body had yet to become a great emperor, He broke through with his strength and was an expert who could truly fight the Lord of Advent Heaven head-on and not be at a disadvantage. If the Lord of the Netherworld could fuse his severed three corpses successfully, his combat strength would be comparable to a great emperor. However, he was still a step short. That alone meant that the Lord of the Netherworld was not a true great emperor and could not fight the martial Dao prime body in terms of combat strength. At that moment, because Dai Yu had become a great emperor, the danger of Tianhuang World and Sword World was resolved. With a thought, the martial Dao prime body summoned the 10 gates of hell. His aura intensified and his combat strength increased exponentially. Boom! 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 Martial Dao fist. The hell suppression tripod that was surrounded by the sacred soul and reverberated with Sanskrit. The 10 gates of hell. The heaven and earth furnace. The martial universe. Against the torrential attacks of the martial Dao prime body, the Lord of the Netherworld could not defend at all and retreated step by step. The quasi-great emperor corpse body that he condensed gently cracked and a large amount of blood appeared. If not for the fact that the black paper in the hands of the Lord of the Netherworld was extremely mysterious and powerful, as though there was an endless void inside that could resolve more than half of the attack of the martial Dao prime body. The corpse body of the Lord of the Netherworld would have long been shattered by the martial Dao prime body. In the darkness of the starry skies, the old woman looked at the scene on the battlefield with a dark expression. She looked in the direction of the little girl and the white-browed old man and asked in a deep voice, "Are we going to stand by and do nothing while desolate marshal suppresses Fengdu?" He brought this upon himself. Who can he blame? The little girl sneered with a mocking tone. The white-browed old man lowered his eyes like an old monk in meditation. The old woman narrowed her eyes and said faintly, "Don't forget his background and who he represents." When the little girl heard that, her expression turned cold as she said slowly, "If not for that, I would have dragged him into the beast Dao long ago. How could I have let him live until today? Fiend Lord, what do you think?" When the old woman saw the white-browed old man pretend to be oblivious, she asked bluntly. The white-browed old man opened his sleepy and turbid eyes and said indifferently, "Now, desolate marshal and the great emperor of the medium Kiliacosm want to kill him. If we help him, it means that we'll become enemies with great emperor desolate marshal and great empress blood butterfly, and that'll be disadvantageous for the heaven conquest battle." Prior to this, the martial Dao prime body was severely injured by the combined forces of the Lord of Advent Heaven and the Lord of the Netherworld and almost died. He did not care and even stopped the little girl from helping the martial Dao prime body. It seemed like he was deliberately biased towards the Lord of the Netherworld. At that moment, the Lord of the Netherworld was beaten up by the martial Dao prime body until he could not fight back and would most likely be suppressed. Still, he was unmoved and even stopped the old woman from appearing. From the looks of it, he seemed to be on great Emperor Desolate Marshal's side again. The white-browed old man's attitude was different from before and even seemed contradictory. In reality, the white-browed old man did not care who lived or died between great Emperor Desolate Marshal and the Lord of the Netherworld. He only cared about one thing, the heaven conquest battle. Previously, no one in the medium Kiliacosm became a great emperor. If the little girl appeared to save Desolate Marshal, it would mean offending Fengdu. Furthermore, they would be forced to start the heaven conquest battle in advance, and that would be disadvantageous for the heaven conquest battle. But now, Dai Yu had become a great emperor. If the old woman saved the Lord of the Netherworld, there would definitely be a conflict with great Emperor Desolate Marshal and great Empress Blood Butterfly. Offending two great emperors of the medium Kiliacosm for Fengdu, who had yet to become a great emperor, was disadvantageous for the heaven conquest battle. Right from the beginning, although the white-browed old monk seemed senile in his decisions, he was actually extremely calm. That calmness had even reached the point of being cold and heartless. The little girl only took a deep look at the white-browed old man and did not say anything. The old woman was silent for a long time before she suddenly smiled. "Master said that you're cold by nature and don't care for anyone in your heart. Guess he was right." The white-browed old man was expressionless, as though he did not hear anything and seemed to have entered a meditative state once more. As the few of them conversed, the battlefield changed once more. The Lord of Advent Heaven could not gain any advantage in the battle with Dai Yu and could not help but frown. Given the current situation, it was useless for him to stay in the medium kiliacosm alone. Two great emperors were born in the medium kiliacosm. Empress Evil and the Fiend Lord were probably spying in the dark and waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Only by gathering the other 7 lords of the Heavenly Court and all the power of the Heavenly Court could they resolve this chaos. At that thought, the Lord of Advent Heaven exchanged another head-on blow with Dai Yu before retreating, turning into a streak of light that sped towards the Heavenly Court. There was another deeper reason why the Lord of Advent Heaven took the initiative to retreat. It was an extremely devious scheme. Desolate Marshal was enraged and clearly wanted to suppress the Lord of the Netherworld. If he suddenly left the battlefield at that moment, it meant that the Lord of the Netherworld would definitely lose against Great Emperor Desolate Marshal and Great Empress Blood Butterfly. The Lord of the Netherworld was on the side of the evil fiends. There was a high chance that Brahma Ghost Mother, the Fiend Lord and Empress Evil might step in to intervene. If Great Emperor Desolate Marshal and Great Empress Blood Butterfly could fight Brahma Ghost Mother, the Fiend Lord and Empress Evil, the Heavenly Court would be able to reap the benefits. Even if the two sides could not fight, the matter of suppressing the Lord of the Netherworld would definitely leave a knot in Brahma Ghost Mother and the others' hearts and cause a rift between the two sides. Dai Yu had just become a great emperor. In reality, her dermic Tao had yet to be perfected and her combat strength could not be unleashed to its peak. Given her current methods, she could not hold back the Lord of Advent Heaven from his retreat. Dai Yu did not pursue. Instead, she turned around and arrived at another battlefield, slapping towards the Lord of the Netherworld. "You guys!" The expression of the Lord of the Netherworld changed drastically and he screamed. He was already on the verge of collapse from the beating of the martial Tao Prime body alone. Now that another great emperor had joined the battlefield, it was even more impossible for him to defend. Boom! The clothes on the corpse body of the Lord of the Netherworld shattered and its surface was torn, producing gigantic blood wounds that splattered everywhere. Earlier on, the Lord of the Netherworld and the Lord of Advent Heaven joined forces and severely injured the martial Tao Prime body, gaining the upper hand. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the Lord of the Netherworld suffered the same outcome and was surrounded by two great emperors. The martial Tao Prime body could still barely hold on against the siege of the Lord of Advent Heaven and the Lord of the Netherworld. After Dai Yu attacked, the Lord of the Netherworld collapsed instantly. Feng Du. The martial Tao Prime body held the Hell Suppression tripod in his hands and looked down from above, saying coldly, "I'll make you the second Lord of Hell today." Desolate Marshal. The Lord of the Netherworld had a ferocious gaze and a menacing expression as he said coldly, "Don't even think about having an easy time after suppressing me. I'll let you witness my capabilities. Die!" The Lord of the Netherworld channeled his essence spirit and shouted. Boom! Suddenly, a ball of golden light burst forth from the direction of Tianhuang World and Flame's sword, illuminating Tianhuang World as though it was daytime. Everyone from Tianhuang World widened their eyes. In the crowd, a ball of golden flames suddenly burned on Su Zimo's body and enveloped him instantly, burning him into nothingness. An ancient bronze lamp floated in the golden flames. The soul lantern, right in front of everyone. The soul lantern transformed into a golden light and entered the void, disappearing instantly. The soul lantern returned to the hands of the Lord of the Netherworld. Since they had already fallen out, there was no need for the Lord of the Netherworld to hold back. "If you dare to suppress me, I'll cripple your green lotus true body." The Lord of the Netherworld held the soul lantern in his left hand and a black paper his right as he said fiercely. Even as he dragged his severely injured and battered corpse body to face the siege of the martial Tao Prime body and Dai Yu alone, the Lord of the Netherworld did not show any fear and had a ferocious expression. The martial Tao Prime body was wearing the Mara mask and the Lord of the Netherworld could not see through the changes in his expression. However, he could see a hint of mockery in the eyes of the martial Tao Prime body. "That true body of yours." The Lord of the Netherworld seemed to have realized something. Tianhuang World. Many cultivators widened their eyes in surprise. It was not because the soul lantern had burned Su Zimo into nothingness. It was because Su Zimo, who was originally standing under the builder tree, was safe and sound. The person who had just burned into a ball of flames was another Su Zimo. The golden flames were extinguished quickly, and a jade manual emitting green light floated in midair. Pure jade manual. The Su Zimo, who had just been burned into nothingness, was only the primeval body condensed from the pure jade manual. Back on Dragon Island, when the two true bodies met and the martial Dao prime body attained greater mastery of his dermic Dao, he handed the soul lantern and the white jade pendant, left behind by Empress Evil, to the green lotus true body. At that time, the martial Dao prime body did not know the relationship between Great Emperor Heaven Burial and the Lord of the Netherworld. Later on, the martial Dao prime body conversed with Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament in the heavenly world, and both parties revealed their cards. Although the two of them did not fight back then, Su Zimo had a feeling that there would definitely be a battle between the two of them in the future. As for the soul lantern, it was the weapon of the Lord of the Netherworld. All these years, there had been nothing unusual, as though it was completely his. However, Su Zimo was still worried that the soul lantern would become a hidden ailment. The soul lantern was extremely powerful and targeted the essence spirit specifically. Its effects were mystifying, and it would be a pity to abandon it. Therefore, Su Zimo placed the soul lantern in a separate storage bag alone and let the primeval body carry it with him. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use it. This was not considered foresight. It was just a precaution. Indeed, today, the soul lantern that had been silent and calm suddenly attacked. It broke free from the storage bag and burned the primeval body clean. Then, it escaped into the void and returned to the hands of the Lord of the Netherworld. That slight change had almost no effect on the situation. Even if the Lord of the Netherworld wielded the soul lantern and black paper, he could not defend against the attacks of the martial Dao prime body and Dai Yu, two great emperor experts. Phew! The Lord of the Netherworld channeled his soul lantern with the essence spirit of a great emperor and released a terrifying golden flame that swept towards the martial Dao prime body. This was a killing move targeted at the essence spirit. If it was before the battle in the Great Wilderness, it would definitely cause immense damage to the martial Dao prime body. However, the martial Dao prime body had once refined the golden flames of the soul lantern in the Nether River and fused them with the martial spirit fire, causing the power of his essence spirit to increase exponentially. The newly refined Mara mask fused with the Nether River water and its defense rose to another level. Similarly, the martial Dao prime body released the martial spirit fire. The martial spirit fire had already transformed into a purple-gold color. Two balls of flames collided in midair. The essence spirit aftershock that was produced was completely blocked by the Mara mask as well. At the same time, Dai Yu released an essence spirit secret skill. A violent wind howled and extinguished the golden flames of the soul lantern instantly. It even caused a storm in the consciousness of the Lord of the Netherworld. Ah! The Lord of the Netherworld hugged his head with both hands and let out a tragic cry with a pained expression. Even though his consciousness was swept by Dai Yu's essence spirit storm, he did not die. As he controlled the soul lantern and black paper, he broke through the void and wanted to escape back to the Netherworld. The martial Dao prime body would not give him that chance. If the Lord of the Netherworld escaped, there would be endless trouble in the future. Boom! The hell suppression tripod descended and the four sacred souls surrounded it. Sanskrit reverberated and shone resplendently, suppressing the black paper in midair. Dai Yu attacked at the same time and waved her wide robe sleeve, engulfing the soul lantern and imprisoning it. The two of them attacked at the same time. The martial Dao prime body punched out. Dai Yu slapped down. The powerful dermic Dao vortex held back the Lord of the Netherworld and prevented him from escaping into the Netherworld. Coupled with the storm in Dai Yu's palm, the Lord of the Netherworld was trapped in the starry skies and could not move at all. A blood mist spewed out of his body. Even though the Lord of the Netherworld had once created worlds like the Witch World, Blood World, and Tomb World and called himself the progenitor of those worlds, creating the Heaven Burial Sutra and the Three Corpses technique, he could not become a great emperor in the end. Even great emperors of the heavenly court or experts like the Fiend Lord and Empress Evil could not defend against the killing of the martial Tao Prime body and Dai Yu alone, let alone him. In a comber of the starry skies, the old woman took a step forward and walked out of the darkness. She wore a black robe and had a dark expression, as though she wanted to save the Lord of the Netherworld. "What are you doing?" The little girl arrived in front of her instantly with a cold tone. At the same time, the white-browed old man disappeared and appeared on the other side of the old woman, blocking her path. "You guys!" The old woman hollered with a cold gaze. The white-browed old man had a calm expression and said indifferently, "What are you getting worked up for? It's not as though Feng Du will die." Boom! Right then, a deafening bang sounded from the battlefield. Su Zimo punched the corpse body of the Lord of the Netherworld. The world trembled. Then, as though it had suddenly stopped, space froze. The next moment, the corpse body of the Lord of the Netherworld suddenly exploded into pieces. Every single piece of the corpse contained powerful life fluctuations. Even so, the Lord of the Netherworld was not dead. His essence spirit was scattered among the corpse pieces, wanting to escape. At that moment, Dai Yu's palm slapped down. A blood-colored storm surged. All the corpse pieces were sucked into the blood storm and tore, continuously stripping off a large amount of flesh before turning into balls of blood mist. Ah! The roar of the Lord of the Netherworld sounded in the storm. The gaze of the martial Tao Prime body intensified as he summoned the Hell Gate, wanting to capture the essence spirit of the Lord of the Netherworld and imprison it in Greater Avicii. The Lord of the Netherworld had once said that no one could kill him. If the Lord of the Netherworld was also in existence like the Lord of Hell and the Lord of Flame Heaven, perhaps the best solution was to trap him in Greater Avicii. "Desolate Marshal, how dare you!" The Lord of the Netherworld seemed to have sensed something and suddenly shouted. The martial Tao Prime body was unmoved. He opened the Hell Gate and enveloped the Lord of the Netherworld. "Desolate Marshal, Blood Butterfly!" The Lord of the Netherworld screamed, his voice filled with indignation and anger. However, there was no fear at all. With a bang, before the Hell Gate descended, the essence spirit of the Lord of the Netherworld suddenly exploded under the gazes of the martial Tao Prime body and Dai Yu. His soul dissipated and he died. Essence spirit self-destruction? The martial Tao Prime body frowned slightly. The battle ended and the dust dissipated. The Lord of the Netherworld, who called himself the progenitor of countless worlds, severed 3 corpses, wanted to bury the heavens and refine the 10,000 races, was destroyed in body and spirit. Against the encirclement of 2 great emperors, this outcome was not unexpected. There were no signs of life that belonged to the Lord of the Netherworld either. The martial Tao Prime body was still worried. The Lord of the Netherworld had once said that no one could kill him. Those words did not seem to be nonsense. Furthermore, before the Lord of the Netherworld died, he did not reveal any fear or panic. He even took the initiative to self-destruct his essence spirit. The gaze of the martial Tao Prime body shifted and purple flames burned, emitting 2 flames that instantly incinerated the endless void and landed in the Netherworld. At the same time, his powerful essence spirit descended and enveloped the entire Netherworld. The essence spirit of the martial Tao Prime body instantly alarmed countless living beings of the Netherworld. However, under that terrifying pressure, many living beings of the Netherworld fell silent and no one dared to act rashly. Even the ghost emperors did not dare to say anything. The spirit consciousness of the martial Tao Prime body patrolled the Netherworld continuously, searching for traces of the Lord of the Netherworld. Dai Yu's spirit consciousness descended into the Netherworld as well. 2 great emperor spirit consciousnesses patrolled the Netherworld. Many living beings of the Netherworld could not withstand the pressure and knelt on the ground in fear. However, even after the 2 of them searched, they did not discover anything unusual. The martial Tao Prime body frowned. If Feng Du was not dead and was merely hiding in the Netherworld, concealed, there was no way he could have hid from his spirit consciousness detection. The entire Netherworld was silent. It was as though the Lord of the Netherworld had truly dissipated, leaving no traces. In fact, his soul could not even escape into the Netherworld. Instead, it vanished completely. The martial Tao prime body's search was fruitless and his spirit consciousness left the netherworld. He lowered his head and looked at the black paper in his hand. His spirit consciousness was immersed in it and his expression changed slightly. The Book of Life and Death? Was this black paper the legendary Book of Life and Death? The martial Tao prime body pondered in silence and put away the black paper for the time being. Now was not the time to study it. Are you worried that he's not dead? Dayu asked. The martial Tao prime body glanced at the darkness in a corner of the starry skies before looking up at the firmaments. It's not important anymore. Regardless whether the Lord of the Netherworld was dead or alive, it was not the most important thing right now. Even if the Lord of the Netherworld was not dead, he was of no threat to them. The greatest threat before them came from the heavenly court. If he was not wrong, the 8 great emperors of the heavenly court would take the initiative to descend and find them before they could launch the heaven conquest battle this time round. Although the Lord of Advent Heaven had returned to the heavenly court, he could see the immense potential of the martial Tao prime body and would definitely not give him time to continue growing. When the Lord of Advent Heaven returned again, he would gather all the power of the heavenly court. That would be the final battle. The martial Tao prime body and Dayu exchanged glances, understanding each other telepathically. They did not have much time remaining. Everyone, the martial Tao prime body stood in midair and surveyed the universe. His voice spread to every corner of the medium kiliacosm and entered the ears of the living beings of the 10,000 races. The 9 heavens shall serve as the court to enslave all living beings. The tyrannical heavenly court sealed the medium kiliacosm and controls the origin of heaven and earth essence chi, blocking the path of ascension for all living beings. For several eras, many ancient great emperors joined forces with the evil fiends to break through the seal of the heavenly court. In the end, they were regretfully defeated. The living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium kiliacosm listened to his words quietly. This was the first time they had heard of this. In the knowledge of all living beings of the 10,000 races, the great emperors of the past were suppressed because they were bewitched by the evil fiends and wanted to kill all living beings of the 10,000 races. However, in this generation, the living beings of the 10,000 races saw it clearly. Great Emperor Desolate Marshal and Great Empress Blood Butterfly of the medium kiliacosm were indeed protecting them. In this generation, the 2 of us will start the heaven conquest battle again. We will fight for an opportunity for ourselves and the medium kiliacosm. The martial Tao prime body said. However, it's hard to predict the outcome of this battle. I'll leave behind a dermic Tao inheritance for future generations to cultivate. When they heard that, all living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked. The white-browed old monk, old woman and little girl who were originally chatting turned around as well. Great Emperor Desolate Marshal wanted to leave behind his dermic Tao inheritance? Was he going to choose a successor from the living beings of the 10,000 races? However, everyone had already heard that Great Emperor Desolate Marshal had 2 disciples. Why would he go through the extra trouble? When Great Emperor Desolate Marshal said that it was for the future generations to cultivate, could he be referring to, the dermic Tao I created and cultivated is different from the immortal, Buddhist and fiend Taos. I call it the martial Tao. The original intention of the martial Tao was for humans without spirit roots to obtain a chance to enter the immortal sections. The martial Tao prime body said slowly, at the beginning of the martial Tao, there are a total of 9 transformations. The first transformation is 9 bulls 2 tigers. As he said that, right in front of the living beings of the 10,000 races, the martial Tao prime body displayed the stance and the corresponding dermic formulation of the martial Tao in the starry skies. The second transformation, 5 chi essence. The third transformation, bronze skin steel bones. The fourth transformation, right in front of countless gazes, the martial Tao prime body imparted the dermic formulations of the martial Tao to them without reservation. From the 9 transformations of the martial Tao, to the true martial realm, the martial domain realm, and finally to the convergence of all Taos to advance to the emperor realm. That scene was way too shocking for all living beings of the 10,000 races. In fact, it far surpassed the battle between great emperors earlier on. For their cultivation dermic formulations, especially dermic Tao inheritances like this, the sects of the major worlds and even cultivators treated them as treasures and would not spread them easily. Furthermore, this was a dermic formulation created by Great Emperor Desolate Martial himself. But now, Great Emperor Desolate Martial demonstrated the martial Tao he cultivated right in front of the gazes of all living beings of the 10,000 races. The white-browed old monk, who had a calm expression the entire time, was slightly moved when he saw that. He muttered, "What boldness and magnanimity!" Initially, the old woman was filled with hostility towards the martial Tao prime body. However, at that moment, she looked at the figure who imparted the dermic Tao in the starry skies and was speechless. The little girl only watched quietly in silence. Tianhuang whirled. Lin Zhan clenched his fists and his heart surged. I once heard that Desolate Martial established a Tao to impart martial arts to all living beings. Now that I've seen it for myself, I finally know the true meaning behind it. Experts from the previous generation of Tianhuang mainland like Feng Cantian and Immortal Queen Linglong had only heard of this matter. It was only when they saw it today that they felt a shock that reverberated from the depths of their hearts. Great Emperor Desolate Martial, Great Emperor Desolate Martial. The Iron Crown old man's eyes were filled with tears. At that moment Emperor North Kuan, Emperor South Peng, the Emperor experts, kings and perfected spirits of the medium Kiliacosm, even the most ordinary cultivators were moved. Great Emperor Desolate Martial was imparting the Tao. In the next generation, the human race of the medium Kiliacosm would definitely prosper. When the martial Tao prime body imparted the Tao to the medium Kiliacosm, what he wanted to pass down was not only the dermic Tao of the martial Tao, but also the spirit of the martial Tao. He was not worried that the dermic formulation of the martial Tao would be learned by those with ulterior motives. Without sufficient resilience, there was no way those people could inherit the unyielding spirit of the martial Tao, the indomitable will to fight against the heavens and advance bravely, and the fearless determination to continue. Even if they cultivated the dermic formulation of the martial Tao, they would not achieve anything. Su Zimo was not afraid that future generations would surpass him either. If there was someone in the future who cultivated the martial Tao and surpassed him, that would only prove that the person was more suitable for the martial Tao than him, and he would only feel gratified. Even if the heaven conquest battle failed in this generation, as long as the spirit and legacy of the martial Tao was not destroyed, there would be future generations who would continue the heaven conquest battle. One day they would crush the heavenly court. The spirit of the martial Tao was like a flame. Once spread, it would definitely set prairies ablaze and illuminate mountains and rivers. As the martial Tao prime body imparted the Tao, Dai Yu was also perfecting her dermic Tao. She had already condensed a Tao imprint and become a great emperor. She wanted to integrate all her insights and comprehensions into the cultivation technique she created the moment she attained the Tao. That cultivation technique would become the taboo mystic classic of this generation. Dai Yu called it the Great Wilderness Sutra. While she deduced and perfected the Great Wilderness Sutra, it was also a summary of her cultivation to this day. It stabilized her cultivation realm and her combat strength would increase again. The martial Tao prime body left dermic Tao traces that belonged to the martial Tao in the firmaments. However, in this generation, Dai Yu verified her Tao in the medium Kiliacosm first. Therefore, those dermic Tao traces would not exist for long. How much all living beings could comprehend from it depended on their own fates. The experts of the medium Kiliacosm raised their heads and looked at this scene. While they were shocked, they could vaguely sense the indomitable spirit of Great Emperor Desolate Martial and Great Empress Blood Butterfly to press forth and perhaps never even return. If they won this battle, the two great emperors would naturally ascend to the major Kiliacosm. If they lost, they had no intention of returning either. Right then, a majestic might sounded from the firmaments. It was as though the firmaments were about to collapse, causing all living beings of the 10,000 races to feel suffocated and unable to breathe. Dong dong dong. It was as though the heavenly gods were beating the war drums, invigorating the morale of everyone. Rumble. Countless chariots seemed to pass through the heavenly court, approaching with loud noises that resembled thunder. right in front of the living beings of the 10,000 races. 9 gigantic cracks appeared in the vast and boundless sky above their heads, emitting a blinding light. Only king and emperor experts could vaguely see the burning flags and dense figures floating inside through the 9 cracks. The Heavenly Court's army would descend on the medium kiliacosm at any moment. As the Martial Tao Prime Body had expected, the Heavenly Court would not give him any more time to grow. They wanted to kill a huge threat like him as soon as possible. To the Heavenly Court, this choice was not wrong. If the Heavenly Court continued to defend passively, there was a high chance that the Heavenly Court would be destroyed in this era when the Martial Tao Prime Body continued cultivating and grew to the perfected Emperor realm. To be fair, the living beings of the 10,000 races felt an unbearable pressure even before the terrifying formation of the Heavenly Court descended. Even if many experts in the medium kiliacosm were willing to believe in the Martial Tao Prime Body and Daiyu, they did not dare to stand out and fight the Heavenly Court head-on under such pressure. For the Sword World and Tianhuang World, there was naturally no way out. Even with the Sanguine Ape World, Dragon World, Kuanpeng World, Flower World, Great Wilderness World and other worlds added together, they were worlds apart from the Heavenly Court army in terms of numbers and aura. The only ones they could rely on in the medium kiliacosm were Great Emperor Desolate Marshal and Great Empress Blood Butterfly. However, the power gathered by these 2 great emperors seemed too weak. Even some worlds that were prepared to stand out and fight in the Heaven Conquest battle with the Martial Tao Prime Body and Daiyu began to hesitate and retreat. Rumble. The emperors of the Heavenly Court descended. The army of Blue Heaven in the east was orderly and disciplined. They were all dressed in green armor and held swords and spears. On their waists hung a badge with the word Blue, and they covered the entire east side of the firmaments. At the front stood more than 100 Emperor experts from Blue Heaven. Every single Emperor expert rode an ancient war chariot that was stained with blood and was driven by 9 divine dragons. The 9 divine dragons were also at the Emperor realm Cultivation. However, the bloodlines of these divine dragons were impure and were similar to the dragon race on Dragon Island. They could not be considered as the Azure Dragon Sacred Beast race and could only be reduced to mounts in the Heavenly Court. When Dragon Empress Frost saw that, her face turned pale. In other words, given her physique and bloodline, she would at most become someone else's mount if she entered the Heavenly Court. Roar! The dragons roared in shock. The Emperor experts from Blue Heaven looked down at the living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium kiliacosm with arrogant expressions, as though they were looking at ants. Behind these Emperor experts, there were countless king and perfected spirit armies from Blue Heaven. Blue Heaven, one of the 9 heavens. The power of Blue Heaven alone was enough to make the hearts of the medium kiliacosm tremble. Splash! Right then, the sound of a tsunami sounded at the end of the sky in the north. The sound even faintly drowned out the roars of the dragons of Blue Heaven. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw surging sea water surging from the crack in the northern firmaments. It was a sea of stars formed by countless individual stars. In the endless sea of stars, many spirit turtles stepped over and stirred up tempestuous waves. On the mountain-like turtle shells stood Emperor experts. They were all dressed in black robes and numbered more than 100. The army of Mystic Heaven, one of the 9 heavens, had descended. Just the arrival of the armies of Blue Heaven and Mystic Heaven was enough to gain the upper hand, causing the hearts of all living beings of the 10,000 races to palpitate. The difference was way too great. Not only in terms of strength, even that terrifying aura had completely suppressed the medium kiliacosm. Tianhuang World and the Sword World that stood behind Great Emperor Desolate Marshal and Great Empress Blood Butterfly seemed extremely insignificant against the formation of the armies of Blue Heaven and Mystic Heaven. Boom! Right here, a gigantic tremor sounded from the starry skies of the medium kiliacosm, as though mountains were collapsing and the ground was cracking. Under countless gazes, a dark and gigantic abyss suddenly split open in the vast starry skies. The abyss was filled with a berserk and terrifying aura. Suddenly, an incomparably tall black shadow flew out of the abyss. Many experts were shocked and looked up instinctively after the black shadow. The black shadow stood on both sides of the abyss and stood in the starry skies. Hiss! When everyone saw the black shadow clearly, they could not help but gasp. What a terrifying living being. The living being had 9 heads, 1,000 eyes, 990 hands and 8 legs, and flames spewed from the mouths of each head. His figure was taller than Mount Meru of the heavenly world. In fact, the stars in the heavens could not even compare to a fingernail of his. The terrifying living being stood in the starry skies, his entire body burning with flames and emitting a violent aura as he looked up at the firmaments. Kill! 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 In the dark abyss, countless living beings followed this figure and swarmed out like carps crossing the river. Some of these living beings were 1,000 feet tall and some were 10,000 feet tall. Some were even more than 100,000 feet tall. The living beings that were more than 100,000 feet tall had 3 heads and 6 arms. These living beings that came from the abyss of the starry skies. They were all Asuras. The army of the Asura fiend Dao had arrived. The terrifying living being with 9 heads and 1,000 eyes in the lead was one of the 4 commanders of the Asura race, the Macitron. Roar! Right then, another roar sounded from the abyss. It was even more terrifying than the sound of the dragons and tsunamis. The second Asura commander had arrived and descended upon the medium Kiliacosm. Karakantha! Karakantha! More and more Asuras rushed out ot the abyss and descended into the medium Kiliacosm. They looked at the second Asura commander and shouted. The Asura commander called Karakantha was even more terrifying. His body was 4 times larger than Mount Meru and his shoulders were extremely broad. There were 1,000 heads on him and he waved 2,000 huge hands. The sight of him alone was hair-raising. Roar! Karakantha's 1,000 heads looked in the direction of the heavenly court up in the skies and roared at the same time. His voice was like thunder and fiend flames surged. The sea of stars that surged from mystic heaven gradually calmed down under the roar of the Asura commander. Another figure descended from the abyss. Rahul, Rahul! Many Asuras shouted when they saw that figure. The third of the 4 Asura commanders, Rahul Rahu, looked the most similar to the Asura race. He had 3 heads with greenish-black faces and 6 arms. His muscles were knotted and shone with a metallic luster. Wielding the sun and moon in his hands, he looked abnormally robust and possessed a ferocious aura. Immediately after, the last Asura commander descended. Bali! Bali! The shouts of the Asuras changed again. Commander Bali looked much smaller than the previous 3 commanders. He had a human body and a dragon tail and only had 4 arms. However, he exuded an extremely dangerous aura from head to toe. Endless Asuras swarmed out from the crack in the abyss of the starry skies in a beeline. Under the lead of the 4 commanders, they stood against the heavenly court army that had descended and instantly shattered the terrifying pressure brought by the heavenly court. The 4 commanders of the Asura race all had torrential fighting spirit and terrifying auras. Even against the ombudsman angels of the heavenly court, it was difficult to say who would win. The fear and dread of the medium Kiliacosm towards the blessed heaven world had long been etched into their bones, let alone the heavenly court that backed the blessed heaven world. Only the group of Asuras from the Asura world who were fierce and ferocious and had a natural hatred for the heavenly court could confront them and not be at a disadvantage in terms of aura. This group of Asuras had been hibernating in the Asura Dao for an entire era for today. In the distant starry skies, a hunched white-browed old monk with a withered expression walked over slowly. At first glance, he was still at the end of the starry skies. In the blink of an eye, he was already close. The gigantic army of Asuras knelt down one after another. Even the 4 commanders bowed respectfully in front of the white-browed old monk. "Greetings, Lord!" Many Asuras shouted at the same time. Many experts of the medium Kiliacosm were shocked. Could this white-browed old monk be the legendary Fiend Lord? The experts had an extremely strange feeling. The legendary Fiend Lord ruled over billions of warlike and ferocious Asuras, including the 4 Asura commanders. However, compared to the 4 commanders, the white-browed old monk looked way too weak and did not have the bearing of the Fiend Lord that they had imagined. If not for the kneeling of the Asuras and the submission of the 4 commanders, Who would believe that an old man who seemed like he was on the verge of death was actually the notorious fiend lord who had stirred up endless storms and revered across many eras after multiple heaven conquest battles? Such an old man was actually the commander of billions of Asuras? When the emperor experts of the heavenly court first descended into the medium Kiliakosm, they had arrogant expressions and did not take the 10,000 races of the medium Kiliakosm seriously at all. However, after the 4 Asura commanders rushed out of the abyss, the expressions of the heavenly court emperors changed. When they saw the white-browed old monk appear, the heavenly court emperors had grim expressions and were on guard. "Fiend Lord, how have you been?" A gentle voice sounded from the heavenly court. In the crack of blue heaven, the figure of a green-robed man appeared. He stepped in the void and walked down slowly as though there were stairs beneath his feet. The Lord of Blue Heaven had arrived. At the same time, a black-robed man descended from the crack of mystic heaven. His expression was dark and his eyes were as deep as the sea as he glared at the white-browed old monk below. The Lord of Mystic Heaven had arrived. With the arrival of the 2 lords of the heavenly court, the aura of this universal confrontation reversed once more. Suddenly, a gigantic tombstone appeared beneath the white-browed old monk. There was nothing written on it. Hee. The white-browed old monk sat on the empty tombstone and suddenly smiled. Immediately after, under countless gazes, dense black hair suddenly grew on the bald head of the white-browed old monk and his white eyebrows fell off. A tremendous life force burst forth from his body out of nowhere. His face that was filled with wrinkles was no longer old. His eyes were no longer turbid and were as clear as water. His gaze was like a knife. His back was no longer hunched and he was as straight as a spear. Endless black chi coiled around the fiend lord and condensed into pitch-black armor, his aura increasing exponentially. This was no old man in his twilight years. Right now, the man sitting on the tombstone with a cold expression and a sharp face was clad in black armor with a murderous aura. He was the fiend lord who ruled over billions of Asuras in the legends. It was only at that moment that the living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium Kiliakosm truly realized that this battle between heaven and earth was about to break out. Similar to several eras in the past, the battlefield of this battle was still the medium Kiliakosm. However, unlike the past, 2 great emperors were born in the medium Kiliakosm in this generation. Immediately after, the armies of Advent Heaven and Flame Heaven descended. The Lord of Advent Heaven descended as well. Although the army of Flame Heaven was gathered and they had many people, their aura was much weaker compared to Advent Heaven and Blue Heaven. Not only was there no Lord of Flame Heaven, there wasn't even a young master of Flame Heaven. Even Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven was killed by the Martial Tao Prime Body. When the Flame Heaven army descended, they seemed rather chaotic, seemingly without a leader. Another abyss split open in the starry skies. Countless living beings of all races rushed out. There were humans, dragons, foxes, and even those from the god race. It was extremely messy. The only thing these living beings had in common was their red eyes and crazy expressions. They had no rationality at all, as though they wanted to tear everything around them apart. Hee. Strange sounds sounded from the mouths of the living beings. The gaze of the Martial Tao Prime Body shifted and he saw a familiar figure among the living beings. It was the Peak Emperor from Flame Heaven who chased after him after he shattered the Rakshasas and ground back then. At that time, the 2 of them were dragged into a dream by Empress Evil. However, he woke up from the dream after passing the Empress Evil's test. As for the Emperor from Flame Heaven, he sank into the dream and fell into the Beast Tao completely, becoming one of these irrational beasts who only knew how to bite. The little girl suddenly appeared. From afar in the starry skies, she walked over on a river of stars. The gaze of the Martial Tao Prime Body landed on her. Initially, Xianxia was still the pale and thin little girl he had seen in the dream. However, when she came close, the little girl had already grown into a young woman around the age of 18. Her figure was still thin and she was expressionless, but the appearance of her childhood self could still be seen vaguely on her face. When the girl arrived in front of the group of beasts with red eyes, they immediately stopped biting and looked at the girl with a fawning gaze. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, who would have believed that the harmless-looking girl before them was Empress Evil who ruled over billions of deranged beasts? The martial Tao Prime Body looked at the Fiend Lord and Empress Evil thoughtfully. There were considerable changes to the Fiend Lord and Empress Evil. The Fiend Lord was no longer old. Empress Evil had already grown up. However, this did not seem to be the usual state of the Fiend Lord and Empress Evil. Otherwise, there was no need for them to look old and young respectively during normal times. Or rather, a huge change had happened to the two of them before, causing one to become old and the other to become like a child. The Fiend Lord had once revealed that they were all from the major Kiliacosm. Perhaps the Fiend Lord and Empress Evil had once been severely injured in the major Kiliacosm and fell down with injuries, turning to those states. The Fiend Lord and Empress Evil's greatest goal for the Heaven Conquest battle was to return to the major Kiliacosm. Did that mean that the injuries of the Fiend Lord and Empress Evil could not be healed completely in the medium Kiliacosm? From the looks of it, this should be a temporary state for them, and they would probably revert to their old and childlike appearances respectively before long. Just as the martial Tao Prime Body was deep in thought, Autumn Heaven in the northeast, Nether Heaven in the northwest, Vermilion Heaven in the southwest, Illumination Heaven in the southeast, and the Power Heaven Army in the center had already descended into the medium Kiliacosm world one after another. The 8 lords of the heavenly court descended as well. Boom! In the starry skies, a third abyss split open. Countless winged Rakshasas and Yakshas flew out of the abyss with strange cries. Their expressions were ferocious and their gazes were menacing, emitting a violent aura. The 10 female Rakshasas that the martial Tao Prime Body had seen in the Hungry Ghost Tao appeared one after another. Rakshasa Lamba wielded a sutra in her left hand and a sword in her right. Rakshasa Vilamba wielded golden symbols with both hands. Rakshasa Kudadanti wielded a flower cage. There was also Rakshasa Makudadanti, Rakshasa Cassini, Rakshasa Akala, Rakshasa Maladhari, Rakshasa Kunthi, and Rakshasa Pure Maiden, etc. The 10 female Rakshasas were all peak emperors. Great Empress Nine Nether was once Rakshasa Pure Maiden of the 10 female Rakshasas. Apart from the 10 female Rakshasas, there were also 8 Yakshas. Yaksha Manabhadra, Yaksha Purnabhadra, Yaksha Pansika, Yaksha Satagiri, Yaksha Himavanta, Yaksha Visakha, Yaksha Adavaka, and Yaksha Pankala. The 8 Yakshas were also peak emperors and had their own strengths. They were all extremely strong and violent. Behind the 10 female Rakshasas and 8 Yakshas, a large black fog surged from the end of the starry skies. In the endless black fog, the figure of an old woman could be vaguely seen. When the black fog approached, all the black fog entered the old woman's mouth. Right in front of everyone, the old woman transformed into a beautiful woman in a black robe who exuded a mature and charming aura. Brahma Ghost Mother had arrived. At that point, 8 lords of the heavenly court appeared. On the side of the 6 paths, the Lord of the Ghost Tao, Brahma Ghost Mother, the Lord of the Azura Tao, the Fiend Lord, and the Lord of the Beast Tao, Empress Evil, had all arrived, including the martial Tao Prime Body and Dai Yu of the medium Kiliacosm. There were only 5 great emperors on this side for the Heaven Conquest battle. There were still less of them compared to the 8 great emperors of the heavenly court. Fufu. Brahma Ghost Mother glanced at the martial Tao Prime Body and Dai Yu with her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, she smiled. If the two of you could have shown mercy earlier on, Feng Du might have been able to take the final step and become a great emperor with his severed 3 corpses. That would have increased the odds of our Heaven Conquest battle. Although Brahma Ghost Mother said it politely, it was clear that she was insinuating her displeasure towards the martial Tao Prime Body and Dai Yu. However, she also knew that the Heaven Conquest battle was imminent and Feng Du was already dead. There was no need to become enemies with the martial Tao Prime Body and Dai Yu because of this. Suddenly, the martial Tao Prime Body and Dai Yu frowned at the same time with cold expressions. Under the intimidation of the Fiend Lord and Empress Evil, the Azura and Beast armies were rather disciplined and did not act rashly after they charged out of the abyss. However, the Rakshasa and Yaksha armies did not stay idle after charging out of the abyss into the medium Kiliacosm. The eyes of many Yakshas shone with a bloodthirsty glint. In a flash, They charged towards the stars and worlds, where the living beings of the 10,000 races resided with a murderous aura. The Rakshasa and Yaksha races were ferocious by nature and were violent and bloodthirsty. Furthermore, in the heaven conquest battles of the past few eras, the moment they arrived in the medium kiliacosm, the first thing they encountered was the living beings of the medium kiliacosm who were forced to partake in the heaven conquest battle due to the coercion and temptation of the heavenly court. Therefore, the Rakshasas and Yakshas were already prepared to start a massacre here the moment they left the ghost world. No one in the nearby stars and worlds could defend against the massacre of the Rakshasas and Yakshas. It was not only the martial Tao Prime Body and Dayu. Brahma Ghost Mother clearly noticed that as well. However, she pretended not to see them and had no intention of stopping them. She continued to converse with the martial Tao Prime Body and Dayu. Dayu had an indifferent expression and suddenly said, "You'd better manage your clansmen well. If you can't, I'll help you." "What did you say?" Brahma Ghost Mother raised her brows and narrowed her eyes. She glared at Dayu with an unfriendly expression and asked slowly, "Are you threatening me?" The moment Dayu spoke, the martial Tao Prime Body had been watching and guarding against the Fiend Lord. The martial Tao Prime Body believed that Empress Evil would not allow the beast army under her to kill the innocent. However, he could not be sure what the Fiend Lord would do. The two of them had a common goal to conquer the heavenly court. The Fiend Lord wanted to rope him in, or rather, use him to conquer the heavenly court. As for him, he required the strength of the Fiend Lord and Empress Evil as well to defeat the heavenly court. It was precisely because of this that the two of them could cooperate for the time being. However, the cooperative relationship between the two parties was not firm. After all, their daos were different. Brahma Ghost Mother still had no intention of stopping the Rakshasas and Yakshas under her. She merely glared at Dayu fixedly and said coldly, "You'd better think carefully who you're talking to." Dayu's tone earlier on infuriated her. The blood butterfly of the medium kiliacosm suppressed Feng Du in front of them. For the sake of the overall situation, it was fine for her to endure it. Now, this blood butterfly actually dared to speak to her like that? Even in the major kiliacosm, how many people dared to threaten her? Even if she recovered 10% of her peak combat strength, killing this blood butterfly would be as simple as crushing an ant. Boom! Seeing that the murderous Rakshasas and Yakshas were about to arrive at the nearby stars, Dayu did not waste her breath on Brahma Ghost Mother and attacked directly. "How dare you!" Brahma Ghost Mother was stunned. The 8 lords of the heavenly court had already descended and were eyeing them covetously at the brink of the heaven conquest battle. To think that great Empress Blood Butterfly would want to attack her for the sake of a few ants on some stars. Boom! The two sides clashed head-on in midair with a loud bang. Among the 10 Rakshasa Empresses, Rakshasa Pure Maiden charged at the front. Among the 8 Yakshas, Yaksha Pankala had already descended on a star. His eyes shone and sticky drool flowed through the gaps of his sharp fangs. In his eyes, the cultivators and living beings on this star were way too weak. They were lambs waiting to be slaughtered and were his food. Yakshas loved to eat humans the most. Boom! Right then, a shocking bang sounded from above, causing Yaksha Pankala to tremble. Immediately after, a large shadow enveloped down. The power was so strong that before it truly struck Yaksha Pankala, his body could not withstand it and his bones creaked in a horrifying manner, almost falling apart. "What's that?" Yaksha Pankala was shocked. Even if he propped up his world, he would probably not be able to defend against such power. Yaksha Pankala did not have time to think and did not even dare to look up. He channeled his bloodline and released his innate secret skill, escaping into the void. Even if the battlefield was shattered as a void Yaksha, he could escape into the void at any time and leave the battlefield. However, the moment his figure entered the void, he felt a gigantic tremor. Boom! Yaksha Pankala was shaken out of the void by a majestic and heavy power. The armor on his body shattered and his body was covered in blood scars as a blood mist shrouded him. That single impact almost shattered him. At that moment, Yaksha Pankala finally saw what shook him out of the void. It was a tall and thick stone gate that was ancient and mysterious. A gigantic pitch-black vortex appeared in the middle of the gate and released an unstoppable suction force. Wanting to pull him in, Xianxia Pankala propped up a world and circulated his bloodline to the limit, resisting with all his might. However, countless pale palms suddenly extended from the dark vortex and dragged him into the ancient gate towards an endless abyss. Ah! Accompanied by a tragic cry, Xianxia Pankala was devoured by the Hell Gate and vanished. At the same time, the boundless Hell Gate descended and killed Rakshasa Pure Maiden on the other side. When Daiyu fought Brahma Ghost Mother, the martial Tao Prime Body attacked decisively. 2 gates descended and killed the 2 peak emperors of the ghost world the moment they arrived. The remaining Rakshasas and Yakshas were shocked and their expressions changed. Desolate Martial! When Brahma Ghost Mother saw that, she was enraged and shrieked, causing a large black fog to appear behind her. However, Daiyu verified her Tao in the medium Kiliakosm and had already perfected the Great Wilderness Sutra, solidifying her Tao imprint. On the battlefield of the medium Kiliakosm, even if Brahma Ghost Mother was enraged, she could not gain the upper hand. When the remaining Rakshasas and Yakshas saw that, who would dare to act rashly? Brahma Ghost Mother was entangled by Great Empress Blood Butterfly, and the Fiend Lord and Empress Evil clearly had no intention of helping. The remaining Great Emperor Desolate Martial could kill them with ease. In their eyes, the living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium Kiliakosm were like ants. However, weren't they ants in the eyes of Great Emperor Desolate Martial as well? The 8 lords of the heavenly court looked down at the scene below and exchanged gleeful glances. They were naturally happy to see such a situation. It would be best if the 2 great emperors of the medium Kiliakosm fought against the Fiend Lord, Empress Evil and Brahma Ghost Mother. They could sit back and reap the benefits. Fiend Lord! Brahma Ghost Mother's expression was dark. As she fought Daiyu, she shouted, "Are you planning to stay out of this? Are you just going to watch Desolate Martial kill my people?" Brahma Ghost Mother did not complain to Empress Evil at all. She also knew that Empress Evil would not help her at all. The Fiend Lord was expressionless and said indifferently, "Ghost Mother, stop. Take the bigger picture into account." "What bigger picture?" Brahma Ghost Mother shrieked. "Given our statuses, even if we're reduced to the medium Kiliakosm, there's no way they should ride above our heads. If they want to join forces for the Heaven Conquest battle, they have to show their sincerity. What's wrong with these hungry ghosts under me eating some human flesh? Is it worth the 2 of them making a fuss?" The Fiend Lord glanced at Brahma Ghost Mother and said slowly, "He's already very sincere. If not for that, none of your hungry ghosts would be even alive right now." Brahma Ghost Mother's heart skipped a beat. She also knew that the Fiend Lord was right. She was entangled by Great Empress Blood Butterfly and could not escape. If Desolate Martial wanted to start a massacre, the 10 female Rakshasa and 8 Yakshas would probably die. The Fiend Lord's tone became heavier as he continued, "The Heaven Conquest battle is our top priority. Don't complicate matters." Brahma Ghost Mother thought for a moment and gradually calmed down, retreating. Daiyu knew her limits as well and did not chase after her. At the very least, they had the same goal so far, the Heavenly Court. The battle between the 2 sides did not escalate with the intervention of the Fiend Lord. When they saw that, a hint of disappointment flashed through the eyes of the 8 lords of the Heavenly Court. The Lord of Power Heaven surveyed the universe and exuded an endless might as he said slowly, "The evil fiends are sowing chaos, and all living beings of the 10,000 races should join forces to kill them. Those who go against the heavens shall receive the same punishment as the evil fiends." Those words were not only for the martial Tao Prime Body and Daiyu, but also for the medium Kiliakosm. The Heavenly Court was putting pressure on the medium Kiliakosm. At the very least, they could not let the medium Kiliakosm stand on the side of the 6 paths. In reality, the existence of the Heavenly Court was indeed a huge deterrent to the medium Kiliakosm. Firstly, for most of the cultivators, even now, they could not tell if it was the evil fiends who was creating chaos or the Heavenly Court that was being overbearing. It was true that deep in their hearts, The living beings of the 10,000 races were more willing to believe in the choice of the ancient great emperors as well as the words of Great Emperor Desolate Marshal and Great Empress Blood Butterfly. However, most worlds did not dare to express their stance against the pressure of the heavenly court. Secondly, since ancient times, the heavenly court had always been the victor of the heaven conquest battles. Furthermore, from the looks of it, the heavenly court still had an absolute advantage in terms of the number of great emperors. Once the heaven conquest battle was over, the heavenly court would settle scores with them. At this moment, if they fought the heaven conquest battle with Great Emperor Desolate Marshal and Great Empress Blood Butterfly, once they were defeated, the heavenly court would take revenge and many worlds would not be able to withstand the consequences. But now, many experts could not bear to help the heavenly court fight against the evil fiends and go against Great Emperor Desolate Marshal and Great Empress Blood Butterfly of the medium Kiliacosm either. The living beings of the 10,000 races had just witnessed the Lord of the Netherworld attempting to bury the heavens and refine all living beings. The heavenly court did not care about them, and neither did the evil fiends. Great Emperor Desolate Marshal was the only one who stood out. He even risked his severely injured body to fight against two great emperor experts, the Lord of Advent Heaven and the Lord of the Netherworld, alone. If not for that, the medium Kiliacosm would have long been devastated and countless living beings would have been buried. Of course, worlds like Tianhuang World, Sword World, Dragon World, Great Wilderness World, Sanguine Ape World and Kuan Pong World had long fought the heavenly court and had no way out. The Old Ape, Emperor North Kuan, Dragon Empress Frost, and the Flower World Lord were all prepared to fight the heaven conquest battle together. This was a difficult choice for them. If they won, they would naturally be able to ascend to the major Kiliacosm and also welcome the greatest opportunity to help the medium Kiliacosm rise. If they won, everything would be over. It was a confrontation between heaven and earth. The might of the 8 lords of the heavenly court surged. The Martial Dao Prime Body, Dai Yu, the Fiend Lord, Empress Evil and Brahma Ghost Mother circulated their spirit consciousnesses to defend against it as well. Boom! The might of great emperors collided in the center of the world with a loud bang. The entire sea of stars boiled instantly and countless voids tore, revealing dense cracks. Black holes appeared beside the great emperors. However, these black holes could not devour them at all. Such a terrifying scene erupted from a mere clash of might between great emperors. Everyone, there's no need to go forward. The voice of the Martial Dao Prime Body sounded in the minds of the Old Ape, the Iron Crown Old Man, Dragon Empress Frost, and the others. There was a high chance that this heaven conquest battle would surpass every previous heaven conquest battle and erupt with an unprecedented terrifying scene. The aftershock of the battle between the great emperors alone would be enough to kill many living beings. Even peak emperors would not be spared if they were implicated by accident. You guys wait here first. At the same time, the 8 lords of the heavenly court sent voice transmissions to the spirit consciousness of the heavenly court army behind them. The key to the outcome still depended on the battle between the 13 great emperors. The 8 lords of the heavenly court possessed absolute confidence. They were also experts who stood at the peak of the major Kiliacosm. Otherwise, they would not have been appointed to establish the 9 heavens, forge the heavenly court, and suppress the medium Kiliacosm. It was true that their combat strength was limited to the level of the medium Kiliacosm due to the restrictions of the heaven and earth laws. However, it was the same for the Fiend Lord, Empress Evil, and the others. The only variable was none other than the great emperors of the medium Kiliacosm. This was the medium Kiliacosm after all. Since the Blood Butterfly verified her Tao in the medium Kiliacosm, her combat strength was naturally stronger. However, even so, it was sufficient as long as they had 2 lords of the heavenly court targeting her. There was nothing to fear about the remaining great emperor Desolate Marshal. The 13 great emperors stood in the starry skies and faced each other. The atmosphere was solemn and almost reached their limits. The world was filled with a shuddering, killing intent. A huge battle could break out at any moment. All living beings of the 10,000 races kept quiet out of fear and awaited the world-shaking battle intently. After an unknown period of time, kill! Suddenly, a voice sounded in the world. That shout ignited the flames of war instantly. The Lord of Power Heaven looked for the Fiend Lord directly. The 8 lords of the heavenly court had similar strength, with the Lord of Power Heaven slightly superior. With the Fiend Lord going up against the strongest expert of the 8 lords of the heavenly court, the pressure was slightly relieved for the others. The Lord of Illumination Heaven faced Brahma Ghost Mother. The Lord of Vermilion Heaven faced Empress Evil. The Lords of Nether Heaven and Autumn Heaven looked for Dai Yu directly. The 8 lords of the heavenly court had long discussed that 2 great emperors had to fight Great Empress Blood Butterfly. At the very least, they had to stop Great Empress Blood Butterfly from creating any trouble. There were only the Lords of Blue Heaven, Mystic Heaven and Advent Heaven remaining. Those 3 great emperors charged towards the martial Tao prime body right away. Among the 5 great emperors below, the Fiend Lord, Empress Evil and Brahma Ghost Mother came from the major Kiliacosm and were once as famous as them. It was difficult for them to suppress these people in a short period of time. As for Great Empress Blood Butterfly, she verified her Tao in the medium Kiliacosm, and her combat strength on the battlefield of the medium Kiliacosm was peerless. Among the 5 of them, the greatest weakness was Desolate Martial. Furthermore, Blue Heaven, Advent Heaven and Mystic Heaven had long formed enmity with Great Emperor Desolate Martial. They could use this opportunity to settle the blood debt from before. As long as the 3 great emperors joined forces and killed Great Emperor Desolate Martial in the shortest time possible, they could turn to deal with the other 4 great emperors. With that, they would be doubled in numbers and would definitely win this battle. The Lords of Blue Heaven, Advent Heaven and Mystic Heaven surrounded the martial Tao prime body instantly and looked at him as though they were looking at a dead person. Desolate Martial, we were just flattering you by calling you a great emperor. The Lord of Advent Heaven smiled coldly. Do you really think that you're a great emperor who can be on par with us? Kill! The 3 of them did not give the martial Tao prime body any chance. They split into 3 directions and propped up their worlds. At the same time, they attacked and suppressed the martial Tao prime body. On the other side, when Brahma Ghost Mother saw that, she was expressionless and unmoved. As for the Fiend Lord, there was a ripple in his eyes. He could also tell what the heavenly court was planning. If Desolate Martial died, it would definitely be extremely disadvantageous to their situation. Dai Yu frowned gently and her eyes shone coldly. Her attacks became sharper, wanting to break through the joint obstruction of the Lord of Nether Heaven and the Lord of Autumn Heaven. However, the Lord of Nether Heaven and the Lord of Autumn Heaven were extremely terrifying as well. Their 2 worlds that condensed Tao imprints endured the resplendence of the blood-colored storm and were indestructible and difficult to shake. The 2 lords of the heavenly court did not hold back at all. Their goal was to restrain Great Empress Blood Butterfly to the spot. Empress Evil was expressionless. However, a large resplendent galaxy suddenly reflected in her eyes. The Lord of Vermilion Heaven was slightly stunned when he saw those eyes. For a moment, it was as though he had left the battlefield. The sounds of battle, collision, clamor, and metal clashing around him suddenly vanished. At that moment, he was far away from all the disturbances and killings, lying alone in a small boat with his hands behind his head. He floated quietly on a clear lake with his eyes closed, rippling with the waves as his heart fell into an unprecedented calmness. The surroundings were silent and peaceful. At night, he opened his eyes and saw the stars in the sky. The brilliant Milky Way hung in the sky and was reflected in the calm lake. The Lord of Vermilion Heaven felt as though he was in the depths of a galaxy. It was beautiful, lively, and surreal. It was as if he had an extremely beautiful dream. He was intoxicated and could not extricate himself for a moment. Suddenly, a furious shout interrupted his dream. "Wake up, wake up!" It was the voice of the Lord of Power Heaven. When the Lord of Vermilion Heaven heard that shout, endless frustration rose in his heart. In fact, he resented the voice for disturbing his peaceful dream instead. However, before long, he woke up and broke out in cold sweat. The galaxy and lake had all vanished. "This is bad." The Lord of Vermilion Heaven was shocked. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Drunk, the sky is indistinguishable from the water's reflection. The boat laden with serene dreams weighs down upon the galaxy. Empress Evil's voice sounded distant and near, as though it came from a distant dream and came to reality, echoing faintly. The next moment, the Lord of Vermilion Heaven felt as though he was severely injured and was thrown high into the air, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His body was almost shattered and broken. His world was on the verge of collapse and was filled with cracks. He had merely relaxed slightly and fell into the galaxy dream created by Empress Evil, almost being killed on the spot. In this great Emperor battle, the first to be severely injured was a Lord of the Heavenly Court. If Empress Evil continued her pursuit and took advantage of the fact that the Lord of Vermilion Heaven was severely injured, she would definitely have a high chance of suppressing him completely. However, a hint of hesitation flashed through her eyes and she paused for a moment. If she continued to pursue the Lord of Vermilion Heaven, Desolate Marshal would probably be doomed against the encirclement of 3 great emperors. However, it would be a pity to give up on the Lord of Vermilion Heaven as well. Right then, a calm voice sounded in her mind. There's no need to care about me. Suppress the Lord of Vermilion Heaven with all your might. It was Desolate Marshal's voice. When Empress Evil heard that, her eyes lit up. She did not know what methods the Martial Tao Prime Body had. However, she chose to believe in the Martial Tao Prime Body. She also believed that she could suppress the Lord of Vermilion Heaven faster and help the Martial Tao Prime Body. The Lord of Vermilion Heaven was severely injured, and the only one who could save him was one of the Lords of Blue Heaven, Advent Heaven and Mystic Heaven, who surrounded the Martial Tao Prime Body. The other Lords of the Heavenly Court were also held back by Daiyu, the Fiend Lord and Brahma Ghost Mother, and could not back off. However, the Lords of Blue Heaven, Advent Heaven and Mystic Heaven hesitated for a moment before a ruthless glint flashed through their eyes. The 3 Lords of the Heavenly Court had a tacit understanding and decided to kill the Martial Tao Prime Body first. If the 3 of them joined forces without holding back, Desolate Marshal would definitely not be able to defend against them. After dealing with Desolate Marshal, the 3 of them would turn to deal with Empress Evil. That would be more beneficial for the situation. Furthermore, it was impossible for Empress Evil to kill the Lord of Vermilion Heaven completely. To be precise, neither of them could kill the other completely. All these years, Great Emperor Infinite was the only one who managed to come up with a plan to sacrifice his body and use it as a prison to imprison 2 great emperors. In a sense, that was the only way that managed to successfully prevent the return of the Lord of Hell and the Lord of Flame Heaven. Boom! The Tao imprints in their 3 worlds shone brightly. Blue Heaven Tao imprint, the Azure Dragon's sacred beast, danced and circled. Azure light filled the air as it spat out dragon breath that fused into the bloodline phenomenon and world of the Lord of Blue Heaven. Advent Heaven Tao imprint, the White Tiger sacred beast, was in charge of killing and spat out a stream of platinum chi. Every strand of hair that fell from his body could destroy a world. Mystic Heaven Tao imprint was a tortoise and snake that coiled around each other and approached while stepping on the sea. They reared their heads and hissed, churning up tempestuous waves. The 3 Lords of the Heavenly Court joined forces and detonated countless stars, causing the world to tremble and the sea of stars to surge. Could be said to be apocalyptic. Many experts who saw that even suspected that even Great Empress Blood Butterfly would not be able to defend against such a terrifying attack. Great Emperor Desolate Marshal had once almost died under the siege of the Lord of Advent Heaven and the Lord of the Netherworld. Now that he was surrounded by the 3 Lords of the Heavenly Courts, how could he defend? At that moment, the hearts of countless living beings skipped a beat. Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang sounded from the body of the Martial Tao Prime Body. It was not the sound of his bloodline phenomenon. It was more like a volcano eruption. It was as though a seal on his body had been removed and another power awakened. An extremely terrifying aura emitted from the body of the Martial Tao Prime Body. If this was only his martial universe at the Minor Emperor realm, the Martial Tao Prime Body would not be able to defend against the attacks of 3 Lords of the Heavenly Court. But now, the Heaven Conquest battle had erupted completely. Since all 8 Lords of the Heavenly Court had already appeared, there was no need for the Martial Tao Prime Body to hide anymore. Essence Martial World. The moment he summoned the essence martial world, the martial Tao prime body was already prepared for the worst. However, before that, he wanted to make use of the time he had to support the essence martial world to completely establish the victory of this generation's heaven conquest battle. Ever since he cultivated the essence martial world, the martial Tao prime body had never released it. Even he did not know what kind of power would erupt after releasing the essence martial world and fusing it with the martial universe. The expressions of the Lords of Blue Heaven, Advent Heaven and Mystic Heaven changed. The three lords of the heavenly court could clearly sense a change in the martial Tao prime body. This change made the three of them shudder in fear. The Lord of Advent Heaven had seen the martial universe, heaven and earth furnace and 10 gates of hell before. At that moment, the figure of the martial Tao prime body became indistinct and a dark and mysterious world appeared in his body, spreading continuously. This is a second world? How is that possible? The three lords of the heavenly court were puzzled when they saw that. They came from the major Kiliacosm. Even so, given their experience, they could not understand the scene before them. The only thing the three lords of the heavenly court were certain of was that as this dark and mysterious world spread, the sense of danger they felt became stronger. Boom! 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 The attacks of the three lords of the heavenly court were even more ferocious, wanting to suppress the martial Tao prime body in the shortest time possible. At the very least, they could not let this secret skill of the martial Tao prime body be released completely. The 10 gates of hell shattered one after another under the attacks of the three lords of the heavenly court. The heaven and earth furnace was shattered by the three lords of the heavenly court as well. However, the existence of the 10 gates of hell and the heaven and earth furnace helped the martial Tao prime body stall for a moment. That was enough for him. The martial universe and the essence martial world reached a wonderful balance on the martial Tao prime body and resonated. These were two different dermic Taos. The martial universe was completely a world derived from cultivating the martial Tao. As for the essence martial world, it was formed continuously by the variable that was the martial Tao prime body. The existence of the martial Tao prime body was beyond the 3 realms and 5 elements. The same was true for the essence martial grotto heaven that was derived later on. The essence martial world made the martial Tao prime body the greatest variable ever. This was not only the fusion and resonance of the 2 dermic Taos. It was also the synthesis of the dermic Tao of the martial Tao together with the variable itself, giving rise to endless variants and possibilities. At the same time, the martial Tao prime body sensed the sense of danger that made his heart palpitate once more. This time round, it was even clearer. It was like a sharp sword hanging above his head that could slash down at any moment. Furthermore, the martial Tao prime body knew that he could not defend against the gigantic sword if it slashed down. The martial Tao prime body tried his best to suppress his palpitations and locked his gaze on the 3 lords of the heavenly court. Phew! The martial Tao prime body took a deep breath of air, and a gigantic air current surged into his lungs, emitting a hissing sound. His chest puffed up and he punched 3 times in the direction of the 3 lords of the heavenly court. Boom! 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 3 consecutive deafening bangs sounded. Just like that, the 4 of them were frozen in that posture motionlessly. At that moment, it was as though time and space had frozen. Even the other great emperors who were fighting felt the surrounding starry skies tremble and glanced over instinctively. The 3 lords of the heavenly court were stunned for a moment. Immediately after, their eyes revealed immense shock. The 3 punches of the martial Tao prime body released a powerful and shocking divine power that was unstoppable and wanted to destroy everything. Splash! The bloodline phenomenons of the 3 lords of the heavenly court shattered with a bang and collapsed completely. Crack, crack, crack. A terrifying sound echoed from the worlds condensed by the 3 lords of the heavenly court as well, and dense cracks appeared. The light on the 3 Tao imprints flickered continuously. Even with the 3 bloodline phenomenons and worlds that were infused with Tao imprints, the 3 lords of the heavenly court could not defend against him at all. The shocking divine power released by the 3 punches surged into their bodies through their bloodline phenomenons and worlds, destroying their life force. The three lords of the heavenly court spat out blood with pale faces and were sent flying by 3 punches from the martial Tao prime body. That scene caused an uproar. The other great emperors who were fighting were shocked. This outcome exceeded everyone's expectations. The expressions of the great emperors of the heavenly court turned extremely ugly. The 3 lords of the heavenly court joined forces to attack a human great emperor who had yet to verify his Tao and was actually defeated? Even if great Emperor Infinite of the past was revived, he wouldn't be able to defend against the combined forces of the Lord of Blue Heaven and the other 2. Just what in the world was the background of this great Emperor Desolate Marshal? When Dai saw that, she finally relaxed and fought against the 2 great emperors, the Lord of Nether Heaven and the Lord of Autumn Heaven, with all her might. The more she fought, the stronger her aura became. When the Fiend Lord and Brahma Ghost Mother saw that, the shock in their hearts was definitely not inferior to the lords of the heavenly court. They came from the major Kiliacosm and their cultivation realms were far above great emperors. However, they were in the medium Kiliacosm and were restricted by the heaven and earth laws. Their combat strength was restricted and they could only unleash the strength of great emperors. Therefore, their combat strengths in the medium Kiliacosm were similar. Such heaven and earth laws originated from the birth of heaven and earth, and these laws served as protection for the 3 realms. If experts of upper worlds went down to lower worlds and released their powers at will, the lower worlds would be destroyed countless times, and that would destroy the stability of the 3 realms. Living beings of the medium Kiliacosm would suffer similar restrictions when heading to the minor Kiliacosm unless they cultivated to the Emperor realm or above. Even with their cultivation realms in the major Kiliacosm, they could not resist such heaven and earth laws. However, the power released by great Emperor Desolate Marshal seemed to have broken through the restrictions of the heaven and earth laws on him. How was that possible? Great Emperor Desolate Marshal was only at the Emperor realm. How could there be such a variable from him? Given the understanding of the Fiend Lord, Brahma Ghost Mother, and the others, they could not understand the situation earlier on. However, the 2 of them knew in their hearts that if great Emperor Desolate Marshal could really break through the restrictions of the heaven and earth laws on him, even if his strength was just increased by a single level, it would be enough to determine the victory of the heaven conquest battle. The Fiend Lord and the others fought the heaven conquest battles for several eras and countless years, but they had always ended in failure. It was only in this generation that they finally saw a glimmer of hope. On the other side, the Lord of Vermilion Heaven lost the initiative and was severely injured by Empress Evil's galaxy dream. He wanted to retreat from the battlefield to recuperate. However, Empress Evil followed him like a shadow and chased after him, not giving him a chance at all. Shriek! When the Lord of Vermilion Heaven saw that the situation was bad, he shrieked and let out a sharp phoenix cry. The Lord of Vermilion Heaven bit the tip of his tongue gently and spat out a mouthful of essence blood, scattering it in front of him. Every single drop of essence blood transformed into a scarlet vermilion bird that flapped its wings and charged towards Empress Evil with a searing heat. Although the Lord of Vermilion Heaven was not from the true vermilion bird race, he had an extremely rich vermilion bird bloodline flowing through his body. Heavenly Vermilion Sacred Sword. At the same time, the Lord of Vermilion Heaven fused his Tao imprint with his bloodline and world to condense a scarlet sword in his palm. It was incomparably hot and burned with flames as though it had just been pulled out of magma. When the Lord of Vermilion Heaven saw that he could not escape, he risked his severely injured body and wielded the Heavenly Vermilion Sacred Sword. Surrounded by many vermilion birds, he slashed towards Empress Evil. He was a lord of the heavenly court after all. Even if his combat strength was restricted to the great emperor level, he could still unleash many powerful trump cards with his extraordinary knowledge. Empress Evil was barehanded and her glabella shone. Suddenly, ripples appeared in her eyes as she murmured softly, "Incessant dreams." Empress Evil's voice was soft and pure, like a child filled with innocence. When the voice sounded, the Lord of Vermilion Heaven felt exhausted and fell asleep. The Lord of Vermilion Heaven's expression changed indeterminately. The left half was incomparably calm and peaceful, but the right half looked abnormally ferocious and in pain. The Lord of Vermilion Heaven was caught in a struggle. He clearly knew that this was the Dermic Tao of Empress Evil. Furthermore, it was one of Empress Evil's strongest methods. Incessant dreams could be used on the essence spirit directly and cause the other party to be in a daze, as though he had fallen into a dream, while damaging his essence spirit directly. However, his body could not be controlled and he wanted to fall asleep. If he was at his peak, he would definitely not be so passive. The combat strength between the two of them was actually not much different. However, he lost the initiative in a moment of carelessness and was severely injured by Empress Evil, leading to the current crisis. Suddenly, the Lord of Vermilion Heaven turned the heavenly vermilion sacred sword around and stabbed towards his abdomen. He used all his strength without holding back for that stab, and it pierced through his body instantly, causing blood to flow profusely. The immense pain stimulated the Lord of Vermilion Heaven's mind and woke him up instantly. Although the entire process sounded long, it was actually almost instant. However, in that single moment, his essence spirit was already damaged and the many vermilion birds that surrounded him dissipated one after another. Fortunately, he had already woken up and was temporarily out of danger. However, at that moment, Empress Evil pointed in his direction and murmured softly, "Ironclad horses crossing the frozen river. Rumble!" Suddenly, the sound of an army charging over sounded in the mind of the Lord of Vermilion Heaven. They charged through the frozen river with a murderous aura. The next moment, countless armored warhorses appeared before his eyes, revealing only pairs of cold eyes. The countless warhorses charged over aggressively. Ah! 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 The Lord of Vermilion Heaven roared and gripped the heavenly vermilion sacred sword with both hands, waving it in all directions continuously. He could no longer tell if the scene before him was reality or a dream. Be it reality or a dream, all he wanted to do was slash everything in front of him. However, when his heavenly vermilion sacred sword slashed down on the warhorses, it was as though it had struck empty air. The heavenly vermilion sacred sword slashed past the warhorses but met with no obstruction. They were fake. The Lord of Vermilion Heaven was slightly stunned and a look of confusion flashed through his eyes. Bang! However, at the next moment, a warhorse charged over and collided heavily in front of him, sending him flying hundreds of feet away and landing in the distant starry skies. Intense pain. He was filled with ubiquitous pain. However, the Lord of Vermilion Heaven could not even tell if the pain was real or fake and if it came from a dream. A figure hidden among the galloping warhorses suddenly appeared and slapped the top of his head. The Lord of Vermilion Heaven's eyes lit up and he instantly locked onto the figure, shouting, "Die!" Swoosh! The heavenly vermilion sacred sword slashed out, slicing through the bodies of countless warhorses. The figure disappeared. The Lord of Vermilion Heaven did not have time to think. He turned around abruptly and waved the heavenly vermilion sacred sword, slashing behind him. However, he was still a step too slow. Bang! A palm slapped his back neither lightly nor forcefully. However, the Lord of Vermilion Heaven shuddered as though his soul had left his body. His soul left his body from that palm strike and he was in a drift, not knowing where he was. Nank palm. The Lord of Vermilion Heaven recognized that it was one of Empress Evil's most famous methods in the major kiliocosm. The killing power of the Nank palm was not strong. However, with every palm strike, a layer of dream would appear on his body. The more palm strikes there were, the more dreams there would be, stacking continuously until he was trapped in layers of dreams and could not extricate himself forever. The Lord of Vermilion Heaven spat out another mouthful of blood. He could no longer distinguish between reality and dream. On the other side, when the Lord of Power Heaven saw that the situation was bad, his expression was solemn. If this continued, the Lord of Vermilion Heaven would probably be suppressed by Empress Evil. When he saw how domineering the martial Tao Prime Body and Empress Evil were, a cold glint flashed through the Fiend Lord's eyes and the killing intent in his body boiled. Suddenly, 3 tombs appeared behind the Fiend Lord. When the 3 tombs appeared, they emitted a shuddering aura that even the world could not withstand and trembled slightly. Poof! 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 The three tombs split open and scarlet blood flowed out like three blood springs. Suddenly, three blood-stained swords flew out from the blood springs of the three tombs with cold killing intent. The surrounding temperature plummeted, almost freezing the starry skies. The killing intent on the three swords was way too strong. Even the martial Dao prime body frowned slightly and glanced sideways. Even the killing intent of the three great sword arts paled in comparison to the killing intent of these three swords. He really did not know what was buried in the three tombs. Whose blood was stained on the three swords? Slash! The Fiend Lord's spirit consciousness moved and he pointed forward. One of the blood-stained swords sped forward and transformed into a blood beam. In an instant, it arrived in front of the Lord of Power Heaven with surging killing intent and blood chi. The Lord of Power Heaven had a grim expression as he summoned a gigantic jade seal that emitted an emerald green glow. Heavenly Power Sacred Seal. The Lord of Power Heaven hollered softly. His world, bloodline phenomenon and Dao imprint fused into the gigantic jade seal and smashed towards the incoming blood-stained sword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out and the blood-stained sword was suppressed by the Heavenly Power Sacred Seal immediately. However, it struggled and jumped continuously, as though it possessed endless spirituality. Destroy! The Fiend Lord's spirit consciousness moved. The blood-stained sword that flew out of the second tomb stabbed towards the Lord of Power Heaven. Kill! At the same time, the Fiend Lord waved his hand and the third blood-stained sword followed closely, slashing towards the Lord of Power Heaven. Slash! Destroy and kill. The three blood-stained swords appeared at the same time with torrential killing intent that could overturn the world. At the same time, Great Brahma! Brahma Ghost Mother shrieked and suddenly turned into a ball of black fog, fusing into the world she created and disappearing without a trace. Brahma and self-convergence. Immediately after, Brahma Ghost Mother's voice sounded again erratically. Brahma Ghost Mother seemed to have vanished, but she was omnipresent. The Lord of Illumination Heaven frowned and conjured hand seals continuously with both hands. He seemed to have transformed into a gigantic blazing sun as he stood in the world, emitting a blinding light that illuminated the skies. However, under the suppression of Brahma and self-convergence, the light around the Lord of Illumination Heaven was continuously compressed and devoured bit by bit. On the other side, a gigantic blood-colored butterfly appeared behind Daiyu. Two blood-colored full moons were imprinted on its wings like a pair of blood-colored eyes as it glared at the Lord of Nether Heaven and the Lord of Autumn Heaven opposite it. The two blood moons possessed a mysterious and powerful might. After locking onto the two lords of the heavenly court for a long time, they could actually dispel the Dao imprints that augmented them. After the martial Dao prime body and Empress Evil gained the upper hand first, Daiyu, the Fiend Lord and Brahma Ghost Mother's auras increased as well, and they counterattacked in all directions. Right in front of many experts, the 8 great emperors of the heavenly court were severely injured one after another and were at a disadvantage, retreating step by step. Save them, retreat! The voice of the Lord of Power Heaven sounded in the minds of the few lords of heavenly court. The Lord of Vermilion Heaven was about to die while the lords of Blue Heaven, Advent Heaven and Mystic Heaven were severely injured and in a critical situation. The remaining 4 of them could not gain any advantage against Great Empress Blood Butterfly, the Fiend Lord and Brahma Ghost Mother. If they continued fighting in the medium Kiliacosm, they would probably die here. Returning to the heavenly court and using the 9 heavens formation to defend against Great Emperor Desolate Marshal, and the others could buy them enough time to recover from their injuries. Once their injuries healed, they might be able to make a comeback with the power of the 9 heavens formation and fight again. Endless thunder. The gaze of the Lord of Power Heaven intensified and lightning surged in his eyes. He opened his arms and released his dermic Dao, creating a blinding sea of lightning in the world. The other lords of the heavenly court released their life-saving methods one after another. Instantly, the world shook and the weather changed. The Lord of Power Heaven and the others withdrew from the battlefield and sped in the direction of the heavenly court. The Lord of Vermilion Heaven was trapped in a dream. Under the impact of countless thunderbolts, the dreams he were in shattered one after another. However, the Lord of Vermilion Heaven was not out of danger just yet. Earlier on, he was struck by many nankpalms and had too many dreams superimposed on him. Even if the other lords of the heavenly court intervened, they could not save him in a short period of time. Humph. Empress Evil was expressionless as she said coldly, "I'm definitely going to kill this person today." An immortal boat appeared beneath her. It streaked through the starry skies and sailed into the depths of the dreams, stirring up waves as it arrived before the Lord of Vermilion Heaven. The appearance of Empress Evil also broke through the dreams, causing the Lord of Vermilion Heaven to notice something amiss. The Lord of Vermilion Heaven roared and wielded the heavenly Vermilion sacred sword, counterattacking once more, charging towards Empress Evil. However, in the eyes of Empress Evil, his actions right now were like the struggles of a cornered beast. After all, this was a dream created by Empress Evil. Even if the Lord of Vermilion Heaven discovered the existence of Empress Evil, he would not be able to defeat her in the layers of dreams. Bang! 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 The two of them exchanged blows for more than 100 rounds in the blink of an eye. Traces of blood appeared on Empress Evil's body as well. Even for her, it was impossible to escape unscathed against a lord of the heavenly court who fought with all his might. A moment later, the two figures suddenly froze. The surrounding dreams dissipated one after another. Countless blood scars appeared on the Lord of Vermilion Heaven's body as well. His entire body dissipated gradually with the surrounding dreams, turning into blood mists. When they saw that, the Lord of Power Heaven and the others had ugly expressions. They knew that the Lord of Vermilion Heaven could no longer be saved. At the same time, the Lords of Blue Heaven, Advent Heaven and Mystic Heaven split into 3 different directions and fled towards the heavenly court. Although the Martial Tao Prime body was strong, there was no way he could kill the 3 of them. Swoosh! The figure of the Martial Tao Prime body moved and took a step forward. In an instant, he arrived behind the Lord of Advent Heaven and smashed. Sensing the danger behind him, the Lord of Advent Heaven did not have time to think. He summoned a treasure mirror that flickered with a cold light and augmented his Tao imprint to defend behind him. Boom! There was a loud bang. The fist of the Martial Tao Prime body smashed heavily against the treasure mirror. The Lord of Advent Heaven shuddered and spat out blood. He staggered and almost fell. Even with the protection of the treasure mirror, he could not defend against the fist of the Martial Tao Prime body. Impossible! The Lord of Advent Heaven was in an extremely wretched state and shouted, "Your strength has already exceeded the limits of the medium kiliacosm. That's impossible." Boom! The Martial Tao Prime body said nothing and a second punch followed. The sense of danger was getting stronger by the moment, and he was in no mood to pay attention to the Lord of Advent Heaven. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by a cracking sound, the treasure mirror was shattered by 2 punches from the Martial Tao Prime body. The arm of the Lord of Advent Heaven could not withstand the shocking divine power and was shattered inch by the second punch, causing a blood mist to erupt. When the Lords of Blue Heaven and Mystic Heaven turned around and saw that, they had terrified expressions. The Lord of Advent Heaven was probably doomed, and the 2 of them did not dare to turn around to save him. Otherwise, the 2 of them would be hammered to death by Great Emperor Desolate Marshal as well. The moment that thought flashed through their minds, a tragic cry sounded from the Lord of Advent Heaven. The third punch of the Martial Tao Prime body descended and shattered the Lord of Advent Heaven's body. Swoosh! The essence spirit of the Lord of Advent Heaven broke through the blood mist and fled into the distance. However, the Martial Tao Prime body was long prepared. Boom! A gigantic ancient gate descended with a sinister and terrifying aura, blocking the retreat of the Lord of Advent Heaven's essence spirit. The Lord of Advent Heaven sensed that something was amiss and retreated hurriedly. However, a gigantic pitch-black vortex suddenly appeared on the ancient gate. It surged with endless fiend chi and released a gigantic suction force, wanting to pull him in. A hell gate had descended. The Lord of Advent Heaven's expression changed starkly. When he realized the goal of the Martial Tao Prime body, a ruthless glint flashed through his eyes and he was about to self-destruct his essence spirit. However, The pitch-black fiend Qi had already coiled up and seeped into his essence spirit, stopping him from self-destructing. Immediately after, countless pale palms extended from the sinister gate and pulled him in. The other end of the Hell Gate led to Greater Avicii, the place where the Lord of Flame Heaven and the Lord of Hell were imprisoned. According to the Fiend Lord, it was impossible to kill the lords of the heavenly court completely. Even if they were beaten to death in body and spirit, they would make a comeback. In other words, imprisoning them in Greater Avicii without killing them was the best way to deal with them. Prior to this, the martial Tao Prime Body wanted to imprison Feng Du in Greater Avicii. Unfortunately, Feng Du sensed his goal in advance and chose to commit suicide. As for the 8 lords of the heavenly court, they were high and mighty in the heavenly court far away and did not know the methods of the martial Tao Prime Body at all. By the time the Lord of Advent Heaven realized, it was too late. When the Lord of Power Heaven saw the situation and realized that they could not save them, they were extremely decisive as well. They abandoned the Lords of Advent Heaven and Vermilion Heaven and retreated to the heavenly court with their armies. The gigantic cracks in the firmaments closed as well. After this battle, not only did the 8 lords of the heavenly court fail to kill the martial Tao Prime Body and the others, they even lost 2 great emperors. The Lord of Vermilion Heaven is dead? Dayu saw Empress Evil's attack earlier on as well and asked. Empress Evil shook her head gently. He's only dead for the time being. He'll make a comeback. Pausing for a moment, Empress Evil continued. However, even if he revives, he won't be able to recover to his peak state in a short period of time and will need to recuperate for a long time. This generation is the best opportunity for our heaven conquest battle. There were originally 9 lords of the heavenly court, but now, there were only 6 left. There were still 5 great emperors on their side. Brahma Ghost Mother said. Even though there are only 6 great emperors left, if they rely on the 9 heavens formation to defend to the death, we probably won't be able to break through in a short period of time as well. Not necessarily, the Fiend Lord said, and his gaze landed on the martial Tao Prime Body. The gaze of the martial Tao Prime Body shifted in the direction of the blessed heaven world. The experts of the blessed heaven world felt their hearts skip a beat and their bodies turn cold. They had not expected that in this generation, the heavenly court would lose this battle of heaven and earth and leave them in the medium kiliacosm. For countless years, they had been conscientious and patrolled the medium kiliacosm for the heavenly court. They had not even gotten the chance to step foot into the heavenly court and ascend to the major kiliacosm. To think that they would be abandoned so casually now. Before the few lords of the heavenly court left, they did not even look at them. The martial Tao Prime Body's spirit consciousness stirred. Phew! 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 Hell gates tore through the void and descended on the blessed heaven world, smashing down fiercely towards the remaining 8 sin grounds. The 8 sin grounds were pocket dimensions that were indestructible. Back then, the martial Tao Prime Body also relied on the blood of Great Empress Brahma Ghost Mother to shatter the 9 nether sin ground. Right now, he no longer needed anyone's help. Just the descent of the 10 gates of hell was something that the 8 sin grounds could not withstand and shattered. The evil fiends and sin spirits who had been imprisoned here for lifetimes finally saw the light of day in the era established by Great Emperor Desolate Marshal and Great Empress Blood Butterfly. The commotion caused by the Great Emperor battle was too great. Dermic Daos intertwined in a dazzling manner. Even the evil fiends and sin spirits in the 8 sin grounds could see everything clearly. After they escaped, they were stunned for a long time and could not believe it for a moment. As time passed, everyone finally realized that they had regained their freedom. The billions of evil fiends and sin spirits cheered louder and louder. Amidst the countless cheers, there were roars and cries. It was unknown who started it, but someone knelt in the direction of the martial Tao Prime Body, with tears streaming down his face. Immediately after, a large number of evil fiends and sin spirits knelt on the ground one after another and looked at the purple figure in the distant starry skies with grateful eyes and incomparably respectful expressions. The Fiend Lord, Empress Evil and Brahma Ghost Mother stood in the world. However, at that moment, after the evil fiends and sin spirits broke free, the first person they knelt to and thanked was Great Emperor Desolate Marshal. They had been imprisoned for several eras and countless years. Their sense of recognition towards their race's bloodline became fainter and fainter. There was only despair and hatred in their hearts. The person who gave them hope and saved them was Great Emperor Desolate Marshal. Boom! 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 Some evil fiends and sin spirits broke free from the restrictions of the sin grounds and sensed the surrounding heaven and earth essence chi and the great Tao laws. The barriers of their cultivation realms that had been suppressed for many years loosened, and they broke through one after another. Kill! 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 After escaping, the hatred that had been suppressed in the hearts of the evil fiends and sin spirits for many years erupted completely. Many evil fiends and sin spirits charged towards the blessed heaven world. There were no emperor experts among them yet. However, to them they were no longer afraid of death. The 10 gates of hell opened the way and smashed towards the emperor experts of the blessed heaven world. The blessed heaven world lords? Peak emperors? None of them could defend against the rampage of the 10 gates of hell. The blessed heaven world wailed and countless cultivators fled in all directions. The Iron Crown Old Man, Emperor Northkuin, Dragon Empress Frost, the Old Ape and the others gave the order one after another to attack the blessed heaven world. The fate of the blessed heaven world was decided. The blessed heaven world that had existed for countless years was finally about to be destroyed in this generation. The martial Tao Prime body did not spend much time on the blessed heaven world. Instead, he looked up at the firmaments and soared into the air, flying in the direction of the heavenly court. Right now, there were only 6 lords of the heavenly court left. Although the 9 heavens formation was powerful, there would definitely be flaws without 3 lords of the heavenly court. The sense of danger became increasingly pressing. He had to break through the 9 heavens formation as soon as possible and kill his way into the heavenly court. If he met with an accident and died before that happened, the remaining 4 of them, Dai Yu, the Fiend Lord, Empress Evil, and Brahma Ghost Mother, would probably not be able to secure victory against the 6 lords of the heavenly court convincingly. In a flash, Dai Yu arrived beside the martial Tao Prime body and stopped him. 2 of the 8 great emperors of the heavenly court are already gone. One of them is even trapped by you in Greater Avicii. Given the current situation, there's no need to rush the heaven conquest battle. The one who should be anxious should be the heavenly court. Dai Yu was puzzled. The martial Tao Prime body had such combat strength the moment he entered the Emperor realm. If he was given more time and cultivated to the perfected Emperor realm, their chances of winning would be even higher. Even if the Lord of Vermilion Heaven could revive and recover during this period of time, they would still have the absolute advantage. She did not believe that the martial Tao Prime body could not understand the same logic as well. Furthermore, she could vaguely sense that something was wrong with the martial Tao Prime body. That was the reason why she caught up and held him back. It'll be too late. The martial Tao Prime body was silent for a moment before saying softly. He had never told Dai Yu about the danger of the essence martial world. He also wanted to stop and continue cultivating. However, he had already dispersed the essence martial world the moment the few great emperors of the heavenly court retreated earlier on. Yet, the sense of danger did not disappear. He had already been locked onto. The 2 of them were telepathic. Furthermore, at this cultivation realm, Dai Yu could already roughly guess without much explanation. After a moment of silence, Dai Yu asked, "Will you die?" "Maybe," the martial Tao Prime body said. He could only determine that the source of that danger was from the major kiliacosm. However, he did not know if it was a person, something, or some unknown restriction or law. He did not know if he could survive this calamity either. Only, when he was locked onto by the power of the major kiliacosm, the netherworld treasure mirror that had been silent in the depths of the essence martial world became a little restless. There was fear, wariness, and anger that the netherworld treasure mirror emitted. However, more than anything else, there was hatred. There was an extremely evil life form hidden in the netherworld treasure mirror that the martial Tao Prime body could not subdue. Therefore, he had never used this treasure. After entering the Emperor realm, he had no use for this treasure and had always placed it in the essence martial world. Dai Yu was silent and did not say anything. However, the martial Tao prime body could tell the worry in her heart. It's nothing much. The martial Tao prime body smiled and consoled. How can there be no bloodshed or deaths for the heaven conquest battle to succeed? Since that's the case, let's start with me. Furthermore, even if this body is destroyed, there's still my green lotus true body. I won't be truly dead. Daiyu was silent. Although that was the case, she knew that this martial Tao prime body had an extremely special meaning to Su Zimo. Right then, Empress Evil arrived beside the two of them. It's not impossible to slow down the heaven conquest battle. You don't have to worry that experts from the major Kiliacosm will descend upon the heavenly court during this period of time. There's a barrier between the three realms and it's protected by the heavenly Tao laws. Not everyone can descend casually. Ascending from a lower world to an upper world was a process that went with the flow of nature and abode by the heavenly Tao laws. However, going against it was as difficult as ascending the heavens. The martial Tao prime body and Daiyu knew about that as well. Back then, as an immortal king expert, human monarch Lin Zhan forcibly descended to the lower world. Not only was his combat strength greatly weakened, he was almost severely injured and did not recover even after many years. The reason why Emperor experts could break through the restrictions of the laws and head to the minor Kiliacosm was mainly because Emperor experts should have ascended to the major Kiliacosm to begin with. Due to the existence of the heavenly court, Emperor realm experts could not ascend, causing many emperors to stay in the medium Kiliacosm. In a sense, the appearance of the heavenly court broke the natural laws of the three realms and caused countless calamities. Suddenly, Daiyu asked, how did the lords of the heavenly court descend back then? This question was extremely critical as well. Since there were law barriers in the three realms, logically speaking, experts like the lords of the heavenly court should not have been able to arrive at the medium Kiliacosm as well. Empress Evil said indifferently. Back then, something happened in the major Kiliacosm, causing the law barriers of the major Kiliacosm and medium Kiliacosm to be shattered. That was how people like us fell. Although Empress Evil said it casually, the martial Tao prime body and Daiyu could tell that what happened in the major Kiliacosm back then was definitely not a small matter. Even the law barriers of the three realms were shattered. What sort of power was that? Empress Evil continued. Over the years, the law barriers of the major Kiliacosm and medium Kiliacosm have almost been completely repaired, and it's difficult for experts of the major Kiliacosm to descend. Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body asked, back in the combat era, Great Emperor Combat fought to the death against the Lord of Power Heaven. He died and revived. But why is he still in the heavenly court of the medium Kiliacosm? If the Lord of Power Heaven came from the major Kiliacosm, he should have returned to the major Kiliacosm after being killed by Great Emperor Combat. That's another reason why the heavenly court exists. Empress Evil said, they left a wisp of their Tao imprints in the 9 heavens. As long as the 9 heavens is not destroyed and their Tao imprints are not extinguished, they can revive in the 9 heavens even if they die. The martial Tao prime body said in a deep voice. In other words, in order to completely sever their path of retreat for their rebirth in the 9 heavens, we have to either imprison them forever or beat them to death. Furthermore, we have to shatter the 9 heavens and obliterate their Tao imprints. That's right. Empress Evil nodded. Although that was the case, they had never even entered the heavenly court in the past few heaven conquest battles. The battlefield had always been in the medium Kiliacosm. In that case, let's crush the 9 heavens. The martial Tao prime body looked up at the firmaments and soared into the skies once more. Daiyu did not dissuade him and charged towards the heavenly court alongside the martial Tao prime body. The Fiend Lord, Empress Evil and Brahma Ghost Mother exchanged glances and followed closely behind without stopping. The closer they were to the heavenly court, the greater the pressure from the heavens. In reality, given their cultivation levels, they should not have felt that pressure at all. Instead, they would have felt the call of the major Kiliacosm and ascended. That pressure came from none other than the heavenly court. Phew! The martial Tao prime body opened the way with the 10 gates of hell and broke through the layers of fog, revealing a vast and boundless barrier that was like a gigantic dome that enveloped the medium Kiliacosm. On this huge dome, 9 regions could be vaguely separated, corresponding to the 9 heavens. At that moment, countless runes appeared on the dome and shone with a bedazzling light, bursting forth with endless rays of light. Like a rain of arrows that filled the skies, they shot towards the martial Tao prime body. Dai, the Fiend Lord, Empress Evil and Brahma Ghost Mother. The 9 heavens formation had already been activated. If they wanted to kill their way into the heavenly court, the 9 heavens formation was the first obstacle. The hell suppression tripod hung above the head of the martial Tao prime body, and the 4 sacred souls revolved around him. Sanskrit reverberated and the figures of Buddhas appeared, charging against the rain of arrows with a torrential aura. Dai, the Fiend Lord, Empress Evil and Brahma Ghost Mother used their own methods as well and charged towards the 9 heavens formation. The rain of arrows that filled the sky could not stop the martial Tao prime body and the other 4 great emperors at all. If it was in the past few eras, the 9 heavens formation would have 9 great emperors holding down and its power would far exceed that of now. However, now that 3 of the 9 lords of the heavenly court were gone, only 6 lords of the heavenly court were left to operate the 9 heavens formation. The strength was ultimately weaker. Furthermore, there was a variable like the martial Tao prime body in this generation. Since the danger was not resolved after he retracted the essence martial world, the martial Tao prime body no longer hid. He summoned the essence martial world again and fused it with the martial universe, pushing his combat strength to the limit. Against the rain of arrows that filled the sky, not only was the martial Tao prime body not obstructed, his movement technique was even faster. His entire body burned with flames and he crashed towards the 9 heavens formation like a gigantic fireball. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shaking bang, flames splattered. The figure of the martial Tao prime body appeared once more. With just a single impact, the 9 heavens formation trembled continuously. The Dermic Tao runes imprinted on it flickered continuously. Countless arrows were interrupted as well. Dai, the Fiend Lord, Empress Evil and Brahma Ghost Mother, took the opportunity to approach and attack the 9 heavens formation. They had the highest chance of succeeding in the heaven conquest battle in this generation. Seeing that they were about to enter the heavenly court, the Fiend Lord, Empress Evil and Brahma Ghost Mother did not hold back either. After the 3 blood swords, slash, destroy and kill, another tomb appeared behind the Fiend Lord. The Fiend Lord summoned his 4th blood sword Vanquish. The 4 blood swords were released together and the killing intent on the Fiend Lord intensified, almost turning corporeal. It was extremely frightening with an extraordinary bloodthirst. The Fiend Lord stood above the blank tomb and his black hair danced. Blood chi surrounded him as he waved his hand, controlling the 4 blood swords to launch a massive attack towards the 9 heavens. Clang, clang, clang. The blood swords slashed down continuously and collided with the 9 heavens formation, emitting an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. The Fiend Lord's killing intent was so intense that even Empress Evil and Brahma Ghost Mother beside him frowned slightly, as though they could not withstand it and dodged one after another. Empress Evil released many powerful methods in succession as well. She stood on a large boat and streaked across the galaxy. Countless armored warhorses stepped through the frozen river and arrived beside her. She clapped gently and conjured countless palm shadows that were blurry and illusory. Under the attack of Empress Evil, the Dermic Tao runes on the 9 heavens formation dimmed gradually, as though they were in a deep sleep and lost in a dream. The figure of Brahma Ghost Mother vanished and she released Brahma and self-convergence, fusing with the great Brahma and transforming into endless black fog. The black fog seeped into the 9 heavens formation. The wings of the blood butterfly phenomenon behind Dai merely trembled slightly, and a gigantic storm was created, destroying the world. The boundless blood storm howled and swept past the 9 heavens formation. Countless spell runes were torn apart by the storm. Of course, the most terrifying scene was on the side of the martial Tao prime body. The synthesis of the martial Tao prime body's 2 worlds pushed his combat strength to the limits and the 10 gates of hell launched bombardments one after another. His entire body was blazing with flames and the hell suppression tripod hung above his head. He raised his fists and smashed towards the 9 heavens formation continuously. The current combat strength of the martial Tao prime body had already exceeded the limits of the medium kiliocosm. Earlier on, against his fist, even the Lord of Blue Heaven, the Lord of Advent Heaven and the Lord of Mystic Heaven spat out blood. Right now, with the consecutive punches of the martial Tao prime body, the 9 heavens formation swayed continuously and many dermic Tao runes shattered. Their light dimmed and fell from the formation. The dome above the head of the martial Tao prime body had already caved in deeply and was about to collapse completely. After an unknown period of time, boom! A deafening bang shook the world. Right in front of countless living beings in the world, a gigantic hole was punched in the 9 heavens dome that shone with endless brilliance by the martial Tao prime body. The 9 heavens formation was broken through. Although it was only a hole, it reduced the power of the 9 heavens formation greatly and revealed irreparable flaws. Bang! 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 For loud bangs sounded in the world. Under the attacks of Dai Yu, the Fiend Lord, Empress Evil and Brahma Ghost Mother, the 9 heavens formation in front of them was broken as well. Crack! 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 A gigantic power spread towards the 9 heavens formation continuously. The resplendent dome was filled with dense cracks. The 9 heavens formation could not withstand the joint attack of the martial Tao prime body and the other 4 great emperors and was already shattered. After a short silence, there was a loud bang. Right in front of everyone, the dome of the 9 heavens collapsed. Immediately after, endless and rich heaven and earth essence chi surged down from behind the dome in a majestic manner, covering the skies like a shocking tsunami. All living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium kiliocosm were stunned with dumbfounded expressions. Prior to this, the martial Tao prime body had once said that the 9 heavens served as the court and sealed heaven and earth essence chi. That was the reason why the essence chi in the medium kiliocosm was thin and it was difficult for all living beings to cultivate. At that time, there were still many people in the medium kiliocosm who did not believe that. At this moment, when the living beings of the medium kiliocosm witnessed it with their own eyes, they came to a complete realization. The 9 heavens shall serve as the court? What sins has the heavenly court committed all these years? These people from the heavenly court act high and mighty and don't regard us as humans at all. They rewarded us with a little bit of heaven and earth essence chi, but for that, we have to kill each other and fight to the death. The heaven and earth essence chi that surged down from the heavenly court was way too dense and almost turned into an ocean of essence chi. It surged towards the medium kiliocosm and flowed through billions of galaxies, turning into countless essence chi rain that poured down. The essence chi rain covered the entire medium kiliocosm. Even Tianhuang world that was at the edge of the medium kiliocosm was enveloped by the heavy rain. The originally barren and lifeless stars at the edge of the medium kiliocosm woke up one after another under the nourishment of the rain and were reborn. The reason why Desolate Martial imparted the Tao and imparted martial arts to all living beings was so that the martial Tao could be passed down. However, nobody would benefit from it immediately. Yet, the moment the 9 heavens formation was shattered, essence chi rain descended from the skies. For the living beings of the medium kiliocosm, this was an unimaginable opportunity. Every living being, even the weakest life forms, would benefit from it. Almost all the cultivators felt an opportunity to break through at that moment. Due to the lack of cultivation resources, talented people fell into bottlenecks. Now that they obtained such an opportunity, many of them even broke through 2 to 3 minor realms in a row. The essence chi rain was merely the most direct impact on all living beings of the 10,000 races. After breaking the 9 heavens formation, everyone finally saw the legendary heavenly court. At that moment, many Emperor Realm experts felt as though the fog had been broken through and their horizons had broadened. The fog that shrouded the path ahead dissipated instantly. Initially, for all living beings of the 10,000 races, after they advanced to the Emperor Realm, it seemed as though they had reached the end. However, at that moment, the Emperor experts realized that the path ahead was endless. Some Emperor experts even felt that the barrier of their cultivation realms began to loosen. The heaven and earth essence chi in the heavenly court had accumulated for a few eras. Over the countless years, it even formed an essence chi si in the heavenly court. Now that it suddenly poured down, What sort of a scene was this? The sudden influx of heaven and earth essence chi that had accumulated for several eras into the medium kiliacosm was akin to a blessing baptism for all living beings of the 10,000 races. The amount of heaven and earth essence chi required for Su Zimo to break through after cultivating 5 grotto heavens was unimaginable. He had just advanced to the major grotto heaven realm not long ago. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 10,000 years for him to cultivate to the perfected grotto heaven realm. But now, after receiving the baptism of the essence chi rain, the 5 grotto heavens opened up and plundered and absorbed the heaven and earth essence chi that descended from the heavenly court almost crazily. Before long, the essence chi in the 5 grotto heavens accumulated to its peak. Bang! 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 Accompanied by 5 loud bangs, the 5 grotto heavens transformed once more. Perfected grotto heavens. Su Zimo had advanced to become a peak immortal king. His essence spirit realm rose as well and broke through once more to the emperor realm. If even the 5 grotto heavens of the green lotus true body were able to break through, the other living beings and cultivators naturally broke through one after another after obtaining such a massive infusion of heaven and earth essence chi. Originally, Yun Ting had cultivated to the peak of the celestial being realm. The moment the heaven and earth essence chi descended, he broke through to the hollow nether realm. As essence chi flowed into his body, the essence chi in his body accumulated more and more. He broke through once more and entered the paradise void realm directly. The fact that Yun Ting could break through 2 realms in a row in the perfected 1 realm was proof of how terrifying his talent was. If it was anyone else, if their essence spirit realm was insufficient and they lacked a complete comprehension of the perfected 1 realm, even if endless essence chi was injected into their bodies, it would be difficult to achieve such an effect. Yun Ting was overjoyed. Ever since he found out about Su Zimo's true identity, he had already given up on catching up with the latter. Right now, he had already set his sights on Su Zimo's disciple, Baiming Shui. His gaze shifted and he looked towards Baiming Shui instinctively. However, he was stunned. Baiming Shui had broken through as well. Furthermore, she had crossed a major realm and stepped into the martial domain realm from the perfected true martial realm. Baiming Shui had cultivated a domain of her own. In this domain, sword chi raged and countless swords hummed. That was also the preciousness of the martial Dao. Not many martial Dao practitioners would step on the same path in the future. The martial spirits condensed by every martial Dao practitioner might be different. There were endless possibilities in the future if one walked their own path. As Desolate Martial's eldest disciple, Baiming Shui inherited the martial Dao completely. However, her Dao was extremely different from his as well. The future of the martial Dao would definitely be grand and harmonious with endless possibilities. The only thing that would remain unchanged was the spirit of the martial Dao. Monkey, night spirit, tiger, Qing Qing, little fox, golden lion, the 7 emotions fiend generals of Tianhuang sect, Yan Beichen, Mingzhen, Demoness Ji and the others broke through one after another as well. Immortal Queen Ling Long and Feng Cantian advanced to the perfected grotto heaven realm right away. As for Yuxia King Fear, he advanced to the emperor realm directly. Lin Zhan advanced to the emperor realm as well. In fact, some kings and quasi-emperors who were about to die broke through one after another and entered the emperor realm. Their lifespans increased exponentially and they obtained new leases of lives. This was an unimaginable opportunity for all living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium kiliacosm, raising the overall strength of the medium kiliacosm by a huge margin. This was because the heavenly court had accumulated heaven and earth essence chi for countless eras, and all of it landed on the heads of the living beings of the 10,000 races of this medium kiliacosm. One could imagine the changes it brought to the medium kiliacosm. The heaven and earth essence chi and such opportunities should belong to the medium kiliacosm to begin with. Many emperor experts who were in seclusion in the medium kiliacosm woke up at that moment as well. The bottlenecks of some emperor experts that had been stuck for millions of years began to loosen up. Some ordinary emperors transformed into supreme emperors. Some supreme emperors became peak emperors directly. Although peak emperor experts could not advance further, their comprehension of the Dharmic Tao rose to another level as well. After breaking through the 9 heavens formation, all the living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium kiliocosm felt a strange feeling. Cultivation seemed to have become much easier. It was as though the unattainable and unshakable mountain that was pressing down on their heads had suddenly collapsed and dissipated, causing everyone to feel relieved. Gradually, the living beings of the 10,000 races realized that they did not have to cultivate with such difficulty to begin with. The many upheavals in the medium kiliocosm and their sufferings stemmed from the heavenly court. In fact, some emperor experts could even vaguely sense an aura from the major kiliocosm. It was only at this moment that the emperor experts finally saw a trace of hope of ascending to the major kiliocosm. The 9 heavens formation was destroyed and the heavenly court was completely exposed to the martial Tao prime body and the others. The so-called heavenly court was connected by 9 gigantic floating clouds mixed with sand and soil. In fact, the martial Tao prime body could even smell a familiar aura from the 9 floating clouds. The living soil. This was the same as his previous guess. The living soil derived from the creation green lotus was the same as the living soil in the 9 heavens. Above the 9 floating clouds, immortal islands could be seen. Heavenly palaces crisscrossed with thousands of golden lights and auspicious colors. Just the gigantic heavenly gates that stood in front of the heavenly palaces exuded majestic auras. They were made of glass and flowed with divine charm. Embedded by jade, they shone with resplendent lights. On both sides of the heavenly gates were many heavenly soldiers and generals guarding with killing intent. 9 thick and gigantic stone pillars that reached the skies entered the depths of the clouds above the heavenly court, with azure dragons, sacred beasts coiling around them. The 9 bridges crossed the 9 floating clouds and connected them. Luan and phoenixes danced on them as vermilion birds let out long cries. The heavenly court filled the entirety of their vision. It was full of countless spirit items, immortal herbs, trees, and many famous flowers and plants. Even the martial Tao prime body could not name all of them. Many of the plants and spirit items were long extinct in the medium kiliocosm. However, they could be seen everywhere in the heavenly court. Even for a heaven and earth spirit root like the builder tree, there was another one growing in the heavenly court that was far thicker than the one in Tianhuang world. A few of these were only scratching the surface of the heavenly court. Tianhuang world that was modified by the green lotus true body was already like a paradise in the eyes of everyone. However, when they saw the scene in the heavenly court, the living beings of the 10,000 races realized what a true paradise was. Compared to the heavenly court, the place they lived and cultivated in was like a pig pen and horse shed. After every chaos in the world, as the final victor, the heavenly court would plunder a large number of treasures from the medium kiliocosm. The heavenly court relied entirely on the bullying and oppression of the living beings of the 10,000 races for a few eras to plunder the essence of the medium kiliocosm world to achieve its current state. At the sight of everything in the heavenly court, there was no need for anyone to explain anything. The heavenly court bullied and trampled on them, snatched away everything that belonged to them and sealed the heaven and earth essence chi. Not only did they treat them as livestock, they even wanted to make use of them, deceive them and trample on their dignity, to manipulate their fates indifferently. Any cultivator with any bit of passion felt an uncontrollable anger towards the heavenly court. It was only at that moment that they understood why those ancient great emperors would step forward and attempt the heaven conquest battle time, and again despite knowing that they were no match for them. The evil of the heavenly court was innumerable. Before the martial Tao prime body stepped into the heavenly court, he turned around and looked at the familiar figures of the medium kiliocosm with a conflicted expression. There was a hint of reluctance and longing. Right now, they had only broken through the 9 heavens formation. However, they had not suppressed the remaining 6 lords of the heavenly court or destroyed the Tao imprints they left in the heavenly court. Furthermore, in the heavenly court, the combat strength of the 6 lords of the heavenly court would definitely be displayed to the limits. This battle might be even more troublesome than the one in the medium kiliocosm. The heaven conquest battle was not over yet. The heavenly court was vast and boundless. As the martial Tao prime body and the others advanced in the heaven conquest battle, they would gradually move further and further away from the medium kiliocosm and could no longer care about this place. Great Emperor Desolate Marshal, Great Empress Blood Butterfly, an Emperor expert shouted, "You guys have to win! You'll definitely win this battle!" Someone shouted again. Great Emperor Desolate Marshal, Great Empress Blood Butterfly, thank you! Great Emperor Desolate Marshal, take care! Great Emperor Desolate Marshal, Great Empress Blood Butterfly, you have to survive! Tears streamed down the clothes of many people from the butterfly race as they cried with deep reluctance in their eyes. More and more voices sounded from various worlds. Many experts realized that Great Emperor Desolate Marshal and Great Empress Blood Butterfly were about to enter the territory of the Heavenly Court and engage in a final battle with the Lords of the Heavenly Court. The cheers of everyone was not only so that they could ascend to the major kiliocosm, it was also from the bottom of their hearts. Because of the sudden arrival of someone like Great Emperor Desolate Marshal and Great Empress Blood Butterfly, who verified her Tao in the medium kiliocosm, the living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium kiliocosm were saved from danger and the tides were turned. It was also because of these two great emperors that they finally saw the true colors of the heavenly court and knew the truth of the past in this lifetime. At that moment, all living beings of the 10,000 races awakened. The two great emperors ignited hope in their hearts as well. Destroying the 9 heavens formation brought endless opportunities and benefits to the medium kiliocosm and all living beings of the 10,000 races. Great Emperor Desolate Marshal passed down the martial Tao without holding back, causing countless experts to be moved and impressed. Everyone could vaguely sense that once Great Emperor Desolate Marshal and Great Empress Blood Butterfly left this time round, they would probably not be able to see the two of them ever again. That was why they could not help but speak up. If the Heaven Conquest battle was successful, the two great emperors would naturally ascend to the major kiliocosm together. If the Heaven Conquest battle failed and the two great emperors died, they would naturally not return as well. This farewell might be their last meeting with the two great emperors. The martial Tao Prime Body's heart stirred a little when he heard the voices of the 10,000 races of the medium kiliocosm. He took a deep breath of air and cupped his hands towards the direction of the medium kiliocosm and the living beings of the 10,000 races. I look forward to meeting you guys in the major kiliocosm. Everyone take care. Although he said that the outcome of this battle was unpredictable. Furthermore, he was facing an impending threat that originated from the major kiliocosm. Once he advanced, it was unknown if he would even be able to survive, let alone ascend to the major kiliocosm. Daiyu was moved and felt a sense of reluctance as well. However, she did not say anything. She had already left behind her great wilderness sutra in the butterfly race. There was probably no attachments to the medium kiliocosm left for her. Daiyu had an indifferent expression and did not say anything. However, after turning around, she waved gently with her back facing the living beings of the 10,000 races. Thereafter, she walked side by side with the martial Tao Prime Body and sped towards the heavenly court, leaving only two backs that vanished into the clouds. The Fiend Lord, Empress Evil and Brahma Ghost Mother followed closely behind and charged into the heavenly court. Tianhuang World. Lin Zhan looked at Su Zimo and said in a deep voice, "I've already advanced to the Emperor realm. I should gather some Emperor experts and kill my way into the heavenly court together." Su Zimo had a grim expression and shook his head gently. "I'm afraid they'll take the initiative to come to the medium kiliocosm world before we head to the heavenly court." Immortal Queen Linglong nodded as well. Right now, the medium kiliocosm is no longer protected by great emperors. If the lords of the heavenly court want to fight to the death, there's a high chance that the remaining troops in the heavenly court army will descend to the lower realm and take revenge on us. The strength of the heavenly court was unfathomable. Earlier on, in the battle of the great emperors in the medium kiliocosm, although the heavenly soldiers and generals did not attack, the fact that there were 100 emperors in Blue Heaven alone was truly shocking. Thankfully, after destroying the 9 heavens formation, the overall strength of the living beings in the medium kiliocosm increased by a huge level. The number and strength of the Emperor experts had increased. If they could truly gather all the Emperor experts of the medium kiliocosm, they stood a fighting chance as well. Of course, that was not realistic. Even now, there were still some worlds in the medium kiliocosm that were wavering. For super-large worlds like the light world, the stone world and the heavenly eye world, their fear of the heavenly court had already seeped into their bones after countless years. Even though they knew the truth, they did not dare to declare war on the heavenly court after witnessing its evil deeds. After being oppressed and enslaved for a long time, the experts of these worlds had already subconsciously submitted in cowardice. Right now, I'm worried about something else. Immortal Queen Ling Long seemed to have thought of something and suddenly frowned. Now that the world is in chaos, will the sect master of the Academy make use of the opportunity to make a move? If the Heavenly Court army were to charge down and fight against the experts of the medium kiliocosm from worlds like Tianhuang World, Sword World and Kuanpeng World, the sudden appearance of the sect master of the Academy would definitely cause them serious damage. No, Su Zima shook his head gently. The sect master of the Academy is cautious in his actions. Ever since he lost to my martial Dao prime body back then, he has been lying low and hiding his tracks. He only appeared once a few years ago. However, he went into hiding again thereafter. As long as the martial Dao prime body is still alive, the sect master of the Academy won't dare to appear and fight us. Old Xian nodded as well. Although the situation is chaotic right now, Zimo has Great Emperor Desolate Marshal and Great Empress Blood Butterfly on his side. If the sect master of the Academy appears now, it's equivalent to committing suicide. He has always been cautious and won't attack unless he's 100% confident. Notwithstanding the fact that Great Emperor Desolate Marshal and Great Empress Blood Butterfly are still around, he might not even dare to appear even if the two of them ascend to the major kiliocosm unless he has an absolute chance of winning. Old Xian has known the sect master of the Academy for many years and knew him the best. Old Xian was right. Back then, when the sect master of the Academy laid his cards on the table against Su Zimo, his calculations were flawless indeed, and he had 100% confidence. It was only because a variable that the sect master of the Academy could not divine, the Emperor's Tomb, appeared that things went south. The owner of the Emperor's Tomb was the Lord of the Netherworld. The mysterious Great Emperor Feng-Du. No matter how strong the sect master of the Academy's divination ability was, he could not have calculated it. In the heavenly court, boom! The martial Dao prime body descended and took a step forward, crushing a gigantic heavenly gate ahead and charging into the depths of the heavenly court. No one dared to stop him. He knew very well that there would definitely be a bitter battle ahead. He had already charged into the heavenly court and could ascend to the major kiliocosm after breaking through this obstruction. As for the 6 lords of the heavenly court, they would definitely do their best to protect the final defense line. At the front, 6 figures appeared and separated, facing the martial Dao prime body. Dai Yu, the Fiend Lord, Empress Evil and Brahma Ghost Mother. The battle had begun once more. Upon arriving at the heavenly court, Dai Yu could clearly sense that her Dao imprint was suppressed. This also meant that her dermic Dao would be weakened in the heavenly court, causing her combat strength to be unable to be unleashed to its limits. The Fiend Lord, Empress Evil and Brahma Ghost Mother felt nothing. In the medium kiliocosm, their combat strength was suppressed to a certain extent, and it was the same here. However, in the heavenly court, the combat strength of the 6 lords of the heavenly court would increase. It would be difficult for them to gain an advantage against the lords of the heavenly court again. Even the martial universe and essence martial world of the martial Dao prime body felt an immense pressure. The originally injured Lord of Blue Heaven and Lord of Mystic Heaven seemed to have recovered. After the martial Dao prime body and the other 4 great emperors entered the heavenly court, almost all the attention of the 6 lords of the heavenly court was on the martial Dao prime body. To them, the greatest threat was the martial Dao prime body. As long as the martial Dao prime body was suppressed, it would be difficult for Great Empress Blood Butterfly and the remaining 3 to defeat them in the heavenly court. Kill. 11 The 6 lords of the heavenly court attacked first. With a thought, they summoned their destiny weapons. Phew! Swoosh! Swish! Heavenly Power Sacred Seal, Heavenly Blue Sacred Claw, Heavenly Autumn Sacred Hammer, Heavenly Mystic Sacred Shield, Heavenly Nether Sacred Diagram, Heavenly Advent Sacred Blade, Heavenly Vermilion Sacred Sword, heavenly flame sacred furnace, heavenly illumination sacred ring. The 9 divine weapons tore through the air. Even the divine weapons of the suppressed Lord of Flame Heaven and Lord of Advent Heaven, as well as the Lord of Vermilion Heaven, who had just been killed, appeared in the heavenly court. And now, all 9 divine weapons were charging towards the martial Tao Prime body. That was equivalent to the 6 lords of the heavenly court joining forces to attack the martial Tao Prime body. When Dai saw that, she attacked immediately. The Fiend Lord, Empress Evil and Brahma Ghost Mother attacked as well, releasing a wave of attacks. Even without their destiny weapons, the Lords of Power Heaven, Nether Heaven, Illumination Heaven and Autumn Heaven were not disadvantaged against Dai. The Fiend Lord, Empress Evil and Brahma Ghost Mother. In the medium Kiliacosm, Dai could even fight 2 alone. However, in the heavenly court, Dai could only stop 1 lord of the heavenly court. The lords of Blue Heaven and Mystic Heaven were still focused on fighting the martial Tao Prime body. This time round, although they did not have the Lord of Advent Heaven, they had the 9 divine weapons. The 9 divine weapons contained the will and Tao imprint of the 9 heavens and condensed the power of the 9 heavens. The martial Tao Prime body fought against them with the Hell Suppression Tripod and the 10 gates of Hell and released an earth-shattering bang above the heavenly court. The 9 heavens shall serve as the court and the heavens shall be the blade. Right then, the 6 lords of the heavenly court shouted at the same time and conjured hand seals. The Tao imprints of the 6 lords of the heavenly court condensed. At the same time, the Tao imprints of the other 3 heavens arrived and fused with the 6 of theirs. The Tao imprints of the 9 heavens fused and transformed into an ancient saber. Swoosh! The saber slashed down and tore through the world. Boom! The martial Tao Prime body raised his fist and defended against the saber with a deafening bang. The saber contained the will of the 9 heavens. As for the martial Tao Prime body, his fist was filled with the will of the martial Tao. At that moment, it was the will of the martial Tao going against the will of the heavenly court. This was truly going against the heavens for his Tao. Boom! 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 Although it seemed like it was only the lords of Blue Heaven and Mystic Heaven against the martial Tao Prime body, in reality, the latter was facing the power of the 9 heavens. The Lord of Blue Heaven wielded the saber of the heaven's will, and the Lord of Mystic Heaven transformed into his true form. He used the thick turtle shell on his back and many defensive methods to try his best to defend against the killing intent of the martial Tao Prime body. The 2 of them attacked and defended with great chemistry. Even though the martial Tao Prime body's dual worlds fused and resonated, it was difficult to suppress the 2 of them right away. The killing of the other 4 pairs of great emperors was also abnormally intense. Dai merely had the upper hand against the Lord of Nether Heaven. The outcome of the battle between Empress Evil and the Lord of Illumination Heaven could not be determined. The Fiend Lord summoned 4 blood swords and fought the Lord of Power Heaven evenly. On the other hand, Brahma Ghost Mother was at a disadvantage against the Lord of Autumn Heaven. The great emperors fought in the heavenly court from south to north, east to west. The huge aftershock of the power shattered the heavenly court. The Asura, Beast and Ghost armies of the Fiend Lord, Empress Evil and Brahma Ghost Mother slaughtered wantonly in the heavenly court as well. They engaged in chaotic battles with the heavenly soldiers and generals, causing blood to flow like rivers with corpses everywhere. Medium Kiliacosm. Although the living beings of the 10,000 races could not see the scene of the battle in the heavenly court, they could sense the immense shock coming from the depths of the heavenly court. The 9 clouds in the skies had already shattered. As time passed, countless rare unique treasures, immortal herbs, spirit trees and natural treasures fell from the heavenly court and scattered throughout the medium Kiliacosm. This was another huge opportunity for all living beings of the 10,000 races. However, along with the descent of these natural treasures was a dense heavenly court army that blotted out the skies. The heavenly court had the armies of Power Heaven, Nether Heaven, Autumn Heaven, Illumination Heaven and Vermilion Heaven deal with the Asura, Beast and Ghost armies. The armies of Blue Heaven, Advent Heaven, Mystic Heaven and Flame Heaven were indignant and made a comeback, charging towards the medium Kiliacosm once more. These four heavens of the heavenly court had once suffered heavy losses in the Battle of the Great Wilderness, and nearly half of the 28 mansions emperors were killed. In the previous battle, among the four ombudsman angels, 2 of them were killed by the martial Tao prime body, and 1 of them was killed by Dai Yu, leaving only Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven remaining. The young master of Mystic Heaven was also the only one remaining among all the young masters. This was an unacceptable loss for the 4 heavens. Right now, the great emperors of the medium Kiliacosm were all trapped in the depths of the heavenly court and had no time to care about anything else. Under the lead of Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven and the young master, the armies of the 4 heavens returned to the medium Kiliacosm and prepared to kill, without a great emperor holding down the fort. The living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium Kiliacosm were like meat on a chopping board that could be slaughtered at will in their eyes. Kill them all! Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven pointed in the direction of the Sword World. On the other side, the young master of Mystic Heaven led the Mystic Heaven and Flame Heaven armies towards Tianhuang World. "They're here!" The emperor experts of the Sword World and Tianhuang World had grim expressions. Even if Great Emperor Desolate Marshal destroyed the 9 heavens formation and rained essence chi, causing the overall strength of the medium Kiliacosm to increase greatly, the difference in strength between the 2 sides was still extremely great. There were more than 400 emperor experts in the 4 heavens. Including the mounts of these emperor experts, there were probably more than 700 emperor experts. Furthermore, the 400 emperors of the heavenly court were either from the sacred beast race or had the bloodline of sacred beasts flowing through their bodies. Their combat strength was heaven-defying, and they could each take 10 people single-handedly. Even the mounts of these heavenly court emperors were dragons and phoenixes. As for the Sword World, Tianhuang World, Kuanpeng World, Dragon World, Flower World, Great Wilderness World, Sanguine Ape World, and even the Rakshasas of the Hell World and the Rakshasas in Ground, there were only a little more than 100 emperor experts in total. There were even fewer peak emperors, unless they could gather all the emperors of the medium Kiliacosm together. Under the envelopment of that fortuitous opportunity earlier on, countless emperor experts were born in the medium Kiliacosm, and many emperor experts who were in seclusion woke up. If all the emperor experts of the medium Kiliacosm could be united, they would definitely be able to fight the 4 heavens. However, that was not realistic. The outcome of the battle in the heavenly court was indeterminate. Even if some emperor experts of some worlds were grateful to Great Emperor Desolate Marshal and Great Empress Blood Butterfly and wanted to help, they would be wary as well. "Hubby?" With the battle imminent, Immortal Queen Ling Long looked at Lin Zhan, and her heart skipped a beat for no reason. She could not help but call out softly, "Don't worry." Lin Zhan patted Immortal Queen Ling Long's palm gently and consoled. There are still a few peak emperors like Emperor North Kuan, Emperor South Peng, and Demon Empress Ninetails in Tianhuang World. It's not entirely hopeless for us. Although he said that, in reality, the situation in Tianhuang World was extremely grim. The only emperor in Tianhuang World was Lin Zhan. Coupled with the emperor experts of the Great Wilderness World and Rakshasa race, there were only 30 of them. As for the young master of Mystic Heaven, he led more than 300 emperor experts and charged towards Tianhuang World. The number of emperor experts was 10 times more than Tianhuang World. Earlier on, Tianhuang World was protected by Desolate Marshal and Dai Yu. At that moment, be it Great Emperor Desolate Marshal or Great Empress Blood Butterfly, they had charged into the depths of the heavenly court and could not split up. There was no way they could save Tianhuang World. How should Tianhuang World survive this calamity? This battle, Immortal Queen Ling Long had a worried expression. She pursed her lips and said slowly, "I'm afraid countless people will die." "That's right. It's inevitable." Lin Zhan sighed. "The Heaven Conquest battle is not child's play after all. There will definitely be people who will die. Throughout the past few eras, countless seniors have died for the Heaven Conquest battle without even catching sight of the heavenly court in the end. Compared to them, we're considered lucky." Looking at the approaching heavenly court army, Lin Zhan took a deep breath and soared into the air with fighting spirit in his eyes. Emperor North Kuan, Emperor South Peng, and the other emperor experts had grim expressions. They did not retreat and were prepared to fight. Once they retreated, none of the billions of living beings in Tianhuang world would be spared. They could only rely on the 30-odd Emperor experts to fight to the death to protect Tianhuang world and wait for the outcome of the Great Emperor battle in the Heavenly Court. Arriving in midair, Lin Zhan turned around and looked at immortal Queen Ling Long below. He smiled and said, "Ling Long, wait for me to return." Immortal Queen Ling Long nodded vigorously. Zimo, Dawn. Immortal Queen Ling Long's gaze shifted. When she saw that Su Zimo had already moved and was speeding towards the Mystic Heaven and Flame Heaven armies, she was shocked. Zimo! Almost at the same time, two other voices sounded. They were from Yunzhu and Mo Qing. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Su Zimo smiled and did not stop. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside Lin Zhan and the other Emperor experts. In reality, the Green Lotus True Body had no intention of participating in the Heaven Conquest battle. That was the reason why Su Zimo saw it as a way out. However, at this point he had no way out. There was no way out for Tianhuang world either. He was at the perfected Grotto Heaven realm. His essence spirit realm had already reached the Emperor realm. If his 5 Grotto Heavens were released at the same time, coupled with his bloodline phenomenon, he would definitely be able to kill ordinary emperors. If he released combating past and present and expended his lifespan, he would be able to fight against supreme emperors. Of course, against a peak emperor, all his current methods were useless. After all, the difference between the two of them was too great. However, he possessed the primordial unity yin-yang escape and many movement techniques and secret skills. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for even a peak emperor to kill him. Kill him! When he saw Su Zimo in the crowd, the gaze of the young master of Mystic Heaven intensified as he waved his hand and ordered. He wanted to kill Su Zimo personally even more. However, he was still worried that he would attract the Martial Dao Prime Body over after killing Su Zimo. That was the reason why he ordered his Emperor experts to test the waters. In reality, the Martial Dao Prime Body had already entered the hinterland of the Heavenly Court and was entangled by 2 lords of the Heavenly Court. He fought to the extreme and could not escape at all. When they saw that Su Zimo was only at the Grotto Heaven realm, the Emperor experts of the Heavenly Court did not take it to heart. 2 ordinary emperors moved and pounced towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo took the opportunity to break away from Lin Zhan, Emperor North Kuan, and the others and arrived on the other side. After the 2 emperors of the Heavenly Court arrived, Su Zimo attacked first and summoned 5 perfected Grotto Heavens without holding back, suppressing the 2 emperors. Ah! The expressions of the 2 of them changed starkly. They had never seen such a scene before. What was even more terrifying was that when the 5 perfected Grotto Heavens enveloped them, they felt a strong sense of danger. Boom! Boom! The 2 emperors of the Heavenly Court did not have time to think and hurriedly propped up their worlds. Boom! Before the worlds of the 2 emperors of the Heavenly Court could condense completely, Su Zimo's 5 perfected Grotto Heavens had already enveloped down. The 2 of them spat out blood as though they were struck by lightning and shuddered, retreating hurriedly. As long as they were given some time to catch their breaths and circulate their blood qi, they could prop up their worlds once more and kill their way back. However, the moment Su Zimo attacked, he released the duckweed sword silently under the cover of the 5 Grotto Heavens. The aura of the 5 Grotto Heavens was way too grand and was not inferior to a world. The 2 emperors of the Heavenly Court were so shocked that they did not notice the duckweed sword hidden in the 5 Grotto Heavens. A green light flashed. By the time the 2 emperors of the Heavenly Court reacted and sensed that something was amiss, it was already too late. The 2 of them only felt a sharp pain from their glabella that was slightly cold. The next moment, the 2 of them lost consciousness and fell into the starry skies. In their consciousnesses, their essence spirits were pierced by the duckweed sword and they died. The young master of Mystic Heaven frowned slightly. The other emperors of the Heavenly Court looked over as well. The moment the 2 sides met, the Heavenly Court lost 2 emperor experts to an immortal king. Hey, young master of Mystic Heaven, if you want to kill me, do it yourself. Why send others to their deaths? As though he could read the young master of Mystic Heaven's mind, Su Zimo suddenly burst into laughter. The young master of mystic heaven's expression darkened when his thoughts were exposed, and he harumphed coldly. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Phew! The young master of mystic heaven instantly transformed into the true form of the black tortoise sacred beast. Although he looked clumsy, his 4 feet moved in the starry skies, and it was as though an ocean wave had appeared beneath him. The young master of mystic heaven stepped on the wave and arrived at an astonishing speed. Without hesitation, Su Zimo turned to escape. He had no chance of winning against the young master of mystic heaven. Although he killed 2 ordinary emperors, even if he had killed a single supreme emperor, it would not affect the situation. The only way to reduce the pressure on Lin Zhan and the others was to stall for as much time as possible and delay the strongest emperor of the heavenly court or other peak emperors. As for the battle in Sword World, it had already broken out completely. Apart from the emperors from the Sword World, the martial Dao Prime Body also left an entire Hell army nearby. The Hell army and the Heavenly Court army were enemies. Needless to say, the 2 sides collided fiercely, and an extremely tragic battle broke out. Instantly, thousands of living beings died. Under the lead of the Iron Crown Old Man and the Fat and Skinny Old Men, the Sword World joined the battlefield as well. Although the Hell army had a lot of people because the heaven and earth of the Hell world was shattered and the Great Tao was incomplete, the cultivation realms of the living beings of Hell had always been stuck at the Grotto Heaven realm. Although they were brought to the medium Kiliacosm by the martial Tao Prime Body later on, due to the fact that it had not been long even after advancing to the Emperor realm, the improvement to their cultivation realms was limited. Now, against the Heavenly Court army led by Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven, the difference was immediately obvious. Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven rampaged through the Hell army, and no one could withstand his sharpness. Everywhere he went, people fell and corpses were left behind. If this continued, it would not be long before the Sword World and Hell army were killed. Heavenly Court. The battle between the 11 great emperors destroyed the Heavenly Court and left it in ruins. In the battle between Hell, Azura, and Ghost Race and the Heavenly Court army, it no longer looked like the paradise it once was. Corpses were strewn everywhere and rivers of blood flowed. The battle between the great emperors in the Heavenly Court was even more intense than in the medium Kiliacosm. The 6 lords of the Heavenly Court came from the major Kiliacosm after all and had many trump cards. Being in the Heavenly Court, they could unleash their combat strength to the limits. Although the martial Tao Prime Body had torrential combat strength and still had the upper hand, forcing the Lords of Blue Heaven and Mystic Heaven to retreat step by step, the 2 of them could still hold on. Both parties expended a lot of energy. The martial Tao Prime Body appeared a long time ago and fought the Heavenly Court army, a few Ombudsman Angels, and then the Lord of Advent Heaven and the Lord of the Netherworld. After the battle in the medium Kiliacosm, he charged to the Heavenly Court and fought the 2 lords of the Heavenly Court. Even he felt a little fatigued after the consecutive battles. The martial Tao Prime Body could vaguely sense that now that they were in the Heavenly Court, not only were the combat strength of the 6 lords of the Heavenly Court at its peak, they seemed to be able to obtain endless supplies. If not for that, the Lord of Blue Heaven and the Lord of Mystic Heaven would not have been able to last until now. After all, this Heavenly Court was augmented with the Tao imprints of the 9 lords of the Heavenly Court. As long as their Tao imprints were not destroyed, the lords of the Heavenly Court would have a huge advantage on the battlefield. The martial Tao Prime Body's heart skipped a beat as a bold thought flashed through his mind. Given his current strength, even if his 2 worlds fused and resonated, releasing 9 flames, he would not be able to destroy the 9 Tao imprints of the Heavenly Court. The only way he could achieve it was with the help of other powers. At that thought, the martial Tao Prime Body no longer hesitated. Apart from Avicii, the remaining 9 hell gates were opened. Splash! The sound of water flowing could be heard from the 9 gigantic gates. The next moment, Hell Torment Springs, Hell Heavy Springs, Hell Yellow Springs, Hell Frost Springs, Helline Springs, Hell Serene Springs, Hell Lower Springs, Hell Bitter Springs, and Hell Boundless Springs appeared. Almost at the same time, the 9 springs of Hell. On the other side, when Dai Yu saw that, her wings trembled slightly, creating blood-colored storms that landed on the 9 springs of Hell. The storms swept through the 9 springs of Hell and soared into the sky. After the storm came rain. A violent typhoon raged as lightning flashed. The 9 springs of hell transformed into a downpour that coveted the 9 heavens. This was the combined attack of the martial Tao Prime body and Dai Yu, and indeed caused immense damage to the Heavenly Court army. The first to suffer were the many troops of the Heavenly Court army. Many immortal palaces and buildings of the Heavenly Court could not withstand the flushing of the 9 springs of hell. Many immortal herbs and spirit plants withered one after another. However, the 6 lords of the Heavenly Court seemed to be unaffected by the rain of the 9 springs of hell. Ha 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 ha! As though he could tell the intentions of the martial Tao Prime body, the Lord of Blue Heaven burst into laughter. Desolate Marshal, you want to destroy the Tao imprints we left in the Heavenly Court with just the 9 springs of hell? Dream on! Is that so? The martial Tao Prime body did not explain and merely replied indifferently. The 9 springs of hell possessed various mysterious powers that could even affect emperors. However, the martial Tao Prime body had long expected that the 9 springs of hell might not be of much use against great emperor experts. What he wanted to attract using his 9 hell gates was not the 9 springs of hell, but the source of the 9 springs of hell, the Nether River. He wanted to drown the Heavenly Court and flood the 9 heavens with the Nether River. He wanted to make use of the power of the Nether River to destroy the Tao imprints of the 9 lords of the Heavenly Court. Rumble. A rumbling sound came from the depths of the 9 hell gates, causing one's heart to tremble. When the 6 lords of the Heavenly Court sensed the aura coming from the 9 hell gates, they felt their hearts palpitate and their expressions changed starkly. What sort of power was that? Before the 6 lords of the Heavenly Court could figure it out, the dark and mysterious water of the Nether River transformed into apocalyptic torrents that arrived with a bang and surged into the Heavenly Court. The vast Heavenly Court was drowned by the Nether River before long. The power of the 9 Tao imprints left in the Heavenly Court was clearly weakening. Even the martial Tao Prime body did not know where the Nether River originated from or how it was formed. However, he had floated with the Nether River for 100 years and could sense the mighty power contained in the river. Right now, even the essence spirit of the martial Tao Prime body could not withstand the pouring of the Nether River from hell and its flow to the Heavenly Court through the 9 hell gates. He had expended too much energy in the consecutive battles. Now, after he brought forth the water of the Nether River, his essence spirit had already become extremely weak. The Nether River was so strong that even the 9 hell gates could not withstand the burden. As the Nether River surged continuously and the essence spirit of the martial Tao Prime body became weaker, the edges of the 9 hell gates were filled with cracks. Before long, they shattered. Although the 9 hell gates collapsed, the goal of the martial Tao Prime body had already been achieved. The 9 heavens was already drowned by the Nether River. The power of the 6 lords of the Heavenly Court was gradually depleting. Although the reduction was not obvious, even a slight change would have a huge impact on the current situation. Boom! 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 Up till this point of the battle, both parties had almost reached their limits. The martial Tao Prime Body 1's essence spirit was weak and his worlds were extremely fragile after continuous collisions. They became extremely weak and collapsed one after another, turning into nothingness. Even the martial universe could not withstand it and turned into pieces. The fusion and resonance of the 2 worlds could indeed increase the combat strength of the martial Tao Prime Body to the extreme and even surpass the restrictions of the heavenly Tao laws on the medium kiliocosm. But now, after consecutive battles, the consumption was immense and the martial universe could not hold on any longer. After shattering, the 2 worlds could naturally not remain fused. Without the Hell Gates and the martial universe, the martial Tao Prime Body could not even release the simplest divine powers and secret skills right now. It was similar for Dai Yu, the Fiend Lord, Empress Evil and Brahma Ghost Mother. After the Tao imprints were washed by the Nether River, they darkened. The 6 lords of the Heavenly Court were already at the end of their rope. At this point of the battle, the 11 great Emperor experts had even begun to fight in melee combat. There was no earth-shaking scene. Instead, their fists struck flesh as they waved their claws and bit wildly. Bones were broken and flesh splattered in an abnormally tragic manner. Both parties were determined and their Tao hearts were unshakable. The 6 lords of the heavenly court would definitely not retreat and let the martial Tao prime body and the others pass. As for the martial Tao prime body, Daiyu, the fiend lord and the others, they were determined to crush the heavenly court in this generation as well. Both parties relied on a powerful will in their hearts to continue fighting. Indeed, the martial Tao prime body had used up many of his trump cards and methods. However, his body was the essence martial world. Even if he could not prop up a world, with this martial Tao body, the martial Tao prime body could sweep through everything and suppress powerful enemies. When both parties were forced to their limits, the martial Tao prime body edged out an advantage at the end. The martial Tao prime body raised his fists and smashed down continuously like a pair of mountain peaks that weighed thousands of caddies. Countless scales fell off the Lord of Blue Heaven's body and his flesh was lacerated, turning him into a mangled mess. The Lord of Mystic Heaven's entire body was hidden in his thick turtle shell, and it looked like he had fewer superficial injuries. However, the shocking divine power released by the fist of the martial Tao prime body could even penetrate his turtle shell and displace his organs. His 6 organs were damaged and his bones crackled. His teeth were loose and his mouth was filled with blood. If this continued, the martial Tao prime body would probably kill him through the shock impact through his thick turtle shell. The battlefield of the medium kiliacosm was abnormally tragic as well. Many corpses floated in the starry skies with torrential blood chi. Fresh blood and severed limbs could be seen everywhere. Su Zimo relied on many movement techniques and escape techniques. The young master of Mystic Heaven alone could not catch up to him and he escaped repeatedly. In his rage, the young master of Mystic Heaven commanded more than 50 Emperor experts to surround Su Zimo. Among the 50-odd Emperor experts, there were 10 peak emperors alone and the rest were supreme emperors. Initially, there were some ordinary emperors of the heavenly court who were eager to take this opportunity to make a contribution. However, not only did they not make any contributions, they were even killed by Su Zimo in the chaos. After Su Zimo killed a few ordinary emperors in succession, the emperors of the heavenly court realized that ordinary emperors were nothing in front of this peak immortal king. As time passed, the current situation evolved. Including the young master of Mystic Heaven, 50-odd emperors of the heavenly court chased after Su Zimo continuously, suppressing his escape space. It was Su Zimo's limits to hold back the 50-odd emperors of the heavenly court single-handedly. Even other peak emperors could not do that. Even so, the situation in the Sword World and Tianhuang World was not optimistic. After all, the difference in strength between the two parties was way too great. Even though Su Zimo held back 50-odd emperor experts, the situation only eased slightly and it was a drop in the bucket. Su Zimo's condition was getting worse as well. Against the pursuit of the young master of Mystic Heaven and the others, he could take advantage of the chaos to kill a few ordinary emperors. However, there was no way he could escape unscathed. If not for the terrifying self-healing power and powerful life force of the Grade 12 creation Green Lotus, he would not have dared to take the risk. Even so, he was still severely injured and staggered, his speed not as fast as before. Even the powerful healing ability of the Green Lotus True Body could not help him recover in a short period of time. More importantly, under the command of the young master of Mystic Heaven, all his escape routes were blocked. Under the lead of 10 peak emperors, the 50-odd emperor experts sealed the world and began to compress space. Before long, they would comber him completely. You ants of the medium kiliacosm really can't withstand a single blow. How dare you livestock and ants disobey the heavens? On the battlefield of the Sword World, Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven burst into laughter. Without desolate martial and blood butterfly, there are no more heroes in the medium kiliacosm. Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven roamed the battlefield of the Sword World and started a massacre. Invincible. Against his killing, the Sword World was already on the verge of collapse. Right then, a tremendous power fluctuation sounded from the battlefield. Even Su Zimo looked over instinctively and shuddered. 2 peak emperors of the Sword World stood out and blocked the path of Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven. The 2 of them were the fat and skinny old men of the Sword World. Both of them were also world lords of the Sword World. They conjured hand seals and self-destructed their swords, detonating their sword chi worlds to condense the last sword of their lives, slashing towards Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven. The two old men of the sword world replied to Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven one's taunt using the most tragic method. Su Zimo had cultivated in the sword world for a period of time, and knew that this was a secret skill of the Sever Sword Dao. It was the Sword of Despair. The moment that sword appeared, one's life would cease to exist. The final step of the Sword of Despair was to sever their cultivation path with a single strike. Even sword cultivators of Sever Sword Peak had not cultivated that secret skill. While many sword cultivators chatted, they even joked that the senior who created this secret skill must have been truly bored. Who would cultivate such a self-destructive sword Dao secret skill? Even sword cultivators of the sword world had never seen this sword Dao secret skill. But now it was not only the sword cultivators. All the experts and living beings of the 10,000 races who were paying attention to this battle saw that incomparably stunning sword strike that was like a moth flying into a flame. Their sword Daos were sublimated to their limits at that moment. For some unknown reason, the sword cultivators who saw that were crying. It was the same for the Iron Crown old man. Even he did not know that his two old friends had secretly cultivated this sword Dao secret skill behind his back. Perhaps they had long been prepared for this. Our lifespans are about to end. This sword strike should be the last mark we leave in this world. Right? The fat old man said with a smile. The skinny old man who had a straight face all day revealed a slightly stiff but incomparably carefree smile at the last moment. Thereafter, their figures were drowned in the endless sword chi. Their lifespans were about to end. Those were merely excuses. If the heaven conquest battle in this generation was successful, the fat and skinny old men would be able to ascend to the major kiliocosm and their cultivation would advance. Naturally, their lifespans would be extended. However, at the most critical juncture of the sword world, the fat and skinny old men gave up on this opportunity. They ignited their lives and defended the sword Dao in their hearts. They would rather break than bend and press forward. Even if Desolate Marshal and the Blood Butterfly were not in the medium kiliocosm anymore, there were still people like them. At that moment, the figures of the fat and skinny old men attracted everyone's attention and were firmly imprinted in the hearts of many experts. Even the experts of the Heavenly Eye and Golden Crow races who had just attacked the sword world lowered their heads instinctively. They had to admit that they could not compare to the two old men of the sword world. Against such an extremely sublimated sword strike, Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven also felt all the pressure from before and could not help but shout with widened eyes. He transformed into his true form and curled his body into the turtle shell. At the same time, he propped up a world and released his bloodline phenomenon, releasing many trump cards to build defensive barriers around him. The slash of the fat and skinny old men igniting their lives indeed made him smell a hint of death and feel immense danger. Poof, poof, poof. The barriers were pierced one after another by the intertwining swords. Those barriers were also weakening the sword of despair of the fat and skinny old men at the same time. Boom! There was a loud bang. The two swords of despair finally slashed into the world of Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven with a loud bang. The world shook violently. Crack, crack, crack. Immediately after, fine cracks appeared on the world and spread rapidly. The experts were shocked. Those two swords shattered the world of Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven. Earlier on, Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven relied on his physique, bloodline and world to dominate the crowd of emperors. No one could withstand his sharpness. But now that his world was shattered, it meant that Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven had lost one of his strongest methods. It was equivalent to losing an arm. As for the two swords of despair, they dissipated after shattering the world, leaving only wisps of sword chi that landed on the turtle shell of Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven. There was the sound of metal clashing before they dissipated into nothingness. It was over. Against the slash of two peak sword emperors that ignited their lives, Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven managed to defend. However, he had also paid a huge price. Die! The Iron Crown old man was indignant. He hollered and propped up his world. Sword chi charged forward and he followed the sword, charging towards Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven. The other emperors of the Sword World attacked one after another, wanting to take this opportunity to kill Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven. That was the only way to ensure that the fat and skinny old men had not died for nothing. Against the encirclement of many emperors of the Sword World, Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven moved and his gigantic and thick turtle shell spun continuously in midair. The blood chi in his body rumbled and gigantic waves surged beneath him. The ravines on his turtle shell burst forth with a bedazzling divine light. Clang, clang, clang. Many swords landed on the turtle shell of Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven and let out a series of ear-piercing sounds. Not only did the divine weapons and swords in the hands of the Sword Emperors fail to pierce through it, they were sent flying instead. Some of the Sword Emperor's perlicues were torn and fresh blood flowed. Some of the swords were even shattered on the spot and many fragments flew out, entering the body of a Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor died on the spot. Another Emperor of the Sword World was killed. Even the world of the Iron Crown Old Man could not break through the defense of Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven. He was from the Black Tortoise Sacred Beast race after all and had unparalleled defense. Coupled with the fact that he was an Ombudsman Angel, even without his world, he could still stand tall in the starry skies battlefield and was unshakable. When everyone saw that, despair surged in their hearts. If they could not kill Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven or break through his defense, who in the medium Kiliacosm could fight him? The emperors of the Sword World were even more indignant. The fat and skinny world lords of the Sword World ignited their lives and broke through the world of Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven to create such a rare opportunity, but they could not defeat it. Ha 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 ha! You bunch of ants want to harm my life as well? The laughter of Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven sounded from the gigantic and thick turtle shell. It buzzed and revealed endless mockery. I'll stand here and let you guys attack. Who can kill me? I'll do it. The moment Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven said that, a loud shout sounded from afar. When the first word was said, his voice was above Tianhuang World. The moment he said the last word, that person had already arrived at the battlefield of the Sword World. That figure attracted everyone's attention. It was an old ape. He was countless times taller than Mount Meru of the heavenly world. His head bumped against the firmaments and his feet stood on the galaxy. His gigantic and burly body almost tore through the world. No one could ignore that figure. Even Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven's expression changed in shock. The fur on the old ape's body had long turned white, and he looked like he was in his twilight years and on the verge of death. However, his eyes surged with a shuddering blood glint and his combat intent was torrential and invincible. The old ape looked like he had aged further. His lifespan was exhausted instantly. However, at that moment, the combat strength in the old ape's body increased exponentially to an untouchable level. He crossed billions of kilometers in a single step and descended on the battlefield of the Sword World. He raised his staff and smashed it towards Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven. This scene was destined to be etched into eternity. Sensing the change in the old ape, Su Zimo and Monkey understood something instantly. Back then, the two of them received the inheritance of Great Emperor combat on the path to heaven. There were a total of 5 moves in the combat totem. The last move was called Combating the 9 Heavens. However, at that time, when the two of them entered the inheritance of Combating the 9 Heavens, they felt an extremely terrifying combat intent and woke up instantly, ending the inheritance. Neither of them could understand what Dermic Dao Combating the 9 Heavens was. It was only at that moment that the two of them understood. What the old ape released was Combating the 9 Heavens. The combat soul of Combating the 9 Heavens would fuse with one's own body and exhaust their lifespan instantly, increasing their combat strength to its limits. Once Combating the 9 Heavens was released, it would mean that one's life would remain in that instant completely. That instant was eternity. Boom! There was a loud bang. The old ape's staff smashed fiercely against the turtle shell of Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven. The immense power shattered the surrounding void and a tsunami surged in the galaxy. The old ape's staff shattered. As for the thick and gigantic turtle shell, it was still intact and stood in the starry skies. When they saw that, the eyes of many experts darkened. Only the old ape burst into laughter. Amidst that laughter, the old ape's figure gradually disappeared. Finally, he turned invisible and his soul dissipated. Peace returned to the battlefield and the atmosphere was a little strange and silent. Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven did not appear or even say anything. Given his personality, he would have mocked that scene a long time ago. The power from earlier on gradually dissipated and the spirit consciousnesses of the Emperor experts extended over, landing on Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven. Their expressions could not help but turn cold and they were shocked. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Although the gigantic and thick turtle shell was intact, the life force inside had almost dissipated. There was no Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven left, only a pile of battered flesh. Hiss! Everyone gasped. Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven was smashed into meat paste by the old ape staff through the turtle shell. His essence spirit was destroyed and he died. Perhaps only Su Zimo and Monkey were not surprised by this outcome. Back then, Great Emperor Combat relied on combating the 9 heavens to kill the Lord of Power Heaven. Although the old ape had yet to become a great emperor, Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven was worlds apart from the Lord of Power Heaven. Furthermore, the fat and thin old men ignited their lives and destroyed the world of Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven. Although Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven was dead, Su Zimo was not happy at all. They only killed Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven because the fat and skinny old men of the sword world as well as the old ape sacrificed their lives. Who said that there were no more heroes in the medium kiliacosm? Anyone who dared to look down on the experts of this world would have to pay the price. The Heaven Conquest battle was destined to be incomparably tragic. However, when he truly saw that, Su Zimo still felt a sense of sorrow. Perhaps the old ape no longer had any regrets. One could tell how he felt from his carefree and heroic laughter before he left. The old ape knew that Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven was killed by his staff. More importantly, he wanted to regain the dignity that the Sanguine Ape race had lost. Back then, in order to protect the Sanguine Ape race, he was forced to bow down and kneel in front of Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven. From that moment on, the Sanguine Ape race no longer had the combat soul and the fearless spirit that fought against the heavens and the earth. When that staff landed, it was like a reckoning that gradually awakened the bloodthirst and will to fight that had been dormant in the Sanguine Ape race for a long time. The auras of many emperors of the Sanguine Ape race surged and their eyes shone with blood as they charged towards the emperors of the heavenly court ahead. The death of Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven had a considerable impact on the Heavenly Court army. Coupled with the attacks of the Sword World, Sanguine Ape World, and Hell Army, there was quite a bit of chaos on the Heavenly Court army's side. However, the Emperor experts of the Heavenly Court still had an absolute advantage in numbers and strength after all. After continuing to fight for a moment, the Emperors of the Heavenly Court gradually stabilized themselves, although there were no top Emperor experts like Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven who could kill everywhere and be unstoppable. It was only a matter of time before the Heavenly Court army killed the Emperor experts of the Sword World and Sanguine Ape World as well, given their advantage. Many Emperor experts of the medium kiliacosm were moved when they saw the Sanguine Ape World Lord and the fat and skinny old men sacrifice themselves one after another to kill Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven. These heroic acts of self-sacrifice made their hearts that had long been calm ripple. The blood in the bodies of many emperors seemed to have turned hot. Some emperor experts clenched their fists instinctively. Some emperor experts took a step forward, as though they wanted to do something. Suddenly, an emperor expert said, "Actually, if not for Great Emperor Desolate Marshal and Great Empress Blood Butterfly in this generation, we wouldn't have been able to stay out of this and would have been forced to partake in this battle between the heavens and earth. Throughout history, it had been the same in the Heaven Conquest battles. Even if they wanted to stay out of it, the Heavenly Court would force them to take sides and choose. It was the same in this generation. Initially, they only had 2 outcomes. They could either be forced by the Heavenly Court to fight against the Hell and Azura armies, or they would be refined by the Lord of the Netherworld and turned into tombs. Another emperor sighed. Actually, it was this group of people from the Sword World, Sanguine Ape World, Great Wilderness World, Kuanpeng World and Tianhuang World who shouldered everything for us. Initially, This was a chaos that swept through the medium kiliocosm and affected all living beings of the 10,000 races. However, at that moment, the emperor experts of the Sword World and Tianhuang World blocked the Heavenly Court army for the living beings of the medium kiliocosm and the 10,000 races. It was also because of this that they had the choice and opportunity to stay out of it. An emperor looked up in the direction of the Heavenly Court with a guilty expression and murmured softly, "Great Emperor Desolate Marshal established a Tao and imparted it while protecting all living beings. Now, he and Great Empress Blood Butterfly are fighting against a few lords of the Heavenly Court with their fates unknown. All of it is to break the shackles that have bound us for countless years. Yet what about us? What are we doing? We're just watching and waiting. We want to wait for the outcome of the battle of the Heavenly Court to be decided before making a choice. If the Heavenly Court wins, we can avoid being implicated and drawn into a calamity. If the Heavenly Court loses, we can naturally ascend to the major kiliocosm as well." That was the thought of most emperor experts. However, at that moment it was said blatantly. The emperor smiled. "We're just a little selfish. It's understandable and there's no one to be blamed. After all, no one wants to die." Pausing for a moment, the emperor expert retracted his smile and asked, "However, let's ask ourselves honestly, if the Heavenly Court wins in the end, can we really live with a clear conscience? If the Heavenly Court loses, can we really ascend to the major kiliocosm without any regrets?" Many emperors were silent. However, some people seemed like they had already made their decisions. The battlefield of Tianhuang World was even more dangerous than the Sword World. The Sword World no longer had to deal with Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven, but the young master of Mystic Heaven was still on the side of Tianhuang World. Even though Su Zimo held back 50-odd emperor experts, there were still around 700 emperors left in the Heavenly Court. Tianhuang World could not defend against them at all. Peak emperors relied on their perfected worlds. Even if they could not fight their enemies and were severely injured, it was difficult for them to die immediately. The lives of supreme emperors would only be in danger if they were dealing with peak emperors. However, in an emperor battle of this scale, it was impossible for ordinary emperor experts to be unscathed, and they suffered the greatest casualties. The number of casualties of ordinary emperors in Tianhuang World was rising rapidly. On the other side, with the cooperation of the young master of Mystic Heaven and the 50-odd emperors of the Heavenly Court, they had already surrounded Su Zimo in a void with no way out. The two parties were extremely close and could kill Su Zimo on the spot with a single order from the young master of Mystic Heaven. Right then, a tragic cry sounded from the direction of Tianhuang World. As though he sensed something, Su Zimo's heart seemed to have suddenly constricted. It was as though it was grabbed by a pair of invisible hands, making him unable to breathe. He suddenly turned around and looked over. On the chaotic battlefield of Tianhuang World, a bloodied figure was pierced through the chest and sent flying heavily. His life force dissipated and his essence spirit dimmed. He could no longer survive. Su Zimo's mind exploded and he was stunned. His lips trembled slightly as he murmured, "Human monarch, hubby!" In Tianhuang World, immortal Queen Ling Long's eyes were red from crying. She called out and charged out of the formation of Tianhuang World recklessly. Feng Cantian, Lin Xuanji and the others stepped in hurriedly. However, they could not stop immortal Queen Ling Long. She executed the 9 palace subtle steps and passed through in a flash, charging towards the battlefield where the emperors were fighting. Ling Long was only at the Immortal King realm. Entering the Emperor realm battlefield was almost equivalent to committing suicide. The remnant power released by any emperor expert could kill her. However, at that moment she seemed to have forgotten about the danger. There was only one person in her eyes. "Father, mother." Lin Lei's eyes were filled with tears as he wanted to rush out as well. However, he was held back by Feng Cantian. Lin Luo was stopped by Lin Xuanji as well. Feng Santian's face was pale as he clenched his fists. His body trembled uncontrollably and he was extremely sad. He had been acquainted with Lin Zhan since they were in Tianhuang mainland and had fought side by side countless times. Up till this point of their ascension, Lin Zhan was his best brother and had an irreplaceable status in his heart. Earlier on, he even wanted to rush out like immortal Queen Linglong and run to Lin Zhan's side. He wanted to die together with Lin Zhan. However, Lin Zhan looked over and shook his head gently before looking at Lin Lei and Lin Luo. At that moment, Feng Cantian suddenly calmed down. There was no need for them to speak to understand each other's intentions. Lin Zhan was worried about Lin Lei and Lin Luo. Feng Cantian could only endure the pain in his heart and hold Lin Lei down tightly, protecting him from leaving Tianhuang world. At the side, Lin Luo looked at her mother's departing figure and cried silently, her face already filled with tears. She knew that her mother had not forgotten about the danger. Although her mother knew that heading out was dangerous, it was because she had no intention of continuing to live. Her mother wanted to die together with her father. Immortal Queen Linglong rushed to the Emperor Realm battlefield without hesitation and hugged the injured Lin Zhan tightly. Her eyes filled with heartache and reluctance. Why did you come out? It's so dangerous. Lin Zhan looked at Immortal Queen Linglong tenderly. As he spoke, blood flowed from his mouth. The blood was blindingly red. Didn't you promise me that you would come back? Immortal Queen Linglong felt the person in her arms become colder and colder. She hugged Lin Zhan's arms even harder and cried as she asked, Linglong, I can't continue on this path with you? Lin Zhan sighed and his aura became weaker. At the same time, the young master of mystic heaven waved his hand and gave the order. 50 Emperor experts attacked at the same time, wanting to kill Su Zimo completely. However, their attacks came to nothing when they landed on Su Zimo. Su Zimo seemed to have vanished from the spot and entered the void, entering an extremely strange state. It was his void state. Many Emperor experts had never seen such a method and were slightly stunned. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Zimo released combating past and present and burned his lifespan, pushing his strength to its limits as he rushed in the direction of Tianhuang world. There were 10 peak emperors guarding in 10 directions around him. Su Zimo disregarded everything and released his bloodline phenomenon. 5 grotto heavens and all his trump cards, charging over. Boom! A peak emperor of the heavenly court attacked and shattered Su Zimo's 5 grotto heavens almost instantly. The bloodline phenomenon was shattered as well. The combat soul that was 100,000 feet tall swayed violently and dissipated before long. Su Zimo was severely injured as well and spat out a mouthful of blood. His green robes on his back were torn, revealing a gigantic palm print that was surrounded by mangled flesh and blood. As though he did not notice anything, Su Zimo broke through the encirclement with reddened eyes and burned his lifespan at the price of serious injuries. Speeding towards Tianhuang world, he was the grade 12 creation Green Lotus. Perhaps he could save the human monarch with his blood. When he saw that, the young master of mystic heaven sneered. Although Su Zimo charged out of his encirclement, he was severely injured and was at the end of his rope. If they caught up, Su Zimo would not be able to hold on for long. In a flash, the young master of mystic heaven followed closely behind with the 50-odd emperor experts. Brother Lin. Su Zimo charged forward and slashed his wrist in reverse. He brought it to Lin Zhan's mouth and said with a trembling voice, "Drink, hurry!" At the same time, he released the lotus life finger and channeled life force into Lin Zhan's body. However, Lin Zhan's body was long battered. His life force surged in, but it could not be retained and dissipated before long. When his green lotus blood flowed into Lin Zhan's body, there was no reaction. It was only enough to sustain Lin Zhan to hold out for a moment longer. Su Zimo's heart sank gradually. To him, Lin Zhan was not only a monarch, a senior and a good friend. Lin Zhan was the eternal human monarch and the person he respected the most, who led the human race of Tianhuang mainland to defeat the primordial 9 races and walk out of that dark and tragic period to create a glorious era that belonged to the human race. Who was the one who still cared for the humans of Tianhuang mainland after ascending to the upper world, and even risked his life to forcefully descend to save the human race from danger. The eternal human monarch was a symbol and faith for Tianhuang mainland. But now, the human monarch who had once dominated the world and fought for his entire life was about to die in the heaven conquest battle. Su Zimo was unwilling to believe it. In fact, he even hoped that everything at that moment was just a dream. Zimo, don't force yourself. Lin Zhan smiled and a flush appeared on his face, as though it was a final burst of revitalization before death. Although I didn't manage to ascend to the major kiliacosm, my life has been rather spectacular. I've never had to bow down and have no regrets. It's just that I won't be able to continue fighting with you. Su Zimo lowered his head in silence with reddened eyes. Never had to bow down and no regrets. That was the life of the eternal human monarch. Lin Zhan looked at Immortal Queen Linglong again and said gently, Linglong, I can't protect you guys anymore in the future. I'll leave Layer and Luoer to you. Immortal Queen Linglong was extremely sad. She opened her mouth slightly, as though she wanted to say something but could not bear to. She knew that Lin Zhan was entrusting Lin Lei and Lin Luo to her for a single reason. He wanted her to live on. Looking at the dying Lin Zhan, Immortal Queen Linglong could not bear to refuse and only nodded with tears in her eyes. Lin Zhan smiled one last time and closed his eyes slowly. The eternal human monarch was dead. Heaven and earth grieved together. Up till this point of the battle, too many emperors had died. In fact, even experts like the lords of the heavenly court and the lord of the netherworld were dead. Lin Zhan was only an ordinary emperor and was not eye-catching. His death would not shock the living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium kiliacosm. However, to everyone in Tianhuang mainland, this was an extremely deep pain. Su Zimo was in unbearable agony. He clutched his chest and felt a sharp pain in his chest. Only a trace of warmth from his chest area seemed to be able to relieve some of his pain. It was the jade pendant given to him by Empress Evil. The jade pendant could not be placed in his storage bag, so he kept it in his robes. At some point in time, the jade pendant had become warm. Su Zimo had been chased and surrounded by many emperor experts and had no time to be distracted. Nor did he pay much attention to the changes in the jade pendant. The emperor battle was still bloody and cruel and did not stop just because of Lin Zhan I's death. Immortal Queen Linglong was still carrying Lin Zhan's corpse that was gradually turning cold. She was in the battlefield and could die at any moment. Emperor North Kuan, Emperor Southpeng, Dragon Empress Frost, and the others led many emperor experts and approached Immortal Queen Linglong and the others, doing their best to protect them. However, they could not hold on for long. The young master of Mystic Heaven had already charged over with the 50-odd emperor experts. Dragon Empress Frost stood out and charged towards the young master of Mystic Heaven. The two of them exchanged blows and instantly, Dragon Empress Frost was sent flying by the young master of Mystic Heaven. Countless dragon scales fell off and her gigantic dragon body fell heavily into the starry skies, riddled with injuries. Dragon Empress Frost was long past her prime and did not have much lifespan left. After this battle, she was already at the end of her rope. Now that she was severely injured by the young master of Mystic Heaven, she struggled for a moment before collapsing weakly and gradually losing her breath. Dragon Empress Frost was dead. Desolate Marshal, die. The young master of Mystic Heaven closed in and his blood chi surged, propelling a world that enveloped Su Zimo. Su Zimo was in a daze and had yet to recover from the scene of Lin Zhan's death. Zimo! Desolate Marshal! When the surrounding people saw that, they were shocked and shouted one after another. In Tianhuang world, figures soared into the air one after another. Some of them were only at the perfected spirit and immortal king realms. However, they charged towards the Emperor Realm battlefield without hesitation. The emperors of the Great Wilderness, including Demon Empress Ninetails, Demon Emperor Divine Elephant and Demon Emperor Bai Zhe, rushed towards Su Zimo one after another as well. Not only did the gigantic world supported by the young master of Mystic Heaven want to devour Su Zimo, it also wanted to devour Immortal Queen Linglong and Lin Zhan who were beside Su Zimo. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he suddenly snapped out of it. Lin Zhan was already dead. The same must not happen to Immortal Queen Linglong. Even if he had to risk his life, he had to protect Immortal Queen Linglong. However, his current state was indeed not good. He was severely injured and had just witnessed Lin Zhan's death. Su Zimo's mind was in a daze. He only hoped that the scene before him was just a dream. He only stood up instinctively in front of immortal Queen Ling Long. In this adrift state, he slapped out at the young master of mystic heaven. There were no bloodline phenomenons, 5 grotto heavens, divine powers, or secret skills. That palm strike looked soft and powerless without any aura. Fu, the young master of mystic heaven sneered. As he had expected, Su Zimo was already at the end of his rope. If you can't even defeat the peak emperors under me, what do you have to fight me with? The young master of mystic heaven sneered with a burning gaze. Demon Empress Ninetails, Demon Emperor Divine Elephant, Demon Emperor Baizhe and the others ignored the attacks of the emperors of the heavenly court behind them and released a series of killing moves at the young master of mystic heaven. No one can save the person I want to kill. The young master of mystic heaven hollered and was unmoved. He was absolutely confident that he could attack calmly and defend against the attacks of Demon Empress Ninetails and the others after killing Su Zimo. The moment Su Zimo's palm touched his world, the expression of the young master of mystic heaven froze on his face. He felt an abnormal throbbing in his heart that flashed past, as though it was an illusion. The chaotic and bloody battlefield seemed to have suddenly vanished. It was as though he was floating on a clear lake that rippled with the waves. He looked at the brilliant galaxy in the firmaments and fell into an unprecedented calmness. Instantly, the young master of mystic heaven was in a daze. He was intoxicated and seemingly in a trance. On the battlefield, right in front of everyone, the young master of mystic heaven suddenly stopped and for some unknown reason, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The terrifying world around him was disintegrating silently under Su Zimo's palm. Galaxy dream. As though he had thought of something, the young master of mystic heaven shuddered and suddenly woke up. That was the Dermic Tao of Empress Evil. The reason why the Lord of Vermilion Heaven died was because he was severely injured by the secret skill of Empress Evil at the beginning of the battle and was disadvantaged. He could not break free from Empress Evil's pursuit. However, this galaxy dream was filled with flaws and was far inferior to the dream created by Empress Evil. Otherwise, given the capabilities of the young master of mystic heaven, he would not have been able to break free himself. Su Zimo released that secret skill by a freak combination of circumstances. The martial Tao prime body had once been dragged into a dream by Empress Evil and lived for a lifetime, enduring countless tests. In other words, the Dermic Tao of Empress Evil lingered on him for an entire lifetime. He saw Empress Evil release the galaxy dream with his own eyes previously. More importantly, he had just fallen into a dazed state and gathered all his thoughts, hoping that everything before him was a dream, coupled with the augmentation of the jade pendant in his robes. His palm strike contained a wisp of the dream Dermic Tao of Empress Evil. Just a single wisp was enough for the young master of mystic heaven to suffer. Even though he broke free from that flawed galaxy dream, his world had already dissipated in the dream. More importantly, the killing moves of the Emperor experts such as Demon Empress Ninetails, Demon Emperor Divine Elephant and the others had already descended on him. Bang! 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 The divine weapons and secret skills of Demon Empress Ninetails, Demon Emperor Divine Elephant and the others struck the vital points of the young master of mystic heaven. The young master of mystic heaven was trapped in a dream and without the protection of a world. His limbs and head did not have time to hide in the turtle shell and were exposed. He became a free target for Demon Empress Ninetails and many other Emperor experts. Even Demon Empress Ninetails, Demon Emperor Divine Elephant and the others did not expect this to happen. Even without the protection of the turtle shell, the body of the young master of mystic heaven was still incomparably powerful. The divine weapons of Demon Empress Ninetails and many other Emperor experts were summoned and smashed onto the head of the young master of mystic heaven. It took dozens of strikes in that instant for his head to be shattered. The outcome of a fight between peak emperors could be decided with a single moment of distraction. Furthermore, in such a chaotic battle, the young master of mystic heaven was trapped in a dream and froze on the spot. He was destined to die. Never in his dreams did the young master of mystic heaven expect that not only would he not be able to kill Su Zimo when he arrived first, he would even lose his life. The moment he snapped out of his daze, he felt a sharp pain in his head and his vision turned black. Before he could even scream, the young master of Mystic Heaven was beaten until his brains splattered in front of everyone and his essence spirit was destroyed, dying on the spot. The deaths of Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven and the young master of Mystic Heaven did not resolve the danger facing the Sword World and Tianhuang World. It merely dealt a considerable blow to the morale of the Heavenly Court. However, that action completely enraged the Heavenly Court army and their attacks became even crazier. More and more Emperor experts died on the battlefield. It was not only ordinary emperors, supreme emperors began to die as well. In fact, some peak emperors died under the chaotic encirclement. Demon Emperor Divine Elephant of the Great Wilderness World died. Even the bewitching Demon Empress Ninetails died as well. The Emperor Realm battle became even more tragic. The precious blood of emperors dyed the galaxy red. Previously, Su Zimo was severely injured and released a Dermic Tao of Empress Evil. The power of his essence spirit was almost exhausted and he was extremely weak. The Sword World was in danger. Tianhuang World was in danger. At that time, the Sanguine Ape World, Kuan Peng World, Great Wilderness World, Flower World, Dragon World and many other worlds would have to endure the endless killing of the Heavenly Court army. A peak emperor of the Heavenly Court attacked domineeringly and killed another emperor expert. He sneered with might. You ants of the medium Kiliacosm want to go against the Heavenly Court? The Heavenly Court is destined to prevail. You guys will definitely lose. A bunch of livestock trying to escape from their cages. This is the price you have to pay. The Iron Crown old man's hair was disheveled and he was already covered in injuries. He stood with his sword in hand and shouted, even if you guys destroy the Sword World and Tianhuang World today, there will still be people who stand out to challenge the Heaven Conquest battle in the future. One day, they will definitely crush the Heavenly Court. Emperor North Kuan roared as well. Our blood will not flow in vain. Ha 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 ha. An emperor of the Heavenly Court burst into laughter. The Heavenly Court will destroy whoever dares to stand out. Even if we have to destroy the medium Kiliacosm, we'll kill until there are no more living beings in the medium Kiliacosm. Your blood won't flow in vain? Another emperor of the Heavenly Court sneered as well. Apart from your worlds and those ignorants and spirits, who else in the vast medium Kiliacosm would dare to go against the heavens? There's me as well. Another figure flew out of Parasol Tree World. He sped through the battlefield like a god of war bathed in flames. It was the Parasol Tree World Lord. Behind him, there were a few Emperor experts in the Parasol Tree World who followed closely with resolute gazes. Back then, the Parasol Tree World was spared because Great Emperor Desolate Marshal appeared and pacified the calamity of the Witch and Poison worlds. The Parasol Tree World would always remember this favor. Count me in! A loud shout sounded from the direction of the Barbarian World. The Barbarian World Lord soared into the air and charged towards the starry skies battlefield with 2 axes in his hands and a resolute expression. There's me as well. An emperor expert of the Heavenly Dipper World stood out. There's me as well. There's me as well. We'll go too. Voices sounded one after another and reverberated through the world. Emperor experts flew up from the various worlds of the medium Kiliacosm one after another and rushed to the battlefield without hesitation. In some worlds, there was even only a single emperor. Even then, the emperor no longer hesitated. In some worlds, some emperor experts had been sleeping for millions of years, waiting for an opportunity to ascend to the major Kiliacosm. However, at that moment, they chose to give up on this opportunity and rush to the battlefield. The deaths of the 2 old men who ignited their lives, the old ape's combat soul, Lin Zhan, Demon Empress Ninetails, Demon Emperor Divine Elephant and the other emperors finally awakened the blood that had been dormant in the emperors of the medium Kiliacosm for many years. Although those who supported everyone were frozen to death in the snow, the balls of flames that had already been ignited finally illuminated the world. More and more figures soared into the air from the medium Kiliacosm, pressing forward with indomitable will. The scene was extremely spectacular. The voices were passionate and resonating. The figures streaked through the firmaments like meteors. The expressions of the emperors of the heavenly court turned grim. If it was just the emperors of the Sword World, Tianhuang World, and Sanguinape World, there were not many of them and were not much of a threat. However, if the emperor experts of the medium Kiliacosm were to join forces, it would be a power that could not be ignored. On the heavenly court battlefield, the battle between great emperors continued. However, both parties had already reached the limits of their bodies and did not have much strength left. They relied on their Dao hearts and wills. Whoever won in the end would depend on whose will was stronger. The lords of Blue Heaven and Mystic Heaven were already at their limits under the suppression of the martial Dao Prime Body. Even the fists of the martial Dao Prime Body were mangled, revealing pale finger bones. However, he did not seem to feel any pain. He raised his fists and attacked the lords of Blue Heaven and Mystic Heaven continuously, as though he did not know fatigue. Boom! Finally, there was a loud bang. The turtle shell on the back of the Lord of Mystic Heaven was shattered by the martial Dao Prime Body. Countless turtle shell fragments entered the body of the Lord of Mystic Heaven and riddled his body with holes, causing blood to flow profusely. Ah! The Lord of Mystic Heaven let out a tragic cry. He was of the Black Tortoise sacred beast race and had unparalleled defense. Ever since he descended from the major Kiliacosm and entered the heavenly court, even after experiencing the Heaven Conquest battle several times, he had never been so severely injured. Of course, the martial Dao Prime Body did not have it easy either. The turtle shell contained a tremendous recoil that shattered his arm as well. The blood chi of the martial Dao Prime Body was expended immensely. In such a combat, it was impossible for him to regrow his arm. However, he did not stop attacking. Even though his arm was shattered, there was no fluctuation in his eyes and the purple flames burned brighter. Kill! The martial Dao Prime Body hollered and took a step forward. Xing! Plow heaven's stride. Without the protection of the turtle shell, that step left a gigantic blood-colored ravine on the body of the Lord of Mystic Heaven. That single step almost sliced the Lord of Mystic Heaven into two. Boom! The martial Dao Prime Body took the second step. The head of the Lord of Mystic Heaven was crushed by the martial Dao Prime Body instantly, and his essence spirit was destroyed. The Lord of Mystic Heaven was dead. At that moment, the Dao imprints of the heavenly court were almost obliterated by the Nether River. After killing the Lord of Mystic Heaven, even if he could revive, he would descend into the major Kiliacosm, and it would be difficult for him to return to the medium Kiliacosm. In the battle earlier on, because of the surge of the Nether River, 9 of the 10 gates of hell had already shattered. Although the Avicii gate was relatively intact, the martial Dao Prime Body no longer had the strength and essence spirit power to summon it. When the Lord of Blue Heaven saw that the situation was bad, he supported his severely injured body and turned to escape. Even against a one-armed martial Dao Prime Body, he still did not dare to fight. In this battle, the Lord of Blue Heaven was scared out of his wits after all the killing. The martial Dao Prime Body was even faster. He took a few consecutive steps and caught up to the Lord of Blue Heaven. He extended his single arm and grabbed the dragon tail of the Lord of Blue Heaven, exerting strength. Phew! The martial Dao Prime Body raised the body of the Lord of Blue Heaven and swung it in a gigantic arc in midair, smashing heavily against the heavenly court. Boom! With an earth-shaking bang, dust mixed with dragon blood spread everywhere in a bloodbath. The Lord of Blue Heaven let out a sorrowful cry and his dragon body twitched unconsciously. He was already at the end of his rope to begin with. That massive slam broke more than half of the bones in his body. The Lord of Blue Heaven coughed out blood and his mind went blank in a daze. Before he could react, a shadow enveloped him. The martial Dao Prime Body descended from the skies and stomped down fiercely. His dragon head shattered and blood suffused as brain matter splattered. The Lord of Blue Heaven was dead. 2 more of the 6 lords of the heavenly court were dead. At this point of the battle, the situation was completely tilted. The remaining 4 lords of the heavenly court were shocked when they saw that. They realized that the heavenly court might not be able to hold on. The one-armed martial Dao Prime Body was covered in blood, and the purple flames in his eyes burned brighter. He strode towards the four lords of the heavenly court with a torrential aura. Before he arrived, a tragic aura surged over. The martial Tao prime body carried the might of killing 3 lords of the heavenly court in succession. Who could defeat him? The martial Tao prime body arrived beside Daiyu and raised his single arm, punching towards the Lord of Nether Heaven. Daiyu attacked at the same time and slapped down with her fair palm. Bang! Bang! The Lord of Nether Heaven could not gain any advantage even when he was fighting against Daiyu, let alone against the combined strength of her and the martial Tao prime body. A scarlet blood fog burst forth from the Lord of Nether Heaven's body. His clothes were tattered and his body was filled with cracks in a shocking manner. The martial Tao prime body and Daiyu advanced once more and attacked consecutively. Under their encirclement, in less than 10 breaths, the head of the Lord of Nether Heaven was shattered by a single palm strike from Daiyu and his essence spirit was destroyed. The Lord of Nether Heaven was dead. When the remaining 3 lords of the heavenly court saw that, they had already realized that the situation was hopeless. However, they were not too afraid. Even if they died, they would revive in the major Kiliacosm. However, if the heavenly court was lost, the Fiend Lord, Empress Evil, and Brahma Ghost Mother would return to the major Kiliacosm. That would be a huge problem for them. The martial Tao prime body and Daiyu turned around and arrived beside Empress Evil. In just 3 breaths, they killed the Lord of Illumination Heaven. Fiend Lord, Empress Evil, Ghost Mother. Although the defeat of the heavenly court was set, the Lord of Power Heaven was still fearless and said slowly, "I'll wait for you guys in the major Kiliacosm." Pausing for a moment, the gaze of the Lord of Power Heaven landed on the martial Tao prime body eventually, and he said coldly, "And you as well, desolate martial." The martial Tao prime body did not reply and attacked even more ferociously. The time left for him was decreasing. He had to get rid of the remaining 2 lords of the heavenly court before the danger descended. The lords of Power Heaven and Autumn Heaven could not hold on without the help of the others and died under the siege of the martial Tao prime body and the others before long. Finally, the heavenly court was destroyed in this generation. The Fiend Lord panted heavily and looked up at the firmaments. Even with his mental fortitude, a hint of excitement flashed through the depths of his eyes. After waiting bitterly for so many years, they were finally about to return to the major Kiliacosm. After the battle ended, Daiyu heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the martial Tao prime body instinctively. At that moment, the martial Tao prime body had a grim expression. Daiyu seemed to have thought of something and wanted to walk towards the martial Tao prime body. "Don't come over!" The martial Tao prime body hollered, and in a flash, he distanced himself from Daiyu rapidly. Right then, the Fiend Lord, Empress Evil, Brahma Ghost Mother, and even Daiyu sensed something and their expressions changed. Above the heavenly court, in the direction of the major Kiliacosm, they suddenly felt an incomparably terrifying pressure descend. That might had far exceeded their imagination. Crack! A deafening bang sounded. The entire medium Kiliacosm swayed and trembled, as though it could not withstand the might and was about to collapse. Boom! Another loud bang sounded. A terrifying power pierced through the skies above the heavenly court and created a gigantic hole. Hiss! The expressions of the Fiend Lord, Empress Evil, and Brahma Ghost Mother changed starkly. That part of heaven was the law's barrier between the medium Kiliacosm and the major Kiliacosm. But now that power had pierced through the law's barrier. A huge hole was punched in the sky of the medium Kiliacosm. Back when a huge battle that almost destroyed the 3 realms broke out in the major Kiliacosm, it shattered the law's barrier between the medium Kiliacosm and the major Kiliacosm, causing the few of them to fall from the major Kiliacosm. After a few eras, although the law's barrier did not recover to its original state, it was more or less repaired. But now, the law's barrier was penetrated once more. Although it was not as destructive as that battle, the terror of that power was enough to shock the Fiend Lord and the other 2. The power that broke through the law's barrier came from another Kiliacosm and expended a lot of energy. However, even after descending upon the heavenly court, it still contained an unstoppable might. A blinding light blasted towards the martial Tao prime body, containing the aura of death that wanted to erase him from this world. The Fiend Lord, Empress Evil and Brahma Ghost Mother retreated instinctively, afraid that they would be implicated. That power was way too strong. Even if they were in his position, they wouldn't be able to defend against it. Daiyu went forward instinctively, but it was already too late. The martial Tao prime body could not dodge. Not to mention that he was already exhausted and did not have much combat strength left. Even if he was in his peak condition, he could not dodge the light. The light contained a supreme dermic Tao that far surpassed his cultivation realm. Furthermore, it was completely locked onto his aura and he could not dodge at all. That bedazzling light attracted the gazes of countless experts of the medium kiliacosm. There was a pause on the battlefield of the medium kiliacosm. Many Emperor experts felt their hearts skip a beat and looked up instinctively. They saw a light break through the firmaments and disperse the fog, descending above the head of the martial Tao prime body. Many experts of the medium kiliacosm did not know what had happened. However, they could all sense the terrifying power contained in the light. That power could almost destroy everything. The martial Tao prime body had no intention of waiting for death. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, he had to give it his all. This martial Tao prime body had an extraordinary meaning to Su Zimo after all. Right before the light descended, the martial Tao prime body raised the hell suppression tripod with his single arm and hung it above his head. Boom! There was a loud bang. Right in front of everyone. The indestructible Great Emperor weapon was shattered by the light instantly. The difference in strength was way too great. It was almost unstoppable. Countless fragments of the hell suppression tripod poured into the body of the martial Tao prime body and riddled him with holes. His single arm was shattered instantly as well and turned into a blood mist. The light did not stop and continued to descend. The body of the martial Tao prime body exploded instantly against the light and flesh splattered. All the living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium kiliacosm widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. What exactly happened? Only Great Empress Blood Butterfly, the Fiend Lord, Empress Evil and Brahma Ghost Mother were left in the heavenly court. There were no signs of the lords of the heavenly court anymore. It was as though they had already won the heaven conquest battle of this generation. However, what was with that light? Great Emperor Desolate Marshal was dead? Could this be a punishment from the heavens? Could it be that the heavens were warning them that even if they succeeded in the heaven conquest battle, they would have to pay a heavy price? After shattering the body of the hell suppression tripod and the martial Tao prime body in succession, the light did not dissipate. In the vast blood fog, an inconspicuous dark ancient mirror fell into the starry skies, and almost no one noticed it on the chaotic battlefield. However, the light merely paused for a moment before following closely and attacking the dark ancient mirror. Against the impact of the light, the hell suppression tripod and martial Tao body were shattered and his martial spirit naturally could not defend against it. However, the moment he summoned the hell suppression tripod, the martial Tao prime body expected this outcome. Therefore, his martial spirit made a dash for it and he entered the netherworld treasure mirror. As long as his martial spirit was not destroyed, he would have a chance to make a comeback. Legend has it that the netherworld treasure mirror was the weapon of the Lord of Hell. However, even after the martial Tao prime body advanced to the Emperor realm, he could not refine it and use it for himself. The martial Tao prime body speculated that the netherworld treasure mirror might have an even greater background. Furthermore, there was a consciousness hidden in the depths of the netherworld treasure mirror. It was very likely the weapon spirit of this treasure. Right now, the martial spirit of the martial Tao prime body hid in the netherworld treasure mirror because he wanted to make use of this treasure to hide his aura and avoid the danger from the major kiliacosm. Unfortunately, the perception of the light was extremely sharp and continued to chase after him. The martial spirit of the martial Tao prime body had not escaped. There was no way he could escape from the pursuit of the light. Right now, he could only place his hopes on the consciousness in the depths of the netherworld treasure mirror. Now that he was tied to the netherworld treasure mirror, if the light wanted to kill him, it had to shatter the netherworld treasure mirror first. The weapon spirit in the depths of the netherworld treasure mirror seemed to have sensed danger as well. In the depths of the netherworld treasure mirror, a scarlet, suddenly appeared in the darkness. The martial Tao prime body could clearly see that it was a drop of blood. Boom! Before he could think further, the light from the major kiliocosm had already landed on the netherworld treasure mirror with a loud bang, causing the medium kiliocosm to tremble continuously. Countless stars in the surroundings shattered and turned into dust. The netherworld treasure mirror was already filled with cracks and fell rapidly from the impact of the light, ready to shatter at any moment. Hidden in the netherworld treasure mirror, the martial Tao prime body was dazed from the shock as well. However, he could vaguely sense that most of the power in the light earlier on was not resolved by the netherworld treasure mirror. Instead, it was blocked by the drop of blood in the netherworld treasure mirror. The netherworld treasure mirror might only be a great emperor weapon and was similar to divine weapons like the hell suppression tripod. It was the existence of that drop of blood that caused the netherworld treasure mirror to undergo a qualitative change. What living being did this blood belong to such that it could contain such terrifying power? A single drop blocked more than half of the power contained in the light. Although the light did not have much strength left after piercing through the barrier of the three realms, it was enough to destroy everything in the medium kiliocosm. Ah! A furious, indignant and resentful scream sounded from the drop of blood. The scream caused the martial spirit of the martial Tao prime body to feel even more pain. Although it was clearly just a scream, in his blurry consciousness, he seemed to have heard the voices of countless living beings mixed together. The martial Tao prime body could only sense that he was falling uncontrollably rapidly along with the cracked netherworld treasure mirror. When he gradually regained a hint of consciousness, he realized that he was already in greater Avicii. The light from the major kiliocosm had yet to give up, as though as long as the martial Tao prime body was not dead, it would continue chasing until he was completely killed. Boom! The light descended on Tai Wei Mountain and razed it to the ground instantly. The terrifying power punched through greater Avicii and penetrated it to the depths completely with its unstoppable might. For countless years, even experts like the Fiend Lord could not do anything to this hell condensed by Great Emperor Infinite with his own flesh and blood. However, it was easily penetrated by the power of the major kiliocosm in this generation. With a bang, the netherworld treasure mirror could not withstand the power and shattered completely. The drop of blood in the netherworld treasure mirror suddenly exploded and blocked in front of the light. The martial Tao prime body did not have time to think and seized the opportunity to escape into the dry well of greater Avicii. The dry well led to the hell world. That drop of blood would definitely not be able to defend against the power contained in the light and could only stall for a moment at most. The martial Tao prime body had to make use of this period of time to escape into the hell world. Of course, the hell world alone could not defend against that light. The escape route that the martial Tao prime body thought of was the Nether River. To be precise, it was the deepest part of the Nether River. Dai Yu had once said that there was great terror in the depths of the Nether River. Back when he was a quasi-emperor, he came to the Nether River to cultivate in seclusion and tried to cross the Nether River, wanting to explore the secrets in the depths of the Nether River. As he walked further and further away, he also felt the terror from the depths of the Nether River. Later on, a sinister wind suddenly blew from the depths of the Nether River. The 6 supreme flames cultivated in the martial Tao domain were extinguished instantly. Even his martial spirit fire swayed and flickered. At the same time, an uncontrollable and irresistible fear rose in the heart of the martial Tao prime body, causing his scalp to tingle. At that time, the situation in the great wilderness was serious and the martial Tao prime body did not dare to take the risk. Therefore, he gave up on investigating and retreated halfway. Right now, there was a calamity from the major kiliocosm chasing after him. The martial Tao prime body couldn't care less. The only place he could think of that might be able to defend against that light was in the depths of the Nether River. In the blink of an eye, the martial Tao prime body descended on the hell world. His martial spirit flashed and descended above the Nether River instantly. The martial Tao prime body looked into the depths of the Nether River and sped forward almost without hesitation. When he arrived at the area where the Nether River was, he could no longer teleport. All the dermic Daos seemed to have lost their effect here. He could sense that the light had yet to give up and had already shattered the blood in the netherworld treasure mirror, chasing him to the hell world. The hell world was sinister and dark, filled with nether chi. The martial spirit of the martial Tao prime body had already escaped above the nether river. Under normal circumstances, with the obstruction of the 9 springs of hell, it was enough to cover all traces. However, the light seemed to contain some intelligence. Pausing for a moment, it shattered the hell yellow springs and went against the current, chasing after the martial Tao prime body above the nether river. There was no way out for the martial Tao prime body no matter where he went. That beam of light wanted to exterminate him. The martial Tao prime body only had a weakened martial spirit left. As he ventured deeper into the nether river, the pressure he felt increased and his fear deepened. His martial spirit had already reached the Emperor realm and was far superior to the previous time. However, he had expended too much energy after the Heaven Conquest battle. Right now, his martial spirit was already an arrow at the end of its flight with weak flames. If another sinister wind blew from the depths of the nether river, his martial spirit would probably be extinguished on the spot. Even so, the martial Tao prime body did not stop. He could only gamble. Everything in the depths of the nether river was unknown. Perhaps he still had a chance of survival. If he stopped, the light would definitely not give him any chance and would kill him on the spot. However, compared to the speed of the pursuit of the light, the martial spirit of the martial Tao prime body was way too slow. The killing intent behind him intensified. If he continued fleeing like this, the light would probably catch up and kill him before he could reach the depths of the nether river. The light chased above the nether river. As though provoked, the originally calm and dark river suddenly surged like a tsunami, as though it wanted to drown the light. The mighty power contained in the nether river could even destroy the Tao imprints of the heavenly court. But now, the surging river water could not devour the light. However, against the obstruction of the layers of huge waves, the speed of the light decreased significantly and the martial Tao prime body was temporarily out of danger. As the martial spirit of the martial Tao prime body ventured deeper into the nether river, the fearful feeling that originated from the depths of the nether river intensified. In the line of water ahead, the martial Tao prime body saw the ball of flames from before once more. However, this time round, the dilapidated ancient ship was nowhere to be seen beside the flames. The last time he saw the dilapidated ancient ship, it floated on the river in the distance motionlessly. At that time he was still puzzled. The nether river flowed continuously and passed through the 4 paths. Why did the dilapidated and strange ship stop on the spot and not follow the current? However, this time round, the dilapidated ancient ship vanished. The martial Tao prime body did not have the energy to think too much about it. The danger behind him had yet to be resolved. Even in his peak state with his physical body, crossing the nether river would consume a lot of energy and was filled with danger. Right now, he had only the martial spirit left. He had just experienced a huge battle and was extremely weak. By the time he escaped all the way here, he was already at the end of his rope. He did not dare to approach the ball of flames at all. Even a little damage could extinguish his martial spirit completely. As time passed, the flames of the martial Tao prime body's martial spirit became weaker and dimmer. His consciousness began to blur and he only had a trace of will and instinct left as he continued to escape. After an unknown period of time, the martial Tao prime body suddenly felt a torrential resentment and anger surge towards him, almost suffocating him. Instinctively, he stopped in his tracks and maintained his last bit of consciousness as he looked over. What he saw shocked him. The martial spirit fire flickered and was almost extinguished. Below him was still the nether river that flowed continuously. However, right in front of him was an endless blood sea with torrential blood chi. Back then, when he saw the ball of flames, he noticed that the river near the ball of flames was red. Initially, he thought that it was because of the flames. It was only at that moment that he realized that there was a blood sea ahead to begin with. What was even more terrifying was that the indignant, angry, and resentful emotions revealed by the blood sea were familiar. It was extremely similar to the emotions in the drop of blood in the netherworld treasure mirror. Suddenly, the Martial Tao Prime body thought of a possibility. Perhaps the drop of blood in the Netherworld treasure mirror originated from the blood sea before him. If a single drop of blood was already so powerful, how terrifying was the power contained in the boundless blood sea? As for how the blood sea was formed, the Martial Tao Prime body had once floated down the Nether River for more than 100 years. He passed through 4 paths, the Netherworld, and finally returned to his original spot. In other words, the existence of the Nether River was like a river that flowed around without a true source. At that time, the Martial Tao Prime body was puzzled. In that case, what was in the center of the Nether River? Since there was no source, where did the power of the Nether River come from? At that moment, it seemed like there was an answer to everything. In that short delay, the light behind him had already broken through the obstructions of the Nether River and was getting closer. Even the Nether River could not block off the light. As for the endless blood sea ahead, everything was unknown. The Martial Tao Prime body could sense that the blood sea contained an extremely terrifying power that far surpassed the Nether River. If his extremely weak martial spirit ran to the blood sea and was engulfed by the blood chi, it would probably be extinguished on the spot and he would die. The Martial Tao Prime body turned back. He had no way out. The Martial Tao Prime body no longer hesitated and floated towards the blood sea ahead. Xing. The moment he arrived above the blood sea, endless blood chi surged over and enveloped his martial spirit with a sizzling sound. The martial spirit flickered continuously and the flames became smaller and smaller. Before long, they were completely extinguished. The soul of the Martial Tao Prime body fell into the blood sea and his consciousness sank continuously. He realized that the Martial Tao Prime body was finished. His soul was destroyed. At the final moment before his consciousness disappeared, he suddenly thought of something. Since the blood sea before him was calm and motionless, why did the dilapidated ancient ship of the past disappear? Before he could think of a final answer, he lost consciousness. The light from the major kiliocosm tore through the Nether River waves and chased towards the blood sea. However, it suddenly stopped. The light seemed to have become confused and could not find its target. Patrolled everywhere but still found nothing. Under the continuous washing of the Nether River and blood sea, the light dimmed and finally dissipated, fusing into the blood sea. Splash! Right then, the sound of water sounded. Ripples suddenly appeared in the initially calm blood sea. An extremely simple, dilapidated ancient ship that was pitch black tore through the sea from the depths of the blood fog and sailed over slowly. Arriving at the place where the martial spirit of the Martial Tao Prime body was extinguished, the dilapidated ancient ship suddenly stopped. Immediately after, a figure stood up slowly from the pitch-black boat. The figure curled up and squatted in the sunken ship, almost fusing with the dilapidated ancient ship. If it was motionless, it would be almost impossible to tell them apart. The figure wore a wide black robe and had disheveled hair. His sparse black hair covered his entire face and one could vaguely see his pale skin. However, one could not see his exact appearance and it was unknown if he was a human or a ghost. The figure turned slowly to look at the soul of the Martial Tao Prime body in the blood sea. Hee hee! A strange laughter sounded from his black hair. Suddenly, the black-robed man waved his hand casually and his wide robe sleeves fell into the blood sea. He scooped up the soul of the Martial Tao Prime body and placed it gently on the ancient ship. Thereafter, the black-robed man beckoned to the ball of flames floating in the blood sea and a scarlet flame floated out, landing on the soul of the Martial Tao Prime body. Phew! The martial spirit fire that was originally extinguished burned once more. Although it was still very weak, the soul of the Martial Tao Prime body was gradually recovering its vitality. The black-robed man turned around and his black hair covered his face. His indistinct gaze passed through his sparse black hair and landed on the Martial Tao Prime body, as though he was staring at him. His gaze was strange and indescribable. A moment later, the black-robed man retracted his gaze. Without doing anything, the dilapidated ancient ship beneath him swayed. Carrying the Martial Tao Prime body, they headed deeper into the blood sea and gradually disappeared into the vast blood fog. The Nether River calmed down as well, as though nothing had happened. The living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium kiliacosm had no idea what happened in hell. Even Dai Yu's spirit consciousness could not continue deeper after detecting the Nether River. This change happened way too suddenly. Everyone only saw great Emperor Desolate Martial's body shatter, and his essence spirit destroyed by a beam of light from the major kiliacosm. They were not the only ones. After the martial spirit of the martial Tao prime body charged into the blood sea, even the green lotus true body lost contact with him completely, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. The blood sea seemed to have a domain of its own that could isolate all detection. Although the light from the major kiliacosm had already vanished, it pierced through the barrier of the three realms. This would add countless unpredictable variables to the end of the heaven conquest battle. Su Zimo vaguely thought of something. However, the martial Tao prime body had just encountered a major calamity, and his fate was unknown. He had yet to recover, and his mind was in chaos. Right then, the Fiend Lord had already soared into the air and flew towards the major kiliacosm. Empress Evil turned back and glanced at Su Zimo, as though she wanted to say something. However, she hesitated and turned to fly towards the major kiliacosm. The barrier of the three realms was pierced. However, the damage was not great. Furthermore, it was healing at a visible speed. The reason why the Fiend Lord, Empress Evil, Brahma Ghost Mother, and the others were suppressed in the medium kiliacosm and could only unleash the combat strength of a great emperor at most was because of the law's restriction. At that moment, because the law's barrier between the major and medium kiliacosm was broken, the Fiend Lord, Empress Evil, and Brahma Ghost Mother sensed the power of the major kiliacosm. There was also a flaw in the laws that suppressed them. The auras of the three of them were rising rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they had already surpassed the Great Emperor realm and were clearly at another level. Dai Yu, who was standing far away, sensed the aura of Brahma Ghost Mother and felt her heart palpitate as her expression changed slightly. Unlike the Fiend Lord and Empress Evil, Brahma Ghost Mother did not leave immediately. Instead, she raised her head slightly and looked through the healing hole at the end of the firmaments, as though she could see the scenery of the major kiliacosm. She revealed a look of enjoyment and a smile. As she recovered her strength, the wrinkles on her face gradually decreased. Suddenly, Brahma Ghost Mother turned around and glared at Dai Yu in the distance with a murderous expression. At the same time, Su Zimo sensed and realized something. He raised his head abruptly and looked in the direction of the heavenly court, only to see Brahma Ghost Mother turn around and lock her gaze on Dai Yu. This is bad. Su Zimo's heart sank. Initially, in the major kiliacosm, Brahma Ghost Mother could not do anything to Dai Yu at all. In fact, her combat strength was slightly inferior to Dai Yu. However, at that moment, the barrier of the three realms shattered and the restrictions binding Brahma Ghost Mother vanished as well. Her original strength was recovering rapidly. The Fiend Lord had once said that their cultivation realms were above great emperors. Such power was enough to destroy everything in the medium kiliacosm. Before the Heaven Conquest battle, Dai Yu had a conflict with Brahma Ghost Mother. At that time, because of the interference of the Fiend Lord, Brahma Ghost Mother had no choice but to stop and focus on the overall situation to fight against the Heavenly Court. Under normal circumstances, once the Heavenly Court was destroyed, there was no way the Fiend Lord, Empress Evil, and Brahma Ghost Mother could threaten Dai Yu after they ascended. However, because of the calamity that came after the martial Tao prime body, the barrier of the three realms was shattered. As such, Brahma Ghost Mother's power began to recover even in the medium kiliacosm. Su Zimo roared and sprinted crazily towards the Heavenly Court. In the Heavenly Court, against Brahma Ghost Mother in the distance, Dai Yu did not escape and had a calm expression. She knew that she had already been locked onto by Brahma Ghost Mother and could not escape at all. The difference in strength between the two parties was way too great. In fact, Dai Yu had a feeling that Brahma Ghost Mother could crush her with a single finger even with that distance. You threatened me earlier on, Brahma Ghost Mother said with a smile. At that moment, the wrinkles on Brahma Ghost Mother's face had already disappeared, and she transformed into a mature and beautiful woman. Her lips were bright red and filled with temptation. Brahma Ghost Mother paid no attention to her surroundings and said, You probably don't know this. Even in the major kiliacosm, there aren't many people who dare to speak to me in that tone. There are even fewer people who dare to attack me. Yet, in this medium kiliacosm, a mere butterfly dares to show off to me? How interesting. Foo-foo. Suddenly, Brahma Ghost Mother retracted her smile and raised her head slowly. A malevolent and terrifying ghost face appeared faintly behind her as she glared at Dayu and asked coldly, "Do you know your sins?" The moment she said that, the surrounding temperature plummeted. "If things were to repeat, I'd attack again," Dayu said indifferently. She knew that Brahma Ghost Mother already had the intention to kill her. Nothing she said could change this outcome. At Brahma Ghost Mother's realm, she would definitely not change her mind just because of a few words from her. Brahma Ghost Mother glanced at Su Zimo, who was charging over, and smiled gently. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. What a pity. You and your darling are about to be separated eternally." The moment she said that, Brahma Ghost Mother attacked. "Don't!" Su Zimo roared angrily but could not stop this scene at all. He could only watch helplessly as Brahma Ghost Mother's palm slapped down. Dayu turned around as well and looked at Su Zimo deeply. Everything happened so suddenly that the two of them did not even have time to say anything. That glance contained too many emotions. There was tenderness, reluctance, regret, and longing. That glance was also their last farewell. Brahma Ghost Mother merely slapped in Dayu's direction through the void. There were no earth-shaking scenes. However, Dayu turned into a blood mist instantly. The difference in strength was way too great. Su Zimo gradually stopped in his tracks and stood on the spot in a daze. He looked at the blood fog in the heavenly court with listless eyes and a dim gaze, as though he had lost his soul instantly. When the human monarch died, he felt extremely sorrowful. At that moment he could not feel anything. His mind was blank, as though the most important thing in his life had suddenly been lost. This scene exceeded everyone's expectations as well. When the experts of the various races from the medium kiliacosm saw that, their eyes widened in shock. Everyone could predict that the Heaven Conquest battle would be incomparably tragic. However, no one expected that after the fat and skinny old men, the old ape, Demon Empress Ninetails, Demon Emperor Divine Elephant, the human monarch, and many other emperor experts died, Great Emperor Desolate Marshal would also be killed by the power of the major kiliacosm. And now, even Great Empress Blood Butterfly was dead. Who would have thought that the Heaven Conquest battle would end with the deaths of two great emperors? Although they won the Heaven Conquest battle, the price was way too great. "Ghost Mother!" A stern shout sounded. Empress Evil reappeared above the heavenly court. She had returned after witnessing the changes below. The figure of the Fiend Lord was almost completely gone. In the clouds, the Fiend Lord lowered his head and glanced indifferently at the situation below. He was expressionless and his eyes were calm. It was as though everything that happened below had nothing to do with him. "Xianxia, you're late." Brahma Ghost Mother had a smile on her face, but she pretended to sigh in pity. "She's already dead." Empress Evil's expression was dark and she did not say a word. She glanced at the blood fog and shielded it behind her before looking at Brahma Ghost Mother coldly. In the medium kiliacosm, the Tao imprint that belonged to Dayu was gradually dimming and dissipating. Dayu was only a great emperor of the medium kiliacosm after all. She was not an expert from the major kiliacosm like the Fiend Lord, Empress Evil, and the Lords of the Heavenly Court. She could not reach the point where she was almost immortal. Sigh! Sighs sounded from all over the medium kiliacosm. The dissipation of the Tao imprint meant the death of this generation's great emperor. This outcome exceeded everyone's expectations. It was because of the persistence of Great Emperor Desolate Marshal and Great Empress Blood Butterfly that countless living beings of the medium kiliacosm avoided being involved in this catastrophe. To think that the two of them would end up in such an outcome. The two of them are both stunning experts who created an unprecedented double emperor's era. Unfortunately, Junior Brother Su must be enduring immense pain right now after seeing his beloved die in front of him. Mo Qing stood in Tianhuang World with a worried expression and looked at that lone figure standing in the starry skies from afar. The ice butterfly on her shoulder was crying silently. In the ice butterfly's heart, great Empress Blood Butterfly had brought countless glory and dignity to her clansmen and sacrificed everything for them. Yunju sighed gently. Even someone as intelligent as her did not know how to console him for this matter. Yen Beiqin seemed to have thought of something and lowered his head in silence. Perhaps he was the only one who could empathize with and understand the pain in Su Zimo's heart. At that moment, Su Zimo was still standing in the starry skies in a daze. His eyes were empty and he looked adrift. His dejected appearance made one's heart ache. Brahma Ghost Mother's gaze shifted to Su Zimo and she licked her red lips, as though she wanted to attack. However, she knew that if she attacked, Empress Evil would definitely stop her. They were evenly matched. There was no need to fight to the death for an ant from the medium kiliocosm. Brahma Ghost Mother smiled gently and did not stay any longer. She turned around and flew towards the major kiliocosm. To her, killing Dai Yu was as simple as crushing an ant. She would not take it to heart and would even forget about it the moment she turned around. Who would care about an ant that they trampled to death? Empress Evil looked at Brahma Ghost Mother, who had ascended into the distance, and did not stop her. Even if she stopped her, there would be no outcome. Right then, Empress Evil swept up the blood fog behind her and arrived beside Su Zimo. Su Zimo looked at her instinctively and opened his mouth, as though he wanted to ask something but did not dare to say it. As though she knew what Su Zimo wanted to ask, Empress Evil said expressionlessly, "She's dead." Su Zimo's face was pale as he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Those words pierced through his heart like a sharp blade. Eft. Su Zimo spat out a mouthful of blood with a tragic expression. He had long guessed that answer but was unwilling to believe it. When Brahma Ghost Mother attacked, the difference in strength between the two of them was so great. How could Dai Yu have a chance of survival? What I did just now was to save her soul. Empress Evil continued. I'll give you two choices now. First, you can bring her soul with you. However, she can't cultivate, let alone take revenge. She can only accompany you. Second, I can send her into reincarnation and obtain a new life in the major kiliocosm. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He raised his head and looked at Empress Evil with a puzzled gaze. Of course, he had long known that souls could enter the 6 paths of reincarnation and be reincarnated. However, the conditions for reincarnation were too harsh. It required experts whose cultivation realms were far higher than those who were going to be reborn to set up measures in advance for a chance of success. Furthermore, once the soul entered the 6 paths of reincarnation, it would undergo the pain of reincarnation. The process was filled with countless dangers and variables, and no one knew what would happen. However, from what Empress Evil said, she seemed to be able to take charge of this matter and let Dai Yu live again in the major kiliocosm. Furthermore, Empress Evil was referring to a new life, not a rebirth. Empress Evil said indifferently, I couldn't do this in the past. However, now that I've recovered a little of my strength, I can give her a new life in the major kiliocosm. Su Zimo thought about it seriously before saying slowly, I choose the second option, although the first choice meant that the two of them would be able to stay together forever. It was way too unfair and painful for Dai Yu. Dai Yu's Tao was to never bow down. If she could not cultivate or take revenge, even if she was alive in the form of a soul, what would be the meaning of that for her? Dai Yu had never relied on anyone in her life. She led the weak butterfly race to rise domineeringly in the medium kiliocosm where the 10,000 races stood. In this era, Dai Yu was not inferior to anyone, including him, Su Zimo. Although Dai Yu joined the Heaven Conquest battle for the medium kiliocosm and to go against the Heavenly Court, it was for herself as well. She wanted to explore the major kiliocosm and take a look at that vast world. When she heard Su Zimo's answer, a look of admiration flashed through the depths of Empress Evil's eyes. Actually, she would not be surprised even if Su Zimo took the first option. However, she would be disappointed. She would also feel indignant and aggrieved for the peerless and stunning blood butterfly. You might not have heard me clearly, Empress Evil continued. She would gain a new life in the major kiliocosm, but it would not be a rebirth. The so-called new life means wiping away all traces of this lifetime. If she gains a new life in the major kiliacosm, she might become any one of the 10,000 races. Even if she cultivates again, she will forget about everything in this lifetime, including you. When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart ached once more. Countless images gradually appeared in his mind. The first time they met, amidst the falling peach blossoms, the slightly lazy blood-robed woman brought him into cultivation and opened up a magnificent world. In Song Lang mountain range, the blood-colored figure shielded him from countless purple-winged eagles. While he was severely injured and on the verge of death, someone left the Soraka flower in his body to replace the divine phoenix bone and change his fate. There were 2 lines of words left at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. When the Dragon Phoenix true body was reborn and his bloodline phenomenon condensed, the beautiful figure that he yearned for appeared before him once more and smiled at him. The third gift is me. Dai Yu's new life meant that everything the two of them had in the past, and all their beautiful memories would vanish into thin air. You can choose again, Empress Evil said indifferently. Although Su Zimo was clearly in extreme pain, he still shook his head. Recalling the scenes and memories of the past, he gradually smiled. She changed my fate for me in this lifetime. In the next life, it's my turn to protect her. When she heard that, Empress Evil, who had always been cold, was slightly moved as well. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air. Let her gain a new life in the major kiliacosm. I'll definitely find her. All right, Empress Evil nodded. I hope to see you in the major kiliacosm. If you manage to ascend to the major kiliacosm and encounter any difficulties, you can come and find me with the dream badge. It's the white jade pendant I left for you. Su Zimo did not seem to have heard anything and was still in a daze. Even though he had already made the decision to let Empress Evil help Dai Yu gain a new life in the major kiliacosm, his heart was still filled with reluctance and pain. When Empress Evil saw Su Zimo's state, she said indifferently, "Let me remind you that although the heaven conquest battle has ended, the medium kiliacosm is still in chaos and danger is everywhere. You'd better be careful." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Under normal circumstances, after crushing the heavenly court, the emperors of the medium kiliacosm would be able to ascend successfully and the function of the medium kiliacosm would return to normal. However, because the martial Dao prime body attracted a major calamity, the law's barrier shattered and a series of changes happened. Dai Yu's death was only one of them. Although there were still many emperors and living beings of various cultivation realms left on the side of the heavenly court, without the lords of the heavenly court presiding over, their dominance was gone and it would be difficult for the remaining people to cause much trouble. Furthermore, when they saw the heavenly court shatter and the lords of the heavenly court die, the remaining emperors of the heavenly court saw that the situation was bad and left the battlefield one after another, choosing to ascend to the major kiliacosm. The living beings of the 10,000 races on the side of the medium kiliacosm suffered immense losses after that bloody battle and could no longer fight. Furthermore, the heavenly court was already shattered and there was no need to continue fighting to the death. The opportunity to ascend to the major kiliacosm was right in front of them. The emperors planned to recuperate for a period of time before ascending. Empress Evil had once said that the reason why they fell into the medium kiliacosm back then was because of a huge battle that caused the barrier of the 3 realms to shatter. But now that the barrier of the 3 realms had been penetrated once more, it meant that experts of the major kiliacosm still had a chance to descend. The lords of the heavenly court will return? Su Zimo asked with a frown. That won't happen, Empress Evil said. The Fiend Lord and Ghost Mother have already ascended. The attention of those few will be on them and they won't be able to care about the medium kiliacosm. Furthermore, Empress Evil raised her head slightly and glanced at the penetrated law's barrier. This hole is almost negligible to the entire barrier of the 3 realms. It's like dust that can be repaired on its own very quickly with the power of the heaven and earth laws. In reality, it was as Empress Evil had said. In that short period of time, the hole pierced by the major calamity had already shrunk and gradually disappeared, vanishing into the clouds once more. After the law's barrier was restored, experts of the major kiliacosm could no longer descend. Even if Empress Evil's cultivation realm had just recovered significantly, once the law's barrier was repaired, as long as she was still in the medium kiliocosm, her strength would still be restricted and suppressed to the level of a great emperor. If the danger that Empress Evil mentioned was not from the major kiliocosm, where would it be from? Su Zimo's gaze inadvertently caught sight of a black piece of paper floating on the battlefield. It was the legendary Book of Life and Death. When the martial Dao prime body was struck by the major calamity, his body and hell suppression tripod were shattered, and so was his storage bag. Almost everything inside had turned into dust except for the black paper. Feng Du. When Su Zimo grabbed the black paper, he could not help but think of the Lord of the Netherworld and said in a deep voice, "He's not dead." The Lord of the Netherworld had once said that no one in this world could kill him. The spirit consciousness of the martial Dao prime body had once patrolled the Netherworld but could not find any traces of Feng Du's aura. However, the heaven conquest battle was imminent and he could only give up for the time being. Empress Evil did not seem willing to talk much about the Lord of the Netherworld. She merely said indifferently, "He's not the only one." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly thought of something extremely terrifying. His gaze shifted to the heavenly world where Avicii was penetrated, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Initially, Great Emperor Infinite used his flesh and blood to create Greater Avicii, imprisoning the Lord of Flame Heaven and the Lord of Hell. But now, Greater Avicii was penetrated. This meant that the Lord of Flame Heaven and the Lord of Hell had already escaped. Su Zimo's expression turned grim. Empress Evil said, "The Lord of Flame Heaven has already chosen to be reborn in the major kiliocosm. However, the Lord of Hell did not leave. Instead, he chose to be reborn in the Hell world. The heavenly court was already shattered and the Lord of Hell had escaped from Greater Avicii. Of course, he could choose to be reborn in the major kiliocosm. However, he chose to stay in the Hell world. What was he trying to do?" Empress Evil said, "No matter what he does in the medium kiliocosm, I won't be surprised." Naturally, whatever Empress Evil said was not a good thing. If the Lord of Hell was a good person, he would not have been imprisoned by Great Emperor Infinite back then. Furthermore, the Lord of Hell had been imprisoned by Great Emperor Infinite for so many years and suffered endless pain at all times. One could imagine the resentment and hatred accumulated in his heart. Even Empress Evil could not do anything about this. Even if she attacked, she would not be able to kill the Lord of Hell completely. The Lord of Hell would still be reborn as the Lord of Hell, and the hatred in his heart would be even deeper and heavier. Of course, be it Feng Du or the Lord of Hell, it will take them some time to recover their Emperor Realm cultivation after their rebirth. It's still very difficult for Feng Du to become a great emperor. However, for the Lord of Hell, it's only a matter of time before he becomes a great emperor. His Tao imprint is in the Hell world. After the 9 heavens was destroyed and the Fiend Lord and Brahma Ghost Mother ascended, Empress Evil would not stay in the medium kiliocosm either. Dai Yu was dead and the martial Tao prime body was hunted by the major calamity with their connection severed. He was most likely doomed as well. Once the Lord of Hell became a great emperor in the Hell Tao, no one in the medium kiliocosm and the netherworld could contend against him. At that thought, Su Zimo realized that although the heavenly court was destroyed, an even greater danger was yet to come for the medium kiliocosm. Once Feng Du and the Lord of Hell made a comeback, there was a high chance that the medium kiliocosm would become an endless purgatory. Su Zimo murmured softly, "In other words, during this period of time, someone has to become a great emperor of the medium kiliocosm. That's the only way to fight against them. That's another variable," Empress Evil said. "With the death of the blood butterfly and the dissipation of her Tao imprint, any emperor expert of the medium kiliocosm will have a chance to become a great emperor." At that point, Su Zimo suddenly thought of someone else. This person had never appeared in the entire Heaven Conquest battle. Coupled with the fact that the Heaven Conquest battle was way too tragic and the 2 true bodies were facing immense pressure, he almost forgot about this person. It was only at this moment when he heard Empress Evil's words that he snapped out of his stupor. The sect master of the academy. When the martial Tao prime body was still around, the sect master of the academy was not worth mentioning at all. To him, he was not even a threat. As long as the martial Tao prime body was around, the sect master of the academy would not dare to appear. All these years, the sect master of the academy had only taken a huge risk and appeared once before disappearing once more to hide. But now the situation was different. The martial Tao prime body fell into the Nether River and his fate was unknown. Daiyu was dead. Those who could truly threaten the sect master of the academy were no longer around. At the same time, Su Zimo suddenly recalled that the Lord of the Netherworld had once said that the sect master of the academy wanted to cooperate with him. This cooperation even tempted the Lord of the Netherworld, and he even looked forward to it. In fact, he let the sect master of the academy off because of it. Su Zimo could already vaguely guess what the sect master of the academy was going to do. In the medium kiliocosm, Daiyu's Tao imprint dissipated. Now that there was no longer the obstruction of the heavenly court, the essence chi of the world was rich. After the heaven conquest battle, countless treasures of the heavenly court would fall down and there were endless opportunities. Treasures and opportunities accumulated over several eras, witnessing the heaven conquest battle, the fight between great emperors and the collision of many dharmic Taos. These were all incomparably precious experiences. With all sorts of coincidences intertwining, there was a high chance that it would lead to the birth of a great emperor in the medium kiliocosm. Perhaps it would not even take long. Any emperor of the medium kiliocosm could become a great emperor. Of course, that included the sect master of the academy. Previously, when the sect master of the academy suddenly appeared and took over the witch race, Su Zimo speculated that there was a high chance that the sect master of the academy had already reached the major or perfected emperor realm. Even if the sect master of the academy was only at the major emperor realm at that time, after the heavenly court was shattered and the endless heaven and earth essence chi transformed into a heavy rain that filled the sky and enveloped the medium kiliocosm, the sect master of the academy would definitely be able to break through and reach the perfected emperor realm. Su Zimo had yet to advance to the emperor realm. He was a step slower in this aspect. It was not because he was not talented or had not enough opportunities. In reality, his cultivation speed had already far surpassed his peers. However, there were many variables added to the chaos after the heaven conquest battle, causing time to be extremely disadvantageous for him. Thankfully, be it the Lord of the Netherworld or the Lord of Hell, it would take some time for them to revive and recover to their peak states. Even if the heavenly court was shattered and endless opportunities descended on the medium kiliocosm, it was not easy to become a great emperor. As long as he advanced to the emperor realm as soon as possible, he could make use of the three pure ones Jade Manual and the rich heaven and earth essence chi around the medium kiliocosm to advance rapidly and reach the perfected emperor realm. At that time, he might still be in time to fight to be the next great emperor of the medium kiliocosm. Of course, as Empress Evil had said, this was an unpredictable variable. Take good care of that dream badge. Just as Su Zimo was deep in thought, Empress Evil suddenly said. Su Zimo looked over instinctively. At that moment, the way Empress Evil looked at him seemed to contain a deeper meaning. Su Zimo was slightly stunned and could not understand it for a moment. Previously in the Heaven Conquest battle, the dream badge that had been emitting warmth gradually cooled down. Su Zimo was puzzled and was about to ask when Empress Evil said indifferently, I'm leaving. See you in the major kiliocosm. With a wave of Empress Evil's hand, the countless troops of the beast army that lingered in the medium kiliocosm and the heavenly court entered the abyss once more under her orders and returned to the beast world. The ghost and Azura armies left the medium kiliocosm one after another after the heaven conquest battle. When the Fiend Lord and Brahma Ghost Mother ascended to the major kiliocosm, they returned to the ghost and Azura worlds. The Fiend Lord and Brahma Ghost Mother ascended to the major kiliocosm. Although Great Emperor Desolate Marshal and Great Empress Blood Butterfly were dead, Empress Evil was still around. They did not dare to be impudent in front of Empress Evil. Before Empress Evil ascended to the major kiliocosm, she had to make a TNP to the netherworld. Her gaze shifted and landed on the many bronze fragments floating in the starry skies. It was the shattered hell suppression tripod that was stained with the blood of the martial Tao prime body. Empress Evil pondered for a moment and extended her robe sleeve, sweeping up the hell suppression tripod fragments that were stained with the blood of the Martial Dao Prime body. When he saw that, Su Zimo seemed to have sensed something and could not help but ask, "The Martial Dao Prime body is not dead?" As long as the Martial Dao Prime body was not dead, there would not be any major danger in the medium kiliocosm. "I don't know." Empress Evil shook her head. Pausing for a moment, Empress Evil continued, "Even if he's not dead, it's no different from death. His aura has already been locked onto. If he dares to appear, that major calamity will descend again, and it will only be even more terrifying than this time round. He can't help in the danger of the medium kiliocosm." Su Zimo was silent. Empress Evil did not say anything else and went into the abyss of the starry skies, disappearing from the medium kiliocosm. Almost all the major battlefields of the medium kiliocosm had stopped. When the emperors of the heavenly court saw that the situation was bad, they had already ascended one after another. As for other living beings of the heavenly court such as perfected spirits and immortal kings, they were left in the medium kiliocosm and became the targets of everyone. This was especially true for the evil fiends and sin spirits who came out of the 9 sin grounds. They had long hated the experts of the blessed heaven world and the heavenly court to the core. That hatred had been engraved in their bones for generations. The dominance of the heavenly court and blessed heaven world was over, and they could not defend against the encirclement and pursuit of many worlds and the 9 sin grounds. Countless living beings of the heavenly court fled all directions. These living beings from the heavenly court and the blessed heaven world had always been high and mighty for the past few eras and did not treat the 10,000 races of the medium kiliocosm as humans. Any slight disobedience would result in a massacre or even extermination. Over the years, countless worlds had been destroyed by the heavenly court and blessed heaven world, and countless races had their bloodlines severed completely. In this generation, the heavenly court and blessed heaven world finally paid the price. Netherworld. At the foot of Mount Baodu, Empress Evil looked at the gigantic vortex spinning slowly in the abyss in silence. A moment later, she beckoned and a bright red flower flew over from the direction of Yellow Springs and landed in her palm. Although it's said that the Permitha flower can preserve the memories of one's previous life, you are going to be reincarnated in the major kiliocosm after all, and there are many variables. I'm not sure if this flower will manage to be useful. Empress Evil murmured softly as she placed Dai Yu's soul into the bud of the Permitha flower. Empress Evil's spirit consciousness moved and the flower closed, protecting Dai Yu's soul within. She looked at the ancient runes on the 6 regions of the gigantic vortex below and waved her hand gently, sending the Permitha flower into an area. The runes in that area corresponded to the heavenly Tao of the 6 paths of reincarnation. After doing that, Empress Evil turned around and arrived above the Nether River through the Netherworld, crossing towards the depths of the Nether River. She did not seem to be unfamiliar with her surroundings. However, when she arrived at the intersection of the Nether River and the Blood Sea, she suddenly stopped and did not step into the Blood Sea casually. Empress Evil stood there motionlessly, as though she was waiting for something. A long time later, a dilapidated ancient ship broke through the blood fog and sailed over slowly from the depths of the Blood Sea, stopping in front of the Nether River. The ancient ship was empty. Empress Evil pondered for a moment and waved her robes, throwing all the hell suppression tripod fragments stained with the blood of the Martial Dao Prime body into the ancient ship. The dilapidated ancient ship sailed away slowly and disappeared into the blood fog once more. Empress Evil stopped for a long time and bowed slightly in the direction of the depths of the Blood Sea before leaving and ascending to the major kiliocosm. In the depths of the Blood Sea, there was a ruin filled with countless corpses, broken halberds and swords. It was blood-stained and dilapidated, like a desolate lone island. The blood fog surrounded the ruins but could not seep in. Everything in the ruins carried an ancient aura and seemed to have been born in an unknown period of time, including the disheveled black-robed man sitting in the ruins. The dilapidated ancient ship stopped by the ruins and the black-robed man stood up slowly. Arriving at the edge of the ruins, the black-robed man stepped casually in the Blood Sea and grabbed the hell suppression tripod fragments in the ancient boat with both hands, throwing them beside a faint flame on the rums. That was the martial spirit of the martial Tao prime body. After it was reignited, the life force of the martial spirit was gradually recovering, albeit at a very slow speed. At that moment, as though it sensed something, the martial spirit fire bounced and burned brighter and brighter. The blood on the hell suppression tripod fragments shone with a powerful life force once more. The hell suppression tripod fragments that were stained with blood began to approach the martial spirit under the guidance of a certain power. Tsk. The black-robed man let out a strange sound and murmured, "What an overbearing Dermic Tao! He even wants to refine the hell suppression tripod into his body." The heaven conquest battle had already ended, but the killing in the starry skies of the medium kiliocosm had yet to stop. Without the protection of Emperor experts, even the heavenly court army could not defend against the combined encirclement of many experts of the various worlds. In the eyes of many experts of the medium kiliocosm, these living beings of the medium kiliocosm were not only the people who once enslaved them. Every single living being of the heavenly court was a gigantic treasure trove. The storage bags and grotto heavens of the living beings of the heavenly court contained countless natural treasures. Those were the prices that the living beings of the heavenly court would have to pay. Su Zimo was severely injured and returned to Tianhuang World. In this heaven conquest battle, Tianhuang World was not affected much by the fight of the emperors, and not many living beings below the emperor realm died. However, everyone from Tianhuang World had an incomparably heavy heart. Too many Emperor Realm experts had died in this battle. Even Great Emperor Desolate Marshal and Great Empress Blood Butterfly died. Some old friends of Tianhuang mainland were extremely sad when they saw the human monarch die. When they saw Su Zimo return, they sighed internally. Su Zimo and Immortal Queen Linglong had seen their loved ones die with their own eyes. Who could withstand such a blow? Lin Lei and Lin Luo accompanied Immortal Queen Ling Long. Feng Cantion was expressionless and guarded silently at the side. Tiger, Qing Qing, Little Fox, Night Spirit and Golden Lion arrived beside Su Zimo one after another and looked at him worriedly. Yunju and Mo Qing stood not far away and watched him silently as well. Everyone wanted to say something but did not know how to console him. "I'm fine." As though he could sense everyone's worry for him, Su Zimo smiled gently. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had witnessed too many life and death separations and had experienced it personally as well. However, things were different from before. Be it his eldest brother, Su Hong, or Yao Xue, there were no traces of them after they passed away, and there was no way to track them down. Even though he had cultivated till this point and had even gone to the netherworld, he could not find anything. However, it was different for Dai Yu. Empress Evil would help Dai Yu reincarnate in the major kiliocosm and obtain a new life. Although Su Zimo was sad, he was mostly looking forward to it. He looked forward to the day when the two of them would reunite in the major kiliocosm. Even if Dai Yu was just an ordinary mortal, he would not care. He would protect Dai Yu and perhaps choose to bring her into cultivation, just like back in Pingyang Town. Of course, the reason why he wanted to ascend to the major kiliocosm was not only to look for Dai Yu. It was also for revenge. It was not only for Dai Yu, the human monarch, and the many living beings who died in the heaven conquest battle in this generation. It was also for the sages and seniors who had sacrificed themselves one after another indomitably for the past few eras. Su Zimo wanted to know why the heavenly court existed. What was the status and identity of the 9 lords of the heavenly court in the major kiliocosm? Who were the Fiend Lord, Empress Evil, Brahma Ghost Mother, and the others? What exactly happened in the major kiliocosm back then? Why would the existence of the martial Tao prime body attract a major calamity from the major kiliocosm? The root of everything was in the major kiliocosm. All his doubts could only be answered by ascending to the major kiliocosm. Of course, before he ascended to the major kiliocosm, he had to resolve another danger. If he was not wrong, the scheme of the sect master of the academy and the lord of the netherworld was a huge calamity for the medium kiliocosm and all living beings of the 10,000 races. And now, apart from that calamity, there was also the lord of hell who was about to make a comeback. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed since the heaven conquest battle. Over the years, many living beings of the heavenly court had already been surrounded and killed. The chaos of the medium kiliocosm gradually calmed down and the living beings of the 10,000 races recuperated. The cultivation environment of the medium kiliocosm was far better than before, and the 10,000 races welcomed an unprecedented glorious era. In the medium kiliocosm of the past, resources and treasures over several eras were occupied and plundered by the heavenly court. After the heavenly court was shattered, countless seeds were scattered. Immortal herbs and spirit plants that were once extinct grew again in various parts of the medium kiliocosm. In the vast starry skies, countless natural treasures were hidden and countless opportunities were nurtured. Even for talented people, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to break through the barrier of their cultivation realms without any fortuitous encounters. After the heavenly court shattered, it gave these paragons and monster incarnates the best cultivation environment. After the heaven conquest battle, all living beings could clearly feel that everyone's cultivation speed was clearly much faster. It was even easier to break through realms than before. In just 100 years, more than 10 quasi-emperors who had been stuck for hundreds of thousands of years in the medium kiliocosm broke through and entered the emperor realm. Prior to this, it was unimaginable. Without the seal of the heavenly court, as long as one advanced to the emperor realm, they could choose to ascend to the major kiliocosm at any moment. In the past 100 years, many emperor experts had already chosen to ascend to the major kiliocosm one after another. Emperor realm experts needed to absorb source chi to cultivate and strengthen and perfect a world. However, the source chi in the medium kiliocosm was almost negligible. Only in the major kiliocosm could emperor realm experts cultivate better and faster to advance further. Furthermore, experts who cultivated to the emperor realm had powerful Tao hearts and great ambitions. They all wanted to head to a wider world to take a look and adventure. Before many emperor experts ascended, they would choose to come to Tianhuang world to visit Su Zimo and bid him farewell. Everyone knew that Su Zimo was desolate martial. The reason why they had the chance to ascend to the major kiliocosm was also because of the battles and sacrifices of Great Emperor Desolate Marshal and Great Empress Blood Butterfly back then. The scene of Great Emperor Desolate Marshal imparting the Tao to the common people shocked them immensely. That shock was unforgettable to this day. The dermic formulation of the martial Tao benefited countless living beings in the world. Although Desolate Marshal was only a peak immortal king now, the emperors still had immense respect for him. Emperor North Kuan and Emperor South Peng left and ascended to the major kiliocosm. The Flower World Lord chose to ascend to the major kiliocosm as well. One after another, these emperor experts who had once experienced the baptism of blood in the heaven conquest battle left. Many emperor experts who survived in the sword world ascended to the major kiliocosm as well. The Iron Crown old man seemed to have sensed something and did not leave. Right now, there were not many emperor experts in Tianhuang world. Almost all of them came from the Rakshasa race of the Nine Nether Sin Ground, and there were no peak emperors. However, due to the heaven conquest battle and Desolate Marshal's impartation of the Tao, Tianhuang world had an unshakable status in the medium kiliocosm. Even super-large worlds such as the Light World and Heavenly Eye World that had a feud with Tianhuang World in the past did not dare to cause trouble for it. Back then, during the late stage of the Heaven Conquest battle, many Emperor experts of the medium kiliocosm were motivated and stood out one after another to fight against the Heavenly Court. The impact of that scene on them was way too great. Who could guarantee that the experts of these worlds would not stand out once more if they caused trouble for Tianhuang World now? In the Heaven Conquest battle, Su Zimo's 5 Grotto Heavens received nourishment and had just broken through to the perfected Grotto Heaven realm. In the past 100 years, his cultivation had increased greatly as well. However, it was impossible for him to break through again. Although the combat strength of the 5 Grotto Heavens was terrifying and they were invincible among their peers, the difficulty of transforming all 5 Grotto Heavens so that he could become a quasi-emperor was also several times greater. One day 100 years later, Su Zimo suddenly left Tianhuang world alone without saying goodbye and disappeared. When everyone from Tianhuang world sensed this, they were worried. All these years, Su Zimo did not behave abnormally when he was with everyone. He chatted and laughed, as though he was not affected much. However, everyone in Tianhuang world knew that Su Zimo was not in a good state. Every time he was alone, Su Zimo would often sit in a daze. He would neither speak nor cultivate and had a forlorn expression. Will something happen to him now that he's alone in this condition? Mo Qianji frowned slightly with a hint of worry in her beautiful eyes. After Su Zimo's sudden departure, some old friends of Tianhuang mainland and a few experts who were temporarily in charge of Tianhuang world gathered to discuss this matter. There shouldn't be any danger. Feng Cantian shook his head. In the Heaven Conquest battle, with the combat strength and methods Zimo displayed, not many people in this world can injure him. Apart from great emperors and peak emperors, there was nothing to fear. Su Zimo could even fight against supreme emperors. Lin Xuanji said, "It's good to let him go out alone. Perhaps it can relieve the pain in his heart." He left without saying goodbye. I'm afraid he didn't leave alone just to relieve some pain. Suddenly, old Xian said, he might want to use himself as bait to lure someone out. Everyone exchanged glances and thought of the same person almost at the same time. Could he have already ascended to the major kiliacosm? Yang Ruoxu asked. No, old Xian shook his head and said firmly. He's extremely ambitious and won't ascend to the major kiliacosm silently. Among everyone present, old Xian knew the sect master of the academy the best. Yun Zhu frowned. Based on the current information, there's a high chance that the sect master of the academy has already stepped into the perfected emperor realm. If he finds Zimo, Zimo will probably be in danger. There will definitely be danger, old Xian said. However, given Zimo's methods, the sect master of the academy shouldn't be able to kill him. After all, in the Heaven Conquest battle, Su Zimo restrained 50 peak emperors alone, including a top expert like the young master of Mystic Heaven. Lin Xuanji said, however, even if Brother Su can lure out the sect master of the academy, he won't be able to kill the sect master of the academy given his combat strength. Don't forget about Sword Emperor Iron Crown, old Xian said. At the mention of that person, everyone's eyes lit up. Although the cultivation realm of Sword Emperor Iron Crown did not increase, his combat strength had increased to another level after the baptism of the Heaven Conquest battle. It could be said that Sword Emperor Iron Crown was one of the cultivators with the highest chance of becoming a great emperor after Great Empress Blood Butterfly. Old Xian said, Sword Emperor Iron Crown did not ascend to the major kiliacosm because of the sect master of the academy. What's the big deal about this dog's hit sect master? Why did first have to hide it from us? Tiger complained. Immortal Queen Ling Long said indifferently, the more people who know about this, the more the heavenly secrets will be leaked. Once he senses danger, he naturally won't appear. Over the years, Immortal Queen Ling Long had also lost a lot of weight. Is there a need to value a mere sect master of the academy so much? Lin Xuanji was indifferent. He only knew a little about the sect master of the academy from others. It seemed like he was only strong in divination and very smart, but there was nothing else. When old Xian heard that, he glared at Lin Xuanji. All the opponents who looked down on him all these years are already dead. Old Xian had known the sect master of the academy for many years but was schemed against and suffered a crushing defeat, almost losing his life. It was only because of the establishment of Tianhuang world that was like a paradise and the descent of the essence Qi reign after the 9 heavens was shattered that he was able to extend his life. Putting everything else aside, his patience alone far surpasses many people. Old Xian said, there are many ambitious people and many patient people. However, there are too few people who possess the combination of great ambitions and patience. Patience? How is that the marker of someone capable? Lin Xuanji pouted. Do you think it's easy to have patience? Old Xian said, if a person exercises extreme patience, it will mean that this person is extremely rational and calm. They are able to restrain their desires and anger. In fact, they can discard all emotions and will not be affected by external factors, allowing them to make decisions that benefit them the most. Ask yourself, can you do it? Lin Xuanji fell silent. What patience encompassed was the ability to restrain desires, suppress anger and sever all emotions. Apart from the sect master of the academy, there was probably no one else in the world who could do this, let alone him. Old Xian said, He won't attack unless he's more than 90% confident. In the Heaven Conquest battle, Great Emperor Desolate Marshal and Great Empress Blood Butterfly died. The Sword World, Tianhuang World, and Great Wilderness World suffered immense losses, and Zimo was severely injured. Despite those circumstances, he did not appear. At that time, Empress Evil was still around. If the sect master of the academy attacked rashly, he might indeed be killed. Tiger could not help but shout, "What the fuck? This sect master is way too good at hiding. He's so powerful, but didn't he fail twice?" Lin Xuanji raised his brow and asked. Old Xian shook his head. To be precise, those 2 times were not considered failures. The first time he attacked Zimo, his calculations were indeed flawless and treated everyone as chess pieces. It was only because of the appearance of the Emperor's tomb that he failed. The Emperor's tomb was brought about by the Lord of the Netherworld. It was only understandable that he couldn't divine it. Furthermore, he did not fail completely that time. At the very least, he obtained the complete taboo mystic classic, the 3 Pure Ones Jade Manual. He also made use of it to break through his bottleneck in one go and advance to the Emperor realm. His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. At that point, Old Xian looked at everyone. Everyone thinks that he wants to obtain the creation Green Lotus. However, in reality, he only wants an opportunity. The creation Green Lotus is that opportunity. In the end, although he did not obtain the creation Green Lotus, he obtained the opportunity with the 3 Pure Ones Jade Manual. Pausing for a moment, Old Xian continued. The second failure was because of the existence of Zimo's martial Tao prime body. That existence even attracted divine punishment of the major kiliocosm. It has already surpassed the logic of the heavenly Tao and is not related to normal karma or the heavenly secrets. Naturally, he could not divine it. Even so, he managed to escape. At that point, everyone gradually realized how troublesome the sect master of the academy was. Everyone had seen with their own eyes how terrifying the martial Tao prime body was. There were not many people in the world who could escape from the hands of the martial Tao prime body. Although the sect master of the academy failed, he survived from the hands of the martial Tao prime body. This could already be considered the greatest success. But now, although the martial Tao prime body was already dead, the sect master of the academy was still alive. It was difficult to say who would win in the battle between the two of them. Old Xian sighed faintly. If the sect master of the academy is willing to attack now and chase after Zimo, that's not a bad situation. Although peak emperors are strong, they're not invincible. What I'm worried about is another situation. Worried about what? Lin Xuanji asked instinctively. Old Xian remained silent. The others exchanged glances in confusion as well. Although Great Emperor Desolate Marshal and Great Empress Blood Butterfly were dead, given the strength of Tianhuang World, Great Wilderness World, Sword World, and Sanguinape World, no matter how strong the sect master of the academy was, these worlds could fight him if they joined forces. Only Immortal Queen Ling Long said slowly, "Him becoming a great emperor." The expressions of everyone present changed when they heard that. Impossible! Lin Xuanji jumped up and frowned. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens to become a great emperor. Throughout history, there have only been a few people. At that point, Lin Xuanji could not continue. He realized that this generation was different from the past few eras. In this generation, the heavenly court was shattered. Without the seal of the 9 heavens, the cultivation environment of the medium kiliocosm was flipped upside down. In fact, it was comparable to a rebirth of the medium kiliocosm. Furthermore, there were endless treasures and opportunities accumulated by the heavenly court for several eras. It would not be surprising if someone became a great emperor again. I don't think so. Yun Ting frowned. The sect master of the academy's cultivation has stagnated at the Grotto Heaven realm for at least 100,000 years. It's clear that his talent is not top-notch. Does he have a chance of becoming a great emperor? Yun Ting was indeed qualified when it came to determining cultivation talent. Apart from Su Zimo, there were not many people who could surpass his cultivation speed. There can only be one great emperor in the medium kiliocosm. Any emperor has a chance, including him of course. Old Xian said, "In addition, your understanding of cultivation talent is a little one-sided. The speed of your cultivation is only a manifestation of your cultivation talent, but not everything." Before Great Empress Blood Butterfly reached the Grotto Heaven realm, she was unknown. In fact, she only attracted the 5 of 9 perfected one heavenly tribulation. According to the understanding of ordinary people, such talent is probably at rock bottom. But what happened after that? Everyone knew that later on, the Blood Butterfly became a legend. Old Xian said, "Actually, no matter how talented a person is, their achievements will be limited if they only cultivate in seclusion without any fortuitous encounters." The reason why his cultivation did not increase much over the years was because he had been cautious and did not obtain any opportunities. Yun Ting was silent. In reality, in the cultivation environment of the medium kiliacosm, it was normal for king experts to stagnate for 100,000 years or even hundreds of thousands of years. Even for him, without any opportunities or fortuitous encounters, it was impossible for his cultivation realm to advance by leaps and bounds just by cultivating in seclusion. Back at the divine firmament immortal meet, he lost to Su Zimo and chose to leave the heavenly world resolutely because he realized his bottleneck. The reason why he headed to the sword world was also to search for greater opportunities. Actually, the sect master of the Academy's combat strength is extremely strong among his peers. At the very least, I'm far from being his match. I witnessed it when I received the inheritance of Great Empress Nine Heaven's mystic maiden back then. Immortal Queen Ling Long said, "However, for hundreds of thousands of years, the sect master of the Academy rarely attacked and his presence is very low. Even in the heavenly world, there are not many experts who pay attention to him." Apart from Old Xian, the only person present who had seen the true methods of the sect master of the Academy was Immortal Queen Ling Long. Immortal Queen Ling Long said, "He's ambitious and good at manipulating social power. He can see through human nature, but he keeps a low profile, exercises patience, and restrains his sharpness. It might even make you guys look down on him unconsciously. When you look down on him, you'll be careless and relax, paying the price. That's also why he is smart." Even Yang Ruoxu, who was from Heaven and Earth Academy, broke out in a cold sweat when he heard that. He had cultivated in the Academy for many years. At that moment, he realized that he knew nothing about the sect master. Feng Cantion sighed. "Sometimes, I have to admit that in this cruel and dark world, people like the sect master of the Academy will often become the final winner. For people like them, they cared about too many things and they had their own persistence and attachment towards people and relationships. As for the sect master of the Academy, he did not care about anything except himself. In this generation, the heavenly court was shattered and an unprecedented situation appeared. The sect master of the Academy's patience had indeed reaped unimaginable rewards for him. Right now, timing, opportunities, and luck were all on his side. If he could take another step forward and become a great emperor, he would truly become the final winner that Feng Cantion mentioned. It was also because Su Zimo saw that he wanted to use himself as bait to lure the sect master of the Academy out in advance. The World Lord is worried about something else. Consort Yu, who was sitting at the side and had been quiet the entire time, suddenly said. After the Heaven Conquest battle, the Hell Army split into two. Some stayed in Tianhuang World and continued to listen to Su Zimo's orders. Consort Yu was one of them. As for most living beings of Hell, they seemed to have sensed something and returned to the Hell World. Consort Yu said, "Greater Avicii was shattered and the Lord of Hell was reborn in the Hell Dao. I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous to the medium kiliacosm in the future." Empress Evil had only mentioned this to Su Zimo and no one else knew about it. When they heard that, everyone's hearts skipped a beat and their expressions changed starkly. The Lord of Hell had revived. Lin Lei asked. "Those lords of the heavenly court are already dead. His greatest enemy, Great Emperor Infinite, has long died as well. Why would he still want to deal with the medium kiliacosm?" Feng Cantion said, "Although Great Emperor Infinite is dead, his successor is still alive. Su Zimo's two true bodies possessed the Prajna Nirvana Sutra and Hell Suppression Tripod. They even controlled Greater Avicii and could be considered to have received the complete inheritance of Great Emperor Infinite. Xianxia King Fear said, "The Lord of Hell is ferocious by nature and extremely bloodthirsty. Furthermore, he has been imprisoned by Great Emperor Infinite for so long and is enduring endless pain at all times. Now that he's reborn, he'll definitely take revenge or even be even more violent. Even ordinary people would have a drastic change in temperament after being imprisoned for so many years. Furthermore, the Lord of Hell was a ferocious and bloodthirsty person to begin with. It was not surprising for him to vent his anger on all the living beings in the medium kiliacosm." Sigh. Old Xian sighed with a worried expression. The Lord of Hell was a great emperor-level expert. Once he returned, no one in the medium kiliacosm would be his match. Xianxia King Fear continued, "There's also the Lord of the Netherworld. He might not be dead either." Everyone was shocked again. The Lord of the Netherworld who wanted to bury the heavens and refine all living beings was not dead. Although it was much easier for all living beings of the 10,000 races to cultivate in the medium kiliacosm, their overall strength was less than 100 years ago. That was because most emperor experts of this generation chose to ascend to the major kiliacosm. There were not many emperors left. As long as either the Lord of Hell or the Lord of the Netherworld was still alive, the medium kiliacosm would not be able to withstand it, let alone two terrifying existences like them. Xianxia King Fear said, "I suggest that everyone ascend to the major kiliacosm as soon as possible after entering the Emperor realm. This might be our only way out." Everyone from Tianhuang mainland shook their heads when they heard that. They knew that there was a high chance that the medium kiliacosm would face a huge calamity. How could they abandon everything and ascend to the major kiliacosm? Everyone who were gathered in this hall had something they held on to. Xianxia King Fear did not persuade further. After interacting with them for so many years, he had already understood the group of people around him. These people were gradually changing him as well. Perhaps he would not leave either. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 1,000 had passed since the Heaven Conquest battle. The heavenly court was shattered and opportunities were everywhere with rich essence chi. After the Double Emperor's era, the medium kiliacosm welcomed an unprecedented era of vitality. In just 1,000 years, it felt as though the entire medium kiliacosm had changed considerably. The martial Tao had already been passed down. All living beings born in the past 1,000 years would attempt to cultivate the martial Tao and would naturally sense the spirit contained in it. The living beings of the 10,000 races who had witnessed the Heaven Conquest battle felt that spirit even more intensely. Although Great Emperor Desolate Martial was dead, the seed of the martial Tao spirit had already been planted, and the spirit and essence of the living beings of the 10,000 races that had been suppressed and enslaved for several eras was clearly gradually recovering. In fact, the Iron Crown Old Man could sense that it was not only the Sword World and Tianhuang World who had once participated in the Heaven Conquest battle. Even in other worlds, there were more hot-blooded and heroic men and juniors. The medium kiliacosm was getting better and better. On this day, the Iron Crown Old Man returned to Tianhuang World. Immortal Queen Linglong, Feng Cantian, and the others appeared one after another. All these years, the Iron Crown Old Man had been following Su Zimo in secret, waiting for the sect master of the academy to appear. Now that the Iron Crown Old Man had suddenly returned, it was unknown what the outcome of this matter was. "He's never appeared, right?" Old Xian asked. The Iron Crown Old Man nodded with a dark expression. As long as the sect master of the academy was not eliminated, he would always be a latent danger. "Why are you back, Senior?" Little Fox asked with a worried expression. Su Zimo was all alone. There was a chance that he might encounter danger without the protection of the Iron Crown Old Man. "Zimo asked me to come back and take the final step," the Iron Crown Old Man said. He probably guessed that the sect master of the academy would not appear. There's another way to resolve this latent danger: become a great emperor before him. If the Iron Crown Old Man could become a great emperor of the medium kiliacosm before the sect master of the academy, the sect master of the academy would not be a threat. Given the personality of the sect master of the academy, he might not even appear and ascend to the major kiliacosm directly. Senior, the reason why the sect master of the academy did not appear previously might be because he divined that you were protecting Zimo and was wary. Feng Cantion said in a deep voice. Now that you've left, the sect master of the academy might attack. The Iron Crown old man smiled faintly. It's best if he dares to appear. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they understood the meaning behind the Iron Crown old man's words. Zimo made a breakthrough? Feng Cantion asked hurriedly. The Iron Crown old man nodded. He's already a quasi-emperor. So fast. Feng Cantion was secretly speechless. 1,000 years ago, he had just advanced to perfected grotto heaven like Su Zimo. Although the heavenly court was shattered and the surrounding heaven and earth essence chi was far richer than before, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to advance further in 1,000 years. Even with his talent, he had yet to become a quasi-emperor. As for Su Zimo, the amount of heaven and earth essence chi required to cultivate 5 grotto heavens far surpassed his. To think that Su Zimo would become a quasi-emperor before he did. Feng Cantion nodded slightly in relief. In that case, Zimo must have obtained many opportunities outside all these years. Opportunities. At the mention of that, the Iron Crown old man hesitated for a moment. There weren't actually any opportunities. He was in a strange condition that even I couldn't see through at all. Sometimes he would just sit there in a daze and think about something. However, before long, an extremely terrifying power fluctuation would emit from his body. Even I felt a trace of fear against such power. Everyone exchanged glances in shock. What kind of power could shock the Iron Crown old man? He might be comprehending some taboo technique, the Iron Crown old man said in a deep voice. However, his cultivation realm is not high enough for him to release the taboo technique properly. Under normal circumstances, one had to advance to the Emperor realm to have a chance to comprehend taboo techniques. However, Su Zimo's situation was different from others. Others had only witnessed or experienced the Heaven Conquest battle. Emperor experts like the Iron Crown old man had only fought against emperors of the heavenly court at most. However, back in the Heaven Conquest battle, the martial Tao Prime body fought against the lords of the heavenly court. The two true bodies were telepathic. Even though Su Zimo had already lost the perception of the martial Tao Prime body, the situation of the battle back then was already etched in his mind. This was a battle between top experts and great emperors. Although he was only a peak king, he had the experience of fighting against great emperors. That memory was the most precious experience and greatest opportunity. Those bedazzling dermic Daos were in the fight between the martial Tao Prime body and the lords of the heavenly court. Recalling the battle, Su Zimo was also trying to comprehend the dermic Daos that appeared in that battle. He did not merely witness those memories, he experienced them personally. No one had experienced the impact and baptism of those powerful dermic Daos more deeply than him at a closer distance. The Iron Crown old man continued. After he became a quasi-emperor, I was still a little worried. After all, there's a major realm difference between quasi-emperors and the emperor realm. However, although I wanted to continue following him later on, I could no longer find any traces of him. At that point, everyone was relieved. Even the Iron Crown old man lost track of him. In this world, apart from a great emperor, there was probably no one who could threaten Su Zimo. Feng Cantion said in a deep voice. Zimo is the only grade 12 creation green lotus in the world after all, and has cultivated an unprecedented 5 grotto heavens. Given his current cultivation, if he can advance to the emperor realm, he might be able to fight a great emperor. It's too difficult. The Iron Crown old man shook his head. After all, great emperors were on another level. Even for the Iron Crown old man whose strength right now was much stronger than 1,000 years ago, he knew that he would not stand a chance against great emperors. Furthermore, Su Zimo had just entered the threshold of the emperor realm. Throughout history, Great Emperor Desolate Marshal was the only expert who could fight a true great emperor at the minor emperor realm. Moreover, Su Zimo cultivated 5 grotto heavens. If he wanted to advance to the emperor realm properly, there was a massive bottleneck as well. Zimo can prop up 5 grotto heavens, but it's impossible for him to prop up 5 worlds. The toll on his essence spirit will be too much. Even I won't be able to withstand it, let alone him. Only by synthesizing the 5 grotto heavens into a single world can he advance to the emperor realm. The Iron Crown old man said. However, the 5 grotto heavens nurture 5 completely different dermic das. It's almost impossible to synthesize those dermic das in a single world. Forget about the synthesis of 5 grotto heavens. Given the phenomenon that appeared when Su Zimo cultivated his grotto heavens, there might be an instant explosion even if he just synthesized 2 grotto heavens. Immortal Queen Ling Long said, the creation green lotus originates from the major chiliocosm. It might be the key to his breakthrough. In the depths of the Nether River, in a corner of the ruins in the center of the Blood Sea, the martial Tao prime body lay on a team of shattered armor and corpses. He opened his eyes and looked at the gray sky above his head motionlessly. It took him 1,000 years before his body was reconstructed and he regained his vitality and woke up. The injuries this time round were way too serious. In fact, he even thought that he was dead. The last memory of the martial Tao prime body was that after he escaped into the Blood Sea and his consciousness sank into darkness, he seemed to have seen a cluster of flames that made his soul feel a trace of warmth. It was only a few days ago that he gradually woke up. After reconstruction, his body and bloodline were clearly different from before. The martial Tao prime body could sense that he had already fused the Hell Suppression tripod into his bloodline. The Hell Suppression tripod was not only a great emperor weapon, it also contained the blood and souls of the 4 sacred beasts. This was extremely helpful to his physique, bloodline, and the recovery of his soul. However, the major calamity was way too terrifying. His martial universe and essence martial world had already turned into dust. It would probably take a long time for him to recover to his original state. What made him feel gratified and surprised was that there was an extremely rich source qi hidden around the ruins. Under normal circumstances, source qi would only be nurtured in the major chiliocosm. How could there be such rich source qi in these ruins? Or could these ruins be related to the major chiliocosm? Up till now, his body was still extremely weak and he almost did not have any strength. It was even extremely difficult for him to turn around. The martial Tao prime body was not in a hurry. Since he had already woken up and there was such rich source qi in the surroundings, he would definitely be able to recover or even advance further. He swept his gaze from the corner of his eye and it landed on the black-robed man sitting at the edge of the Blood Sea not far away. If he was not wrong, the reason why he could survive and be brought here should be because of the black-robed man. The martial Tao prime body did not find it strange that there was someone in the depths of the Blood Sea. Before he fell into the Blood Sea and lost consciousness, he thought of that. The first time he crossed the Nether River, he saw a dilapidated ancient ship beside the ball of flames. The second time he was chased by the major calamity of the major chiliocosm. When he arrived above the Blood Sea, the dilapidated ancient ship beside the flames disappeared. The entire Blood Sea was dead silent without any ripples. If there was no one, the dilapidated ancient ship would not have moved either. Not long after he woke up, the martial Tao prime body asked about the black-robed man's identity. However, the black-robed man did not reply and merely sat beside the Blood Sea, as though he was unwilling to pay attention to him and did not hear anything. After asking a few times and receiving no response, the martial Tao prime body no longer insisted. Even if the black-robed man did not say anything, he could roughly guess something. The Nether River was connected to the Netherworld and the 4 paths. In the center of the Nether River was a dead Blood Sea. Furthermore, there were such ruins in the depths of the Blood Sea. The black-robed man in the ruins might be related to the Fiend Lord, Empress Evil, and Brahma Ghost Mother. There was a chance that he was the Lord of the Heavenly Tao or Human Tao or something else. However, the martial Tao prime body was puzzled as to why the black-robed man had never appeared in the Heaven Conquest battle of several eras. Neither the Fiend Lord nor Empress Evil mentioned this person. A single drop of blood in the Blood Sea could create a weapon like the Netherworld Treasure Mirror and defend against the impact of the major calamity for him. How was the surrounding desolate Blood Sea formed? Corpses were strewn all over the place. Where did the ruins piled up with broken halberds come from? The strength of the black-robed man was unfathomable and was probably not inferior to the fiend lord and empress evil. 1,000 years ago, when the barrier of the three realms shattered, why did the black-robed man not leave and head to the major kiliacosm? Why did the black-robed man save him? Various questions lingered in the heart of the martial Tao prime body. As he thought, he waited patiently, absorbing the surrounding essence qi to slowly heal his body and recuperate, waiting for it to recover. Hell World. The original Hell World was dilapidated and incomplete, causing the living beings of Hell to be unable to break through to the Emperor realm. However, 1,000 years ago, when the Lord of Hell returned, the Hell World began to repair rapidly and had already returned to normal. The strength of the Hell World was unprecedentedly powerful. On this day, a dark phantom descended above the Hell World. Many Emperor experts of the Hell World did not notice it. Only a figure lying in the depths of the 9 springs of Hell suddenly opened his eyes and surfaced slowly, his figure flickering. The next moment, the person had already arrived above the Hell World. Feng Du, what's the matter? The Lord of Hell looked at the dark phantom in midair and raised his brow. TSK, your strength has recovered rather quickly. Feng Du praised. At that moment, the Lord of Hell had already entered the Emperor realm. Under normal circumstances, even if he revived, the cultivation of the Lord of Hell could not recover so quickly. That was because the barrier of the 3 realms had shattered. Although it had only been a short period of time, it caused the Lord of Hell's realm to increase exponentially, and the time he took to recover to his peak was greatly reduced. Feng Du said, according to the trend, you'll be able to reach your peak again in another 1,000 years or so. More or less. The Lord of Hell nodded slightly. Unlike others, for example, it was extremely difficult for living beings of the medium kiliacosm to become great emperors. There were countless barriers in between. However, for the Lord of Hell, there was no need for him to verify his Tao. As long as he recuperated, his combat strength would gradually recover and he would grow to the upper limit of the medium kiliacosm, reaching the level of a great emperor. You chose to be reborn in the Hell World this time round for revenge, right? Feng Du asked. At the mention of that, a dark look flashed through the Lord of Hell's eyes as he said slowly, I've been locked up by Infinite for so long. I have to give a response. What are your plans? Feng Du asked. I want to destroy Buddhism. I'll incinerate all ancient books related to Buddhism in the medium kiliacosm. Any living being who cultivates Buddhism will have to die. At the mention of that, the Lord of Hell's eyes shone with a sanguine light and had already turned murderous. Only frenzied revenge and bloody massacres could vent the resentment in his heart over the years. Even in the major kiliacosm, he had never suffered such torture. Everything and living beings related to Great Emperor Infinite and Buddhism had to disappear from this world. Fufu. Feng Du was not surprised by the madness of the Lord of Hell. He merely chuckled and asked, You've been imprisoned for so long. Is the destruction of Buddhism enough? The Lord of Hell swept his gaze and raised his brow slightly. Feng Du said, Before the previous heaven conquest battle, a cultivator of the medium kiliacosm came to look for me and wanted to cooperate with me. A mere ant of the medium kiliacosm. And you're keen on cooperating with someone like that? The Lord of Hell smiled in disdain. That man's proposal was interesting. Feng Du said. When he made the suggestion at that time, it was only a possibility with not much hope. However, the outcome of the heaven conquest battle 1,000 years ago exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only did the heavenly court shatter, the few lords of the heavenly court returned to the major kiliacosm. Even Great Emperor Desolate Marshal and Great Empress Blood Butterfly died. All of this was even more perfect than he had guessed. Feng Du's eyes shone brightly, clearly extremely excited. What did that person want? The Lord of Hell frowned. He wanted to join forces with me to re-establish the heavenly court. Feng Du said word by word. Establish the heavenly court again? When the Lord of Hell heard that, he smiled faintly. This person isn't that ambitious after all. The only thing he wants is to rule over the medium kiliacosm. The Lord of Hell was clearly not too interested in establishing the heavenly court again. The reason why he chose to be reborn in the Hell world was only for the time being. After causing a bloodbath in the medium kiliacosm, he would ascend to the major kiliacosm. Of course not. Feng Du said. He will choose to ascend to the major kiliacosm. However, before he ascends, he will help me establish the heavenly court again. Furthermore, from the moment the heavenly court is established again, the living beings of the medium kiliacosm have to obtain the approval of the heavenly court if they want to ascend to the major kiliacosm. Moreover, he promised me that after the heavenly court is established, he won't stay in the medium kiliacosm for too long before ascending to the major kiliacosm. At that time, I'll be the new lord of the heavenly court. The netherworld and the heavenly court will both be under my control. At that time, I'll become the unprecedented lord of heaven and earth that rules over the 10,000 races. At the mention of that, Feng Du was rather excited. He paused for a moment before continuing. As you know, I can't ascend to the major kiliacosm. Therefore, what I want to do is control everything in the medium kiliacosm. The Lord of Hell said, your situation is special and it's difficult for you to verify your Tao. If someone verifies their Tao in the medium kiliacosm and becomes a great emperor, they can overturn the heavenly court. You won't be able to last long as that so-called Lord of Heaven and Earth. No, Feng Du smiled sinisterly and said faintly, after re-establishing the heavenly court, the first thing I will do is to truly enslave the living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium kiliacosm. Oh, the Lord of Hell swept his gaze. Feng Du said slowly, in the past, the heavenly court merely sealed the medium kiliacosm and established a prison to enslave and imprison the living beings of the 10,000 races physically. What I want to do is to make use of the psychosis curse to control the emperors of the living beings of the 10,000 races and enslave and control their minds, spirits, and even consciousnesses. Through these emperor experts, I can control the living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium kiliacosm. Feng Du was indeed experienced in this aspect. Back then, with the psychosis curse, he controlled a small number of emperor experts and used both kindness and might equivalently to almost completely control the dragon world, parasol tree world, and many other worlds. Feng Du smiled sinisterly. Enslaving the living beings of the 10,000 races physically was the crudest method. What I want to do is to enslave everything about them. The thoughts of the living beings of the 10,000 races will be under my influence. Even if someone becomes a great emperor, they will listen to my orders obediently. Even a ferocious and bloodthirsty person like the Lord of Hell felt a chill when he heard that. Such methods were even more vicious than the 9 heavens. There's a problem here. Suddenly, the Lord of Hell said, that person suggested this cooperation before the heaven conquest battle. However, the odds of success were extremely low. He did not know the outcome of the heaven conquest battle, nor did he know that Desolate Marshal and Blood Butterfly would die, much less the fact that I would revive. This also means that if the two of you want to join forces and establish the heavenly court, he'll have to become a great emperor of the medium kiliacosm. The possibility of that is very low as well. He wasn't confident at all. The reason why he suggested this cooperation was most likely because he wanted to make use of you. The Lord of Hell hit the nail on the head. Fufu. Feng Du was not surprised and chuckled. Of course I know that he was making use of me. However, even if there's only a sliver of hope, I'm willing to give him a chance to gamble on him. Therefore, after that meeting, I gave him the Heaven Burial Sutra as well as many cultivation resources and natural resources. All of those were to help him in his cultivation. The Lord of Hell looked at Feng Du with a fake smile and asked, you didn't tamper with him or leave any imprints behind? There's no need. Feng Du smiled. This person is very smart. Even if he becomes a great emperor, he will be respectful to me. This person is extremely ambitious and decisive. He can exercise great patience and is ruthless and heartless enough. If he can ascend to the major kiliacosm, he won't be a nobody. You guys should be able to use him. Oh, the Lord of Hell was surprised. It's not easy to obtain such an evaluation from you. Feng Du said, that day, this person came to me and analyzed many possible situations in the Heaven Conquest battle. He's extremely meticulous and can see through people's hearts. He's good at manipulating social power and is someone worth using. So, why did you come looking for me this time round? The Lord of Hell asked. Feng Du said, since you were reborn in the Hell world, there's no need for me to wait for him to verify his Tao in the medium kiliocosm. 1,000 years later, when you become a great emperor, you can help me re-establish the heavenly court. I don't know how long more I'll have to wait before he becomes a great emperor in the medium kiliocosm. It's better to re-establish the heavenly court as soon as possible lest other variables appear. Fu? The Lord of Hell smiled in disdain and asked, what variables can there be? Desolate Marshal and Blood Butterfly are already dead. More than half of the emperors of the medium kiliocosm have ascended and their strength has decreased greatly. Are you worried that someone will verify the Tao in the medium kiliocosm once more and become a great emperor? That's only one of the reasons. Feng Du seemed to have thought of something and his expression darkened slightly as he said slowly, in reality, Desolate Marshal did not die completely. He still has a true body left in the medium kiliocosm. Although the cultivation realm of this true body is not high enough, his potential should not be underestimated. It will be extremely troublesome once he cultivates to the perfected emperor realm. What's wrong? The Lord of Hell raised his brow and asked, can a perfected emperor defeat a great emperor? That's very likely. Feng Du said, this true body of Desolate Marshal was only at the perfected Grotto Heaven realm in the Heaven Conquest battle, but he already revealed combat strength that surpassed a major realm. Furthermore, his true form is the grade 12 creation Green Lotus. You know the origin of this Green Lotus as well. When the Lord of Hell heard that, his expression changed and he asked, creation Green Lotus? Yes. Feng Du nodded. To think that the creation Green Lotus would be with him. The Lord of Hyle murmured softly before turning back to look in the direction of the Nether River in deep thought. Feng Du's eyes flickered as he continued. Desolate Marshal's Green Lotus true body possessed many opportunities and cultivated an unprecedented 5 Grotto Heavens. He even cultivated the Prajna Nirvana Sutra and many taboo mystic classics. Upon hearing the words Prajna Nirvana Sutra, the killing intent in the Lord of Hell's body suddenly burst forth and he almost lost control. He narrowed his eyes and said, he cultivated that cultivation technique of infinite? That's not all. Feng Du said, to be precise, he's the only successor of Great Emperor Infinite in the medium kiliocosm. Not only is Great Emperor Infinite's cultivation technique in his hands, even the Hell Suppression Tripod is in his hands. However, it shattered in the Heaven Conquest battle. Desolate Marshal Creation Green Lotus. The corners of the Lord of Hell's mouth curled up slightly and a blood glint flashed through the depths of his eyes. He said faintly, go back. 1,000 years later, I'll help you establish the heavenly court again and become the Lord of Heaven and Earth. As for Desolate Marshal, I'll end him personally. Anyone related to Great Emperor Infinite had to die. Time flew by like a shuttle. It had been more than 2,000 years since the Heaven Conquest battle. For the cultivators of the various races, 2,000 years was like the blink of an eye. Ever since the Heaven Conquest battle, the medium kiliocosm entered an unprecedented period of peace without any major wars or chaos. In the major worlds, the living beings of the 10,000 races were recuperating. The medium kiliocosm that was rich in essence chi and filled with opportunities was thriving. Heavenly world. Before the Heaven Conquest battle, the 3 corpses of the Lord of the Netherworld used the heavenly world as the tomb and refined countless living beings and experts. The Builder Tree almost withered. Later on, the Builder Tree was saved by Great Empress Blood Butterfly and brought to Tianhuang world. Took root and was unwilling to leave. After the heavenly court shattered, there was an even thicker and divine Builder Tree in the heavenly court. Under the discussion of the experts of Tianhuang world, they planted it in the heavenly world and replaced the original Builder Tree as a form of compensation for the heavenly world. It was also because of this that the heavenly world could recover rapidly. On this day, many travel-worn monks arrived at Great Tai Wei Mountain and looked in the direction of the pure land of bliss. It was a boundless deep sea. In the deep sea, a gigantic abyss could vaguely be seen. The surrounding seawater surged over and circled around on its own. The old monk in the lead had already reached the perfected grotto heaven realm. He pointed in the direction of the abyss and said to the young monks behind him, "More than 2,000 years ago, there was another Tai Wei mountain over there. However, when the heaven conquest battle ended, this Tai Wei mountain was razed to the ground by a divine punishment that descended from the heavens, revealing this abyss of hell." The young monks behind him were young and had not experienced the heaven conquest battle back then. They were filled with curiosity about this past. "Master, why is it called the abyss of hell? Could it really be connected to hell below?" A young monk blinked and asked. The old monk smiled. Back then, the peak of Tai Wei Mountain was indeed connected to Avicii. Legend has it that the deepest part of Avicii is the infinite hell that can imprison the lords of the heavenly court. It was created by Great Emperor Infinite of the Buddhist monasteries by sacrificing himself. Great Emperor Infinite. Although the cultivation realms of the young monks were not high, they had heard of legends of great emperors. The double emperor's era was less than 2,000 years ago, and the many deeds of Great Emperor Desolate Martial and Great Empress Blood Butterfly spread widely in the medium kiliacosm. Sigh. A young monk sighed. "I heard that after Great Emperor Desolate Martial succeeded in the heaven conquest battle, he died under that divine punishment." That's right. Great Emperor Desolate Martial overthrew the heavenly court that suppressed the medium kiliacosm for several eras and did not die in the hands of the few lords of the heavenly court. However, he was killed by an inexplicable divine punishment. It's truly. Sigh. Another monk lamented as well. A young monk seemed to have thought of something and clenched his fists in grief. The most regretful and heartbreaking thing was for Great Empress Blood Butterfly to be killed by Ghost Mother, who fought alongside her in the heaven conquest battle. Ghost Mother is detestable. She deserves to die. At the mention of that, the other monks looked indignant. The old monk looked up at the firmaments and could vaguely see the ruins of the heavenly court through the clouds. He could not help but recall the heaven conquest battle 2,000 years ago with a sigh. Back then, although he did not join that earth-shaking battle, he was lucky enough to witness it with his own eyes. The unprecedented double emperor's era ended just like that. At some point in time, layers of faint black fog floated over from the firmaments and blocked his vision. Suddenly, a sinister wind blew from somewhere and the old monk could not help but shudder. The old monk frowned slightly. What a heavy sense of dread. Even his cultivation felt a chill from the sinister wind earlier on, and his hair stood on end. The old monk had a grim expression as he soared into the air and observed his surroundings. At the same time, he released his spirit consciousness and locked his gaze on the abyss of hell in the deep sea. The abyss of hell was bottomless and there had been no activity for the past 2,000 years. At that moment, the old monk looked down from afar at the abyss of hell, feeling as though there were living beings staring at him from the abyss as well. A cold aura surged out continuously from the abyss of hell, as though something immense and terrifying was nurtured inside. Something was amiss. The old monk's heart skipped a beat. Although he did not know what would happen to this abyss of hell, his intuition after many years of cultivation told him that a calamity was about to descend. Without hesitation, the old monk waved his wide monk robe and swept up the many monks beneath him, tearing through the void, wanting to leave. However, the moment the spatial tunnel appeared, it was destroyed by another gigantic power. The old monk's expression changed. Earlier on, that power was cold and evil. Although it did not fight him head-on, he could still feel a chill. "You guys were bad-mouthing Brahma Ghost Mother behind her back. I heard it clearly." A sinister laughter sounded erratically near Great Tai Wei Mountain. Apart from the old monk and the group of monks, there were also many cultivators from the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain and Fiend Domain on Great Tai Wei Mountain. When they heard that sinister and terrifying laughter, the cultivators looked around with bewildered expressions. Splash! Suddenly, a gigantic and malevolent beast claw extended from the edge of the abyss of hell and slapped the deep sea heavily, causing monstrous waves. Everyone looked over instinctively. A ferocious dog with 3 heads leaped out of the abyss of hell. Its entire body burned with scarlet flames, and the surrounding seawater began to boil. The hellhound had sharp fangs and sticky drool flowing from its mouth. It glared at the old monk and the other cultivators with a ferocious and bloodthirsty gaze, as though it wanted to tear them into pieces. Living beings of hell. The old monk recognized the background of the hellhound right away. Back in the Heaven Conquest battle, many living beings of hell joined the battlefield. The living beings of hell were extremely ferocious. However, Great Emperor Desolate Marshal was the Lord of Hell back then. Under the orders of Great Emperor Desolate Marshal, the Hell Army suppressed their nature and did not harm the living beings of the medium Kiliakosm. Instead, they attacked the Heavenly Court Army. Later on, Great Emperor Desolate Marshal died and the Hell Army disintegrated. Some stayed in Tianhuang world while most chose to return to Hell and disappear. The Hellhound was clearly from the Hell world. Gradually, a violent tremor sounded from the abyss of Hell, as though a massive army was charging out. Before everyone could react, countless living beings of Hell swarmed out from behind the Hellhound with a murderous aura. They opened their bloody mouths and pounced towards the monks and cultivators on Great Tai Wei Mountain. When the old monk saw that, he shuddered. He knew that the Hell's Gate had already opened. Without Great Emperor Desolate Marshal in this generation, this group of living beings of Hell would cause a bloodbath in the heavenly world and even the medium Kiliakosm. Hurry and leave. There was no way to teleport in the surrounding space. The old monk told the many monks to ignore him and urged them to escape into the depths of the pure land of bliss while he stood in front of the many living beings of Hell. At the same time, the old monk tore apart a messenger talisman to warn the Buddhist monasteries. You guys can't escape. Everyone from the Buddhist monasteries deserves to die. The first voice sounded again. A man of the nether race with a strange rune imprinted on his glabella appeared. His face was pale and his eyes were dark as he walked slowly towards the old monk. Boom! The old monk propped up a grotto heaven. The nether race man sneered and slapped in the old monk's direction. A sinister wind howled and the old monk's perfected grotto heaven collapsed instantly. An emperor expert. The difference between the two of them was way too great. The old monk was killed by the nether race man before he could even last a single round. Master! The young monks did not manage to escape in time and could not help but exclaim when they saw that. The emperor of the nether race looked at the group of monks who were as weak as ants in his eyes not far away with a disdainful expression. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he asked condescendingly, "Who dares to repeat in front of me what they said about Brahma Ghost Mother earlier on?" More and more living beings of Hell surged out like locusts. They had long occupied Tai Wei Mountain and surrounded the young monks. As long as the emperor of the nether race gave the order, many living beings of Hell would swarm forward and devour and tear them apart. However, in the face of such a situation and the might of an emperor expert, there was not much fear on the faces of the young monks. A young monk whose cultivation was only at the Black Immortal realm actually took the initiative to stand out and shouted, "Brahma Ghost Mother is shameless and deserves to die 1,000 times. Even if she was standing in front of me, I would dare to say the same." "That's right," another young monk said in a deep voice as well. "You living beings of Hell will definitely pay the price for invading the heavenly world. We can't defeat you. But there will always be someone in the medium Kiliakosm who will suppress you." The emperor of the nether race raised his brow. The surrounding living beings of Hell understood and swarmed forward, devouring the young monks instantly without a corpse left. Although the group of young monks were dead and weak, the emperor of the nether race felt that something was amiss. Back then, he had participated in the Heaven Conquest battle. He had seen how the living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium Kiliakosm looked like after being enslaved by the heavenly court for a few eras. The living beings of the 10,000 races had long been enslaved and domesticated. Even after knowing the truth of the 9 heavens serving as the court to enslave all living beings, not many people dared to stand out and fight against it. Most kings and emperors lost their passion. However, 2,000 years later, this emperor of the nether race felt a renewed vigor from this group of young monks. The medium kiliocosm seemed to have changed after 2,000 years. Of course, those thoughts only flashed through the emperor of the nether race's mind, and he did not take it to heart. Endless living beings of hell crawled out of the abyss and charged towards the 9-firmament immortal domain, pure land of bliss and fiend domain under the lead of the emperor experts. The hell army was like a black torrent that swept in all directions at an astonishing speed. It was not only in the heavenly world. The ruins of the heavenly court above the vast starry skies seemed to be changing as well. Black clouds covered the skies. Not only did they cover the ruins of the heavenly court, they also blocked the passage to the major kiliocosm. In the dense black clouds, a gigantic eye was faintly visible and bloodshot. Its gaze was cold as it looked down on the medium kiliocosm, Tianhuang world. Although the medium kiliocosm had always been peaceful all these years and there were no wars or chaos, there were still some emperor experts who vaguely sensed a hint of danger. For example, the Iron Crown Old Man, Immortal Queen Linglong, and the others knew very well that the danger of the living beings of the 10,000 races had yet to be resolved. There was a high chance that a calamity that could bring about damnation to the medium kiliocosm would erupt one day in the future. However, no one expected this day to arrive so quickly. Linglong, Feng Cantian, Yuxia King Fear, and the others gathered in Tianhuang Hall with grim expressions. They had already received news from the heavenly world. The hell world had invaded the heavenly world and was on a killing spree. In 2,000 years, Linglong had already entered the emperor realm. However, she looked haggard and much thinner than 2,000 years ago, with a hint of sadness hidden in the depths of her eyes. Feng Cantian had already become a quasi-emperor. Yuxia King Fear had advanced further and had already cultivated to the major emperor realm. Baiming Shui, Night Spirit, Yen Beichen, Demoness Ji, and the others had a breakthrough in their cultivation realms as well. However, they had yet to touch the threshold of the emperor realm. It was only 2,000 years, and there were not many emperor experts in Tianhuang world. Most of them were Rakshasas from the 9 nether sin ground back then. There were also living beings of hell who chose to stay in Tianhuang world, such as Hell Lord Bitter Springs and Hell Lord Frost Springs back then. Feng Qintian said in a deep voice, "The hell world has invaded en masse with ill intentions. I'm afraid the heavenly world won't be able to defend against them." Be it Feng Cantian or Immortal Empress Linglong, they had stayed in the heavenly world for hundreds of thousands of years and had a special feeling towards it. Seems like our previous worries have become reality. This must be the doing of the Lord of Hell. Old Xian sighed. Why would these living beings of hell appear from the heavenly world without warning? Could it be that the Lord of Hell has already... Lin Lei frowned and wanted to say something but hesitated. Under normal circumstances, there was a law's barrier between the hell world and the medium kiliocosm that could only be shattered by great emperor experts. If living beings of hell could barge into the medium kiliocosm, it would probably mean that the Lord of Hell had already returned to his peak and become a great emperor. Not necessarily, Lin Xuanji said in a deep voice. Back then, the divine punishment razed Taiwei Mountain to the ground and chased after desolate Marshall all the way, piercing through Greater Avicii and the infinite hell before releasing the Lord of Hell. That divine punishment has probably also opened up a passageway between the medium kiliocosm and the hell world. Old Xian said, even if the Lord of Hell has yet to become a great emperor, he isn't that much weaker. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attacked at this moment. Everyone nodded. We have to save the heavenly world. Feng Cantian said in a deep voice. It's not only for the cultivators and living beings of the heavenly world, but also for ourselves. Everyone present knew that the reason why the hell world was menacing this time round was definitely not just to occupy the heavenly world. The heavenly world would merely be a stronghold for the hell world. The hell world would fight everywhere with the heavenly world as the center and cause a bloodbath. The entire medium kiliocosm would not be spared. No one had any objections and turned to look at Immortal Empress Linglong. At that moment, Immortal Empress Linglong was the leader of Tianhuang world. We'll definitely save the heavenly world. Immortal Empress Linglong nodded and said with a worried expression, I'm worried about something else. What's that? everyone asked instinctively. Immortal Empress Linglong raised her head slightly and looked at the faint black clouds that were gradually spreading over from the firmaments. She said sternly, "The goal of the Hell World is probably not only to take revenge on the heavenly world and start a war." Immortal Empress Linglong could vaguely sense that in the depths of the ruins of the heavenly court, there seemed to be a pair of eyes watching every move of Tianhuang world. As for her gaze and spirit consciousness, they seemed to have been obstructed and could no longer enter the range of the heavenly court. There seemed to be some changes in the heavenly court as well. Immortal Empress Linglong took a deep breath and sent a few messenger talismans to the Sword World, Great Wilderness World, Dragon World, Sanguine Ape World, and other worlds of various sizes. After the Heaven Conquest battle, these worlds were already prepared to advance and retreat together and deal with any calamities that could descend at any moment. Immortal Empress Linglong led an army of emperors and kings into the spatial tunnel in Tianhuang World and hurried towards the heavenly world. Old Xian and the others stayed behind in Tianhuang World. If they saw that the situation was bad, they would escort the living beings of the 10,000 races of Tianhuang World back to the inheritance ground left behind by Great Empress Nine Nether to preserve their legacies. Of course, that would also mean that the entire medium Kiliacosm would be in a critical situation at that time. That was Tianhuang World's final escape route. In the spatial tunnel, everyone from Tianhuang World had grim expressions. Everyone had already realized that many people might never return from this trip. "Any news of Zimo?" Feng Cantian asked. Everyone exchanged glances and shook their heads. All these years, Su Zimo seemed to have evaporated in the medium Kiliacosm without a trace. Even if Immortal Empress Linglong and Lin Xuanji joined forces to divine, they could not divine any information. Mo Qjianji said softly, "Actually, I hope he won't appear." Everyone understood what Mo Qjianji meant. The Heaven Conquest battle was less than 2,000 years ago. For Grotto Heaven Realm Kings, the time was too short. No matter how talented Su Zimo was or how lucky he was, it was impossible for him to advance to the Emperor Realm. Heavenly World. In less than a day, the flames of war had already burned through the heavenly world and rivers of blood and corpses were everywhere. Endless living beings of hell charged out of the abyss like locusts passing through. Wherever they went, nothing grew. The pure land of bliss was the first to fall. The attacks of the living beings of hell were the most ferocious against the pure land of bliss. Although many experts of the Buddhist monasteries were gathered, they could not defend against the terrifying attacks that surged like a tidal wave. After a few emperors of the Buddhist monasteries died, the defensive line of the Buddhist monasteries collapsed continuously and countless Buddhist monks died. A large portion of the Pure Land was reduced to ruins. The Fiend Domain and 9 Firmament Immortal Domain could not hold on for long either. When everyone from Tianhuang World arrived near the Heavenly World, the moment they came out of the spatial tunnel, a strong blood stench assaulted their faces, almost suffocating. As far as the eye could see, a large blood fog floated in the vast starry skies. Countless severed limbs and shattered corpses floated in the blood fog in a shocking manner. Some cultivators had widened eyes with deep fear on their faces. They died with grievances. Some cultivators had warm blood flowing out of their broken bodies. It was clear that they had died not long ago. Even though everyone from Tianhuang World had experienced the Heaven Conquest battle and was used to death, they were still shocked when they saw that. Everyone broke through the blood fog and advanced. Before long, they saw the gigantic land of the heavenly world. The world that was originally filled with vitality had already turned into a purgatory. The gigantic heavenly world was already occupied by dense living beings of hell. Slaughter was ubiquitous and the cries of all living beings echoed in the skies of the heavenly world. Even the builder tree had withered. The heavenly world had fallen. Everyone from Tianhuang World had ugly expressions. The attacks of the hell world were way too ferocious. In less than a day, they had already taken down the heavenly world and left no one alive. Amitba. Mingzhen pressed his palms together and lowered his head, muttering with a compassionate expression. When Immortal King Zixien saw that, he felt a lingering fear. After the Heaven Conquest battle under Yunju's persuasion, He moved the Xianxia Immortal Kingdom to Tianhuang world, and more than half of the cultivators chose to follow him. However, there were still some people who were unwilling to leave their hometowns and chose to stay in the divine firmament immortal domain. At that moment, these people had already become nameless corpses in the divine firmament immortal domain. If he had not listened to Yunju's suggestion, he would have already been buried in the divine firmament immortal domain with his Xianxia Immortal Kingdom. Immortal Empress Linglong, Mo Qing, Yunju, and the others had conflicted expressions when they saw the current heavenly world. After all, they came from the heavenly world. When they saw the heavenly world fall to such a state, they could not help but feel heartache and pity. The sadness in Immortal Empress Linglong's eyes deepened. Many memories of her and Lin Zhan, hundreds of thousands of years of experiences, were left in the heavenly world. At that moment, everything was reduced to ruins. The person of her past was no longer around, and now, even the place they once called home was gone too. Save them! Feng Cantian hollered and charged towards the Hell Army below immediately. Kill! Everyone from Tianhuang world followed closely behind. Boom! A thick and resplendent bolt of lightning descended from the skies and landed among the many living beings of hell, detonating a space into emptiness. Instantly, at least hundreds of living beings of hell died on the spot. A gigantic spear that flickered with lightning and electric arcs stabbed deeply into the ground. A tremendous power spread, and the end of the spear was still vibrating continuously. Startling evil spear. Fiend King heavenly wrath is here. The people of the fiend domain shouted, and a trace of hope reignited in their disheartened eyes. Feng Cantian descended from the skies. The attack earlier on did not inspire fear in the other living beings of hell. Instead, it attracted the attention of even more experts of hell. 2 quasi-emperors descended instantly, and 8 nether kings surrounded Feng Cantian. Humph! Feng Cantian's gaze was like lightning. A quasi-emperor of hell exchanged glances with him and felt a sharp pain in his eyes as he grunted. Thankfully, the nether rune on his glabella shone with a dark light, allowing him to regain consciousness instantly. However, that momentary daze was enough to take his life. By the time he reacted, a spearhead that shone with a blinding electric light enlarged rapidly in his pupils and was already close. Before he could prop up his grotto heaven, the quasi-emperor of hell's glabella was pierced by Feng Cantian's spear, and he died on the spot. Another quasi-emperor of hell and 8 nether kings had already surrounded him. They propped up their grotto heavens and released their bloodlines, releasing violent attacks to fight Feng Cantian to the end. The moment Mingzhan appeared, before he could attack, many living beings of hell suddenly became extremely excited when they saw him and charged in his direction. Destruction of Buddhism. Erase all traces of the Buddhist monasteries, including living beings who cultivated the Buddhist Dharma. This was an order from the Lord of Hell. The first living beings of hell to charge forward were blocked by Mingzhan. Although he had just entered the Grotto Heaven realm, he had obtained the Dharmic Tao inheritances of 2 experts of the Buddhist monasteries, Xitigarbha and Ananda. His Dharmic Tao was profound, and his combat strength far surpassed his peers. Even against supreme kings he could fight. However, more and more living beings of hell charged towards Mingzhan. No matter how advanced Mingzhan's Buddhist Dharmic Tao was or how strong his combat strength was, he could not hold on alone. Noticing the danger on Mingzhan's side, apart from Wuxia King Fear and Immortal King Heavenly Wrath, Yan Beichun, Demoness Ji, and the zither and flute fiends rushed over and guarded Mingzhan. Yunju, Moqjng, and the others descended on the battlefield of the 9 firmament immortal domain and tried their best to save immortal domain cultivators and innocent living beings. Monkey, Night Spirit, Tiger, Qing Qing, Little Fox, and Golden Lion joined forces and rampaged through the Hell Army, killing in all directions. As for emperors of Tianhuang world such as Wuxia King Fear and Immortal Empress Linglong, they fought against emperor experts of the Hell world. In terms of the number of emperors, Tianhuang world was far inferior to the Hell world. Thankfully, the Hell world was severely damaged previously, and the cultivation realms of many living beings of Hell were suppressed. In the past 2,000 years, although the Hell world had been repaired and perfected, There were not many top Emperor experts among the living beings of hell. Coupled with the fact that Emperor experts were powerful, it was difficult for them to kill one another unless there was an overwhelming advantage in combat strength from one party. Although the Emperor Realm battle was intense, it was difficult to determine the victor for the time being. Tianhuang World could temporarily defend against the impact of the Hell Army. The most tragic was the battlefield of the kings. Most living beings of hell were at this cultivation realm. They charged out of the abyss of hell endlessly and spread throughout the heavenly world. Most of the time, the kings of Tianhuang World had to deal with kings of hell that were several times their number. On Night Spirit, Monkey and Tiger's side, only Night Spirit and Monkey had cultivated to the major Grotto Heaven realm. The others had just entered the Grotto Heaven realm. Even so, with Night Spirit and Monkey holding down the fort, the few demon kings could still kill some enemies against the encirclement of dozens of hell kings. Even a peak king would be doomed against demon kings such as Night Spirit and Monkey. Night Spirit transformed into his true form and was like a ghost. He was even more unpredictable than the Void Yaksha lineage, and his movement technique and speed even surpassed the Rakshasa race. Night Spirit shuttled through the battlefield and resolved any danger before it descended on the 4 demon kings: Tiger, Ching Ching, Little Fox, and Golden Lion. It was as though he was born to kill and roamed through the darkness. Everything on him could turn into a killing weapon. As for Monkey, his combat style was completely different from Night Spirit. Monkey wielded the Emperor weapon of combat and 100,000 feet combat soul condensed behind him. His eyes were bloodshot and his aura was violent as he charged through the battlefield. He raised his staff with both arms and charged forward in an invincible manner. Some quasi-emperor experts of the Hell World sensed that the situation on the battlefield here was not right and charged over to assist, but they were blocked by Monkey. A huge battle broke out between the two sides. Monkey released combating past and present and burned his lifespan. He was not disadvantaged against quasi-emperor experts and fought fiercer as time passed. The quasi-emperor was secretly shocked. In less than 3 breaths, a black phantom appeared behind him. A pitch-black bone spike pierced the back of the quasi-emperor's head. Monkey entangled them head-on while Night Spirit assassinated in the darkness. Even quasi-emperor experts would not last long against their combined power. Consort, you led the living beings of hell in Tianhuang World to fight against the living beings of hell from the Hell World. Although they were of the same bloodline, the two parties had already parted ways. Now that they met, their eyes were especially red and they treated each other as traitors. Rakshasa, you led the Rakshasa race and flew above the battlefield of the heavenly world, waiting for an opportunity to provide support. Lin Lei and Lin Luo led the experts of the Battle Kingdom to the green firmament Immortal domain. There were too many living beings of hell after all. They were dense and endless as they crawled out of the abyss of hell endlessly, as though they could never be killed. Many experts of Tianhuang World were scattered all over the heavenly world and fought for themselves. The side of Night Spirit, Monkey, and the other demon kings were able to stabilize the situation and there was not much danger. Apart from them, the other battlefields were in immense threat. Merely with the strength of Tianhuang World, it was not enough to fight against the entire Hell World. Clang! Clang! Right then, impassioned sword hums sounded from afar, piercing through gold and cracking rocks. Intimidating. The next moment, a group of sword cultivators charged out of the spatial tunnel and descended above the heavenly world. The leader was the Sword World Lord, the Iron Crown Old Man. The Sword World had arrived. The Iron Crown Old Man was a peak emperor. Furthermore, his combat strength had improved continuously over the years, and he was infinitely close to becoming a great emperor. He was also the person with the greatest chance of becoming a great emperor in this generation. The Iron Crown Old Man walked with his sword and charged into the Emperor Realm battlefield. A sword beam tore through the air and a blazing white light flashed, as though it was slashing the world into two. Hell Lord Torment Spring's world was shattered by the Iron Crown Old Man's sword strike. A bone-deep sword mark appeared on his chest and blood flowed profusely. Hell Lord Torment Springs had a shocked expression and retreated in a burst. He was almost killed by that single slash from the Iron Crown Old Man. The Iron Crown Old Man alone was enough to stabilize the entire Emperor Realm battlefield. On the other side, accompanied by falling flowers, Bai Ming Shui appeared. She was dressed in snow-white clothes and had a cold expression. A sword of frost was enough to pierce through the world. A gigantic sword mark crossed the 9-firmament immortal domain, as though the ground was cracking. Countless living beings of hell died from that single sword strike. Gore! A dragon roar resounded through the world. The space outside the heavenly world split open and the dragon race came to support. There were not many dragons to begin with. After the battle of the dragons and phoenixes, the foundation of the dragon race was even more severely injured and there were not many dragons who came to support this time round. However, the moment the dragons appeared, they transformed into divine dragons and charged into the battlefield, causing a huge impact on the living beings of hell. Shriek! Before the dragon roar could finish, the cry of a phoenix sounded. The parasol tree world came to support. Roar! The sanguine ape lineage roared. The sanguine ape world had arrived. Immediately after, the great wilderness world descended. Thousands of demons roared and charged. Above the heavenly world, the deafening roar of a tsunami sounded. Huge living beings appeared one after another and floated in the starry sea. A great pung spread its wings and covered the clouds and sun. The Kuan Pung world had arrived. One after another, young girls tore through the void and arrived near the heavenly world. They emitted a faint fragrance and held divine weapons with resolute gazes. The flower world came to support. Many cultivators of the heavenly world were invigorated when they saw that. They knew that as long as these worlds joined forces, they would have a chance to kill the living beings of hell and chase them back to the abyss of hell. With the support of these worlds, the situation on the battlefield immediately changed. More and more living beings of hell died and their attacks were obstructed. In fact, they even showed signs of retreating. Many cultivators were even more excited. This battle seemed to be easier than everyone had imagined. As long as they could chase this group of living beings of hell back to the abyss of hell, the emperor experts of the various worlds could try to join forces and seal the abyss of hell. The Iron Crown Old Man, Immortal Empress Ling Long, and the other emperors did not relax at all and still had grim expressions. They knew that since the hell world had launched an attack at this moment, things would not be so simple. Furthermore, the experts from the hell world who could truly decide the outcome of the battle had yet to appear. The Iron Crown Old Man seemed to have sensed something and looked up at the firmaments shrouded in black clouds. Originally, that was where the ruins of the heavenly court were. At that moment, they were already covered by the black clouds and even his spirit consciousness could not penetrate them. It was as though something was nurturing behind the layers of black clouds. Something's wrong. The Iron Crown Old Man frowned secretly. Right then, the void above the heavenly world split open once more. A group of experts walked out one after another with a murderous aura. The Iron Crown Old Man, Immortal Empress Ling Long, and the others looked over and their hearts skipped a beat. The armies of the Blood World, Tomb World, White Bone World, Lifeless World, and Poison World appeared at the same time. Back then, Su Zimo had once said that these 5 major worlds, as well as the Witch World, were created by the Lord of the Netherworld. In the Heaven Conquest battle back then, because the Lord of the Netherworld had died early, the 5 worlds did not participate and were naturally spared from the massacres. After the Heaven Conquest battle, the various worlds hunted down the remaining survivors of the Heavenly Court before recuperating. As such, no one really cared about these 5 worlds anymore. The appearance of these 5 major worlds in this generation also meant that the Lord of the Netherworld was not dead. That was because apart from him, no one could mobilize the experts of the 5 major worlds at the same time. The war that started in the heavenly world escalated continuously and involved the major worlds and spread to the various factions. It was completely out of control. The Blood World, Tomb World, White Bone World, Lifeless World, and Poison World were not affected too much in the Heaven Conquest battle. Coupled with the fact that they had recuperated for 2,000 years and their strength had increased greatly, it had a considerable impact on the Sword World, Dragon World, Parasol Tree World, and other major worlds that came to support. Initially, the combined forces of the Sword World, Tianhuang world and other worlds had already suppressed the living beings of hell and forced them to retreat step by step. However, due to the interference of the blood world and other worlds, the situation changed once more. Be it the king or emperor battlefields, the pressure on the experts of Tianhuang world, sword world, dragon world, and the others increased exponentially. Shueqiu, the Iron Crown old man, forced back a few emperor experts in front of him. He glared at the current blood world lord and questioned sternly. The living beings of hell slaughtered all living beings and wreaked havoc in the medium kiliacosm. Are you trying to help these tyrants? Iron Crown, if you submit to Master, you still have a chance to live. The blood world lord had a cold expression as he said slowly, if you still want to resist, you can only die. The Master you're referring to is the Lord of the Netherworld, right? The Iron Crown old man sneered. Don't you guys know what kind of person Feng Du is? Before the Heaven Conquest battle, if not for Great Emperor Desolate Marshal, the medium kiliacosm would have been refined into tombs by him and countless living beings would have died. Do you guys still think that you'll end up well if you follow Feng Du? In front of Feng Du, you guys are just ants. The reason why the Iron Crown old man shouted at the experts of the Blood World, Tomb World, and the other major worlds was because he knew that it was impossible for Feng Du to control everyone in the 5 major worlds with the psychosis curse. In these worlds, especially those experts who had experienced the Heaven Conquest battle personally, there had to be some people who understood Feng Du's nature and were unwilling to follow him. As expected, after the Iron Crown old man said that, some experts from the Blood World, Tomb World, and the other worlds were indeed slightly moved. Master established the Blood World, Tomb World, Lifeless World, White Bone World, and Poison World. He's the progenitor of our worlds. Anyone who dares to betray Master is a traitor to our ancestry. The Blood World Lord's tone was sinister. In reality, the Blood World Lord was already controlled by the psychosis curse. Everything he said now was under the manipulation of Feng Du. Those words were indeed a huge deterrent to the experts of the 5 major worlds. The experts who were slightly moved earlier on regained their calmness and remained silent. Under the orders of the world lords of the 5 worlds, the two sides collided once more and a large blood mist burst forth. The black clouds above the medium kiliacosm became thicker and denser. Many cultivators on the battlefield, even emperor experts, could not help but feel a strong sense of oppression and their chests tightened. The essence chi of the world seems to have become thinner? Feng Kentian frowned and sensed the changes in the surrounding heaven and earth essence chi. The other experts felt the same. Many cultivators noticed the layers of black clouds in the firmaments and their hearts sank when they vaguely realized something. An emperor of the heavenly world was covered in injuries and his face was pale. After breaking free from the battlefield, he looked at the Iron Crown old man and the others with a guilty expression and cupped his fists. Everyone, I'm sorry. I'm gonna make a move first. I'll leave the medium kiliacosm to you guys. The Emperor of the Heavenly World had already sensed that something was amiss and wanted to ascend to the major kiliacosm as soon as possible, leaving this place. Before he could finish his sentence, the Emperor of the Heavenly World had already soared into the air and ascended continuously, speeding towards the black clouds. Be it the Hell Army, Blood World, Tomb World, or the other worlds, none of the Emperor experts stopped him. The Blood World Lord and the others looked at the Emperor of the Heavenly World with a mocking gaze. Be careful, don't go. The Iron Crown old man shouted and reminded hurriedly. The Emperor of the Heavenly World paused for a moment and a conflicted look flashed through his eyes. In the end, he did not return to the battlefield and entered the black clouds. However, in less than 3 breaths, a figure fell from the black clouds. His eyes were lifeless and his gaze was unfocused. His life force had been severed and he was already dead. That scene made the hearts of many cultivators on the battlefield skip a beat. Earlier on, when they sensed that the heaven and earth essence chi had thinned, they had already vaguely guessed that the path to the major kiliacosm might be sealed again. The death of the Emperor of the Heavenly World confirmed everyone's guess. It's too late to leave now. The corners of the Blood World Lord's lips curled with a cold expression. Feng Du, come out. The Iron Crown old man sent the surrounding Emperor experts flying with a single strike of his sword. The sword light was cold as he killed 2 emperor experts in succession who were blocking in front of him. He soared into the air and roared at the sky. "What are you doing?" "Humph!" A soft snort sounded from the firmaments. The voice was like a heavy hammer that struck the Iron Crown Old Man's chest with a muffled sound. The Iron Crown Old Man took half a step back. His essence spirit suffered a considerable shock and he felt dizzy. Right then, the black clouds changed and a gigantic and terrifying face slowly appeared. Its eyes were bottomless, like a pair of abysses that overlooked the entire medium kiliacosm. An unimaginably terrifying might descended and all living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked. In the various worlds, countless experts came out of seclusion one after another with bewildered expressions and looked up at the gigantic and terrifying face in the firmaments. The last time such a huge commotion happened in the medium kiliacosm was during the Heaven Conquest battle 2,000 years ago. The terrifying face opened its bloody mouth, as though it could swallow thousands of worlds in one gulp. At the same time, experts controlled by the psychosis curse in the 5 worlds spoke in unison and shouted, "The heavenly court is established once more. From today onwards, I'm the Lord of heaven and earth and the 10,000 races will revere me together." The voice rumbled like thunder and spread to every corner of the medium kiliacosm. The living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked and their faces were pale. The experts of Tianhuang World and Dragon World on the battlefield were shocked when they heard that. Even the Iron Crown Old Man was shocked and felt his limbs turn cold. The heavenly court was established once more. They had considered the fact that Feng Du, the Lord of Hell or the sect master of the Academy might harbor grudges and the medium kiliacosm might face a huge catastrophe. However, no one expected Feng Du to do this. This meant that the living beings of the 10,000 races who had just broken free from their shackles would be enslaved and imprisoned once more, unable to ascend to the major kiliacosm. The life and death of the living beings of the 10,000 races depended on a single thought from Feng Du. This time round, when the heavenly court was established again, the living environment of the medium kiliacosm might become even crueler and darker. Feng Du, the heavenly court has been shattered and their dominance is gone. If you reestablish the heavenly court, we can always undergo the heaven conquest battle again. The Iron Crown Old Man stood with his sword and said loudly. However, even he himself did not possess absolute confidence when he said that. He did not have much chance of winning against Feng Du. Furthermore, there was the Lord of Hell and the sect master of the Academy who had yet to appear. "With just you guys?" The gigantic face that transformed on the black clouds laughed sinisterly. "Ants, the long night is about to arrive and darkness is about to descend. Prepare to tremble." Feng Du, back then, your soul was shattered by great Emperor Desolate Marshal and you hid for 2,000 years. Not daring to appear. "How dare you be so arrogant now?" A king of a lesser world stood in midair and pointed at the gigantic black cloud face in the firmaments, cursing loudly with a fearless expression. "Great Emperor Desolate Marshal and Great Empress Blood Butterfly are dead. The double emperor's era has long become a thing of the past. From today onwards, I will create a new era." Thereafter, Feng Du's gaze shifted to the king from before and he said coldly, "Ant, how dare you point fingers at me? I'll send you to the netherworld right now." A black streak of light descended at an extremely fast speed and exuded an incomparably terrifying aura instantly. Even peak emperors might not be able to defend against it, let alone Grotto Heaven Kings. The Iron Crown Old Man and the others were on the battlefield of the heavenly world and could not save him in time. Piak. However, before the black light descended on the king, a fair palm appeared and crushed the black light. At some point in time, a green-robed, black-haired man appeared in the world. Stepping on the starry skies, he raised his head slightly and looked at the gigantic black cloud face with a calm expression. "Great Emperor Desolate." When the Grotto Heaven King saw who it was, he had an excited expression and instinctively wanted to shout the words, "Great Emperor Desolate Marshal." However, he soon realized that although the person before him was Desolate Marshal, he had already died as a great emperor. In the end, he could not complete his sentence. Even so, many cultivators and living beings of the medium kiliocosm were excited and impassioned when they saw Su Zimo appear. Desolate Martial established his Tao and imparted martial arts to all living beings. In 2000 years, the legacy of the martial Tao had already spread throughout the medium kiliocosm. It was also because the martial Tao had awakened the passion in the bodies of many experts that the Grotto Heaven King dared to stand out and berate Feng Du. Everyone from Tianhuang world looked at Su Zimo as well. 2000 years had passed. Su Zimo was still a quasi-emperor. Time was too short. Coupled with the fact that Su Zimo had cultivated 5 unprecedented Grotto Heavens, it was within everyone's expectations that he could not advance to the emperor realm. However, an indescribable change seemed to have happened to Su Zimo, who had returned this time round. Compared to 2000 years ago, he was less sharp. There seemed to be an aura of humility around him, as though he had aged mentally considerably. He was mature and reserved, seemingly assimilated into the background. Only the gaze in his eyes was still searing. Desolate Martial, we meet again. Feng Du was not surprised to see Su Zimo appear. His voice was filled with hatred as he said faintly, "The last time, you destroyed my 3 corpses' dermic body. Today, I'll make you pay the price. Feng Du, if I can suppress you once, I can suppress you twice." Su Zimo's tone was calm, but there was an unquestionable power. None of the people present dared to say something like that. Even the Iron Crown old man did not have much chance of winning against Feng Du. Ha 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 ha. Feng Du laughed loudly and asked, "Your great emperor true body has already died. Do you think you can suppress me with your incomplete green lotus true body?" Incomplete. Su Zimo's heart stirred. The creation green lotus had already grown to the peak of grade 12. How could it be incomplete? The intermittent memories that appeared when he stepped into the perfected one realm back then suddenly flashed through his mind. The Fiend Lord and Empress Evil have long ascended, and the 2 great emperors are dead. No one can stop what I want to do. Under the envelopment of the Nether Formation, the living beings of the 10,000 races will become my puppets. Feng Du's voice sounded once more, interrupting Su Zimo's thoughts. Given the current situation, the battle could break out at any moment, and there was no time for him to let his imagination run wild. He suppressed that thought for the time being. "You're wrong." Su Zimo shook his head. "Although the Fiend Lord, Empress Evil, and Great Empress Blood Butterfly are not around now, there's still me and the living beings of the 10,000 races in the medium kiliocosm. Back then, the Heavenly Court merely faced a few worlds such as Tianhuang world, the Sword world, and the Sanguine Ape world. In this generation, if you establish the Heavenly Court again, you will face the conquest of the entire medium kiliocosm. 2000 years ago, the Heavenly Court enslaved the medium kiliocosm with just the blessed heaven world. The 10,000 races were suppressed and no one dared to resist. But now that the living beings of the 10,000 races had already seen the truth of the past and knew the existence of the major kiliocosm, how could they let Feng Du rebuild the Heavenly Court? Any cultivator with a bit of courage would fight. Who dares? Feng Du hollered and made use of the Nether Formation to release a powerful might that enveloped the medium kiliocosm. "Everyone, if we don't fight now, when will we?" The Astral World Lord was the first to stand out and roar at the sky. "Everyone above the Grotto Heaven, follow me to conquer the Heavenly Court." The Barbarian World Lord stood out and waved his gigantic axe in the direction of the Heavenly Court. His voice was like a bell and was filled with killing intent. "I didn't experience the Heaven Conquest battle back then personally. I definitely won't miss the second Heaven Conquest battle." The Mystic World Lord stood out as well. The medium kiliocosm was boundless and dark under the envelopment of the Nether Formation. At that moment, in the dark and boundless starry skies, experts of the various worlds soared into the air one after another like flames that tore through the long night, dispelling the surrounding darkness and lighting up the night sky. The hope that came from the legacy of the martial Tao left behind by Desolate Martial imparting the Tao 2000 years ago had burst forth at this moment, igniting the place. More and more experts of the world stood out. Before long, more than half of them stood out. The number was still increasing. Even in the light world and the stone world, which once had a deep feud with Tianhuang world and the Sword world. Many experts chose to put aside their past grudges and stand on Su Zimo's side. Fight! 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 Burn my battered body and ignite my passion. I swear to never return until the heavenly court is destroyed. When the living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium kiliacosm gathered together, it would be an unimaginably terrifying power that was enough to turn the world upside down. The situation had already begun to tilt. The long night darkness formed by the nether formation could not suppress the flames that surged from the medium kiliacosm in the end. Although they were only sparks, they had already slowly formed a prairie fire that lit up the heavens and illuminated the mountains and rivers. That scene was incomparably shocking. Even the battlefield of the heavenly world paused for a moment. Countless experts looked over. Amitba. Mingzhen pressed his palms together with a compassionate expression. He could not help but recall the two sentences Su Zimo left at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley back then. Once the fog fades, the radiance shall illuminate through the entire world. That was Su Zimo's reply to Dai Yu. Unfortunately, by the time the radiance illuminated the entire world, Patron Dai Yu was already dead and did not have the chance to see it. Even Feng Du, who was presiding over the nether formation, felt an immense pressure. However, he knew that as long as he suppressed Su Zimo, the experts of the 10,000 races of the medium kiliacosm would be a motley crew and nothing to fear. Desolate Marshal. Let's settle the grudge from 2,000 years ago today. Feng Du transformed into a figure wearing a pitch-black and wide black robe. His back transformed into a world that suppressed towards Su Zimo. There was an entire major realm difference between the two of them. However, Su Zimo was fearless. The blood chi in his body surged, and a jade-green lotus that connected the world appeared behind him. Swaying with light, the bloodline phenomenon of the Grade 12 creation green lotus was condensed. At the same time, Su Zimo entered his forehead's 8-arm state and controlled the 9 heavens living soil with one hand, the Trinity auspicious jade with another, the primordial unity horsetail whip with another, and the duckweed sword with another. Boom! Immediately after, 5 grotto heavens appeared around Su Zimo at the same time. The moment the battle started, Su Zimo had already circulated his blood chi to the limit and summoned his 5 grotto heavens to collide with Feng Du. Boom! A deafening bang shook the world. A gigantic halo spread in all directions and rippled in the starry skies, engulfing the two of them rapidly and turning countless stars in the surroundings into dust. The battle in the heavenly world was still ongoing, but most people's gazes and attention were on the battle between Su Zimo and Feng Du after all. This battle was extremely important. Furthermore, Su Zimo was only a quasi-emperor and the difference in their cultivation realms was way too great. Even the Iron Crown old man was worried. A moment later, the figures of the two of them appeared again, still in a confrontational state. Under the suppression of the perfected world of Feng Du, Su Zimo's 5 grotto heavens did not show any signs of collapse. Instead, they were on par with him and were not at a disadvantage. This confrontation shocked Feng Du as well. There was a major cultivation realm difference between the two of them. Initially, he thought that he was confident of victory. Unexpectedly, the envelopment of a world could not shake Su Zimo's 5 grotto heavens at all. At close range, Feng Du could sense it even more clearly. Although the 5 grotto heavens around Su Zimo had yet to become a world, they contained extremely terrifying power fluctuations. Although I don't have the martial Dao prime body, you've also lost your 3 corpses dermic body. As though he could tell the shock in Feng Du's heart, Su Zimo said indifferently, even if your essence spirit is still at the great emperor level, your physique is still far from comparable to the 3-corpse dermic body after just 2,000 years. Feng Du's expression was dark. Su Zimo One's words were indeed spot on. Back then, he severed the good, evil and self-corpses from his body and descended into the medium kiliacosm to become Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight, Fiend Emperor Apocalypse and Emperor Bo Soon. All of them were top existences who dominated a region. After a lifetime of cultivation, he realized that it was difficult to break through. That was why he used the Heaven Burial Sutra to absorb the power of the great emperor's tomb and awaken his memories. The three corpses severed his attachments to good and evil and were perfectly compatible with his essence spirit, able to fuse without any conflicts. However, it was difficult for him to refine a peak three corpse's dermic body again in just 2,000 years. He could only piece together some powerful corpses and flesh to barely forge his current physique. It was difficult for this body to match his essence spirit perfectly. That was the reason why, although they were all physiques of peak emperors, this current body could not compare to any one of the three that made up the three corpses' dermic body, let alone the fused three corpses' dermic body. The power of the world cultivated was greatly reduced as well. If it was 2,000 years ago, he would definitely be able to suppress Su Zimo with his peak three corpses' dermic body. Of course, Feng Du was not panicking. Even without using their trump cards, the outcome of the battle between the two of them was still unpredictable. Furthermore, he had a great emperor essence spirit. Boom! 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 The netherworld world collided continuously with the five grotto heavens and burst forth with a dazzling light in the world. The galaxy trembled and the void collapsed. Feng Du had lived for countless years and presided over the netherworld. He had the advantage of experience and possessed countless methods. He could release almost all the methods Su Zimo could control. As for Su Zimo, he won because of the strength of the creation Green Lotus. The five grotto heavens withstood the impact of the netherworld world and relied on his forehead's eight-armed state to be incomparably sturdy. The two sides fought and a blood mist filled the air. From the heavens to the netherworld, everything was turned upside down. The sun lost its light and even the stars in the heavens paled in comparison. As the battle between Su Zimo and Feng Du broke out, more and more experts of the world stood out and rushed to the heavenly world battlefield. Together with the experts of Tianhuang World, Sword World, and the others, they defended against the Hell Army and the Alliance armies of the Blood World, Poison World, and the other worlds. This battle was not only for the heavenly world but also for the living beings of the 10,000 races themselves. Once the heavenly court was established again, all living beings would be imprisoned and enslaved once more, never to see the light of day again. In the battle between Su Zimo and Feng Du, both parties fought intensely and neither of them retreated, expending a lot of energy. As time passed, Feng Du gradually felt a trace of exhaustion. This was the medium kiliocosm after all, and there was no source chi for him to use as replenishment. If he wanted to maintain his netherworld world, he would have to expend a huge amount of energy. However, Su Zimo's five grotto heavens consumed heaven and earth essence QJ. The five grotto heavens exerted strength at the same time and connected the heavens. As they fought Feng Du, they absorbed and plundered the heaven and earth essence chi of the medium kiliocosm. The longer the battle between the two parties lasted, the more beneficial it was for Su Zimo. Furthermore, Su Zimo possessed the body of a grade 12 creation Green Lotus and had shocking self-healing capabilities. Coupled with the defense of the nine heavens living soil, even if he suffered some injuries, they would heal rapidly without affecting his combat strength. However, the situation was different for Feng Du. His body was formed from the corpses and flesh of many experts and could not compare to the body of the creation Green Lotus at all. After the few melee combat rounds earlier on, his body was already covered in injuries and was extremely battered. When the 3,000 threads of the primordial unity horsetail whipped his body, there were large wounds and flesh sliced off. When the Trinity auspicious jade smashed down, there was a huge hole in its body. The sharpness of the Green Lotus sword was even more terrifying. If not for the fact that he relied on a few emperor weapons to defend against the Green Lotus sword with his life, his body would have been slashed into too long ago. If this continued, even if he did not die, his vitality would be severely injured. Desolate Marshal, your Green Lotus body is indeed not bad. From now on, it's mine. Suddenly, Feng Du screamed, accompanied by a dark light flickering between his brows. An extremely terrifying power fluctuation burst forth and enveloped Su Zimo silently. When that power descended, the world suddenly fell silent. Everything went completely silent. A terrifying might that had not appeared for 2,000 years enveloped the medium kiliocosm. This was the spirit consciousness power of a great emperor. A ghost fire floated over. Feng Du wanted to destroy and kill Su Zimo's essence spirit with his great emperor essence spirit. Against the spirit consciousness attack, Su Zimo had a calm expression, as though he had long expected it. Actually, after he reached the quasi-emperor realm, his essence spirit realm had already reached the major emperor realm. As he wandered around for the past 2,000 years, he was immersed in the pain of losing his kin. His Tao heart became even sturdier and he comprehended many taboo techniques. Although he could not release the taboo techniques properly due to his cultivation realm, the power of his essence spirit rose continuously as he comprehended the taboo techniques. Now, it was already at the perfected emperor realm. Of course, a mere perfected emperor realm essence spirit alone could not defend against Feng Du's essence spirit secret skill. Phew! Su Zimo's gaze intensified and a phantom that was 100,000 feet tall rose from the ground. It pierced through the skies and surged with combat intent, fusing with the bloodline phenomenon behind him. A mysterious river appeared behind him. Su Zimo wielded his horsetail whip and sword as he rode on a turtle and snake above the long river of time. The secret skill of combating past and present was activated. Su Zimo's physique and essence spirit power increased once more. Under the condition of consuming 10,000 years of lifespan in a single breath, the power of his essence spirit had already surpassed the perfected emperor realm and was infinitely close to the great emperor realm. That was enough. The secret skill of the dragon race, reverse scale, the final skill of the three great secret skills of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, Nirvana Silence. In addition, an essence spirit attack released by the Green Lotus Sword. Three top essence spirit secret skills burst forth and charged towards Feng Du's essence spirit secret skill. At the same time, golden light filled Su Zimo's consciousness and Sanskrit reverberated endlessly. Buddhas appeared, dragons howled and elephants trumpeted. The Green Lotus essence spirit sat upright on the grade 12 creation lotus platform and pressed his palms together. He lowered his head and looked different. Multicolored light spewed out of the lotus cave and surrounded it. The surrounding petals closed and surrounded the Green Lotus essence spirit, forming an impenetrable defensive barrier. Su Zimo did not dare to be careless. Instantly, his essence spirit used all its offensive and defensive trump cards to defend against Feng Du's essence spirit secret skill. Feng Du's essence spirit was indeed powerful and unstoppable. However, no matter how strong his essence spirit was, there was a limit. After the ghost fire broke through the reverse scale, its strength weakened slightly. After crushing the dermic seal of Nirvana Silence, it lost a lot of power and the flames shrank. When it collided with the Green Lotus Sword, the ghost fire was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Rushing into Su Zimo's consciousness and facing the impact of Buddha Dragon Elephant, it melted against the Buddhist lights. When it arrived before the creation lotus platform, the ghost fire had already turned into flickering sparks and was almost harmless. By the time it collided against the petals of the creation lotus platform, it was extinguished instantly without leaving any traces. With the enhancement of combating past and present, Su Zimo's aura increased exponentially and his gaze intensified. His left eye was pitch black and his right was pure white as he looked at Feng Du and said indifferently, "Feng Du, you've lost." Boom! Two beams of light, one black and one white, burst forth from Su Zimo's eyes and landed on the primordial unity horsetail whip. Yin and yang were used as ink while the primordial unity was used as a brush. The 6 Ding 6 Jia augmentation shall disperse all spirits and ghosts. Su Zimo held the primordial unity horsetail whip and quickly wrote 12 mysterious runes in the void, shouting softly. Driven by the power of Yin and Yang released by illumination and nether glow, the 12 runes transformed into 12 heavenly gods with terrifying auras in front of Su Zimo instantly. 6 men and 6 women, primordial unity secret skill, 6 Ding 6 Jia gods. The reason why the secret skill was only released now was because the combat strength of the 6 Ding 6 Jia gods was directly related to the power of the essence spirit. The stronger the essence spirit, the stronger the secret skill activated and the stronger the combat strength of the 6 Ding 6 Jia gods. At that moment, Su Zimo released combating the 9 heavens, and the power of his essence spirit had already been circulated to its limits, infinitely close to a great emperor. This also meant that with the primordial unity secret skill, he had created 12 heavenly gods with combat strength infinitely close to that of great emperors. Of course, the 6 Ding 6 Jia gods were only condensed from the power of Yin and Yang. Without essence spirits, they could not condense worlds either. Their true combat strength was definitely incomparable to experts of the same cultivation realm. However, in melee combat, even Feng Du could not defend against the combined forces of the 12 heavenly gods. Su Zimo's eyes shone. He rode on the turtle and snake with a horsetail whip in his hands. Behind him were the 6 Ding 6 Jia gods, and he stepped on the river of time. His black hair danced wildly, and his aura was torrential as he pointed at Feng Du from afar. "Kill!" He gave the order. Su Zimo and the 6 Ding 6 Jia gods charged towards Feng Du at the same time. Like an army of thousands, they burst forth with an unstoppable aura on the starry sky's battlefield. Feng Du was shocked. His body was already extremely battered after that battle earlier on. Even his great emperor essence spirit could not do anything to Su Zimo. Now that Su Zimo was encircling him with 12 heavenly gods with terrifying auras and cold-killing intent, how could he defend? Boom! 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 The 5 grotto heavens attacked the netherworld world of Feng Du again. At the same time, Su Zimo and the 12 heavenly gods released violent attacks wanting to kill Feng Du here. Even against the lone Su Zimo, Feng Du might not be able to win. Let alone now that there were 12 heavenly gods with terrifying melee combat. The two sides fought again, and almost instantly, Feng Du had already begun to retreat in defeat. In his netherworld world, countless netherworld ghost emperors rushed out and propped up their worlds to stop Su Zimo. However, the worlds condensed by the ghost emperors could not even defend against the swords and halberds of the 12 heavenly gods, let alone Su Zimo. The halberds danced and turned the world upside down. The swords streaked through the air and sliced through everything. After Su Zimo summoned the 6 Ding 6 Jia gods, they had already formed a crushing stance and started a massacre with unstoppable momentum. When they saw that, the living beings of the 10,000 races were extremely excited. Even back then, Great Emperor Desolate Marshal was probably around this level as well. "Why aren't you attacking yet? Are you waiting for me to be killed by him again?" Feng Du supported his battered body and retreated step by step. He could only rely on the power of the nether formation to temporarily defend against the attacks of Su Zimo and the 6 Ding 6 Jia gods. He was in a sorry state and screamed, "Hee hee!" Right then, a sinister laughter sounded from the world, causing one to shudder. The next moment, a black-haired man appeared. He wore armor made of bones that protected his vital points tightly and held a bone spear. Suddenly, the man appeared in the starry skies and stood in the world, looking down at Su Zimo and the 6 Ding 6 Jia gods beside him. His gaze was cold and his eyes seemed to reflect mountains of corpses and seas of blood. An unimaginably majestic might enveloped the medium kiliacosm and suppressed the hearts of the living beings of the 10,000 races. This pressure had only appeared during the Heaven Conquest battle 2,000 years ago when great emperors descended. Even when Feng Du appeared earlier on, he did not have such an aura. Everyone from Tianhuang world looked at this man and had already guessed his identity. Their expressions could not help but turn grim and ugly. The Lord of Hell. This was a true great emperor expert. Back then, he was a terrifying existence that was on par with the Fiend Lord Empress Evil and Brahma Ghost Mother. If not for great Emperor Infinite sacrificing himself to create a Vici with his flesh and blood to imprison this terrifying existence, who knew how much bloodshed this person would cause in the medium kiliacosm? That major calamity 2,000 years ago had not only killed great Emperor Desolate Marshal, it even leveled Tai Wei Mountain and pierced through Avicii. The terrifying existence that had been suppressed for 2 eras was released in this generation as well. Now that the Lord of Hell had returned, he would definitely take revenge and start a massacre. Su Zimo, who was inextricably linked to Great Emperor Infinite, was the first to bear the brunt. The Lord of Hell might let some people off, but he would definitely not let Su Zimo off. "Why didn't you come out until now?" Feng Du glared at the Lord of Hell with a hint of resentment. The Lord of Hell said indifferently, "Since you want to become the Lord of Heaven and Earth, I naturally have to give you a chance to show off your might. To think that you can't even suppress a mere ant." Feng Du harumphed coldly. "My 3 corpses' dermic body was destroyed by him 2,000 years ago. If not for that, I wouldn't have been defeated." The Lord of Hell did not argue with Feng Du any longer. Instead, he turned to look at Su Zimo with a dark gaze and said in a sinister tone, "You've indeed inherited the methods of that darned infinite. Since I've returned, I'll erase all traces of infinite left in this world. I'll kill all ants who cultivate Buddhism, and more than that, anyone related to infinite." The moment that sentence was said, it spread throughout the medium kiliacosm. Those were the words of a great emperor and contained the will of a great emperor. B7 NGSM per degree are expert stunned F degree are 3 M degree meant yet L degree M degree redinity levag an invisible force enveloped the hearts of many experts. Without great emperor desolate marshal and great empress blood butterfly in this generation, who could suppress the Lord of Hell? Could their only hope be for someone to become a great emperor in the medium kiliacosm at this moment? The hearts of many experts sank gradually. If that was the case for others, one could imagine the pressure Su Zimo faced when he confronted the Lord of Hell. However, to everyone's surprise, there was no panic or fear on Su Zimo's face. His expression was as calm as still water. Even against the Lord of Hell who had returned domineeringly, Su Zimo's eyes were still like an ancient well without any fluctuations. "You shouldn't have come back." Suddenly, Su Zimo spoke with a calm tone. The Lord of Hell raised his eyebrows. He did not quite understand what Su Zimo meant. Su Zimo said slowly, "It's fine if you had chosen to ascend to the major kiliacosm obediently. Since you chose to return to the medium kiliacosm, I'll suppress you again, on behalf of Great Emperor Infinite." Upon hearing the name of Great Emperor Infinite, the expression of the Lord of Hell darkened instantly. You want to suppress me?" The Lord of Hell narrowed his eyes and glared at Su Zimo, who was not far away with a cold expression. It was not only the Lord of Hell. No one else could believe that Su Zimo, who was only a quasi-emperor, could suppress a great emperor. Even the martial Dao prime body of the past could not do that. When Feng Du heard that, he sneered with a disdainful expression as though he had heard the greatest joke in the world. Su Zimo could fight him back and forth, but he was definitely not the Lord of Hell's match. The Lord of Hell was a true great emperor. The difference in combat strength between the two sides was as vast as the clouds. Su Zimo said calmly, "Not only do I want to suppress you, I want to imprison you in Avicii Hell once more and prevent you from reincarnating forever." Ah! When the Lord of Hell heard Greater Avicii, he seemed to have received a huge blow. Recalling the pain he had endured for the past 2 eras, he suddenly became manic and let out a long howl. "Ant, die!" The Lord of Hell had a ferocious expression and a resentful gaze. The blood chi in his body surged and the sinister hell behind him appeared faintly. He reached out with a gigantic hand that blotted out the skies and a Dao imprint appeared in his palm, slapping down towards Su Zimo. The Lord of Hell was furious and released that palm strike with anger, almost using his full strength. Not only did he release his blood chi, he even supported a world and condensed his great Emperor Dao imprint, determined to kill Su Zimo on the spot. Before the palm descended, the stars around Su Zimo turned into dust. Under the envelopment of the gigantic hand that blotted out the skies, all of Su Zimo's escape routes were sealed. The first to suffer were the 6 Ding 6 Jia gods guarding him. After all, the 6 Ding 6 Jia gods did not have flesh and essence spirits. They were only condensed from the power of yin and yang and were not true great emperors. They were nothing in the face of that palm strike that contained a Dao imprint. Before the Lord of Hell's palm could touch them, the 6 Ding 6 Jia gods could not defend against it and dissipated one after another, turning into the power of yin and yang that returned to the world. Crack, crack, crack. The bloodline phenomenon and combat soul behind Su Zimo were crushed effortlessly by the gigantic hand of the Lord of Hell as well. Under countless gazes, the gigantic hand of the Lord of Hell descended from the skies. Su Zimo below was truly as insignificant as an ant. The difference was way too great. The experts of Tianhuang World, Sword World, Sanguine Ape World, Great Wilderness World, and many other worlds felt helpless when they saw that. Even if they wanted to help, it was useless. Before they could enter the range of the gigantic hand that blotted out the skies, they would already be dead. Against the attack of the Lord of Hell, Su Zimo seemed to already know the outcome. Instead of dodging, he closed his eyes and gave up resisting. However, no one noticed that the moment Su Zimo closed his eyes, a glint flashed through the depths of his eyes. You can sense your own heart and mind. Your heart and mind have nothing to hold on to. Your life and death have nothing to do with your heart and mind. Your body and mind shall be extinguished as illusions. The dermic emptiness is everywhere and the no-self is embodied. Su Zimo lowered his gaze and chanted sutras. However, the world in the surroundings and the starry skies collapsed. Amidst the loud rumbling, his chant was drowned out before long and no one could hear it. The 5 grotto heavens still spewed out rays of light and phenomenons appeared, protecting Su Zimo. The gigantic hand of the Lord of Hell descended and the Tao imprint flickered. The 5 grotto heavens were still holding on, protecting Su Zimo in the middle. However, the difference in strength between the two sides was way too great. With just a slight pause, the 5 grotto heavens collapsed completely and were annihilated by the Lord of Hell, turning into nothingness. Even Su Zimo disappeared without a trace and not a single drop of blood was left behind. It was as though he was erased from this world by the palm of the Lord of Hell without leaving any traces. The world gradually returned to calm. The armies fighting on the battlefield gradually stopped as well. Sighs sounded uncontrollably from all over the medium kiliacosm. What a pity! Feng Du licked his lips. Desolate Marshall's creation Green Lotus body is not bad. But you destroyed it just like that. The Lord of Hell frowned. There were countless living beings in the world, but he was the only one who sensed something amiss. His attack earlier on was indeed terrifying and was enough to kill that quasi-emperor ant. However, everything was way too clean after that palm strike. There was not even a single drop of blood. It did not feel as though he had killed Desolate Marshall. Instead, it seemed like the latter had vanished. Desolate Marshall vanished right in front of him? How was that possible? A dark glint surged in the Lord of Hell's eyes as he released a visual technique secret skill and looked at the spot where Su Zimo had just disappeared. That look caused the Lord of Hell's expression to change slightly. What's wrong? When Feng Du saw the strange expression on the Lord of Hell's face, he asked instinctively, "You're quite capable. You're actually not dead." The Lord of Hell's gaze was dark and killing intent surged. He glared at the spot where Su Zimo had just disappeared and his voice was bone-chilling. "He's not dead." Feng Du released his spirit consciousness hurriedly and swept through the starry skies. Indeed, he could sense with his spirit consciousness that there was indeed a figure hidden there. It was Su Zimo who had just disappeared. However, Su Zimo's state was a little strange, as though he had fallen into layers of space and was like the void. Nothing could touch his body. This is a spatial taboo technique? Feng Du frowned and reacted immediately. However, he quickly said in confusion, "This person is only a quasi-emperor. How can he release a taboo technique and dodge your attack?" The palm of the Lord of Hell had yet to be withdrawn and was still floating in the starry skies, ready to descend again at any moment. Right then, the Lord of Hell suddenly felt a sharp pain in his palm. He retracted his palm instinctively and could not help but be shocked. Even though he had just noticed that Su Zimo was not dead, he did not care too much. However, the pain in his palm shocked him. This meant that the power earlier on could already injure him and even threaten him. Immediately after, right in front of everyone, Su Zimo's figure appeared once more on the empty starry skies battlefield. That void state could not be maintained for too long. At that moment, the 5 grotto heavens behind him had already dissipated and vanished. In its place was a world that seemed to have heaven and earth, yin and yang, the 5 elements, wind, rain, lightning, life and death. This world seemed to be all-encompassing. When everyone focused their gazes, everything inside disappeared again and was replaced by a gray fog that was indistinct. Vaguely, a jade-green lotus could be seen charging into the skies and swaying with light. This is a world condensed by desolate martial? Zimo has advanced to the Emperor realm. When the Iron Crown old man and the others saw that, they finally reacted and were overjoyed. I got it. Immortal Empress Linglong was enlightened and murmured softly. Zimo was using the Lord of Hell to destroy his 5 grotto heavens earlier on so that he could fuse them back into one to condense a world. Earlier on, Zimo mentioned Great Emperor Infinite and Avicii because he wanted to provoke the Lord of Hell intentionally and let the latter attack with all his might. All these years, Su Zimo traveled outside and sensed the world, comprehending Dermic Daos. The 5 grotto heavens he cultivated became increasingly stronger and indestructible. If he wanted to synthesize the 5 grotto heavens, he had to have enough strength to destroy them and rebuild them before fusing them again. However, Su Zimo could not do that with his own strength. Even Feng Du could not destroy his 5 grotto heavens. Only great emperor experts possessed such absolute strength. Immortal Empress Linglong's guess was right. Su Zimo's words earlier on were meant to provoke the Lord of Hell. Greater Avicii had already been pierced and could not imprison the Lord of Hell at all. However, when he heard about Great Emperor Infinite and Greater Avicii, the Lord of Hell could not help but recall the pain and torture he had suffered for the past 2 eras and went berserk. With that, Su Zimo made use of the Lord of Hell to break through his bottleneck and advance to the Emperor realm in one go. Just as the 5 grotto heavens synthesized and condensed a world, some intermittent memory fragments surged into his mind again. There were many overlaps with the memory fragments that appeared when he advanced to the perfected one realm. There was blood and bones everywhere. All living beings wailed and everything withered. Apart from that, there were also some new shattered images. There was yin and yang, thunder, slaughter and flames. Those gradually disappeared and eventually returned to chaos. It was gray and blurry. There was no light or darkness. Without the 5 elements, one could not sense the existence of space or even the passage of time. Thereafter, the chaos suddenly exploded, turning into black, gold, red and green lights that scattered at the end of the void and vanished. Among them, the green light seemed to have descended from the skies and pierced through the layers of void, breaking through countless barriers before landing on Su Zimo's head. The next moment, Su Zimo shuddered and jolted awake. All the memory fragments and intermittent scenes from earlier on had already disappeared at that moment. As for his world, it had already condensed. In this world, it was like a sea accepting all rivers and fused all the Dermic Daos of the 5 grotto heavens, including the immortal, Buddhist, fiend and demon Daos. There were also heaven and earth, yin and yang, the 5 elements, wind, rain, lightning, life and death. The Dermic Daos have all converged into one. In the end, those Dermic Daos and taboo mystic classics became Su Zimo's creation and fused into a world. Initially, Su Zimo thought that after entering the Emperor realm, he would condense a creation world. However, at that moment, he could vaguely sense that the world he condensed did not only have the power of creation. Or rather, the power of creation was only a part of it. Chaos? A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind and he suddenly thought of that word. He had come into contact with the theory of chaos back in Tianhuang mainland. Back then, Di-In, who was his enemy, had once comprehended 2 phenomenons, the chaos ocean and the world-cleansing green lotus, at the golden core realm. He synthesized the 2 golden core phenomenons and created a new phenomenon, a green lotus born in the chaos ocean. However, Su Zimo's creation green lotus was far from what the world-cleansing green lotus could compare to. The chaos that appeared in his memories was also different from the chaos ocean that Di-In had comprehended. The chaos in the memory fragments was even more primordial, ancient, and mysterious. This chaos seemed to be aligned with the mysteries of the world and was not contained to a single substance. As for the creation green lotus, it seemed to be inextricably linked to this chaos as well. However, there was no time for him to think too much in front of a powerful enemy. Su Zimo planned to temporarily call the world behind him the Chaos World. Not far away, the Lord of Hell calmed down and realized that he had just been used. His gaze darkened even more. He looked at the world condensed behind Su Zimo and narrowed his eyes slightly. What made him feel pain earlier on was this world. Of course, it only made him feel pain. It was still far from being able to truly fight against him. He was a great emperor after all. Even if Su Zimo advanced to the emperor realm, there was an entire major realm difference between the two of them. The power of a great emperor who condensed a Tao imprint was at another level. Zimo has advanced to the emperor realm. Looks like the medium Kaihakasm has a chance of getting through this tribulation. When Feng Cantion saw that, he was invigorated. Not necessarily. The Iron Crown old man still had a worried expression as he said softly. Back then, when Desolate Marshal first advanced to the Emperor realm, he could only barely hold on against the siege of the Lord of Advent Heaven and Feng Du. In fact, he even lost an arm. When the experts heard that, they recalled the scene back then and nodded to themselves. At that time, against the siege of the Lord of Advent Heaven and Feng Du, the Martial Dao Prime body was indeed severely injured and looked defeated. It was because Dai Yu had become a great emperor and joined the battlefield, standing shoulder to shoulder with Desolate Marshal, that the situation was completely reversed. After the Heaven Conquest battle began, for some unknown reason, Desolate Marshal's combat strength suddenly increased exponentially. In fact, he could even fight against several great emperors alone. However, he would also attract a major calamity later on. Immortal Empress Ling Long nodded. Zimo's Martial Dao Prime body is an anomaly. It's beyond the 3 realms and isn't part of the 5 elements. It's precisely because of this that after he released some secret skill, his combat strength could break through the suppression of the medium Kaihakasm and advance to another level. Although Zimo's Green Lotus True Body is unique in the world, it's not an anomaly and is still within the laws of the heavenly Tao. The experts revealed enlightened expressions. In other words, after Su Zimo entered the Emperor realm, no matter how strong his combat strength was, there was a limit. At most, he would be similar to the Lord of Hell. On the side of the Lord of Hell, there was also Feng Du, who was close to the combat strength of a great emperor. The joy that everyone had just felt was washed away by the worries that followed. The situation Su Zimo was facing now was extremely similar to 2,000 years ago. It was still Su Zimo facing the joint attack of a great emperor and Feng Du. However, this time round, Su Zimo was not an anomaly and did not know a secret skill like the martial Tao that could break through the heaven and earth laws. Great Empress Blood Butterfly was no longer by his side. Desolate Marshal, without that Blood Butterfly by your side this time round, let's see who else can help you. Feng Du thought of that as well and shouted. There's no need for others to help me suppress the 2 of you. Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he propped up his world and released combating past and present. He stepped on the long river of time and went against the current. Against the Lord of Hell and Feng Du, he attacked first and crossed the layers of the starry skies in a single step, descending in front of the Lord of Hell. You must be tired of living. The Lord of Hell wore white bone armor and wielded a white bone saber. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood surged from the dark and sinister hell behind him with a torrential stench that suppressed Su Zimo. At the same time, Feng Du charged over with the Netherworld world. Boom! The world that Su Zimo condensed collided with the Hell world with an earth-shaking bang. The Netherworld world descended subsequently as well, causing the Chaos world to tremble continuously. The creation Green Lotus in the world swayed continuously and emitted balls of light. As the battle between the 3 experts broke out, the killing on the heavenly world battlefield began once more. More and more worlds joined and more experts rushed to the heavenly world battlefield to fight alongside the cultivators of Tianhuang world and Sword world. Even if there was an endless stream of living beings crawling out of the abyss of hell, and even if the Blood world, Tomb world, and the other worlds joined forces, the situation on Tianhuang world side had gradually stabilized. The most important thing right now was still the battle against the great emperors.